Okay, so there was a technical difficulty, a bit of a malfunction with the other stream. Everything should be ended with that one. So I'm going to put a join link out and we'll try and restart up here. In the meantime, while we're waiting to see if everybody can find their way back, just going to have a little music.
Last week I left a note on Laura's desk. It said, "I love you," signed anonymous friend. Turns out she's smarter than I thought she was.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, lucky I'm cute, right?
Did you bring the fapping with you? You did.
I did. All right, I'm going to
fapping.
change device.
What is that?
I'll be back in a few moments.
All right. Finish off.
Fuck, I nearly hit end again.
No!
I didn't. But next time you're on your phone, check it out. There's no leave button. It's end. That's it.
Right. It says leave studio at the bottom of the toolbar, right underneath the screen. It'll say leave studio.
Not on the phone, though.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't, I guess. Well, I don't know. I used it then.
Where you faggots doing?
I was just fagging off.
Okay.
Who is Jordan Maston?
Don't you call me faggot then unless you are a friend. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
How you guys doing?
Well, we were having I do kind of a weekly or bi-weekly Hello from the Magic Tavern restream. I do 2 episodes and then I open it up. That's kind of what I've been doing. And that was the plan until Sammy couldn't figure out how to leave.
What's the Magic Tavern again? What's that all about?
It's
Brojo, we explained it to you. Are you telling me you weren't listening?
No.
Rude prick. Go on, tell him.
It's
doesn't deserve to know.
Do you know what improv is?
Of course.
Okay, so it's an improv group, and they're coming up with this ongoing saga about a guy who fell through a rift into a magical dimension behind the Burger King, where he gets a little bit of signal on his phone, and he's able to stream a podcast from their tavern there every week. I don't know how he charges the motherfucker.
And they do improv
every week. They do. How does he charge it? Go on. Sorry, Bridget.
I'm sorry. They do improv every show?
Yeah, it's all improv, and they have to play off of all of the previous shows. You know, like they just on this last show they invented 2 different months of the year in Foon.
The only thing that sucks is it's almost like a fucking soap opera. You have to kind of catch up.
It is. You've got to go back to episode 1, which, Brojo, can I say so far has been the funniest. It was.
Okay.
I was in stitches.
What, the first
whole
one?
Episode. Yeah.
Oh, and he's talking about shape shifting, and I think that stream got taken down. I got a copyright strike on that stream. It wasn't because of this though; it was from something else we watched.
We should try that one time.
Well, fuck, I'll play it now. You want to watch the first episode real quick?
No, I'm saying do your own like.
We should do
it. Yeah, start a show like that. Yeah.
We did a tiny little bit in the last stream, just like when we paused it, and I had the same thought, Brojo, because it was fucking hilarious and it's so fun. It was about drag queens. What was it about drag queens? The science has shown that the best way to absorb religious text is to have it read to you by a scantily clad man. It's the nipple rings that transmit the information.
Hi, everybody. Does everybody know that God so loved the world that he gave it a blowjob?
Man, that shit yesterday.
Divine blowjob.
Yesterday's stream got pretty nasty after I left. I saw Tog reviewing some of it. I was working and missed a lot of it, but it sounds like Kelvy and Hillary's had a logic off. They had a.
I caught bits and pieces here and there because I was like doing a lot of running around yesterday. So, but
I'm glad that you hit praise up, man. When you did, and you've got him supposedly locked in for it, because I'm finding the Christians are not liking the fallacies at all.
I think it'll be helpful to everybody.
I like learning fallacies, but some of the stuff you guys get so in depth, it starts giving me a headache.
Yeah, it's intense shit. But it's because it's about reasoning.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about reasoning, and that uses the old brain juice.
Sure.
I'm always exhausted afterwards, bro, Joe.
Yeah. The reason.
It's like a workout for the old noggin.
Well, you guys keep bringing up in the streams, and Halsey starts teaching it, and I'm like, I don't want to get too far. I mean, I want to be on even ground with praise when we start out. You know, that's the fun of it, to learn it together. I don't want it to seem like he's the one in the room learning the fallacies, and I've already taken the course. That would seem unfair.
Oh, listen, well, I got you guys' attention now. I'm planning to do for April 20th, 420. I want to do a 12-hour marathon hangout. So I think I have someone who's gonna sing for a little while, and I was hopefully like scheduling those different things. And if you guys, I don't know if Halsey, if she's listening, or that she wants to do like an hour logic class or reasoning class, and I could just
that'd be fun.
Put that in the spot.
Does that sound to me? I mean, does that sound to anyone else like Sammy's just having a fapathon?
Yeah, what are you doing? Stop jerking off.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not even moving. I need to change devices, obviously.
Sounds like it does sound like you're flapping.
Does it really? I'm going to go and listen to the stream.
You will.
I hear nothing. Like, the audio is awesome as far as I'm
concerned. Your stamina is impressive.
Yeah, just had some morning.
I've been fapping for like 20 minutes now, bro.
Oh yeah, right there.
Stream goes down. Bond says someone's hand is going in hard on themselves.
Sammy, you do that good, Sammy. Oh,
Samuel.
Say my name, dude.
Goodness
Sammy's
gracious.
So handy Sammy.
Let's see. Do a quick.
I like handsy. You got to get the S in there.
All right. I'm going to see if I can get away with streaming this.
I have about.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I have about 30 minutes.
I just want to see if I'll get a flag for this.
Last week I left a note on Laura's desk. It said, I love you, signed anonymous friend. Turns out she's smarter than I thought she was. She knows I wrote it, now the whole class does too. And I'm all alone during couples skate. When she skates by with some guy on her arm. But I know that I'll forget the look of pity in her face when I'm living in my solar dome on a platform in space. 'Cause it's gonna be the future soon. I won't always be this way. For the things that make me weak and strange get engineered away. It's gonna be the future soon. Never seen it quite so clear. When my heart is breaking, I can close my eyes. It's already here. I'll probably be some kind of scientist, building inventions in my space lab in space. I'll end world hunger, I'll make dolphins speak, work through the daytime, spend my nights and weekends perfecting my warrior robot race, building them one laser gun at a time. I will do my best to teach them about life and what it's worth. I just hope that I can keep them from destroying the earth, 'cause it's gonna be the future soon. I won't always be this way. When the things that make me weak and strange get engineered away, it's gonna be the future soon. I've never seen it quite so clear. When my heart is breaking, I can close my eyes. It's already here on earth. They'll wonder as I piece by piece replace myself. And the steel and circuits will make me whole, but I still feel so alone until Laura calls me home. I'll see her standing by the monorail. She'll look the same except for bionic eyes. She lost the real ones in the robot wars. I'll say I'm sorry, she'll say it's not your fault. Or is it? She'll eye me suspiciously, hearing the whir of the servos inside. She'll scream and try to run, but there's nowhere she can't hide. When a crazy cyborg wants to make you his robot bride, well, it's gonna be the future soon. I won't always be this way. When the things that make me weak and strange get engineered away, it's gonna be the future soon. I've never seen it quite so clear. When my heart is breaking, I can close my eyes. It's already here.
Hey, Will, am I still fapping?
Nope, you are fap free.
Ah, okay. So,
Yeah.
Brojo, I have 2 suggestions for you, sir. Take them or leave them. But there's 2 more hours you could fill. Now, I know the likes of people like Pixie, Halsey, I think Mac, even Big Z. I've done a little bit. All write spoken word or poems or whatever you want to call them. Maybe you could have like an open mic hour.
Yeah,
where people
fine.
can show off their wares.
Yeah. Yep, that'll be fine.
Show off their
I'm
wares.
inviting all artists, poets, musicians, whatever. Yeah.
I can open mic section.
I would like to have some kind of schedule. I know I'm short on time, but I have. I believe I'll have this. Richie, do you guys know Richie singing the Flat Earther? Don't sing Flat Earther.
Oh, yeah.
But he does.
Recently familiar with Richie.
But he's a really good musician. I want him to play. I mean, he's a good singer, I think.
All right.
And if he wants to get into other stuff, we can do another hour on that if he wants to. That could be a little crazy.
So have you filled your 12 hours yet, or are you still?
Oh no, I'm just starting. So, but I'm looking to go from 12 noon to 12 midnight, my time. So he can only, since the timing, he's in a different time zone, and he can only. And I think it's going to have to be earlier. So he'll probably be like starting 12:30, maybe 12:30, I would say, for an hour or two, for an hour maybe. So I'm clear after that.
Well, the other idea, and you know, I don't know how keen you are because you weren't that keen today, but the audience always find it fun. Is you could always do an hour of Quiplash or something. that game that we're playing today.
We used to play that back in the day on the hangs.
Not just have the panel. Yeah, it's good that you can involve the audience as well.
Yeah, we could do that. Or what's the other thing? There was another game. Oh, we used to do Cards Against Humanity. That was fucking crazy.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of hours filled for you.
Hey, why don't you have an hour where people can come on and just roast Jill without him being there? You know, just talk shit about Jill.
Beat on the Calvinist hour.
You bring your favorite moronic clips. DT would be all
2 hours for that.
Will Calvinists be allowed on? Calvinist asking. If they pay,
we'll probably need 2 hours.
Heckle the Veckle.
Yeah, heckle the Veckle. Heckle the Veckle.
Bond, you're awesome, dude.
Yeah. Jilkle, Veckle, Heckle, Veckle, and Jilkle.
Oh,
I don't know.
I wonder if I could go and find all the times that one of them has said something that contradicts the other one and then put it together in a compilation of them actually disagreeing on so many different topics, but agreeing in public. Because I think they have different ideas. But that would take a lot of work, and they're not worth that effort.
No, you do not want to dedicate that much of your life to listening to them.
Ironic, have you realized your special pleading yet?
Actually, no, he's making a special excuse for special pleading now.
Yeah, didn't you know, bro, Joe, you can't special plead for God because he's in a special category.
He makes the special pleading and his excuse for why special pleading is okay.
It's beautiful. It's layers of special pleading. Like an intricate tapestry of special pleading.
That's a dangerous thing, right? Because now you have no way of falsifying whether this God is good or bad or good for you or anything, because, hey, he's God who could do anything. We just excuse it away, you know? We have to excuse it. And what am I going to do? Might is right.
I mean, think about it. It all comes from the book, and the book could be inspired by a source that lies, or could be written by, people that lie, which is likely because people tend to lie and exaggerate. I mean, I don't know. I was going to review this later on. I'm going to do this soon, but I got praise to explain to Veckle on his stream where the war propaganda and hyperbole come from in the Old Testament, and praise did a good job of it. And Veckle listened to it. But I think Veckle's having to deal with some really tough ideas right now, because you could hear it in his voice and the nervous laughter. I mean, he really does not like that he can't argue with this point.
You can hear the cognitive.
Do you think
their brain short circuiting? I heard it a little bit in.
Did you watch that?
No, I didn't watch it, but you hear it when it's happening.
Yeah, we reviewed Irenic on your show the other night. When Sammy, he didn't totally de-zen, but there was a ripple in the force. He got a little upset with Irenic.
There's a speed bump in my zen, but Irenic has that effect on me.
No, I blame it on the logical fallacies course. Like, all of you are becoming much less tolerant to that kind of shit. Like, especially Hillary's with Kelvy yesterday. He was just cut and dry with him. Look, you're not being logical. I can't talk to you if you're not going to be logical. And he just kept splitting him. It's like okay, here we go. Now he's getting gaslit. That's what this is. We're gaslighting you.
Where
do you know why?
What's pent water?
Why I think we're getting into it so much. This is what I've been asking for ages of people saying, stop using your language so loosely. Say what you mean. Use provisos if necessary. Don't use definitive language. All of these things. And now I understand it's because they're all fucking fallacies. I didn't mean to hide that.
I don't know. I like pent water, dude. I was much happier with pent water. Don't put penetrate up there.
There's Halsey. Halsey, you want to do a logic out 20?
Logic cannot pent water the truth.
Why it's capitalized? Like is there someone named Pentwater that you talked to?
He means penetrate.
The hell Google
yeah, but that didn't. I know what he meant, but I'm saying it came up capitalized. And
I know.
It's not something that your autofill is not going to put Pentwater up there unless you've used it before.
Right? How the hell did that come up?
Let's see.
Pentwater. Mr. Pentwater. Is there a Mr. Pentwater?
That Pentwater, that's his pseudonym when he writes his angry political letters to the government. We found a clue. We'll unlock this case.
Who or what is Pentwater?
It's the water used for baptisms.
Something went wrong. Oh, okay.
What is it? What's Pentwater?
So how do I pent water the truth? Oh no, it wasn't meant to be that, was it? It was penetrate.
Look, okay, you put a funny word like that in a room full of potheads, and we're gonna run with it. That's just what we're gonna do.
Right. Because it could be Pentwater.
Oh,
Pentwater.
This is what I live for, ironic. Now, you might want to start with the correct definition of what special pleading is.
Even though we put it on the screen while talking to you.
Yeah.
The definition of special pleading.
Yeah.
You don't have a problem with that definition. You have a problem with the idea that God somehow, he's supposed to get a pass. And we're not giving him that pass. That's special pleading. You want him to have a special pass.
You're welcome to join us for our logic classes, ironic.
Oh, no, you don't want that. Don't. What are you saying?
I'll open the invitation.
He's just going to yell from the time you...
He's not going to come. He already knows better.
Should I play Brojo's stream of him yelling nonsensically, repeatedly?
Did you take clips?
We watched the stream and we're breaking down his bullshit. And whatever. We didn't take clips. We took the whole fucking thing.
Wait, you were breaking down what we were trying to break down to him?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's easier when they're not there to respond.
Right, because that was the problem while he was there, because he just kept yelling.
So, how's this? This is golden, right? These fallacy things, just the gift that keeps on giving. So I was in Togs, and Jill said in the chat, "What's that? Brojo blocks Calvinists. That's more proof that I'm right." And I said, "Another fallacy, Jill."
Yeah.
And Tom stopped the stream and goes, "Oh, you can say it's a fallacy, but unless you name it, it's not even a fallacy." And then they couldn't recognize how that statement was a fallacy. And I just said, come watch my review for the fallacies.
So if I show you the name of the fallacy and the definition, then will you recant? Will you now shut up, Jill and Tog?
I imagine that they will tell me that that's the wrong definition.
I'd like to address this.
I need to use the biblical definition.
Biblical definition.
Excuse me. I'd like to address Irenic here. He says, acknowledging that God knows more than you, William, is that special pleading? And I just want you to prove that God knows more than me, Irenic.
Yes. How do you know?
I would happily take an IQ test with God if he's willing to come down and do that with me.
Yeah. How do you know that God? The only way he knows that is because the Bible says it, that God knows. But how do you know that God knows more?
That's got to be a fallacy. If there's no name, then there's no fallacy.
It is responsive,
no fallacy.
ironic. I did respond. Okay, you just made a claim that God was smarter than me, right? You want me to acknowledge that? Is that special pleading? No, see, you're adding a whole lot of factors here. First off,
he's giving you the burden of proof for his claim.
Yeah, you said acknowledging that God knows more than me. Is that special pleading? Well, first, let's establish that that's something I can even acknowledge. How can I acknowledge that? How do I know what God is aware of? How do I know he's smarter than me?
We got to get Yahweh to take an IQ test.
He can't do the things that I can do. He can't lie. I can lie. Right? He can't make people love him. I can make people love me.
Oh, what's that? We can't test his intelligence. We have to infer it ourselves. Fascinating.
I think it really comes down to ironic is relying on experiences for his belief. I can't understand that experiences can be, at first that's objective. There might be another cause for your experience. Or there may be a God, it just may not be your God.
Okay, is acknowledging that
God.
I put a link out. You can join or not, ironic, but I'll answer your question. Is acknowledging that God knows more than I do, is that special pleading? Which God? I don't know which one we're talking about. If it was a God that did indeed know more than me, I don't know that would be. It depends on what you're trying to do in the argument to say whether it's special pleading. If you're trying to say that he knows more than me and therefore is not immoral in slaughtering innocent people, that doesn't, even if he knows more than me, that doesn't make him morally superior. So if that's what your claim is, the discussion was about whether that God was moral or not. All right. So your special pleading saying that God has a special morality because he knows more than us. I mean, arguably, most serial killers know more than you, ironic, but they're still guilty when they murder somebody.
And that doesn't make them smart. That makes them deranged.
What makes it special pleading is to say that if we do it, it's deranged. If God does it, it's not deranged. It doesn't matter what category, he's not a human, you can't compare. That's not how arguments and fallacies work, my friend. The argument is if this act is immoral and God does this act, then God is immoral. And to go outside of that is to then special plead. Oh, but God's in a God category. Oh, God's outside of morality. All of that. Anything you offer is special pleading. And your only answer is to say no, but special pleading doesn't count because of God, is to special plead away special pleading. I don't know how you can't see that. It is so simple. Special pleading is one of the most basic fallacies to understand, ironic.
In this case, can we use the word special permission that God is getting?
Yeah, you could.
Elsie's breaking down the premises there.
Maybe that's a word that he can wrap his head around more. Can't see that you're giving God special permission.
So can I? Yeah. Can I know that I know more or less than a being that has not been demonstrated to have an identity that I can even quantify? Like how? What are you asking me to acknowledge here? See, now he's responding. Here we go.
Which that is an argument ad ignorantium. Ironic. Called an argument from ignorance. We can't know God's knowledge. Therefore, he has more knowledge than will.
You can say that God has 8 legs, and I can't. It's unfalsifiable because your God is in a special existence, in a special category, made of special material, and has powers to do special things. So, It's unfalsifiable. I think.
With God able to do things, with special pleading or special permission, um, doesn't that make God's morality subjective and not objective?
Yes, to God's mind. But good luck getting them to admit it.
Yeah, because it's got to be subjective. Because subjective to him, he's the subject, so it's.
Assuming, okay, let me assume a God.
Objective morality be true for everybody, no matter what, but that's not the case with God.
Watch this. Ironic. Fine, it's an internal critique. I'm assuming God. I'm assuming that God has very little knowledge. How about that? What if I do that? That's an internal critique if I assume that God's knowledge is extraordinarily limited? What if I assume a blind God? What about that? So you're wanting me to assume a God character that you have designed that's outside of my critique.
A dumb God?
The special category is just that. It's a defense against critique. That's all that it is. That's all that you're doing. You're saying God can do whatever he wants and it can't be immoral. He can destroy the whole earth because it's his, wiping out lives or whatever. But my children are mine and I can't just kill them because, hey, they pissed me off. They won't do what I want them to do. Not that I would have the inclination, but this guy that you propose does.
And simply saying, this is ashamed, this is ashamed, this is ashamed, it doesn't work like that. Even in your worldview, you can say God is ashamed, right? But everything past that is a premise that you need to show. Like God's knowledge, that's not just assumed. God's omnipotence, that's not just assumed. You can assume God, but you cannot assume all those attributes.
I can't. If you're going to present him in an uncritiquable way, then we're not even going to discuss your God. Your God is not even up for discussion because you have ensured that any criticism can be explained away by some special explanation. So no, we're not going to assume your God. That's ridiculous. We're assuming that your God can't logically exist. That's the assumption.
He wants us to circular reason with him.
Well, he's trying to. He's saying, assume my God as I present him. So whatever he says, just assume that that's the truth, and then critique it.
Which I'm gonna create a new fallacy. I'm gonna name a fallacy. Will you, inspired by you, and it's called the God box fallacy. And it is when a person is unable to perceive God in any other way than their presupposition. So to suggest a God that's not all knowing, that when their answer is no, but that's not how God works. That's the God box.
Isn't that like a fallacy already?
Probably, but I like the God box fallacy.
He can come in and try, but it's not going to be any easier because I'm not going to just let you rant and yell. So if you're going to come in, you're going to have to do a lot more work than yelling.
We talked about this before. It's like that's what fundamentals do. I mean, God is put in. They'll say God's ways are higher than our ways. His thoughts he's mysterious. Yet, for some reason, you got him in a box called the Bible. He can't go outside the box.
You're right, bro.
But he's above
it's an argument from ignorance.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't know that. That's not how God works.
If it's a critique of his God's attributes, then assuming his God is required, no begging the question. Okay, that's fair. But I can't assume that his God is uncritiquable. He can't propose a God and then name attributes, and then when I critique his attributes, say no, he's off limits. That's what I'm saying, Bond. So if he wants me to assume a God that I cannot critique, then I can't even. You're not actually having a discussion. You're just trying to impose an idea on me.
If we say, Bond, this attribute is illogical, and your answer is God is outside of logic, there's a major problem there. A major fallacy is being committed.
Yeah, the special pleading is when we critique your God and you say, no, he has a special excuse for not being critiquable.
And that's inside the worldview.
No, I was just gonna say maybe he needs another example of special pleading. Something more.
I know how do we get a better example of special pleading when we list that the genocides that his God has commanded, and then he goes, no, you don't understand. He knows. I have to suppose that he knows more than me, and that is somehow more morally superior, even though everything that I'm reading is the opposite of that.
Yeah, and the thing is, Bridger, he already knows. He fully understands special pleading, but his response is that God has an exemption. Which
you could give Iran the illustrated coloring book with free crayons, and he still wouldn't get it.
He can't connect the dots.
I know, 4 dots. It's a square, not a circle, bro. It's easy.
Oh, he'll make it a circle.
Want to, because he doesn't want to. Just ask yourself, what would the result be?
I like this. I like this. Halsey sums it up nicely.
I know what you're saying.
Special pleading, argument in which the speaker deliberately ignores aspects that are unfavorable to their point of view.
Yep.
Bingo.
And if it's unfavorable, and if he has to acknowledge it's unfavorable, what would that do? You know, the longer a person is in the faith, the harder it is, because you got so much invested.
Sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah.
And people underestimate the power of that too.
All right. Listen, guys, I have to step out. I will be listening from outside. You guys going all day?
There's no telling.
No telling. All right, I'll be listening outside. I gotta go visit mom, check in on our physical therapy. Yeah, so I gotta go take a shower and get going. I'll be listening.
There, dude.
See you later.
He's gonna get so mad at me. He's going to get so mad at me because I'm going to be reviewing a little bit of Praise's stream from the other night since Jay started it and talked through it.
Oh, yeah. Jay and Jeff love to talk. They just love to talk.
Oh, I like hearing them sometimes, but like Jay was having like a long imaginary conversation with Feckle through the whole thing. And it was fun at first, and then it got a bit weird. Yeah.
Well, it can do that. Yeah.
I can understand how like he can get up under your skin like that. So I'm not criticizing that.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
Will,
what?
About praise and the logic thing. I've found that many Christians specifically can understand the fallacy, right? But they don't care. They're inconsequential to them. That's, I think, the biggest issue. How do we get them to see them as consequential? Because that's Irenic's thing. He's going, you don't get it. You're trying to put all these human things to God. Like, it is basically saying God's outside of logic. He won't say the words, but that's what he's wanting to do. So the fallacies are inconsequential to them. I don't know, even understanding them will help most of these people.
There's no way to tell at this point. It depends on whether they ever point the arguments at their own reasoning. You know, I hate when I have to do that. I hate when I have to break down one of my own beliefs and let it go because it's illogical, or I found out how that it was illogical. I hate that.
Everyone does.
It's unavoidable.
It's really uncomfortable because you have to admit you were wrong. You have to change your worldview. It's like this massive shift of existence. I get it, but I guess because I've done it now, it's like I'm on a bit of a high horse. You know what I mean? Like, pull your socks up. I did it.
Well, I'm not going to say that they're wrong. I can't say that they're wrong. I mean, there could be a God. Jesus could be his son. I will say that the Old Testament seems to be pretty full of horse crap, but maybe everything that's said in there is true somehow, like it happened in another place. And I don't know. But yeah, I'm not going to be absolute, but at this point, I can't sustain my own belief in it. Right. So I can't prove it wrong for them. All I can say is that it's no longer a convincing idea for me. But I like how, well, I don't like, that's the wrong way. That'll be taken out of context. I am bothered by the way that whenever you deconvert from Christianity, the default assumption is that you're an atheist.
Yeah.
The other night,
what I'm trying
to be a lie.
Out of you is, without trying to make it confrontational, just honesty, all the cards are on the table. If that's not the aim for you, then what do you think you will achieve with praise? I'm not saying that you won't achieve anything. I'm curious.
Well, what I want with praise is for us to be
able to get.
Okay, what I'm looking for with praise is a way that we can meet when we have our discussions on common ground about logical fallacy, so that if I present one, he can call me out, and if he presents one, I can call him out, and we both understand what we're talking about and why. So there's no reason to spend an hour each time we're debating on whether something's a logical fallacy or not. Being able to identify it will make it so that he and I will be able to finally talk without all the obfuscation.
And just for hypothetical sake, because I don't know how he will take all this. Do you think, let's say that he does take a stance that, okay, all these fallacies exist, but when they are applied to God, he's in a special category that, yes, it's special pleading, but God's the one thing you can special plead for. Have we really fixed anything or made anything better?
No, because eventually the Christian is going to, I'll say this, I can't know that we've made anything better, but I believe that if they have a question in their mind about something biblical and they ask someone in authority above them to explain it, and they receive something that's a logical fallacy and they're able to identify it and it doesn't satisfy them, that may cause them to start looking back at other things that they've been told. But it'll be just a personal thing to apply it to their own beliefs or not. But there'll be triggers throughout their lives that will make them think about it. It's useful no matter what. So Halsey's giving us both a gift.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly, and I wasn't trying to be negative in any way. That was
I didn't think so.
Curiosity, I think it's absolutely fascinating that he just so readily was like, "Yeah, let's do it." I was like, "Man,
I'm going to show you why.
I want all these motherfuckers to witness. I'm going to declare it now that William has, if it exists, the Holy Spirit, and that's how you use it, bitches. Take note." Speckle and Jekyll.
Wow.
He came in the Holy Spirit.
That's some bold claiming. But I want to show.
I'm claiming.
I love you, brother. So the reason that I'm doing this thing with praise is because of this stream. I went in the other night while they were talking, and I was shocked by how hospitable they were. Like that's hard for me to say because we've been kind of at war for a little while, and they treated me well. And so I think that there might be a way that we can communicate in the future and actually reason. I don't know how much Veckel will be a part of it because he seems to have an adverse reaction to what's being discussed.
He's also provocative to the conversation. It's unhelpful, in my opinion.
Veckel is quick, and he recognizes the implications of what's being said very quickly. All right, now some of this is going to be boring, but I want to point out some of the things that happened in the beginning. And it's like I said, this is going to be boring, but this is my stream, and this is what I'm going to do.
So. Yeah, if you don't like it. But the thing is, he is quick. I'll grant that. But like someone else I know, Jesus is a liar. He'll double down whether he knows it or not, and that's when we step over the dishonesty line, and that. Yeah,
well, we'll do commentary. We'll do commentary, but I'm gonna put this out here in the beginning that I was treated very well. I have no complaints. I wasn't mistreated at all, and there was a very big change from the last time that I was there. So. I'm not.
Yep. I wanted to say peace and respect, pretty shiny people. And a Christian will tell you, someone who studied the text will tell you that one of the fruits of having the Holy Spirit is proper discernment. Now, what does that mean in application here?
Okay, say that one more time.
Okay. Well said.
No, one of the things the Holy Spirit is supposed to do for a person, according to the text of the Bible, is give them a broader understanding of things and a more accurate view that aligns to reality. That is to say, discernment.
Is that the claim in the scriptures that it gives you?
Yes.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of people.
Not even in Richard's view. Like literally, that's what the Bible says.
Yeah, there's really no way around that in the text.
So it sounds
very
like you're
forward
saying
statements like that.
Those people that claim to get the Holy Spirit and then start babbling in unknown languages might be not having the Holy Spirit.
No, they definitionally can't have the Holy Spirit.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, they're going to be burning your house down now, but
that's okay.
Because, like, I challenge anyone to ask one of those people in the midst of their babble, so what have you discerned? What are you saying? Like, tell me the words or the meaning of the babble that you're saying. There is none. It's purely emotional, hypnotic rubbish.
And that's a good example of, yeah.
So where we come into this stream, Veckel and Numismatic King, are having a disagreement on whether the Bible is clear in everything that it says. That's an interesting thing to be discussing, and I just happened to come in at the right time, and it's great. I enjoyed it. You're gonna think it's boring, but I loved watching the reactions.
Don't tell me what I think.
People, but that's where you have the interlocutors have a responsibility to give definitions so they can explain it. So they can explain it. So they can explain it to the layman or people who are not educated in these areas. Like when I listen to you guys talk about evolution and science, dude, I'm an extreme layman in this area. So that's when I be quiet, I shut up, and I listen to you guys talk about this stuff because you guys know more about this stuff than I do.
If somebody joined the Calvinist group, right? Let's say they're not Calvinist, right? They're Christian, right? And they think they're joining a Christian group. The Calvinists start shutting the guy down, and then he's never going to want to hear what they say.
What are you talking about?
Because the Calvinists don't know the main point of the Bible is to preach love and brotherhood.
If a Calvinist is condemning somebody for not being a Calvinist, then that's a problem.
You got to start that one over.
They should be
well, I compare the interactions on here with, like, for example, church. In church, even though if you have a different opinion or viewpoint, that's my church anyways, they treat you with love. And
I just want to underline it, put a highlighter over it. If a Calvinist is criticizing someone for not being a Calvinist, then that's a problem. Underlined and period.
Gonna put a pin in that one.
We can move on.
Congregation.
Well, why can't we be consistent?
This is a
this isn't a
conversation for disagreement, for sharing different ideas.
Well, a church, David, doesn't have to be a building. It could be a congregation. This isn't the
first. You're not listening to a damn thing I'm saying to you. Oh man, this is why you're confused.
I'm trying to answer two people at the same time.
And you're over talking as well. That's another reason why you're confused, because we're answering your questions and then in mid sentence you start jumping in. See, so this is a forum for open conversation for people of disagreements, of different ideas, so on and so forth. You're not going to get this in your local congregation. I've never had this kind of thing in any church I went to. Okay. Sometimes I'm more edified by coming into these rooms and having conversations than I am in my own
really, when you go to a church, it's more of people that are in agreement more together. And then the next church down the block, they don't send one guy from the church to go down there and start arguing with the church down the next block. And then they send people over to argue about what they believe, and hook each other up on a big conference call together. So we can all sit there in the congregations, just argue up and back on Sunday between all the churches in the same town or on the same block or whatever, same general portion of the city, but this is social media. So, like on my channel, I might talk about news 1 minute. You might come in there and talk about your coins with the boys. We might talk about moves around together going, and it's just,
we're not in unity of unity.
There's all about ego, right? And there's evil tones to social media. It's great.
Going back to the, hard determinists versus the compatibilists and stuff. I mean, again, what I was saying before is that you're going to have in either side, in the non-Calvinist camp and in the Calvinist camp, with clear about what?
Everything, my friend.
Show me one thing it's clear about. I want you to show us one thing the Bible is very clear about that in the Bible. You've got 3 Bibles I sent you there. They're right next to you. They're brand new. Show me one thing in the Bible. Huh?
Don't be annoying. I hate getting tested by you all the time. It's so annoying.
Well, I'm going to test you.
But you're testing us. You're the one testing everybody here.
No, I'm just bringing a conflicting viewpoint. That's all.
Yeah, but you heard us speaking about things, and then you came in with this criticism saying labels, hard determinism. Why this? Why that? You were asking these questions in a manner as if you disagreed or you're trying to test us. So now
I'm just saying these are man-made terms. None of this is in the Bible.
They are.
And it's there to confuse us.
Of course they are.
Determinist Calvinist shit.
Of course they're man-made, but that doesn't mean that there's no representation of truth, though.
I believe, like, sometimes my issue with Reformed theology is that I believe there's some things that are a mystery. And when you try to insert certainty to mystery, right, to bring it to orthodox, I don't think you're being honest. It isn't that we have to have every answer, but we trust the one that does, and I believe there are things in the Bible we will never understand. I believe there are things that are left.
You don't think the Reformed person holds that?
I think they go too far sometimes on trying to explain things they can't. And I think it causes confusion.
I'm a little confused with that notion.
You're confused. That's funny.
Well, I'm not saying it as an insult.
Me as a Reformed person, I'm very quick to say that there's to quote passages like Job 11, Job 36, about the mystery of God, Romans 11, humans will never be able to fully comprehend God. So that's why I think it even more validates the position that I take. I believe that
David wants me to cite a passage, Beckel, but do you agree with me that the Bible is very clear?
Clear on what, though? That's what me and Dave are asking you. What do you mean? Clear on what?
On everything I said. And every passage.
No, it's not clear on everything. I don't agree with that.
Well, name one passage that's confusing.
There are some things that, again, I just quoted Job.
Wow. Name one passage that's confusing in the Bible. Whew. I could do that for the next 5 hours. I won't though. I won't. Go ahead, Richard. I know you want to say something. Get on in there.
No, I'll wait. I'll wait. I mean, they've been talking about talking so far.
I know. I told you it's gonna be boring here in the beginning. The only reason I think it's interesting is that I'm in the room and they know I'm in the room, but they're not acknowledging me yet. Not really. So it was kind of nice. Normally Veckel can't wait to strike up an argument with me. So,
well, they're not freaking out anyway.
Right. And that's nice. It's nice.
Well, I just mentioned Job 11, 30, Job 36, Romans 11, which talks about certain aspects of God. The humans would never be able to fully comprehend God. It's just not going to happen.
What you think, though.
No, that's what I know. I can demonstrate it right now.
You haven't met him yet.
All right, I'll give you a verse. I'll give you a verse for you to read.
Know what I mean?
I have met God.
Here's what I'm going to give for Numi. Turn in the back of that Bible to 2 Peter chapter 3.
You know what I'm saying. You haven't gone to heaven yet.
No, you mean I haven't
real clear. Let Numi read this to us real quick. It's not very long. Just go read 2 Peter chapter 3, Numi, and begin reading in verse 14, where and I'll give you the summation of what he just got done talking about, and then you can pick up from verse 14. He's talking about how you're supposed to live in all manner of godliness and stuff, looking for the coming of the day of God, and we look for His promise, the new heavens and new earth, basically. And then he says, seeing that you look for such things, and that's where I want you to begin reading. And I want you to read to the end of the chapter, 2 Peter 3:14. It's only going to be 5 verses. 2 Peter 3:14, right down to 18. And think about this when you're reading. Are you ready? Go.
Well, 1 second.
Tell me where you're at. I'll have to get there. Just tell me where you're at.
Second Peter chapter 3.
Yeah, 2 Peter 3, toward the back, way in the back. Before Revelation, obviously, and then you got James first.
It starts Peter. With this second epistle, beloved.
No, 2 Peter 3:4. I just wanted
you look for a second and
keep reading.
So nothing can tarnish you. Is that what it means?
Just keep reading. I want you to get to. I'm giving you a context.
And account that the long suffering of our Lord is salvation. And account that the long suffering of our Lord is salvation.
You want me to read it? I'll read it.
An hour.
That's written unto you things in.
We got to dig into the Bible, not theology.
Okay, let me ask you this then: Who are the they? Who are the who is being spoken of in Daniel chapter 2, verse 46? I think it is.
Well, let me go there.
Yeah. So maybe you can help me out with that one. Because the different thing is about that.
Where are you, Benjamin? I'll help you get there.
And I hope Jamie's not around here right now because he's all going to do is bring us to Daniel chapter 9, verse 27. Let's talk about the 70th week.
This whole time, wait a minute. This whole time, Numi's been a Bible guru and we didn't know it.
Well, I guess we're going to find out. Is Jamie listening?
Paul, you're hilarious. I love
Daniel 9:27. Daniel 9:27 in 5, 4, 3.
Did you find Daniel yet, Demi, or no?
I'm at Daniel 2:46.
Yeah,
Daniel. He made a mistake.
Is it Daniel
9:27?
No. I'm at Daniel chapter 2.
Are you? Okay, I thought you said 9:27.
Yeah, where it talks about. Now I was making fun of Jamie because.
Disregard. Okay, sorry.
Here it is. I think it's
46.
Yeah, where it talks about the statue, right? The image that I think Nebuchadnezzar himself saw in his dream, and Daniel's giving an interpretation. And I think it's 43. It says, "And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men." So who's the
I was reading 46, Veckel.
Yeah, my bad. I gave you the wrong verse.
But look how funny 46 is. Look how funny 46 is.
Then King Nebuchadnezzar fell upon his face and worshiped Daniel. Yeah, I bring that verse popped up in my head because of the word worship there, which is that's another topic there about whether or not it's okay to worship Christ.
Offer an oblation and sweet odors on that.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into that topic right now because that's a whole other issue there. But let's go to verse 43 and tell me, you tell me, maybe you can hook up a brother. Who is the themselves here?
Who is who? Sorry?
Who's the they spoken of in verse 43?
Let me read it again. 1 second. Are mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave. Do you want to know who they are?
Yeah, who are they?
The Anunnaki, the fallen angels.
How do you know that? How do you know
that 100%? It's from the Bible.
How do you know that?
It's
how do you know that this is the Anunnaki?
They mix their seed. It's
how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that that's the Anunnaki? How do you know that?
Me because I am glorified in the glory of
God. How do you know that that's the Anunnaki? Where
100%.
Where's the verse that says that? Where is it?
The fallen angels when they came.
Where's the verse that says that the they there is the Anunnaki? Where is it?
Oh no, this is in context because it's explaining from before. Like,
okay, so you want to practice exegesis, so that means you should be able to show me another verse.
Yeah, I told you when the fallen angels mingled with the.
Where? No. I don't want you to explain it to me. Give me a verse first, and then you can exegete it. Go ahead. Where's the verse?
Dude, I'm not a Bible scholar, but I know.
Closest that I can give you.
You're not a Bible scholar, but yet you keep saying that the Bible is 100% clear on every single thing.
Right. Yeah, but I know what I'm talking. This verse is in context to the fallen angels.
Discussion is over. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Really.
And this is, I know this is boring, but this is where they're really starting to they do this thing where they collide against each other and they build up a lot of heat, and then they get sidetracked yelling at each other. And so I'm going to try and come in here in a second when this starts and just keep them on track. But go ahead, Richard. And
yeah, Numi actually had proposed there a reasonable solution to the challenge, and then Veckel immediately dismissed it, proclaiming he must be wrong. And it was a great example of what Veckel was trying to say. How is it a great example? That should require that Veckel has a better explanation.
Well, not when Veckel is claiming that the Bible's not clear. So I guess if he was to give a better explanation, right, that would be clarity.
Right.
Because I mentioned this to him, and I'm like, did you have something you wanted to add on this topic? And he's like, no, that's the point. It's just that it's not clear. And as he didn't add anything else to it when I asked him about it. But yeah, well observed. Their conversation's really going nowhere. He just wants to make sure that it's known that not all of the Bible is clear and that Numi is wrong for saying that. And that's just what the conversation became.
Well, then he should give a reason as to why that's not at least a good proposal.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. That's what's happening right now. They're starting to build up this friction that they do. And they're actually going to start threatening each other physically in a moment. And it seems like in good fun, but it's playful, but it's totally not beneficial to what's going on. Actually, cannibalism is proposed at one point too. I know it sounds like that wouldn't be happening, but it does.
Can't you even give it a little?
See, that's why when you get shut down, you don't know what to say, right?
Oh, come on.
Thank you for your time, bro. Thank you for your time, bro.
That's fine. You're smarter than me, man. Congratulations.
Let me answer your question. I answer your question.
See, I'm enlightened. When you showed me this,
no, I'm not smarter than you. I'm more honest than you are.
I see what you don't see.
I'm telling you that the Bible, at least from my perspective, I'm no.
I want to clip that. I just want to keep that. I'm more honest than you are. I want to be able to play that. That would be great.
So, whatever argument they're arguing, whatever point they're arguing, right? Is that not Veckel saying that Calvinism is right and criticizing someone for not
in this case.
Calvinism?
Not in this case.
Okay.
What he's doing right now, what's proposed by Numi is the Bible is clear in all ways. And Veckel is saying, no, it's not. And Veckel's proposed part of the dream that Daniel had, where in the dream, the feet of clay or of iron and clay don't mingle. And the statement is that they would try to mingle themselves with men and it wouldn't work or whatever. So anyway, this is the thing that's being presented as unclear, and it's pretty wacky sounding, right? So they're gonna argue about this, and not it just leads into the rest of the discussion, because it just does. I don't even know how to describe the progression. It gets wild and silly.
Biblical scholar either, but I'm telling you and admitting to you that there are some things in the Bible that are not 100% clear.
But why are you confused about this?
So why can't you tell me? Why can't you answer a simple question there? Who's the they being referred to in verse 43?
I told you that the fallen angel, the Nephilim.
Okay, now if that you're making a positive claim, now if that's the case, you should be able to exegete it with no problem. So why can't you do that?
Do you want me to give you the verse when the fallen angel?
Yes, give me the verse that validates that the they spoken of here in verse 43 is the Anunnaki. The giants,
1 second.
The fallen.
Spoken of in Genesis 6.
Yeah, the Genesis is before this verse.
No. You can't see which now you're about to commit another error, which is the illegitimate totality transfer.
What is that even supposed to mean, man? Are you crazy?
I'm going to explain it to you if you be quiet.
I know about the Old Testament and the New Testament.
If you be quiet for a minute, I'm going to explain it to you.
Can you simmer down and just have a conversation with Vecco when I want to just calm down?
But did you hear what he just said?
Numi, shut up. Numi, shut up. This is why you don't know anything. It's because you don't shut up.
Okay, let me give you the verses.
Sometimes you just got to listen. You got to bite your tongue and listen.
You ask questions, and then when you get the answers explained to you, you start over talking them. Shut up.
Hold on, you told me to give you the verses. I'm giving you the verses.
Shut up, dude. Shut up.
That's why you can't.
It's
debate.
annoying talking.
You're retarded.
This is why you get booted out the room.
You're retarded. You just told me to give you
ask questions. You throw challenges to people as if they're supposed to be scared of you. And then when they do give you an answer, you start over talking them.
All right,
and then you turn around and play this defeated character of yours.
Feel the Holy
No one wants to
Spirit.
explain to me. No one wants to explain to me what's being said here.
Numi.
Dude, this guy's retarded. You just told me to give him.
You
are retarded, bro.
He doesn't want to hear it.
Beckel, can I ask Numi a question?
If you get, but don't count on getting a straight answer. No.
Okay, well, I'll take that under consideration. Hey, Numi,
why do you think that they're in their Calvinism?
Okay, but hold on.
Oh, see, there it is, changing the subject. See, I told you, he can't stick to topic. He can't do it.
You can't stick to it.
It was not about Calvinism.
You asked me, right? Have some respect as a man.
It's not about. No. You
told me to give you verses to explain.
Hey, William's trying to ask you a question. Shut up.
But you shut up. Have some fucking respect. I'm a man.
Shut
I
up.
don't know if you're a fucking person. But you have some respect.
William's trying to ask you a question.
Disrespectful.
It's the Wild West in there, ain't it?
Like Jekyll, Heckle. What's the other one? Jill. So disrespectful. They don't give a shit. They'll never admit it, and even when they do, it doesn't matter because it's all for Christ. Christ ridiculed people. Fine, be it, jackass.
Why do you think that they're talking about fallen angels in that text?
Well, I was just about to get there, man. But this guy doesn't want to hear the verse. He asked.
I know, but he's not talking now. It's just you. So if you would.
All right, here we go. Okay, I have so many examples. Jude 1:6. And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. Another example, 2 Peter 2:4. For if God spared not the angels that sinned, but cast them down to hell and delivered them into the chains of darkness to be reserved unto judgment. Genesis 6:1-22. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them. Okay, you guys know this, right? That's the verse in Genesis. Revelation 12:9. And the great dragon was cast out, the old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. That's why I say that the devil runs the world, because I don't make this shit up. It comes from the Bible. He was cast out into the earth, right? Because he was the lead fallen angel, and his angels, right? His followers were cast out with him, right? And those are the ones that came and mingled with man's creation and all that stuff. And all of this is explained. Okay, it's clear as day. But I guess I'm stupid. I don't know.
Well, let me ask you a question. I got to butt in here once. So let's look at things chronologically, because do you know when these things happen? I mean, Daniel talking here to Nebuchadnezzar is way, way later than what happened in Genesis chapter 6.
Right, I get that. That's what I was trying to explain to Veckel. I said the Bible is clear as day because.
So are we gonna? What is Daniel explaining to King Nebuchadnezzar that whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, these sons of God in chapter 6 that you learned about, 1,000 some years ago, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men,
right?
But they shall not cleave unto another. Is he talking about that's going to happen again?
See, this is the question that Nubi can't answer.
Well, before I even answered it, you answered it for me. You see how weird you are?
No, nobody answered it for you. That's why
you did. You said this is the question Numi can't answer. I'll answer it for you. No, that was in the past. That came in the past. Jesus is coming back.
You didn't answer the question.
I just did. I said that's not going to happen again.
No, that was a response, but not an answer. What I want to respond to what you said earlier. Again, if you look at the context of Daniel 2:43, it says they. It doesn't give you specifics on who the they are. Okay, so what Numi had to do. And and in fairness, I'm going to say it was a good attempt, and I want to say it's honest on your part, but it's not sufficient. It's not sufficient to the context that we see in chapter 2, because chapter 2, that verse doesn't give you indication on what the they is or who the they are. There's no details. There's no specific.
Okay,
details.
but Veckel,
wait a minute. Let me finish. I let you finish. Hold on. There's nothing in that chapter.
Right there where he's like, "Let me finish." All I could think of was Don Lemon. In those clips, he's like, "Let me finish. I'm not finished. I'll let you finish. Let me finish."
Where the word they gives you any reference to Genesis 6 or Jude or anything else. It just says they. That's it. We don't know who the they. Now, the only thing we do know,
or you want to
the only thing we do know about the they there is that they are distinct from the men, because that's what the verse says. Cool? It says they shall mingle
whoever that they are
with the seed of men. So and that's my point. My point is that Numi had to go from another chapter, another book.
Can I have a chance to
another?
What you said?
I'm wrapping it up. Let me land the plane. What you had to do in order to explain the they was to force the context from other books and other chapters into this one and say, aha, the they must be yada yada yada. Why? Because we see these strange beings over here in Genesis 6 and these strange things, strange flesh being mentioned over here in Jude. Therefore, the they that we see in Daniel chapter 2 must be these things that we see in Genesis 6 and Jude.
Distinguishes men from something else.
That's all we know about this chapter. That's it. But what I'm asking him is, who are the they? What is the they?
Okay, the Bible's books, the beautiful thing about them is they all relate. Okay, they're not separate.
Who are you talking to,
books, but they're all related. Okay, and each book explains the next book. It's like chapters in a book, basically, right?
Thanks for that Sesame Street explanation.
Yeah, but Numi,
you told me, like, why are you focusing on Genesis to explain this book?
No, that part, what you explained, I agree with.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
And also, we're reading the King James Version. We don't know.
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're forcing context from other books onto another book.
You have to, because
you can't do that. That's dishonest.
We don't know
unless the context from that book requires that.
You won't even let me talk. How is this a conversation?
Yeah, actually, I was in the middle of saying something. But
I already let you finish.
Well, actually, William wanted to say something, and he keeps getting cut off. So, William, if you want to say something, go ahead, man.
Yeah, my question is to Numi. Numi, when you're reading that and you see where it says they mingle themselves with men, do you notice, is it because of the distinction between they and then men that leads you to think that it's something other than human that's mingling itself?
100%. They're not of God, and they're not of men. They're not human. They're just like the New Age movement. They're they them. They're they them.
I agree with that, but how do you know that though? That's what I'm saying.
Because, man, I'm glorified in the glory of God. When I read a passage,
there it is. I wish Christians would stop doing this. This is not an answer to how you know something, or at least it's not sufficient to give an answer to someone else about how you know something. It doesn't have any explanatory power, unless someone disagrees with me.
No, if you're glorified in the glory of God, and that's your justification for discernment through the Holy Spirit, then all someone else has to say is, oh yeah, well, I'm also or more, then it's pointless.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, these are Nephilims or something, Numi, or what?
That's what he's saying. He's saying, and he might be right. I'm not saying that he's wrong, but I'm saying that passage by itself is not clear on it.
It's because I get to finish my point. My point is, we're reading the King James Version. We don't know what the Greek.
What pick any translation you want.
We don't know they in Greek.
Well, let's go to another translation then. Which translation you want to go to then?
I have no idea, Beckle.
Let's go to the ESV.
I don't know they, but what
let's go to the ESV.
I can explain it.
Here's the ESV then.
Genesis book.
As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's go to the ERV, the translation. One translation I hate. It's the easier to read version. It says
no. I don't mean that. I mean the Greek, like the original.
Oh, you're talking about the actual?
Yeah. Where did it come from? How did we?
Beckle, can you see why he's assuming that the thing that's mingling is not human?
No, I totally agree with that sentiment. The problem is though that his challenge is that everything in the Bible is 100% clear, and I said no, I disagree with that. And then I brought this up as an example.
And I just
he's
showed
saying,
you.
No, I see that, but I thought you might have like some insight into what it is talking about.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know myself. I tend to agree with what Numi says. However, I disagree with his attempt to explain
it's clear.
Exactly, because he's jumping jumping to another book and trying to take context from that book and force it onto this book. You can't.
But
do
you
that.
have to though, because I'm educated. When you write an essay, you have to write references. Okay, my reference is Genesis.
No, I agree with that. But again, you can only call to reference from Daniel and say that this is in reference to what's spoken of in Genesis 6. If there's something in Daniel 2 that specifically leads to that. From that point on, it's just conjecture. I give you a perfect example of what does that. Matthew chapter 1, right? When it speaks about the prophecy that's mentioned in Isaiah, how do we know that it's okay to talk about that and cross-reference that? Because in Matthew, it actually makes a direct reference to the prophecy in Isaiah. So therefore, in that case, it's okay to make that reference. But you can't do that with Daniel chapter 2 because there's nothing that says, oh.
Well, just to be fair, Numi did bring up Jude, and Jude does quote the book 1 of Enoch like almost verbatim, so that means that he's logically able to say that that's what they're talking about. I mean, just through the reference of Enoch.
This is from Genesis 6, or this is prophesied in Jude. You can't do that. It just simply says they shall mix themselves with the seed of men, and we don't know who the they are.
Well, maybe you don't see it, but I'm saying if you are enlightened, you can see it clear as day.
Oh, give me a break.
That means it's not clear. Hold on, Numi.
What do you mean?
Numi, you're saying it requires something.
Listen to this dude. He thinks he's Holy Ghost Jr. Shut up.
Numi.
Christ.
Shut up.
Holy Ghost Jr.
You ain't Holy Ghost Jr., man. Shut your ass up, man.
You're saying the Bible.
Shut up, man. Who the hell you think you are?
Clear, okay?
Oh, you need to be enlightened.
Numi.
You need to be enlightened in order to understand this.
Beckle, can I say something to Numi real quick?
Shut your ass up, man.
Yeah, just let William say something, guys.
Wayne wants to say something. Shut up.
Don't be disrespectful. You
shut up. Wayne wants to speak.
This is why this is social media. You only say this behind the keyboard. If you saw me in real life,
I would say it in your face, bro.
You would fucking shake.
I would say it in your face, bro.
Hey, guys,
let's be
He's pretty fat. I'm telling you. You better watch out, Veckle.
I would eat you alive.
I'm quick and nimble, man.
I love my chocolate.
Oh, good.
I would fucking eat you alive. You fucking pussy.
You good? Come get some. You want to meet somewhere?
You shut the fuck up.
You want to meet somewhere?
Pussy.
You want to? It's been a long time since
He'll sit on you, Veckle. Better watch out, man. I'm serious.
Imagine the early Christians and apostles; they're behaving the exact same way. Fuck you, James. I'll eat you, man. I will eat you.
I'm lucky my wife hit him in the head with it right now, man. I'm not yelling more than that.
Numi. I don't know if you heard it, but Veckle said what you're proposing is kind of likely. Like he sees that, but what you're saying is that it requires enlightenment to understand your perspective, which by definition means it's not clear. You have
but
to have
real
something
talk,
extra,
though, I
something
tear
special.
Veckle's ass apart, though. Real talks. Anyways, go ahead.
But that's not relevant to the discussion.
Real talks. Real talks.
Numi, knock it off. Numi, stop it right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm breaking in here with a special report. Numi, no kicking ass. I'm going to see you in real life. You wouldn't say that to me. All right, we've been down that road many times before, and everybody's going to kick each other's ass. Oh, stop the BS.
No, I'm scared of David.
And just have
Dave has his microphone in his ass right now.
I would run from David. I don't fuck around with David.
Oh, cut it out, man. Let's go.
Numi's a ninja. He's a fat ninja, like Beverly Hills Ninja.
What
Remember that
if you
movie?
run away from David if you ever saw him in real life?
I'm nothing but a little wimpy piece of shit. All right, enough of that.
Anyway, I think William asked you a very relevant question.
Well, hey, fellas, let me get off of here. I'm about to go to bed, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Beckle.
All right, Paul, thanks for coming in, man.
I'm leaving the playground. You guys go ahead.
All I'm saying is that I don't disagree with your attempt to explain the passage, but again, all I'm saying is that it's just conjecture on your part. You don't really have a legitimate means to prove that the they that's spoken of in Daniel chapter 2, verse 43 is actually those things.
Dave, you're getting echo.
Yeah, we got bad echo from.
I'll fix it. There you go.
You know, so I'm not saying Numi is wrong. I'm just saying that you're wrong if you are concluding that the they spoken of there is 100% the same things spoken of in Jude and Genesis 6. You can't prove that exegetically.
You studied the Bible way more than me, and you don't even know. So what are you talking
Exactly. That's my point. I said it's not clear on certain things. If you have a scholar that could prove that the they there is talking about the Anunnaki, okay, fine. Let's see it. We'll give us.
Numi, he gave you that it was the most likely thing. I mean, you should just take that. He gave you that it was most likely that you're correct. It's just
Sure,
not
but
clear.
I'm not a right fighter.
But that's still
I'm not
conjecture,
like that.
though.
I don't care if he says, "Oh, he'll give it to me."
Right, it's still not clear.
But it's still not clear, Numi. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Maybe to you guys, I don't know, man.
See, but then
You're telling me you
had to be
agree with
enlightened. You
You're
bragged
telling
about
me
how
you
you had to
agree.
be, but you just bragged about how you had to be enlightened in order to come to your conclusion.
If you agree, then you're enlightened. You know what I mean? Not enlightened. It's a bad.
What is that fallacy called? If you agree, you're enlightened. Is that almost like a reverse ad hominem? Like if you don't agree that you're not enlightened? I don't know what that is, but I know that doesn't follow that if I don't agree, I'm not enlightened. That doesn't follow.
Bad way to say it. I mean, if you have Christ in your heart.
It's terribly condescending to say that, Numi.
Yeah, I don't mean enlightened. It's just a bad word I'm using. Okay, what I mean is.
Does it mean that you've been gifted something by the Holy Spirit?
If you
Holy
have Christ in
Spirit
your heart,
Junior.
You'll die.
Holy Spirit
I love that, Veckle. That is so awesome. Good one there.
I didn't make it up, but yeah.
Is that the claim, Jimmy?
Listen,
Numi, is that your
if
claim?
God is always right, prove me wrong.
No, Numi. I'm asking you: is the claim that this information about the Nephilim is that from the Holy Spirit?
No, that's evil shit, man. That's from.
I'm talking about. You said that you were enlightened to know that the they that it's talking about in that text is the fallen angels.
Because the Holy Spirit protects you from the evil.
Right. Did it tell you that was the fallen angels that it's talking about in that text?
Yes.
See, I disagree with.
You can't argue with that, Beckel. You cannot argue. That's the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, well, if it was the Holy Spirit would make that clear to the rest of the saints.
Do you have the
Don't
Spirit?
blaspheme the Holy Spirit, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Don't ask me. I love you, William.
Well, I have a question for William.
Numi had no
After
idea
you
what the
guys are
hell
done.
William just said, and he's like, yeah, exactly.
I'm saying ask God.
You had
to be
no idea
clear.
what he just said. You're just agreeing with them because it sounds pretty.
I'm saying ask God to be clear. I don't. At the end of the day, I'm
Okay,
a man
I
just
appreciate that sentiment. Yeah, we should do that. But see, we're talking about what you know.
But I'm
Okay.
saying, who cares? As a man, who cares what I know? I know what I know. It's
Oh,
between
now
me and
you're
God.
gonna ask who cares?
It's between me and God. Okay.
Numi. See, that was my point. My point is that you made a dogmatic statement saying that the Bible is clear on everything, and I said I disagree.
Well, I'm
with that.
sorry. I thought it was clear for everybody. I guess not. You
Well,
know
it's
what I
not
mean?
clear for everybody,
I'm sorry.
and it's not clear on all things. You still haven't proven that the they there is speaking about the Anunnaki. You haven't proven that.
I just want everybody to live in peace and no confusion and understanding and love. And I'm sorry, man. That's all.
So are
Honestly,
you
that's all I
recanting
want.
that bit about the Holy Spirit giving you that insight?
Yeah, because the Holy Spirit told me this is not right. Getting at each other's throats and calling it Christian, it's weird.
No, but what about claiming that you got information from the Holy Spirit that you didn't?
What information? No, when I read a passage from the Bible, it's clear to me, and I believe that's the Spirit.
Oh my gosh!
I'm not getting any personal information or anything like that.
Did you have a question, Praise?
Yeah. So in your deconversion, have you been seeking other answers to address some of the problems you have, and how's that going? Are you kind of like solidified in your position? And I was just curious.
Who is that directed to?
There's Andy. We're going to talk about Ianios.
Hello, Andy.
Sweet Christ, I have to forward through this. Andy's signal is so bad. It sounds worse than when hubby was fapping away earlier.
And you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Where's that verse? Because you wait and let the sun go down on your wrath, and we just like, yeah, come here, give me a kiss. You should like, yeah.
That's how it works in a gay marriage. Okay, but for real men who have wives, it's not what I think. Where he is.
Yeah, that's true.
That doesn't answer any questions.
I just answered it for you, man. Where you're living in the New Testament, the God of the New Testament died for your sins, and He rose.
I know that's what you think, and I appreciate that.
It's not what I think. That's the truth, man.
Where'd I'll go?
You're asking me to take your word for that?
So what's the point? Why join Christian groups if you don't agree with this?
I was just going to tell. I love.
Would you like me to leave?
This is an open forum.
No, I actually pray to God. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe you got to come back to your faith.
Praise opens up the room for different.
No, I don't want them to leave. I actually invite them because maybe they're confused, Beckel.
Yeah, see, that's one of the things. That's one of the things that gets on my nerves about people criticizing Praise about this forum. They're like, Praise is a Christian, but you got to keep letting all these non-believers in the room. So what? It's not like this is church.
Yeah, they need help.
Of course,
like,
I would never
example,
claim this as church.
Right. It's not like if you like Praise, and we talked about this before. If you had a specific hangout specifically for Bible study, let's talk about Daniel 9:27. You don't want to cause discord in the middle of a structured environment. So you're not going to invite an atheist to that environment because all they're going to do is cause confusion, unless they're going to sit down and shut up and listen. But if you want a structured environment where you're trying to teach people, okay, you're not going to allow that kind of confusion in a room. Okay, but that's not what this is here. This is just an open forum. And that's why you start off doing your teaching first, right? You spend like an hour doing your teaching, and then you open up the room for people to come in. And I don't know why people have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that.
Can I keep it simple for William? Okay.
Please condescend more.
What?
Yeah, you are kind of coming off of.
I want to try to help this guy, even though I don't know him. But can I tell you something?
You need help, William, obviously.
Jesus,
help me, help me.
There's a reason why you're here.
That's very
The
helpful.
reason he was sent
What do you need help with?
Feel like I've been blessed to have new me guide me in my troubled times.
I had someone I heard someone once in an argument who was a extremely fundamentalist, like evangelical type, tell someone that I knew who had lost his baby several years prior, like during childbirth, that his baby died so that eventually he could be exposed to this person now in his midst and be saved. So they do some pretty fucked up, twisted thinking on the whole. I'm here for a reason. It's to help you. Like sometimes that's the mindset, that it doesn't matter what you went through before. I'm here to help you. God brought me to you.
I feel the love coming from New Me. At least he's trying. He has nothing really to offer, but he's trying to tell me the things that he was told to tell people, I think.
Right.
I didn't ask you for help, dude. You're volunteering that. Praise asked me what I was having a problem with, and I told you what I was having a problem with.
But you don't want to solve it? You want to stay confused?
Yeah, but I'm saying your Band-Aid's not going to solve that problem.
Well, you know, Dr. Phil. Okay, he's not Christian or maybe he is. I don't know. But he always.
You about to tell me that Dr. Phil is going to help solve this problem?
No, what I'm trying to say is Dr. Phil always has this line. He says, "How is it working for you?" So far, right now, with your beliefs, right? How's your life right now? Is it a disaster or is it great?
I feel disillusioned. It hurts a little bit, like I lost a part of my family. But my life is about the same as it was. So I still have my interest and my livelihood and all that stuff. So
nobody will tell you this, William. I'll tell you the truth. Submit to the Lord, and He will give you grace, comfort, peace, understanding, everything you ever desire.
Which Lord knew me? Which Lord are you talking
to Jesus. Submit.
You don't know any better. With Jesus. I don't have a problem with Jesus.
I'm just saying we don't know any better. That's why we're so confused.
Oh boy, good for you, brother.
Just submit. I know you're
not in my nature.
Right? Ego is a bad thing. But you got to submit.
This coming from the man who just condescended to me multiple times over the course of this conversation.
Well, I'm sorry if I offended you in any way. I didn't mean to do that, my friend.
No, what I'm saying is you trivialize my question by just saying, "Oh, it's the New Testament. Can't you read?" and all this stuff. And it's not like I haven't read the
This is why, man. You don't understand because you don't.
Why don't you ask me, Numi, what my problem is between the Old and the New Testament, or the old Yahweh and Jesus, rather than just trying to throw a trope at me?
I listened to what you said to Praise about Yahweh. But what I'm saying is you're way more confused than anyone ever thought. You don't know what timeline we're living in right now. That was in the past. All things have become new. All things have become
Now you're suggesting that God has changed?
All things have become new. Glory to God. With God, all things have become
new. Did God
new.
change?
No, you changed with God.
Oh, okay, that's not what I asked you. Did God change?
No, you can change with God.
So hold on. Listen, Numi, you're getting carried away here. What I'm saying is, if Yahweh is the God and He hasn't changed, then I have no interest in worshiping Him.
Well, think about it. He sacrificed Himself in the New Testament.
Now He sacrificed Himself? I thought He sacrificed His Son.
Well, see, Praise will say that's that's not God. Whatever. I believe Jesus is God. I believe God literally sacrificed Himself.
I never said that. He's the God man. I believe in the hypostatic union. What are you talking about, Numi?
Yeah, you said like there's a difference. He's the Son, and the
It's not the Father, right?
At the end of the day, I'm very, what'd you call it, Presbyterian or something? I only believe
oneness. You're oneness, yeah.
I love Jesus, and that's the only way. In the Bible, it says that's the only way to salvation. It's not confusing.
Yeah, I'd probably be fine with Jesus if we weren't trying to compare Him to the God of the Old Testament.
But what I'm saying is that's in the past, my friend. Get over it.
Negative, no.
Why?
Well, let me ask.
I don't know if you can actually do that, but
so William, are you familiar with Exodus 3, where Moses was talking on the mountain And then it says in Exodus 3:2 that there's the angel of the Lord there, Yahweh himself. What do you think of that account when you read it? Do you think that's like some big bad monster there? Like how would you like explain that to me when you read it? Like, does that give you bad vibes, or like I'm just curious. Like, do you think that's like a holy setting or something? I'm just curious.
Read it to me again, please.
Yeah, in fact, I'll put it up on the board here. I'll put it on the screen. We can look at it.
Much obliged.
Yeah, man.
Hello, Andy has returned from the Ionios. He's here.
So this is, Jesus is the great I am, but you'll see where I'm going with this. But verse 1 says, Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of God, even to Horeb. Well, here's where it gets interesting. And the angel of the Lord, Yahweh capital, so it's the transliteration of, it's the true Yahweh, in other words, appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the midst of the bush, and he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed.
Okay.
So,
did you want me to comment on that one, or did you want to add to it?
Well, I'm going to just finish it. You'll see, because you'll see that it's the one God here. And Moses said, I will now turn aside, let this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. And when the Lord saw he turned aside, see, God called unto him in the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here I am. And he says, Draw not hither out of thy shoes from thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest in holy ground. So the angel, this is the angel speaking, Morvi says, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, and he was afraid to look upon God. So that's basically what to show is this angel is called Yahweh, and he's even the. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In six, where it's talking about look upon God. What is the term used for God at the end of that?
I'm sorry. Can you say? I'm sorry because I got distracted there.
Yeah, verse 6, the last one that you read, starts with moreover, but it ends with the term God. What is the term God being used there?
Elohim. It's basically the idea, or I think it's conveying that it's the one single God in Genesis 1.
But that's a plural term of which Yahweh is one of.
Right.
Right. So, so the messenger, if you go back to the first verse that you read, it says the messenger of Yahweh, the angel of Yahweh.
Right.
Okay. So the messenger of Yahweh appeared to him in the fire, and then that messenger is identified later on as Elohim, or one of the hosts.
Right. So another thing too to look into, this is something you can just check out. It's called a plural majesty. It's in the Hebrew. It's what the Hebrews did. It is in a plural, but it's not meant to express plurality. It's meant to express his majesty. It's sort of like a venerance term. So it doesn't always equal, doesn't mean like there's some type of other beings next to him, or if there's, maybe the Trinity, I don't know, but it doesn't always express that.
You're still dealing with verse 4 where, or whichever one where it says the angel of the Lord. So the thing that was talking to him was a messenger of Yahweh.
Right. And this messenger says, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham. So he identifies himself.
It's likely it's the same messenger that said, I am that I am.
Right. Yeah. So I guess where I'm going with this is the visible part of God, it says in Hebrews, he is the visible image of God the Father. So that has always been there. Jesus has always been there. That's his image. He's the manifestation of God the Father. He represents the Father.
And if he's always been there, he is God, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, we never said he wasn't. I mean, like, where do you get? You are confused, man, with the Trinity and stuff. I need to help you out.
I love you to bits and pieces, man. If I could squeeze the living daylights out of you, I would. Especially your cheeks. I would just want to squeeze your cheeks, my friend.
Did you actually think I was against that or something?
Are you obese?
I am very fat.
Did anyone else have Did anyone else kind of want me to squeeze their cheeks? Because I was like, dude, squeeze my cheeks. So weird.
I wasn't going that direction. I'm glad to know where you're at.
He's such a likable guy. He seems to be pretty hands on. And if you're Veckel, he's gonna fucking eat you.
fat. I'm
God, I
like
love you, man.
I'm
God, I
like
fucking love you.
240. I'm 240.
Too bad you live in America, man. I would come over every day. We'd play video games, go drink beer, and have fun. You know, seriously.
I'd be down for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Honestly, I don't know. I need to lose some weight though for sure. But
so do I, man. I'm a fat ass dude. I love it.
Who was talking? Offering
yeah, so
Numi.
That was Numi offering to come play video games with him and stuff.
Well, I think he's saying that he would love to hang out with him. He's just expressing how fond he is.
Right. No, that's funny. They like how Beckel's like, I would be down for it. I would do that.
Squeeze my cheeks.
I'll hang out with you.
I mean, the William, like the angel of the Lord, you know, I think it's pretty much theologically, to me anyway, I'm not trying to impose this on you or anything, is really the pre-incarnate Christ, and he's been there. And like, do you think of things like too, like, have you looked into some scholarship out there that talks about the theocratic government or the government that was in Israel? Go ahead.
All right, so my issue is still that the acts of the God in the Old Testament are unjust.
Right.
If that's related to Jesus, if we're saying that this is the same character as Jesus, then I have to rule out Jesus with Yahweh, because there's nothing about Yahweh that I can worship.
So let me just, okay, so is what troubles you, is that the severity of what God did, like some of these punishments, like they were severe to you?
No, it's not just that. It's just that the things that are said by the prophets about him don't match the actions ascribed to him.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me explain. I mean,
give us a for instance, though. I want to hear it for instance. That's all right.
So, for instance, the tabernacle, because God is with him de facto, and he's there. That they call the Shekinah glory, Shekinah glory. That his direct presence is there. Yes, he is omnipresent, but I mean his very nucleus of his identity was with Israel in the tabernacle in the wilderness. So whenever you're exposed to God, so the people back then, they knew the God of Israel, Yahweh, existed, and they experienced him, because the numerous nations they reckoned. I mean, there's even other texts out there that, you know, even the Egyptians, they knew Yahweh. But since they are, like, when you are confronted or experience God up front, then you become more accountable. So things become more severe, the consequences. So, like, if you go in God's presence and spit on him, there's going to be a consequence for that, because he is a righteous, just, holy being.
I don't know if that was an accusation or whatever. That just seemed to come out of nowhere. But okay, going into God's presence, spitting on him.
Like, there will be some type of ramification for that. But if you think about it, it was a physical consequence. That, you know, other places it says that the same people back then that died physically would be reconciled spiritually in their soul and spirit in 1 Peter 3. So likely the same people that experience the severity of God in the Old Testament are now enjoying eternity with him.
And that's the point. And we're now in the New Testament.
It's a sort of like Jesus says that the more you're given, the more is expected and stuff. So it's like the closer you get to God, the more pressure is going to, or God puts a more higher priority on you, that you have to not trip up as much. Like there's going to be less grace given, because grace is given to those who don't see and have never experienced him directly.
Okay, so that's now you're saying that the more you teach these Bible verses to people, the more you're making them accountable and reducing the amount of grace that they'll be offered.
That is true, but again, like those who actually hear and understand, yes, it's going to be less grace. There's going to be less leniency.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I never looked at it that way. Yeah.
But you have to hear and understand too. You can hear it, but not understand. So I don't know.
Wait. Now you're setting the bar even higher. If you're consistent to what you're saying, then you should stick to the minimalistic message and the essentials of what causes or what facilitates salvation. Because anything outside of that, you might be creating a stumbling block and reducing grace.
With knowledge comes great responsibilities.
Right.
Thank you, Stan Lee.
Yeah, it's the Book of Stan. Yeah.
No, but don't disregard what I'm saying, Praise, because if you do that, then you're missing like what you're saying leads to this conclusion. I don't know that you see it yet, but you just said it. And so by teaching more, you're making people more accountable and therefore reducing grace, when if you want to give them maximum grace, then you will only teach the essentials.
Well,
it's not up to him to give maximum grace.
Well, not necessarily, because there has to be enlightenment. So the more enlightenment, yes, there's going to be there's going to be less grace. But that is, I could talk for hours. That doesn't mean people are going to understand or comprehend it. So
I'm safest by disregarding what you say. That way I can maintain grace for myself.
Yes, like if you're
okay. I don't. That just doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, it doesn't. I want to try and understand, but if you're saying you're doing a show, that I would be best to disregard the information that I get from the show. Why do the show?
Can you restate what his argument is?
His argument is that to whom much is given, much is required. So the more someone knows, the less grace they get. If they know nothing, but also that would give them maximum grace. So it seems like the more you know, the more danger you're in from like hell, I guess would be their consequence. You know what I'm saying? So the more you teach, the more you make someone responsible and put them in jeopardy. So if you don't teach anything but the essentials, then you're not reducing grace any more than necessary. That's all I'm saying. If he really believes what he's saying.
Is this almost like saying that if you don't know about something, then you're not responsible for it?
Yeah.
Sort of?
Yeah. That's what it's saying. Now he's saying if they don't have the enlightenment to like understand it, that they won't be held responsible. But it seems still like a risk.
Wouldn't enlightenment be like kind of qualified as some special knowledge? I mean, why would you want to know that?
I don't know. Maybe he'll explain more.
I think God has more. Grace under your umbrella than someone like me or someone else out there.
Sorry, Praise. This guy thinks he can trick God. You don't think God knows your heart? You don't think he knows you're just playing
No,
dumb
probably
just to get
not.
grace?
Yeah, no, I don't think he knows my heart.
He knows that you're playing dumb just to get free grace. It doesn't work like that, my friend.
You say that.
What do you mean? you think you can trick God? That's what the devil tried.
No, I don't subscribe to what Praise said. But this is what the ramifications of Praise being right. That's what it would mean.
Okay, but it's time to man up. If you know, okay, you have responsibilities.
Hold on.
I don't know that I have responsibilities.
Don't cover your ears.
So do you like that that little assault on your masculinity? Man up. And then there was something before that too, where he said
submit.
That and also like when he said you think you could trick God, like he said something right before that was sort of ad hominem-ish. Both of those kind of are actually. But anyway.
That's just where he's at in his reasoning right now. That's what he wants to say, and he doesn't have a filter.
Yeah. He has to pepper that stuff in to keep, I guess the person on alert or something.
So perk them up and listen to the truth. Don't be scared of
now you're making a claim of truth.
Do you get what I'm saying? You got to step up.
Well, I'm just saying you're stacking up claims, and I'm going. All right, now when are you gonna support your claims?
My claim is when Praise talks, I perk up my ears, okay, because I accept the responsibility. I know what to answer to God. Okay, don't be.
So you're gonna put your salvation in Praise's hands.
You know why you don't like God anymore? Because you're afraid of Him, man. Don't be afraid.
Look, think about what you just said. If I was afraid of God, then how could I turn my back on Him? Wouldn't I be afraid that He would punish me?
Because this is your defense mechanism, man. This people.
What and why?
Oh, well, never mind then. I think
a collection of weird quotes.
The exchange is funny because like he just jumps from kind of one thing to the next, and I don't know. Like I like to see it on paper, but I'll do it later.
I'd like to see it when you're done.
We'll do this sometimes.
You don't think that I've considered? You don't think that I've considered in my deconversion that if God is real and I'm wrong, or not that God is real, but Jesus and Yahweh and all that the Bible is true, that I won't be considered in apostasy and be stricken with some sort of calamity?
But you believe if you're innocent, He'll forgive you, right? That's why you're trying to.
No, I just can't choose what I believe. When there's evidence to support a belief, I can subscribe to it. But I've had too much evidence that it's not consistent.
I'm just saying, you know too much at this point. You're never going to be innocent in the eyes of. I don't know because I'm not God, obviously, but you can't trick God. He knows your heart.
Whatever.
You already know too much, man. You're in too deep.
Well, I don't know about that.
Let him do what he's going to do. I mean, whatever he's going to do, that's up to him. I can't worship Yahweh. It's unthinkable.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, William. I can't. I mean, I don't think you'll take my personal testimony. I mean, I'm probably not, but I know that God is an incredible, loving being or what's hard to entity, and He's shown that to me. I experienced the love of God, so I know He's not what you're saying. Like it's hard for me to come and use Scripture, and try to put in a way that
I believe in a God too. I believe in a God too, and I think that God is loving. I just don't find it matches Yahweh. That's what I finally thought about the God that I follow and how different Yahweh is. Closer to Jesus, yes, but not. I can't worship Yahweh.
Mm-hmm. My problem is why it seems like you deliberately overlook the passages that talk about God being long-suffering and gracious and stuff in the Old Testament. Why is it that you focus solely on things like 1 Samuel 15 and stuff like that?
Because see, that's a claim that's made, but the act.
Just notice that I didn't say anything about 1 Samuel 15. He brought that to the table to discuss because I think that it's the one that he has the hardest time with.
That the Bible attributes to this God are not long-suffering. They're not merciful. They're not just.
But they are, though. And there's tons of examples of that in the Old Testament.
Well, He waited 400 years for the Canaanites to repent or change their ways. I mean, that's pretty good amount of time when you think, William, or not.
400 years is a pretty long time, boys.
Yeah.
See, some people, they just don't want to see it praised, and it's pretty evil. And I think it's some kind of demonic possession or something.
Ouch.
I don't know, but we're giving you example after
I don't know
example.
about demonic possession, but I think.
But why do they choose to be in darkness, though?
John 3 answers that question already.
Why? They're possessed?
No,
it was determined before I was born that I would go to hell.
Ouch, faculty's coming at Calvinism there.
I pray
for that's not what the text says, but okay.
That's crazy, man.
Well, think about it. I tried to believe, but I must have not been actually called by God. I think
you just gave me goosebumps.
Only God knows for sure who you are. So
I literally got goosebumps. Some people are destined.
Why would the thought of somebody going to hell give you goosebumps? I don't understand.
Dude, you heard it, man. We don't know. We're not God, okay? Some people are destined to hell, man. They love it. They love the devil, man. It's deep down inside of them.
I don't know what's going on with some people. Maybe.
I'm not saying this guy, but I'm just saying, we can't save everybody, man. They just don't want it.
We can't save any.
If you weren't saying this guy, who were you saying, Numi?
Anyone. Only God saves. But we can't minister unto people, so that's the best that we have.
Their God is Satan. They want him.
Yeah, but we don't know if that's the case with William.
No, I don't know that. I'm saying a lot of people are like that.
There's nothing wrong with asking questions and having inquiry, but
you will. This guy will join the chat for the next 10 years. You will not break through. I'm telling you right now. Some people are destined to hell. He said it, man. He said, "I was born to go to hell." Can you believe that? That's how low.
Well, I thought you said you weren't talking about this guy. Now you're definitely talking about this guy, right, Numi?
They think of themselves. They don't know the glory of God. They don't know the kingdom. They don't know the power.
Numi.
They feel worthless, and that's the devil.
Numi, I'm not going to hell. There is no hell.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, man. Just sit idly by until it happens.
Told him that.
You're like the bystanders. We're active.
Well, there's no heaven either, so.
Okay, keep telling yourself that while I enjoy my penthouse suite. Okay, enjoy your hell.
You've already been on a tour of it.
To be honest with you, man, I already asked God. I said, and He laughed at me. He said, "It's whatever you want it to be." You want to be in the burning hell. You can go to hell if you want. Go fuck yourself.
I've been looking in the scriptures trying to find a similar quote to that, and I didn't. But again, I maybe that's the Holy Spirit, and he just curses like a sailor. I don't know.
Basically,
Is that what God told you?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's the truth.
Who is in the chat here? Davey New is Ma Biatch. Who is that? Did Dave see this?
Oh, I see.
Go look in the private chat.
On the private chat, yeah.
There's all sorts of crazy people talking about my mom.
Potato. This is probably Bill fooling around.
No, it's Andy.
It's probably Andy or Bill. Bill fooling around.
Where is it? I don't see it. Is it way up somewhere?
In the private chat. You got to scroll on the private chat.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
Well, I got a question for William. William, you said there is no heaven, there is no hell. That sounds awfully dogmatic. How do you know that for sure? Or is that something that you just believe?
Well, obviously, I don't know any of it for sure.
Oh, okay. So then so maybe you should rephrase that statement then. Say, I don't believe in the hell. I don't believe in the heaven.
Do you rephrase your statements when you make knowledge claims or positive claims about heaven and hell?
No.
Then Veckel, if you don't, then why should I?
But you said that there is no heaven, there is no hell. How do you know that? Like, what are you basing that on?
Intuition. Maybe the Holy Spirit told me.
No, you know who told you? John Lennon.
The Holy Spirit wouldn't do that.
John Lennon told you that song. There is no heaven.
No, I'm not a fan of John Lennon.
No hell below.
So you can't really support that dogmatic statement
any more than you can support there being a heaven or a hell.
Well, I mean,
I'll say it dogmatically, and I'll give you my source for why I believe it.
Oh, the Bible.
Okay, so why do you believe that there's no heaven, no hell?
Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
I think the Bible is horse puppy.
Where
Okay,
is
why do you believe that?
in the Bible? Let's go back in time a little bit. Let's go back before Moses. Before Moses was even here living, we have records of that, right? Because he wrote of all the history that happened, right? Book of Moses. He even wrote it clear. But here's the thing. Let's go back before Moses on the timeline. Where in that scripture does it say that these guys taught their families of heaven and hell? Like, Adam's descendants up to the flood, and even after the flood, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and of them was the whole earth overspread, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the 12 patriarchs, and up to the time of Moses. Where did anybody teach anybody in there that there was a heaven and a hell? Did they?
Abraham, yeah, that he.
Oh, news unit's thinking. What is that sound? It sounds like a small monster. Somebody's snoring. Let's see. Who could that be? Oh, yeah, the guy that never sleeps. Caught up to you, Sammy.
He went to sleep with his. He went to go with his fathers, and that was like an
No,
idiom.
he
back
said
then.
no. He said that you would sleep with your fathers. That just means that you would lie in the grave like your fathers have. That does not mean.
No,
You're asking a lot out of that.
Well, no. Let me explain, because the grave place where that Abraham was going wasn't even near the place where his fathers were, so it couldn't be just a grave.
What I'm saying is, it just means what it means is that he would join his fathers in death, the sleep of death, because 52 times in the scriptures, death is referred to as sleep. Okay, but it just means that you're dead.
No, because even David said the same thing with his child. He says, "I want to go where my child is and sleep with the fathers and stuff." So no,
right.
I disagree.
And his kid was dead.
Yeah, but again, you can't rule out the idea that there is some consciousness after death.
Maybe, but it's not called heaven, and it's not called hell or a place of torment in the Old Testament.
Let me ask a follow-up question.
Shale, right? It's a shale.
Let me just add a follow-up question to my previous question. So my previous question was before Moses came on the timeline, and all these descendants from Adam and everything through the flood and everything, the whole earth overspread and everything, and all the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and coming into the time that the Pharaoh didn't know Joseph, and then up to Moses there. My follow-up question is, where were these guys telling their kids that if you're good, you go to heaven, if you're bad, you go to hell, or how to be righteous or anything like that to get to heaven as opposed to going to hell? Where did they even talk about it? Like, did they have? Is there
Job?
any
It's filled with Job. Yeah, Job is the oldest book.
Well, the oldest book, yeah, but I'm talking about. You think Job fits in before Moses somewhere?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
He's a land of Uz. There is the Uz in there. Okay, well, we'll let you have Job because. So, what about Job? How do you know? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I've heard somewhere that Job is actually the oldest book in the Bible.
Yeah, well, that's all right. But here's what that means. It doesn't mean that Job is fitting chronologically before God created the heaven and the earth.
Right.
It just means that it's the oldest written book. So it was written sometime, maybe slightly before Moses was written. But where's all the information?
It's not even a Hebrew text. It's just a really old text. I don't even know why they assume that the tale is a Hebrew tale, but they do.
Information there that Moses wrote because they have the
Who died? Who died and went to heaven or hell in Job?
So here's what I'm saying. No, here's what I'm saying. Stick Job in front of Genesis then, if it's the oldest book, and then we'll just read Job, and then we'll read Genesis. So when you read Genesis 1, so you get to Genesis, do you go back before Job's book, or do you go, in time, on the timeline I'm talking about?
No, you're right. Just because Job is the oldest book, that doesn't mean that it's chronological.
Right, I'm talking about chronological.
Job has a creation account, though. He does. He corroborates Genesis 1 anyway.
All right, so
Job,
fair enough. But you guys, okay, so here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to look up Uz in the Bible, because all we know is Job was from the land of Uz, right? And in Genesis 10:23, there's a lineage there, and it has to do with, let's see, it has to do with Cush, the sons of Ham, and everything. So it's going down, and Uz is in there. The children of Aram. Let's see, the children of Aram.
Job was most likely an Edomite, by the way.
No.
What about a cherry-cheeked Edomite?
Hey guys, pull up my screen real quick. Sorry.
I think he actually was an Edomite. I don't think he was a Jew.
You're just kidding, right? I know you're.
No, I'm dead serious.
Wait now. Okay, so hold that thought. You can't be right there, because watch this. Watch what I'm looking at. I'm sorry. Let me get to this here.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look into it.
Put this up on my screen.
No,
real quick. Here, look at this, Rebecca. Check this out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Jenny before Moses.
That it is said but
they claim that was the first epistle written.
Paul.
So out of all the epistles, anyway, James is the earliest one, even before Paul's epistles.
Letters of Paul are the earliest.
What did you say it was 33 AD? 1 Corinthians 15?
Yeah, the pre-Pauline Creed. It goes back to 33 AD.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I gotta look that up here. Hold on.
Yeah, and that's actually consensus among even liberal scholars like Bart Ehrman confirmed that.
Which once again proves that Paul lived at the same time that Jesus was around.
Right.
Are you saying that 1 Corinthians was written in AD 30? What?
1 Corinthians 15 is 33 AD. Yes.
Well, what do you mean 1 Corinthians 15, that chapter only, and not the rest of the chapters? So when Paul wrote a letter?
Specifically the pre-Pauline Creed, yeah.
So in other words, what do you mean the pre-Pauline Creed?
Yes, where he says 500 witnesses. He says that James, it was Peter, it was me. He goes through a list of people.
Well, he would know that because he had all the other scripture.
Can we assume that the entire book of Corinthians was written at the same time? While I'm just saying, not just the one verse, that the whole letter was written during or around the lifetime of Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I just know the pre-Pauline Creed is.
All right, but hold on. If we're saying that means that the creed may have existed before the writings.
Never heard of that.
And then we added in stuff around it later.
Maybe. Yeah, I have to look into that. I don't know.
Where do you get the pre-Pauline Creed? I never heard of that, Tom.
Yeah, it's something in New Testament scholarship, and it's really universally known. It's a consensus that where Paul says I saw Jesus and the 500 witnesses, and he goes Peter seen him. That is called a creed. This is a known creed that they found in other documents and stuff that date to about 33 AD, which shows like it's early. We're talking very early the resurrection, so it wasn't something embellished or something that was like evolving or something like that.
So that's like a Catholic creed over and over again.
Yeah, I'm looking up. Something on Google popped up. It says it's called the Pre-Pauline Creed because it's a creed that Paul is quoting, which existed before he was converted, as we see from his statement, which I also received in verse 3. St. Paul again quotes part of an early creed when he writes to Timothy in verse 3.
This doesn't make any. You got to explain this one better to me. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 15. You show me where there's a creed in 1 Corinthians 15 that existed somewhere in what before Paul? Where did it start? With who? Who did it start with?
The 500 witnesses, and I guess with them.
Let's see.
I know what he's telling me.
I was just saying, hey, use that enlightenment and answer these questions we're having about.
Know what he's telling
this issue.
The 500 witnesses, and I guess with them.
Let's see.
Hey, Numi, what does the Holy Spirit tell you about this issue?
I know what he's telling me.
I was just saying, hey, use that enlightenment and answer these questions we're having about this text.
Okay, ask me your question.
When was the pre-Pauline Creed? Was that done at the same time the entire book that is contained in was written?
Oh, the timeline?
Go back to whatever you were doing, man. Go on.
I mean, it's not that confusing. You got to read the passage and see if it falls in the New Testament or Old Testament.
Yeah, go back to what you're doing, man. You're not even with us.
I don't know what's going on with Newbie right there.
Maybe the Holy Spirit will fill you in and catch you up.
I don't know where this pre-Pauline Creed comes from. This is getting under my skin, but I want to talk about it. But what in the world is the pre-Pauline Creed? That's the first time I've ever heard about it in my whole life.
Yeah, it's my first time hearing about it too. But
wow, I can't believe you guys haven't heard about that. Gary Habermas has talked about this for years.
Yeah.
Where does that come from, though?
Hey, Praise, you should do a stream about it one day.
You know what? I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm going to for Dave just to give us some background on it. Yeah, that's cool.
I apologize again for how boring this is. I recognize how it drags, but the bit that Praise brings up about the Old Testament is worthwhile, whether you're a believer, a non-believer, whatever. Understanding what the Old Testament is being said about the Old Testament in this is helpful.
You hear that, Numi? I'm going to do it tomorrow so you can catch up.
Pre-Pauline Creed. I'll take notes.
See, now
it's the pre-Pauly Shore Creed.
I just
what Praise is going to do tomorrow is not. I think what Praise is going to do tomorrow with this lesson, it's not something that's required in order for one to have salvation. However, it's a very interesting topic, and it'll be edifying, I think, to the church, because it gives a further glory to God, and it'll bring encouragement to believers for the next time we get in discussions about this with non-believers and stuff. So
yeah, it'll equip the saints. Absolutely, that's why I do it, to help people out.
You don't even know which timeline we're living in right now.
What are
you don't even know where you are.
Yeah, we're living in the end of days.
Yeah, we're in 2023.
So then wake up, bro.
Wake up to what?
Are you crazy, man? If you know what time we're living,
why
are you asleep?
What are you talking
about? Not asleep. I just told you what time we were living in.
Yeah, but you see, this is what I mean, man. Some people they just won't make it, man. Not everybody goes to heaven. Keep that in mind.
Okay, so you understand that I know your idea of the times that we're living in, right? You get that, and I'm still unable to believe that Yahweh is the God.
There's only one God, and He's the God of the Old Testament, which He sacrificed.
I know, Numi. I know.
Right, and we're living in the New Testament. It's as simple as that.
It is. It's so simple.
Don't get so caught up with the semantics.
Like the details, the information required.
Yeah, man, because God wants you to be childish. He wants you to be innocent. He doesn't want you to be a know-it-all.
Sorry, too late.
Just go with it, man. Just give up your ego and give it to God.
I mean, I can't unsee what I've seen.
What have you seen? Looks like you haven't seen anything, man.
Right. Again, it doesn't matter what I say. You're going to do gymnastics around it, so it doesn't matter what I say.
I just want you to be just more clear-minded, because that's what God wants.
Okay.
So, I mean, William, like the idea of hyperbole in the ancient Near East, I mean, did that help resolve any of the stuff, or do you just think it's hooey, or are you looking into it, or like, where do you stand on that?
You convinced me that the Old Testament is hooey.
Why? Because of the hyperbole, or why? Like basically.
Yeah, I even asked you specifically about the prophets, and you told me that was war propaganda too.
Yeah, and like war text, yeah. Doesn't mean like the whole Bible like is hyperbole. It's just war text, specifically war text.
When you say propaganda, what do you mean by that? Like you keep using that word. I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, so
explain it.
You know, like Hitler during the it's been. This type of stuff has been going on for a long time, where people exaggerate what happened in wars.
Pull up the text from that book that you showed me, because it was very convincing. Maybe Beckel will appreciate it. You saw it, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Right. Okay, so in other words, you're saying, so you're saying the hyperbole was used in a proper. You said the hyperbole was used in the language is propaganda.
Look, I'll give it to you, Praise. You did. I don't enjoy most of your shows, but that one, where you broke that down, that's in the the God of the Bible being harsh, the one where you and I and Shell Vertica and all that we were talking.
Yeah.
You had this whole segment and you broke it down beautifully. I mean, it was to the point and it made a lot of sense. I think Michael could really appreciate that. Can you play your own stream back?
Yeah, I could do that.
Because that way you can see the presentation that I saw.
Yeah.
Like if you haven't seen it, Beckel, I mean, it's scholarship that seems to be reliable.
I think the book that you mentioned, Praise, my first time hearing about that book was brought up by another guy named Christian Apologist. I don't need to contact him too. I haven't seen him in a while. And he has the same position.
I remember him.
Yeah. And yeah. But my question is though, even when atheists bring up the babies, 1 Samuel 15, I go straight to the jugular. I says, now wait a minute, if this actually is not hyperbole and God actually did command this to be done to actual babies, why is it a problem for the atheist?
That's a separate question, and it's a separate question than the one that Praise answers in that video.
Yeah, but see, oftentimes this subject is brought up because atheists use this as a tactic to debunk the existence of God by appealing to emotion.
Look, you can take the information for what it's worth, but when we were talking about the war propaganda, and he asked me about lack of faith in the Old Testament, that's what I was pointing to. If you want to change the subject, go ahead.
No. I'm saying that's the primary reason why we even having this conversation at all, because atheists like to bring this up all the time. And I'm not saying that you're doing that, but I'm not saying this is not a refutation of what Praise is suggesting either. I'm just saying it's the only reason why it's brought up by atheists is because it's an attempt to attack God morally speaking, to attack his moral character. But I'm saying that even if that were the case, if it wasn't hyperbole and it was actually God commanding to have these babies killed, the atheist needs to be able to explain to us and prove that there's some objective immoral act behind or immoral reasoning behind it.
No, they don't. All they have to do is say, that sounds barbaric. I can't support that. That's
okay,
it.
Great. But that's all they can say. That's what I'm not saying. That's my point. That's all they can say. But that's it. They can't validate that it actually is immoral according to the atheist world.
They don't need to. They don't need to.
No, they do if they make the assertion that God is an immoral monster. Then they have that obligation.
Beckel, listen, I know that you see that, but it doesn't matter if that's the point that they leave the ability or they lose the ability to believe. Then that's the point you can't change that.
No,
if they see that and they're turned off by it, you can't change that.
No, wait. You're not getting the point. I understand what you're saying. We're not talking about how they feel about the thing. I'm talking about when they get into discussions with Christians and they try to make accusation about the moral character of God. They then have the obligation, the onus upon themselves to prove that what God commands, whether it's figurative or literal, is actually inherently immoral. And they can't do that. They can only say what you're suggesting, and which I agree with.
That's fine. That's fine.
They don't agree with it. And that's it. That's the end of it.
Hold on. Yeah, it's the end of the discussion, but where does that leave you as far as what you're doing with
glorifying God?
Okay, that's fantastic.
That's it.
I'm just saying that.
I'm just being honest. That's the truth. This is why atheists fail in these discussions all the time.
Don't worry about failing in these discussions with you. They don't believe in what you believe in.
I know that. That's why I'm saying that they fail miserably in these discussions about morality.
That's fine.
Because they cannot win. All they have is arbitrary whining, which is fine.
It's arbitrary then. It's arbitrary.
It is. Because atheism, there's no atheist writ, there's no atheist prophet, there's no atheist messiah. Atheism has nothing to offer with regards to any actual change in the universe, morally speaking, without having to borrow from another worldview.
Yeah, that's apples and oranges to what's going on here.
If an atheist says, hey, rape is wrong, great, kumbaya, let's hold hands and we can fight that battle together. But when it comes to the actual philosophical argument on how they know or why they...
Sorry, I'm back. Did anybody want to say something?
Love you, Will, enough to listen to this. I love you enough to listen to this. I want to say that.
That touches me. I should probably respond to Kelvy real quick. Kelvy, he doesn't say Yeshua in Job. Pretty sure. Doesn't say that. I'm pretty sure that he's talking about himself. I think Job is in that perspective. Maybe I'm wrong, but you can come on in a little while and you can debate that with me. But gonna push through.
They have a problem, and I'm saying, so philosophically speaking, they have a problem. But if you want to just be pragmatic about it and say we don't rape because rape is wrong and it brings harm, okay, fine, we can leave it at that. So I'm not disagreeing with praise. And
I'm gonna bug out and go do my weather briefing. I'll see you guys a little bit, maybe, or maybe tomorrow. If I don't see you tonight, I'll see you tomorrow. Y'all have a good night.
All right, man. Take care. Good to see you, Dave.
Okay, man.
Chris, are you about to bring up that book, or are you going to bring it up later? Or?
I was going to do something better to show a clip of OC himself, who is a scholar, a historian in that field. So let me pull it up really quick. It was on my show. I actually
why are you bringing that up? I just wanted to say again, in my opinion, what praise is going to show you here, I think
there was nothing funny there. There was no joke. That was a nervous laugh. Just a little bit. That's a nervous laugh. Michael does not like where this is going.
A historian in that field. So let me pull it up really quick. It was on my show. I actually
why are you bringing that up? I just wanted to say again, in my opinion, what praise is going to show you here, I think it could be used as a tool to kind of what's the word I'm looking for? To make Yahweh more appealing to the non-believer, because if the non-believer sees 1 Samuel 15, for example, they're going to say, "Oh, he's an immoral monster. I don't want anything to do with that." But if they see the interpretation that's going to be brought up in just a second here, then they may have a better. It may make the non-believer a little bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? It may make them more. Make the message more palatable.
Palatable.
Yeah.
Palatable.
Yeah. Not to compromise the truth of the message, but make it more so that they're more willing to receive the message.
Right. They're just doxologies. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. So if it is proven to be hyperbole, I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I prefer that over than the interpretation that I've had for many years.
All right. Veckel won't like that I'm going to say this, but he just said it. He's suggesting that he would prefer to see God in a different way than he currently does. That's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
All right, I'm pulling up right now, and this is what I look like. So I put a face reveal here. Here we go.
The babies. Really command Israel to kill babies? Scholarship says no.
So as Christians in light, hermeneutical evidence of war, hyperbole, and narratives is found in the Bible, can we confidently defend that God never ordered babies to be killed in the Bible?
Yeah, that's our conclusion. That's not the intent. I think we have to go with the evidence that doesn't point us in that specific direction for a couple of reasons. I think certainly the hyperbole would, and if we take all of the things together, it seems like what you read about everyone being killed, no one being left alive. What your question is getting at is what took place, in reality. If the hyperbole isn't what all that's, if we're not intended to read it literally, what did happen? And again, we don't know for sure, but quite likely in most of those instances where we read about, let's say in Joshua 10, for example, which lists a whole bunch of cities, and that's one of the key places where it says Joshua killed everyone, left no one alive. In all likelihood, based on the rhetoric used for ancient Near Eastern texts, the evidence that we find in the Bible where there are people left alive later on, it seems like probably what happened is that the king would have been killed. And there is evidence of that, for example, in the summaries in Joshua chapter 12, where the victories are enumerated not by how many people were killed, but by the king, who is, we conquered this city and captured or killed this king. So probably the king was killed. In all likelihood, the armies the opposing armies that fought were defeated somehow. Probably there was that battle was over, and it was clear that the Israelites won.
It was a big pillow fight.
And knowing the way that warfare works in general, were there non-combatants that were killed? Possibly, we don't know for sure, but quite possibly. But were there, babies and young children targeted or anything like that? No. Based on the evidence that we find in Scripture, right. No, that's not. They, like I said, or as I guess where I'm going with that is that may have happened as a result of let's call it collateral damage, but that's not the intent or exactly. what's going on in the biblical descriptions. It's they should not, and it should not ever be used to justify that kind of thing.
So there's Dr. O.C. He's one that put the book out. I shared it to William that day. That was his book. So that was the guy from the book who wrote all of it. He has a whole chapter full of evidence.
I had a totally different image of him in my mind.
Yeah, he's a soft-spoken guy, yeah.
So in my opinion, from based on what I heard, he sounded like he's using a lot of his language sounded like it seems this way, or I think this kind of thing. So it seems to me that I feel based off what I just heard.
I have to agree with Feckle, though. The guy, when he was being interviewed, did sound like he wasn't really confident in his answers. Sounded wishy-washy. Go ahead.
What do you think? The invisible signet fallacy. You claimed without evidence transferred authority from an entity granted ultimate authority, but cannot verify that.
The fallacy again, what'd you call it?
Invisible signet.
Like invisible authority kind of thing?
Is this the kind of thing where people identify themselves as soldiers of God and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One example might be Sam claims that as a Pastafarian minister in direct contact with the magic spaghetti monster in the sky through the holy sauce, that he has special understanding of Pastafarianism and uses this to refute an understanding that Sally holds.
Interesting.
I totally just made this up. But
Invisible signet. That's fun. We can play with that.
Signet is like the special ring that you get when you're in the secret society or whatever.
It's the seal of a king or some ultimate authority. That's what a signet is. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what this is going to do with Beckel in the long run, but he is searching, like, as this stuff is starting to come in, you can see him starting to evaluate what parts of the Bible, what should I believe. And I got to give him credit for that. I mean, he's very defensive about it, but you can see the wheels turning. You can see him thinking. It won't stick, but you can see him processing.
However, I will say this though. I think he has a good argument though, because we see other cases where this same language is used. Like for example, with regards to the Edomites, I want to say, I forget where exactly it's used in the Old Testament. It talks about wiping out the Edomites, but yet we actually see Edomites still walking around much later. Same thing with the Moabites too. When the Israelites wanted to cross over a particular area that was being upheld by the Moabites, I think I want to say it's Heshbon, I forget, Heshbon or something like that. God told them to fight these people, but yet there were still some Moabites left behind, so they were still roaming the earth, so they weren't all wiped out. But that
a lot of them were just put to flight. That's part of what I think Praise brought out in that series or whatever. They didn't slaughter them all, but they were removed from the land one way or another.
Their functionality,
just to drive them out,
right. And this is why I wish Andy was here, because Andy thinks that the annihilationists believe, they see the word destroy, consume, burnt up. They think that these actually literally means like cessation of existence, and but we see the same language being used in the Old Testament with regards to these individuals that are part of these nations. The nation itself might have lost its function or influence in the world, but that doesn't mean that the people that were a part of that nation or those nations no longer exist anywhere in the world.
Okay, but now here's the real question though, Rebecca. Because we have evidence that these people still existed after the fact. Then the command that was supposedly given to Saul to do all that would have been war propaganda too. Otherwise, they would have been in a state of disobedience to the God.
Wait, who would have been in disobedience to God?
The Israelites. Saul's
you mean for
army,
not killing everybody?
If that was indeed the order that was given by God and not just hyperbole.
Well, the reason why I think there's still an argument against this position is because the reason God gave this command to Saul in the first place is because of what the Amalekites did to the Israelites. It was an act of judgment against them. See, because they attacked the people, the weakest people. When the Israelites were, traveling, the Amalekites took advantage of the.
Okay, so what are you saying? Are you saying that God did give them the command to do all this and they just refused, or that God did not give them the command to slaughter them all?
Well, God gave the command to, as we see in the story, at least, God gave this command, and Saul did not do everything that he was commanded to do, and that's why the kingdom was taken from him. Well, one of the reasons why the kingdom was taken from him.
So they were in a state of disobedience even through Joshua.
Yeah, who's they? Who are you speaking about? The Israelites?
Well, because I think it was under Joshua that they spared, I don't know, was it Gibeonites or whoever it was, against their wishes and let them stay in the land. Hold on.
Wait, are we just talking about 1 Samuel 15, or we're talking about everything, like multiple events?
Well, we're talking about multiple events throughout the scriptures that are exaggerated, or like these orders are given and that's not what happens.
Well, yeah, I mean, all throughout the Old Testament, the Israelites were in constant disobedience to God.
Okay, but see, you kind of don't want that to be the case, Beckel, because if that's the case, you have the prophet giving the order of God saying that you should kill all the things, and then the Israelites going, "I can't do that. That's immoral."
Well, we don't see the Israelites saying, "I can't do that." We see them.
Well, they didn't. They were in disobedience. You just said that.
Oh, wait, well, hold on. You're conflating things. Let's stick with one thing at a time.
Hold on. Let me ask Praise. Wait. Let me ask Praise. Praise, is it do you think that the prophet was giving the actual order from God to wipe out everyone and that the Israelites disobeyed? Or do you think that's part of the propaganda and that God never ordered such a thing?
Yeah, no, God had nothing to do with these. These were doxologies meant to venerate God. So it was something that was independent of God. Yes.
Yeah. So we both agree that this is the language that's used in the text. However, where there may be a difference is whether or not this was propaganda, hyperbolic language, or was this something that God actually commanded? Like, did he literally?
Your contention is the latter.
Well, no, my contention is that I see room for the other side as well, because of the reason that God gave the command in the first place. The reason he gave the command in the first place because of what the Amalekites did to them. See, so
do you think that was the literal command that God expected them to slaughter all these people because of his wrath?
Well, that's the language that we see there. However, the disagreement where I think there's room for me to be wrong is whether or not it's hyperbolic.
Okay, but see, praise is using this scholar to say that it was a doxology. That they were using this just to venerate the God, and it's sort of like glorifying him and saying all these things that weren't true.
Yeah,
to magnify him. It's meant to magnify him.
Don't mistake what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm just saying that
it still stands that they were saying things that were not true to magnify him. Which, I mean, I think that most religious people are probably guilty of. I don't want to just stick Christians with that. But that's what it's saying, Veckel. So if you're having a hard time with that, that's just the way things were back then, and a lot of these documents are in the Bible.
I still have questions. I still question on the interpretation of the language.
Check out the Egyptians, because they were the masters of doing this. They venerated and gave credit to their gods and all kind of stuff. The Assyrians were also big into this.
Well, I also said too that we see the same language being used in other places in the Old Testament, and yet we still see the people that were told to be wiped out.
It's their CNN, and their Fox News. This is the thing that they did in their kingdoms at the time. This was the way that they bolstered their people's unity by making these grandiose claims about their battles and stuff like that. These huge numbers and all this, because it makes your gods.
I don't have an issue with that.
Exactly. William gets everything. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't have an issue with that. I think in certain cases we can say that the language was hyperbolic. Yeah, I mean, like for example, with the Edomites.
I'm asking about the commands, though. Do you think the commands came from God to do these things, Beckel?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The text says that.
Okay, that puts you at odds with praise. Because praise is saying that this was added in as an exaggeration.
Hold on, wait. The text literally says in 1 Samuel 15 that it's God speaking to the prophet Samuel to go tell Saul this. Now, where we part way or might part ways, again, I'm not 100% dogmatic, but where we could part ways is whether or not the language that God is using to give through this instruction to King Saul through Samuel is hyperbolic or not. That's where the issue. That's where the controversy comes in. Now,
Praise.
The guy says that it's
Yeah,
hyperbolic.
I'll respond to that in a second.
Yeah, the guy says it's hyperbolic, and I'm saying, okay, fine. I can see some strong arguments to support that. However, my question would still be, well, why would God give this command in the first place? Since we see the reason that God gives this command is because what the Amalekites did to them, mentioning going back to Deuteronomy, you know.
So there's a couple things, Michael, too. So we have, remember, like most of the Old Testament is casuistic law, or casuistic. It means it's conditional.
Yeah.
That these are not prescriptive texts by God. They're not being spoken of directly from God. That's ludicrous. No one would ever say that except for the Decalogue. Another thing is the Hebrews, they would attribute everything to Yahweh, and they would say he would say things and do things when he didn't. Because if you remember Saul, it says that he committed, or that God killed Saul. Even says the Lord said he would kill Saul, but it was actually not. It was actually Saul killing himself, and he committed suicide.
So you're saying that the instructions that God gave them, the prophets, even themselves, kind of, it almost sounds like you're saying that the prophets had their interpretation of
the writers, Beckel.
Oh, you're talking about the writers? Okay.
Right.
The writers that wrote about the prophets added these things in to venerate God.
Right. These are doxologies. Like, they're not like literal. And this is what I'm trying to help people out. Like, this is the culture back then. We have to go to their culture. We can't look from our scope or our perspective, because that's anachronistic thinking. We don't need to do that. I think it's disrespectful to impose our values and the way we see things in our culture and say, oh, look, that's this weird stuff they did. I mean, they would say the way we do things today is weird, you know?
Well, I agree with that, yeah. But I think that would also apply to people who take your position as well. I mean, we can't, because somebody could say to you, Praise, that your position is just trying to soften God up and make the message a little bit more palatable so that he doesn't appear to be a moral monster to non-believers. You know, so I would say it goes both ways with what you're saying there. You know,
well, I mean,
you have to be true to the scripts. I'm not saying that what your position is wrong. I'm just saying, though, that statement you just made could go to could go both ways.
Can I say something, Praise, before you respond?
Sure.
Okay, Beckel, what he's trying to tell you is about the way that the cultures were at that time, and they all shared a lot of these tendencies. So if you examine what the Hebrews are doing in these texts, this is common across that entire area, and that's the way that they communicated, not just with their own people, but with outside nations. And the numbers being exaggerated the way that they are, and the orders that are coming from the God are meant to make the enemies of Israel fear that this God would have them do this thing to them.
Right.
I don't have too much of a disagreement with that. However, let me ask you then, where do you draw the line then between that and the supernatural acts that are recorded in Scripture? Then how does one say, okay, the language that's used in 1 Samuel 15 with regards to the Amalekite children and animals, that's hyperbolic. Okay. But where do we draw the line with regards to the supernatural feats? Then how do we know that there's no naturalistic explanation behind that, or how do we know that was not hyperbole?
You mean like holding the sun still, like stopping the sun in the sky?
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Moving the sun back in the sky,
making the axe head float, the talking donkey, parting the Red Sea. You know, so if we're gonna pick and choose that this language here, every time this type of language is used in the Old Testament with regards to the enemies of Israel is hyperbolic, then where do you draw the line then with regards to the supernatural feats of God in the Old Testament as well? Where do you draw that line? Like, why can if I was an atheist and you say, well, the language here used in Deuteronomy.
That's the question, Veckel. Where do you draw the line? And you're looking at the Old Testament, you're looking at all the scrolls, and a lot of them are this war propaganda. Does that mean that a lot of the miraculous stuff is propaganda too? I mean, it's something to think about.
Regarding the Canaanites, and in 1 Samuel 15 with regards to the Amalekites, that's hyperbolic language. God didn't literally.
I'll help you out on that. So multiple attestation from different prophets would definitely help that out. I mean, Jesus confirmed many things in the Old Testament. The Mosaic covenant, he affirmed that happened. He affirmed many other things too, and New Testament writers did too. I just think it's the nature of the war text. So I don't see why they would need to. Say, go ahead.
Wait, Praise. Maybe you could just name one of the supernatural things that Jesus affirms, because like that would kind of lend credence to the rest of the supernatural claims. Yeah, like that happened. You know, when he's saying in the time of Moses, does it not say, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, bring up the pole, the snake on the pole. He brought
right. That's John 3. Here's one right here. Yeah. So that the people didn't die looking at the snake. So Jesus affirmed that. I'll put that up there. Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay. So how do we know that in and of itself? So how do we know that in and of itself is not hyperbole? Maybe that's hyperbolic language. Like they actually did look at the snake, but there was also that just means that they looked at the snake and they either thought that they were healed, psychosomatic or whatever you want to call it, or there was actually some. Something that was physically done to them after they looked at the
well, what it might mean that the snakes that are represented being in the camp or whatever that are biting people are not literally snakes, but like usurpers or like the whores that used to come in and seduce the men and stuff like that. And then there's different ideas.
Well, let's stick with the supernatural feats though, because Jesus brought up like the snake on a pole. People went to the snake on a pole to look for healing, and they did that in the Old Testament. Jesus
get rid of the BD.
Right.
Yeah, to get rid of the STDs.
Anyway. Anyway, so but we do see that account in Exodus, I think. Was that a literal event that happened, a literal supernatural event, or is there room for hyperbole behind that? What do you say?
Well, you can see in the text that there's exaggeration, and they show examples like OC in his book. I'm going to try to show that clip because it gets more specific. But there's nothing in the text that shows there's anything that was exaggerated with the wilderness, with any of the miracle claims. They didn't say, well, there was like 4 billion snakes trying to jump on them or something. Like that would be hyperbole. That would show you, yes, okay, that's exaggeration.
Well, I think it's mentioned in I want to say in Numbers 21, where it talks about the bronze serpent. And so
y'all gonna be here for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Actually.
All right, cool. Because I want to do my report and come back if y'all gonna be talking about this.
Yeah. I got to step away for a bit too, but I want to hear your response, Praise, real quick.
Yeah. So in Numbers, like, there's nowhere in those texts that there's anything leading. Like, the writers are not trying to convey exaggeration or some type of propaganda. Like we totally, utterly, completely were healed from those snakes or healed in the pole. Like you would see, there's specific and unique language used for hyperbole, and they're not used. Like even in the Red Sea crossing, there's nothing in there showing hyperbole at all. Like it's just straight up accounts. So it takes a little bit of an eye to see it. You have to get used to it. Whenever you see the war text, you see the totally, utterly destroying, their camels, the father, and then like all these other animals and mothers and uncles, and like it's like a uniform destruction. They're trying to show every single little thing you can think of they destroyed. That's hyperbole. It's hyperbole.
Yeah. No, in some cases, I believe that, because again, going back to the situation with the Edomites, man, I wish I could remember that passage I'm thinking of. We do definitely, I believe that's the language that's being used, even though we actually do see those words being used, but we can conclude at least that it is hyperbole. Why? Because we do still see later on Edomites walking around.
Exactly, the Amalekites, and so that's why when it's the smoking dumpster, all you have to look to is just 2 chapters later to see the Amalekites are there. So something either the writers were lying and they were stupid, that's not true.
Well, see, that's the thing though. See, if I was going to argue against you on this and say, of course you see Amalekites walking around. Why? Because Saul disobeyed God. He did not do what God told him to do. The text says that he's supposed to kill all of them, including the babies, but he didn't do it, and that's one of the reasons why.
Don't be mad at him, Veckel, for not killing the babies. Don't be mad. He disobeyed God because God wanted to kill the babies.
He lost the kingdom. Because how do we know that he didn't do it? Because number one, the prophet Samuel chastised him for it, and number two, we still see Amalekites walking around because of his disobedience.
Well, that's OC in the book. This is where in the last stream with William, I laid this out that God, according to the writer, that the Lord spurned Samuel not because that he didn't kill everything. It was his motives, and his motive was to be king. So he was taking all these extra animals as some type of evidence for him to be the king. He wanted to use that to usurp the king position of someone else that was already in that spot. So God saw that was a wicked move from his end. Yeah, it wasn't the fact that he didn't kill everything, like he didn't totally exterminate everything. That wasn't the problem.
Okay. I felt I think it was selfish on King Saul. Because it sounded like
Samuel's accusation against Saul was mainly that he didn't kill the king. Because that's the only one that Samuel took the sword and killed.
I don't know if I agree with that. I agree it is mainly, but not solely. Because
I didn't say but Samuel ain't gonna go around and kill every damn person they had. I mean, he's just one dude.
Why was David killing Amalekites? Because of Saul's failure to do so.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, he was spurned not because he didn't finish the job, but it's because he was trying to become a king himself, and he was trying to do it fraudulently. And it's the intents of the heart that God saw. So it wasn't like this is actually who was confronting Saul that time, or there was some other. Was it Nathan or something?
No,
the prophet
Samuel.
that was
Prophet Samuel.
no. I mean, who was the prophet spurning Samuel though? There was some other prophet telling him this.
It probably have to be Nathan then.
Yeah,
so Nathan was in David's. Nathan was in David's time.
Yeah, but I think Nathan came. Nathan was around at the time Samuel, King Saul was still around. I think.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was the transition guy. Yeah.
I think there is an interaction between Nathan and Samuel, Saul. I can't remember.
I forget who it was, but like the guy comes up to Saul and says, like, you're doing this stuff. You're trying to, there's some ulterior motive you have here. And you want, and then I think OC, because I went through the book and I went through your OC shows that he was trying to become king. That was his motive. So it wasn't about not fulfilling the termination of every living thing there. It was because that he had ulterior motives to become king. That was the whole problem.
That was Saul's motive.
Right. Yeah.
But wait a minute. Saul was already king of Israel.
Yeah, he was already king. And see, this is why
he was anointed.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that conclusion, Praise, is because again, first of all, he was already king. And number two, what was my other point?
Samuel was the one that anointed him.
I don't see the language being used in anywhere in 1 Samuel that gives indication that is the reason that Saul wanted to kill King Amalek.
Well, I'll have to show you guys.
So there were miraculous signs around Saul because his donkeys disappeared. He's had the men coming down from the musicians coming down from the mountain, and he had an experience with the Holy Spirit. Right. Like he was sure as hell anointed at the time.
Yes.
Okay.
He was filled with the Spirit.
That he wouldn't have had an army before that, because it wasn't until then that an army would even follow him until Samuel anointed it.
Right.
So here it is. I'm gonna.
Yes, sir.
I like it.
Thank you.
Well done, sir.
I'll pull it up, and I'm gonna put on 1.5 speed because I think William and then this Vosh guy or something came in there, and I gave a whole excerpt from the book, and there. Well, that was. Is it this one? Yeah. Region and even a tribe. So based in part on the polyvalence of the term Alep, and in the part of the following
language used all throughout.
Your issue is the prophets.
No. The problem
is
the king.
Well, we're going to get to that. It's coming up right now.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the finality. Here's the finale. With the evidence already in hand, we could happily end the chapter now and feel secure its conclusions. But when 1 Samuel 15 is read within its literary context of first and 2 Samuel, it affirms, not overturns, a hyperbole thesis. However, some readers may want further confirmation. So if so, the rest of this chapter, and even third read, is for you. In the remaining section, we develop the hyperbole understanding of 1 Samuel 15 through 3 more lines of evidence, hints of a localized battle within the hyperbolized outcomes, reading of 1 Samuel 15 through the lens of comparable Deuteronomy, Joshua, total kill language, and 3, God's disapproval of self-serving motives. This look at evidence about the why motives and the who, the Amalekites king, not a peasant, allows us to think more deeply about what exactly was so upsetting to God. Samuel, the biblical narrator. So what I'm going to do is go to the last one with the why God was mad. We'll just go there, and then we'll end it. So, So Saul's self-serving motives. So 1 Samuel 15 does not provide any explicit rationale or motives for why Saul's actions, but clues in the text allow us to reconstruct his probable motives. Once we see the larger picture of what Yahweh and Samuel truly upset about, not the need to kill every Amalekite peasant, we recognize that Saul's failure to kill the Amalekite king is symptomatic of a larger problem lying at the root of his actions, his pride and his self-glorification. So several pieces of evidence in 1 Samuel 15 lead to the conclusion that Saul's self-serving desire to legitimize his role as king rather than trust Yahweh to establish his kingship lies behind his actions and Yahweh's condemnation. So the literary context, Saul as Israel's failed war leader. Within its literary context, 1 Samuel 15 culminates in the description of Yahweh's rejection of Saul as king. 1 Samuel 13 through 15. It is no accident that each episode in 1 Samuel 13 through 15 depicts Saul's failure as the war leader of Israel. The original request for a king had its goal that Israel would be like all their nations, with a king to lead and go before and fight their battles. So Israel wanted a warrior king to lead them. But Saul repeatedly shows himself to be ineffective as a war leader because he is not fully obedient to Yahweh. So early on, Saul seizes Yahweh's prerogative to initiate battle by offering pre-battle sacrifices before the arrival of Samuel. So Yahweh's appointed spokesman, and because of his disobedience, Saul loses Yahweh's endorsement of his dynasty. When Saul's son Jonathan uses bravery and courage to secure Israel's routing of the Philistines, Saul's inept leadership caused Israel decisive victory. In his zeal to pursue his fleeing Philistines, Saul forbids his soldiers to slow down to grab some food and threaten a death penalty for anyone who does so. So 1 Samuel 16 introduces the promised one better than Saul. We just keep on going. Let's see the conclusion here. So though the concept of kingship is not novel to the ancient Israelites, the installation of an Israelite king inaugurated a dramatic change in the exercise of authority in ancient Israel. Samuel enumerates several examples of new powers of kingship. Implies one, the ability to conscript Israel's young men for the king's army, the ability to command work, the need to make king's instruments, the ability to conscript, domestic needs, the ability to command, blah, blah, blah. So these negative aspects of lordship represent a monumental change in Israel's power of authority. So I just want to get to the conclusion here. So in short, Saul's actions throughout 1 Samuel 15 should be understood in view of his concern to legitimate his position. In trying to legitimate his rule, as other A&E kings did, Saul loses the one indicator of his legitimacy that truly matters, Yahweh's endorsement.
Would mean was that the Hebrews of the numbers. My only challenge is just because we see Amalekites walking around afterwards, that wouldn't debunk the position of one who takes the language that's used in 1 Samuel 15:3 as literal, because Samuel did disobey God. He disobeyed. He didn't kill all of the Amalekites.
Here's what I'm going to say. If praise is right in this, then there's a reason for me to consider Jesus. If praise is wrong in this, and this is not hyperbole, then I'm still left with the idea. So I have a bias to want praise to be right so that I can disregard the things attributed to Yahweh as propaganda. Because without it, we still have the problem we still have the problem with Saul being more moral than Yahweh.
And see, now, with all due respect, I feel you're speaking from your personal perspective, but again, what you said, I'll just hold my piece on that. Because you're speaking from your personal.
Yeah, no, but it's okay. Go ahead. I accept that we're both speaking from where we're at in the moment, thinking about this.
Well, what you're saying, all you're telling me in praise is that you're more prone to believe and to accept Jesus Christ if the language that's spoken of in 1 Samuel 15 is hyperbole. Therefore, God doesn't look like so much of a moral monster to you. Therefore, the gospel is more.
Yes, Veckel. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying. But you need to have him be this brutal beast for some reason.
Palatable, more pleasing, more. It's easier for you to.
It's not that. It's not about palatable or pleasing. It just would match up. I would be able to say that Jesus referring to his Father as the God of the Old Testament, knowing all the time that this was hyperbole by the Hebrews, and saying that the God that created didn't order all these things and didn't tell you to do the stuff the way that you're doing it. You're doing that because you've made a priesthood and you're exploiting the people.
Okay, but you're still gonna have a problem with other parts. You're still gonna have a problem with other parts in Scripture that make it make it hard for other non-believers to embrace. For example, the part where we see God, the Israelites killing somebody for picking up sticks on the Sabbath. We got somebody being killed for blaspheming, using blasphemy. You're using.
Can I get a pause, please?
Somewhere.
Look, it's just. Okay, this is my opinion. I can't show this conclusively, but it does make sense in coherency throughout the text that if God is good and the word slay can mean to be thoroughly overcome, permanently changed, irreversibly, irrevocably different, like a death, which it uses talking about the old man must die and the young man is born. Several examples. The reason that within the definition of the word slay, which became kill, is the idea of, to entertain or even clap your hands together, or be caused to clap your hands together, is because it's not necessarily talking about the ending of a life, just the severe changing of the existence of the individual. Thereby, it is absolutely mandated and punctual and moral to make sure to slay everyone that is convinced them of the truth. Which is why it's always death by a sword, or do you know how many ways there is to kill someone? It's always death by either a sword, meaning the truth of God, or a stone, meaning the Bible itself, an unchangeable, God's word is written in it, 2-part thing.
Yeah, that's the way that Veckel's taking it, though.
Yes, but he's not seeing the full repercussions, because he's still saying that it's talking about ending people's lives, and you can't justify that within the holiness and forgiveness of God. You can't.
Is that true, Veckel?
No, I vehemently disagree, and I don't think Richard has any exegetical means to validate that. If we're just going to sit here and try to make God out to be some cosmic teddy bear, and say that there's no examples anywhere in the Old Testament of God practicing justice or wrath, then you're preaching a false gospel, you're preaching a false message, and you're talking about a different God. I understand how many people.
Before you go on to another topic, can someone address that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
let's talk about it.
Yeah, so I didn't say that. That's
no. I'm responding to what Richard said. Yeah,
right. That's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
so cosmic teddy bear.
Now
Exactly.
let's go back to
what is wrong with. Okay, I thought I was going to be allowed to respond.
I already responded to what I think is wrong with it. I think if you
yes, can I respond to your comment on what's wrong with it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. What's wrong with the cosmic teddy bear God?
The cosmic, there's nothing wrong with it inherently, but the fact of the matter is, if you're going to say that this is what's inherently described in the scriptures, then that's when you have a problem, because that's not what we see in scripture. Okay, we see God described as terrible. We see God described as having wrath, him being angry with the wicked. We see the passages such as Psalm 5:5, Psalm 11:5 and 6, where it says that he hates workers of iniquity, not their works, but workers of iniquity. But we also see passages where it says God is loving, God is just, he's, he is long suffering, he's patient. So we can't exclude those aspects of God either. So we see both things that we see.
That doesn't strike you as
one of those things is fraudulent. Go ahead.
No, it's not necessarily fraudulent. I mean, you can claim that, but you can't show that. Whereas I can show without. Okay, you win everything. Go ahead.
No. Are you going to say that there's no passages? Are you saying that there's no passage whatsoever that describes God as terrible or having wrath?
Within the reading frame you've accepted, there definitely is.
No. It's in the scriptures. And see, this is how you get false converts to the faith, is because they have a very surface level belief.
So quickly. I'd appreciate if you didn't.
No, I'm not changing topics. I'm just talking about what the Bible
just went to false converts. Were we talking about false converts?
No, but that's ultimately what happens when you have a fraudulent belief of God. No, it's not a change of topic. I'm talking about.
So it's not a change of topic to change the topic. Got that?
No, I'm not changing the topic. I'm talking about the ultimate end to people accepting this teddy bear God that people want to believe, and this is why they leave the church, is because they have a fraudulent idea of God.
No, wait. There's a claim that you just made that's a fraudulent idea. Praise gave scholarship to the idea that there is a lot of hyperbole in the Old Testament. And so a lot of these things that you're saying where he's terrible and all that might not be the case.
Not that's a little bit of a different issue there. I disagree with Praise's conclusion about the language used in Psalm 15, but I'm not asserting. But by me disagreeing with Praise on that, that's not me asserting that Praise is teaching some teddy bear God, as some people in here like.
No, that's the term that you brought into the discussion. No one here has asked about a teddy bear God. Right. You brought that up,
right?
Okay, because see, that's the straw man, but that's not what we're saying.
Okay, but again, I do not believe that Praise holds to this position that there's no instance where God shows wrath or shows anger towards the wicked.
I don't think that was the claim.
Now I know that, but that was the claim that Richard is trying to make with his assertion of the scriptures.
I don't know what you think I'm claiming about praise. I'm claiming that in my understanding of the text, it is consistent throughout, and holy, righteous, set apart, and good, and loving, that God corrects people in his wrath, that the wrath is not intended to be understood as acts of violence.
Okay, but you can't see. That's your conclusion based off of an opinion because you want God to be a cosmic teddy bear.
Okay, I want God to be a cosmic teddy bear. I do.
If we have these passages in Scripture that clearly demonstrate that God practices wrath, practices justice, practices vengeance.
Could you please not
against
say
the
everything
wicked?
3 different ways, please?
He practices wrath, vengeance, and justice against the wicked, which they deserve. In fact, all people deserve the wrath of God because we sinned against them.
In your reading frame that you have adopted, you are being consistent. However, you're not necessarily correct.
It says who? You?
Says the fact that you can't have an objective reading.
No, I do have an objective reading, but see, now you're making a positive claim that you can't demonstrate.
I rest my case.
No, you haven't rested any case. You made a positive claim, so I want to see you demonstrate it to be true. All that you said to me just now was 2 things. You said, I have a reading frame, and of course, within my reading frame, I'm going to be consistent with it. But then you followed it up by saying that, however, it's not true. So now, wait a minute. That's another positive claim there. What is it? Upon what standard is my position not true?
Okay, I'm going to grant you your lack of memory. And I said necessarily. Now, it might be convenient. It might be by accident that you left out the word necessarily. I don't know which one. If you're just dishonest or if you just have a bad memory.
Okay. I mean, if you want to believe that God is a cosmic teddy bear, I mean, you're welcome to believe that. That's fine. But that's not consistent with what we see in Scripture, except for the parts where we see God is loving.
You're reading
he's
frame.
merciful.
Beckle, you're ignoring the caveat of the different reading frames.
So there's no there's no passage that says God is loving.
Beckle, I'd like to point something out to you. There is passage that says God is loving. That's fine. In fact, what's the word is?
Okay, so we got passages where
I'm asking you what the word is means, please.
What do you mean? What word is the word is?
In the quote that you gave, what does that word is right there mean? And is it part of the original text or not?
What word are you talking about? What word
God
do you define?
is, I'm quoting you. You just said this. God is loving. What's
Richard, we're not going to play these.
It's
these
not
games.
a game.
This is how you escape.
It's not a game. I'm not escaping anything. Yeah, I'm nailing you to a wall because you're trying to escape.
You're trying to run. You're trying to escape.
I'm nailing you to a wall. What's the is
when I say God, I'm talking about Yahweh. I'm talking about the one being called Yahweh, Lord.
Yes, Yahweh is.
Adonai,
what's the is mean?
In the Old Testament. And I'm using a very generic term when we're talking about God. So you want to try to go into details and try to go with the words God. Okay, what does the word God mean? We're not talking about the definition of the word God.
Not what I asked you.
We're
Why
talking
are you
about
avoiding?
Well, we're talking about the person that's called God in the Old Testament, and we're talking about his attributes and his behavior.
Yes.
But you want to talk about the definition of the name God. We're not talking about that right now.
It's not what I asked you. Could you please tell me what the word is there means?
You see, you're getting triggered because you don't like the fact
you're
that
accusing me of being triggered, but you're
But
filibustering.
you are.
Answer the question.
You are. Okay, so
You're a chicken shit. Answer the question.
How about
Hey,
this?
all right.
But
Okay.
you want to have a debate on this? I'll debate you.
No,
let's set up a debate.
The
You can have it right now. What's the word is mean?
No. Let's set up
This
a
is
debate.
simple.
Let's set up a debate in a structured environment. Since you think that I'm running from you, I'm in your face. I'm
You
right
are
here.
avoiding right now.
I'm in your face. I'm not going anywhere.
Let me show you how to do it.
I came into the room.
Just ask me a direct question. Go ahead. Let me show you how this actually works.
Okay, I'll ask you a direct question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are there verses in the scriptures that clearly demonstrate that God has wrath towards the wicked, towards those that disobey him? Oh, okay. Oh, now you answer a question directly. Gotcha. That's fantastic.
Are you good? I see it. So you see how I answered it directly. Now I'm going to ask you a question. In the phrase in the Bible, God is love. What does the word is mean?
I don't know what you mean by that question.
Do you understand the form of the English language where the word is used there? Let me just
I don't know. I don't know what the word is means. Why don't you tell me?
Let me clarify my request.
You're running.
So there could be several words there, right?
This is pure
Like there could be the word like, which means similar to. Do you understand that?
This is terrible.
So if it read God like
well, let's
love,
look up the Greek word then. Let's look up the Greek word. I think it's in 1 John chapter 4. I always forget the verse though. So God is love. Oh, yes, verse 8.
I am not triggered, Kelvy.
I can answer your question directly. All right, agape. Okay, no, that's love. Okay, let's look at the word is. In the Greek, it's esti. Okay, I'm looking at the definition. It says third person singular, indicative, G1510. He, she, or it is also, or they are, or be, or call, or come, consisteth, dure, for a while, follow, have, is, make, meaneth, means. So you're asking me for the definition of the word is as used in, let's say, 1 John chapter 4, verse 8, right?
Well, first, do you object to the translation of the word using the word is? Is that okay with you?
Okay.
Stop laughing.
This game that you like to play. No, it's very funny because it shows how desperate you are because you're triggered by the fact that you have somebody who's challenging you.
I'm also not triggered. Stop accusing me of things I'm not. Would you please answer the question though?
You triggered by asking me a question. What's the word is? What are you, Bill Clinton?
Answer the question.
Who do you think? My name is not Bill Clinton.
Okay. All right. So we can't. We're not going to be able to have this debate because it just doesn't seem to be.
I know. Let me just make the assertion then.
Because he's asking me a ridiculous question. I said that. Do we have examples of God showing love and long suffering and patience? Yes. And then he turns around and says, "Well, wait a minute. What does the word is mean?"
All right. Well, fine. Let me moderate. Richard, will you answer his question first before we get into is?
No, he already did.
He didn't ask a question that I haven't answered.
Okay.
No, it's my turn to answer his question. So to be fair.
Well then do that.
Let me make it clear as an assertion. The word is numerical identity, meaning the first thing mentioned, same as next thing mentioned, like mirror, like a mirror. And the word is the mirror that reflects the two. Okay. So if it says God is love, and you're okay with that translation, the Bible makes a positive assertion that it is numerically identical, that God is literal love. That's what it's reading there. So in order that God be not changing and God is love, God can't be anything that is unloving. It's impossible.
That makes no sense whatsoever, but okay, fine.
I'm sorry. That does make very good sense.
It just sounds like a means of people trying to twist the verses around in order to make the God that's clearly in the Bible to not be the God that's in the Bible. So you want God to be a happy-go-lucky teddy bear God who just can't help but to love everyone, including those who directly disobey him. So there's no hell, there's no chastisement, and if you take all of that away, then you don't have the gospel, because the good news cannot be good news unless there is bad news. See, the only bad news is that those who die without Christ fall into the hands of a wrathful God. Because that's it. It's not that you go to some other place and God is not there. That's not what we see in the Old Testament or in the New Testament. God is omnipresent. He's everywhere. So remember, the text says that if I make my bed in hell, there you are also. Then we got fast forward to Revelation. It says that those will be tormented in the presence of the angels as well as in the presence of the Lamb. So God is everywhere. Okay, so now if you say that God is nothing but
wow,
love,
man, will you breathe?
If you say that God is nothing but
I'm
love,
trying to patiently wait for you to quit, but you just keep saying more things.
No, I get that a lot from a lot of my interlocutors because they're being confronted.
Veckel, allow him to speak for a second, and then you can go on with what you're saying. Okay.
I'll do the same thing.
Either
when
God
you
is
start chiming on then. And so, you're taking too long. It took a minute. It's too long. Go ahead.
I don't believe you that you're done interrupting.
No, I'm done.
Are you done? Thank you so much. Look, either the Bible is consistent or not. If it's not consistent, you can make it say whatever you want. If you make it say whatever you want, you might as well just write it yourself. Okay? the Bible makes specific claims about the God, that the God is unchanging, i.e., the God can't change. If the God can't change and God is love, which both statements are definitely there, you can't have at any point an unloving God, which means God must do at all times whatever is the most logically possible and within his power and nature to perform, within his essence to perform loving acts only.
Okay, you done? Okay, you're being quiet, so I guess you're done.
Go ahead, Beck.
I mean, again, that sounds very beautiful, hunky-dory, and you must do everything in your power to make the gospel more palatable so that you think this would be a more effective means of getting people to accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. However, the problem is that it's just fraudulent 100%. And this is one of the reasons why you got so many people leaving the church or so-called deconverting, is because they come across passages such as Psalm 1 Samuel 15:3 and Psalm 5 and Psalm 11:5 and Romans chapter 9 and 14 through 23 and all this other things. It's because they're listening to false fraudulent exegesis, like such as the one that you're trying to pop up right now. The problem is, though, that if we teach people the hard truths about not only God himself, but even some of the patriarchs that we see in the scriptures.
Oh, wait 1 second.
I think that would make people a little bit more.
Wait, before you go further with that statement, are you suggesting that he has a lot of converts to his belief system? That Richard is
no. I didn't say he has converts. I don't think he has any converts at all. But I'm saying this kind of teaching can also influence a fraudulent belief in a God. So you can say, people, I believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but they'll either be a false they'll be under false conversion, or they just be extremely ignorant of the text and not, they'll be truly converted, but under extreme ignorance of the text and ought not to be teaching at all. So
are you saying that, are you implying that might be what happened with me?
That's a possibility. Yeah.
Okay, well, you do get that I don't share Richard's reading of the text, right?
Oh, I know.
Right. So the problems that I'm having are the ones that he doesn't have with the text. The problems that I have with the text are the ones that you're very familiar with because you're defending them. And they're the ones where God's doing atrocious things that don't match. So you attacking Richard about his reading of it, y'all are talking over each other or past each other. Okay, because he's got a reading that you don't subscribe to and vice versa. I'm the one that shares your reading of it, but disagrees with the nature of your God.
No, William, I totally agree with you 100% on that. The fact of the matter is, though, the real problem we're having is that Richard is trying to assert that what I'm saying is wrong. So I'm waiting for him to
I'm ready to respond anytime I'm allowed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. To say that God is doing things outside of what he has to do and outside of love makes the reading frame inconsistent. If a person chooses to read it that certain way, I would assert that they likely have a lot of personal self-pride, a lot of tribalism, and a lot of self-righteousness, which is why they read it that way. Whereas if the text is consistent with itself, that is, I can say things like, Jesus righteously agrees with the righteous acts in the Old Testament, and it's only that Christians are reading it within their own pride, then the whole of the Bible is consistent, including Christ and the God of the Old Testament. However, if I adopt normal Christianity, which involves othering and self-righteousness and privilege and Gnosticism within a church, then it makes the Bible inconsistent.
Okay, you said a couple of things, most of which can be demonstrated real quick as to be either pure conjecture on your part or just 100% fraudulent. Furthermore, first, let me just start off by saying,
could you give examples of those real quick?
Hold on.
Don't just assert things and run.
See, now you're going to make me lose my point.
Yeah, Richard, just let him go. He has to go through his process.
He always does this.
I did already.
It's his way.
I did. Yeah, it looks fine. Look. All right. Now both you and my wife made me lose my train of thought.
some claims.
You talked about Christianity. All right. You said make the Christianity that you oppose, which is the Christianity that I and many others uphold, is you're well. Let me just make sure I don't want to straw man you. You made some sort of assertion about a different kind of Christianity or something like that, as if that was problematic. So could you kind of repeat what you just said about that?
I said a person reading a piece of literature has two choices. They can either assess it as consistent or not. If it's not consistent, it can be anything. Many Christians have chosen to make it inconsistent, which is why there's so many churches.
Okay, let's start with that. That is probably one of the most ridiculous comments I've ever heard come out of your mouth, besides the 24 Jesus thing. It doesn't matter what I'm about to explain it right now. Okay, first of all, you don't have any scriptural means to back up that claim. Okay, you're going by. You sound just like an atheist when you argue this way. This is just pure conjecture on your part. Of course, you're going to have different opinions. Of course, you're going to have different opinions and different views of the scripture. Okay, but you're saying that that's solely because of my interpretation or my and several others who hold this.
I don't think I think. Sorry if I'm just butting in.
So you're saying that if somebody had a correct interpretation of the scriptures, then they would have, there wouldn't be these multiple congregations, multiple denominations. That's what it sounded like you said, right?
Halsey, can you hold that for just a second?
Yeah. You know what? I'll put my comment in the private chat. It's just like a one-line concern. I'll just put it.
It's better if you say it, though.
Yeah, I'm asking for clarification. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I want to know what he means by consistent in this context of your question.
Who you asking, me or Richard?
You.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to get clarification there, because it sounds like what Richard is saying is that the interpretation that we have is the reason why you have so many different denominations, but the interpretation that he has is what would bring more unification. And so his interpretation is the reason if everyone held to his, if his interpretation is correct, there wouldn't be multiple denominations.
This is not what I'd said.
Could you repeat what you said?
I'm asking for clarification,
Richard.
Okay, first of all, if everyone agreed there'd be no arguments, that is not worth saying and not what I'd said. What I did say is what I believe this is saying will prove true in the acts of the angels and justify all religions simultaneously, causing everyone to come together as one. Okay?
You talking about including those outside of Christianity? Or?
Yes, of course. So
I'm still a little confused with that statement.
Why
Are you
saying
that
what you said? I don't get it.
Yeah, because I'm really confused with the statement that you're saying. It almost sounds ecumenical what you're touting here. You're saying that there should be a unified. Because sometimes you word things very like poetically, and it doesn't. It just sounds weird. So that's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for a clarification there. It almost sounds like you're saying. So just simplify what you're saying. Are you saying that the interpretation that I hold to does not unify people of different religions? And
no, that's not what I said.
It doesn't even unify Christians.
It doesn't even unify the Bible to you. It doesn't even do that.
I agree. Yeah, because the message is hard truth. Some of these truths about God are very hard.
That's not the question. It's not a question of whether it's hard. It's that you take certain parts as harsh and other parts as loving.
Okay, yeah, that's what I believe is demonstrated in Scripture. Yeah. Okay, go on.
If that's what's demonstrated in Scripture and all of that commanded by God, then God literally changes.
No, I disagree with that. We don't see God
basis
because, again, if we don't see God changing, hold on a second. First of all, you got to see, and this is unfortunately a lot of the open theists have this problem too, is that they openly disregard passages that we see in the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Talk to us.
I am.
not
I
the
am.
open theist.
I know,
Just
but you share a lot of their beliefs too. So
off topic.
And I think one of the reasons that causes that is because people deliberately disregard many passages in the Old Testament that talk about the mysterious nature of God, you know, in even his acts. I mentioned Job 5, Job 11, Romans 11, Job 36, 37, Job 42.
Irenic Pelagian and Joel Osteen aren't in the room.
Can I finish responding?
No, because you're responding.
You asked me
you're
to
so off topic.
You asked me to give you a chance to respond. I was quiet.
All right.
Now it's my turn.
Okay, all right.
And you want to cut me off.
It's
if
not
I'm wrong,
free-form
then why don't you just wait till I finish and then say, okay, first
because
of all, that's not what I'm addressing. See, you're running.
Look, we're not doing a free association of like terms here.
You're running.
Richard, hold on. Beckel,
Okay.
we're just asking you to be as succinct as you possibly can.
I am. I'm trying to show you that just because you find passages in scripture, because he said God, this means that God changes. God can't be all loving and show wrath at the same time. First of all, that doesn't mean that he is that he changes. Okay. He's the same in his nature. We see all throughout the Old Testament that he shows both love and wrath, justice, vengeance. Okay, that's a part of his nature. Both of those things are things that he demonstrates and that he acts in order to demonstrate his nature. Okay, but that doesn't mean that he changes. God hasn't changed from the Old Testament to the New Testament. He's still the same. Okay, he still hold these things that he condemns in the Old Testament are still condemned under the New Covenant. Okay, it's just that we're now under grace. There's no theocracy, so therefore you're not going to see people be, you know, there's no getting somebody together and stoning them to death for picking up sticks on the Sabbath or anything like that. So, now as far as again, you got, I mean, I got tons of passages where we could talk about the wrath of God, how vengeance belongs only to him. But we could also look at passages talk about God showing justice, showing love, being long suffering. You know, so you can't just exclude those things, or maybe you don't want to exclude those things. But what you're trying to do, it seems to me, that you're trying to deliberately twist it around and make it seem like it's not saying those things. And you want to say, well, God, I prefer God to be more loving than the way you guys do it. So therefore, I'm going to look at all the passages that talk about his wrath and turn it around and make it look like it's not him showing wrath or not him being angry, but rather it's something else.
Okay. Could you show that you're not doing the opposite, please?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's go to, first of all, I want to point you to some passages in the Old Testament that talk about
could you just speak the theory as to why you're not doing that? Why you're not committing the same fallacy?
Because I'm going directly by the scriptures. I'm looking directly
at
the text.
So am I.
No, but you're not doing that.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you want to, all right, do you think God is jealous?
Oh, and I have an objective reading frame too.
Do you think God is jealous?
Jealous is spelled the way it is because it's the same as zealous root word.
Do you think God is jealous?
He very much is loving us. That's what it means.
Do you think God is jealous?
Yes.
Do you have a problem? Do you have a problem with God being jealous?
No, I don't have a problem with it, but I also understand what the word means.
Okay, I understand what the word means too.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Or it wouldn't be an argument.
You don't know what I know, sir. You don't know what I know. No, you can't.
If you understood,
and I could also point to every verse where the word jealous is used, and I could give you the full context as well.
No, that's fine too. No, that's fine too. But if you don't understand why,
zealous, okay, it all depends on the context. Okay, fine. I don't have a problem with that. But the fact of the matter is that when we see this word jealous on the surface, a lot of non-believers, particularly atheists, use that as a means to try to point out some moral inconsistency on God, and it's not. It's actually a very good thing.
Have you ever heard where you have the argument about Mary's age and people say, well, that was a long time ago and things were different. And a woman was a woman at like probably mid-teens.
Yeah, I've heard that.
You ever heard that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So, and then when we impose our American society, in fact, the United States societal norms onto Mary and say, well, God raped a baby. Okay. We're wrong. And why are we wrong? Because we're imposing our modernity onto an ancient. Okay, we agree.
Yeah, it's called pragmatism. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah,
dude, Bro, that's what you're doing when you said jealous is bad.
No, I didn't say. Wait a minute. Wait. Did you not hear what I said? I didn't say jealous is bad. I said jealous is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. I'm saying that when I said jealous is bad, I'm saying that's what the atheists and the non-believers say about God. They try to use that as an indictment against God's moral character. But I'm saying, no.
Why do they do that? Why do they try to use that?
Because they're ignorant.
No. Why would it make it?
And
if they were
like
right,
you said, what they're trying to do is they're practicing presentism by doing that. They're looking at the way that we use the term jealous, and they try and apply it in a negative sense and making it seem like God is jealous for nothing, something that doesn't belong to him.
How do they use it again? Like, what's their definition of jealous if it's not the same as ours? Again,
well, most of the time when I hear atheists try to accuse God of being jealous in a negative sense, that what they're trying to imply is covetousness. That's what they don't realize. That's what they're doing, but that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to say that God is violating his own command in the 10th commandment, that that he's coveting. He's not coveting anything that doesn't belong to him. If something belongs to him, he's
hold on though. How are you saying that jealous applies to something that's already his?
No. The atheists are asserting that he is contradicting his own nature when we see language in the Old Testament that says that he's jealous. Okay. But what I'm saying is that the way the context is used regarding God being jealous, he even calls himself jealous, is in a positive sense, meaning that the things that he is jealous for belong to him. So therefore, it shows the ownership that he has over this thing that he's jealous for, and that this thing that he's jealous for does not belong to another. It belongs only to him. But see, what the atheists do is they look at that word and they misconstrue it, and they try to twist it and make it seem like he's coveting over something that doesn't belong to him.
Perhaps
and they're saying,
where is it defined, the definition you're using, that jealous is something other than wanting something that isn't yours or being envious of a situation?
we got, dude, I got a plethora of passages. I don't know if you want to go through them all, but
Sonic, I would be happy to do that with you sometime. But
okay, do you agree with his definition?
I'm ready to do it right now. But yeah, but when we say jealous, when God, the language that we see all throughout the Old Testament regarding God being jealous is specifically in reference to his relationship with his people, his elect, his saints.
I'm just asking you if there's an explicit place where it defines the word, like it's really obvious that it doesn't mean.
Oh, you mean like in the Old Testament?
You're kind of describing maybe a feeling of possession almost.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Possessive of his things, right?
Yeah, like for example, like if my wife started flirting with another dude, do I have the right to be jealous about that?
I would be probably mad at your wife, but sure,
doesn't matter. She's pretty. That's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is
to me, I'm trying to evaluate whether I want to flirt with her or not.
That's not the question.
So Beckel, I thought your overarching point was
between her and myself.
Okay, so I thought your overarching point is to show that God can be both loving and wrathful and righteous simultaneously. So when you brought up an example where you were citing several examples
I just
where God was, oh my fuck.
I just scratched the surface.
Shut the fuck up, man. Let me finish a thought.
Wow.
Be easy.
Wow, that's not very Christian.
Hey, just shut the fuck up, man. Let me finish a thought. So here's what I thought you were doing. Could you stop? Here's what I thought you were doing. I thought you were presenting cases where God was wrathful and righteous simultaneously. So when you brought up God jealous, it should have been in that category, but instead you're switching it to being a gentle, loving thing. Now, this has left me completely confused, not knowing what your point is.
Your version of jealousy, Beckel, hurts no one. It doesn't inspire things like
Richard,
murder and stuff
I brought
like that.
Up
Real
as
jealousy
an example.
does.
Richard, I was just scratching the surface. We barely touched anything yet. I was trying to get you to, I was bringing it up as an example of what if you thought that was a negative thing about God, a negative behavior of God.
I don't think there are negative behaviors of God.
I agree.
Yes, but
apparently
he does harsh things to humans or making humans do things to other humans that are very harsh, unloving, inconsistent things.
Can you give me an example of something that God did in the Old Testament that's not viewed as harsh by, let's say, the general public? Like let's say, for example, I'm trying to think of something. All right, well, let's say the flood. Do you think that was symbolic, or do you think that actually happened?
Why are you answering for me your own question? Why?
No, I'm not answering for you. It's a question.
Yes,
you
answered for me your question.
I did not. It's in the form of a question.
Okay, so you don't understand
what
you even said.
I don't know what the heck is going on in your mind.
You asked Richard. You asked Richard to give you an example, and then you put the example forward for him. That's what happened.
What am I, your puppet for your entertainment? Or are we having a conversation here?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question again? Or
would you just give the example? That way we can.
I'm talking to people. You just have to wait. R. The next letter is R. Okay. Yes. Hold on 1 second.
Homeschooling ain't easy.
And babies matter, and they deserve the attention. I really don't see what's complex about this. Either God's consistent or God's inconsistent.
This has nothing to do with the text. You two are working out some personal shit. That's what's going on here.
No, I'm trying to talk about the text. But all this distraction, all these red herrings, all these non sequiturs, it's boring, first of all, and it's frustrating.
Are you trying to tell me that you're not trying to convince me of a teddy bear god?
I'd love to convince you that the God of all of the Bible, including the Father, is consistently loving. I'd love to convince you of that.
I want to believe that it's the Snuggles bear, the fabric softener bear. That would be the coolest cosmic teddy bear god.
Yeah,
the cosmic teddy bear god doesn't have those overpowering smells that make you want to sneeze when you're too close.
Everybody wants that, and I don't think that's
you don't.
A problem. No. There's a difference between what I want and what the Bible portrays, what the Bible tells us. You see?
Well, I could go back to the part in this stream.
It's not in the scriptures, but
I could go back to the part in the stream that we were watching where you said I kind of wish that praise was right, because that would, it'd be better than the way that I have been seeing it for years. The view of God and the things in the Old Testament. Which to me says that you're aware that it's hard. It's a jagged pill if it's true.
Absolutely. Of course it is. I mean, why do you think that there's so many Psalms that talk about God? I mean, there's where David is pleading to God, asking him where he is. He's asking him all kinds of questions. God, are you there? God, have you forsaken me? Where are you, God? These kinds of things. Why? It's because God doesn't always act in the fashion that we would prefer. And this is another one of those hard truths that humans just have to embrace. But if you're going to make up excuses, and not you, William, but I'm just saying in general, and just try to say that God is just this cosmic errand boy that looks like the Snuggles fabric softener mascot, and is going to do everything to your beck and call, then you are worshiping a different God. You are made a God in your own liking. And see, when people go through atrocities and hardships and stuff like that, and after praying to God and the thing that they prayed for doesn't come to pass, they turn away from the faith, or they turn away from Christianity. Why? Because they were misguided. They were misled by a false teaching about God's behavior, about God's moral character. And they said, wait a minute, Richard told me that God was a loving God. Well, if he's a loving God, why is he allowing these horrible things to happen? So wait a minute. How do you know that God didn't ordain those things? How do you know that God is not using these things to bring about a message that's going to be revealed in the future? Remember what Romans 8 says. God works all things. I mean, that's Ephesians. God works all things after the counsel of his will. And then you got Romans 8. Where he says, we know all things happen to those that love him. So there's nothing that happens without God's knowledge. It doesn't catch him off guard. And I'm not saying some of these atrocious things we experience in life is directly from God or directly ordained from God, but he's definitely sovereign over it.
If you were to take the view that the things that are written in the Old Testament are literal, then God does get surprised. He does get taken off guard. He changes his mind, his plans. People refuse to do what he says, and he's helpless to do anything to stop them except for punish them.
No, we talked about that before.
Well, I know, and I know what you wanted to say about it.
Wait, say it again.
But that doesn't. I know what you're trying to say about it. You want to explain it away that that's just how it is, and he has the authority to do it, blah blah blah. But if some of this stuff isn't true, which a lot of it is admittedly, war propaganda, right? No, I doubt anybody steadied the Ark and got melted like Raiders of the Lost Ark. Okay, you don't really think that happened, do you?
There's no text that says that. But okay.
Well, no, it doesn't say the Raiders of the Lost Ark part, but it does say that Uzzah dropped dead after trying to steady the Ark, trying to do a good thing to protect the Lord's to protect the Lord's Ark, and he received punishment.
Yeah, that's all it says. It doesn't. Yeah.
Right, which is not true. It was just a way to say this is sacred. Don't touch it, or you'll die. Don't try to steal it. It's made of gold and things, but if you touch it, you'll die. It was a way to scare people, just like when the rumor went out that the Philistines.
How do you know that didn't happen?
Well, when the Philistines stole it, apparently what happened was that they all got diseases and boils and rats and shit like that. And so they had to make golden molten rats and boils and send it back to the Hebrews, which is really just saying that they went and conquered the group and got it back and took spoils.
Wait, are you saying, wait, let me make sure I'm understanding you right, because you sound like you're saying a number of different things. When Uzzah touched the Ark, you saying and then died, you saying that didn't happen? He didn't actually die?
Right, that's what I'm saying. That none of it happened.
How do you know that
didn't happen?
How do you know that didn't happen?
I don't know that. I don't. It's
so why do you
make
make a positive claim that it didn't happen then?
Because it's included in the war propaganda. It's a way to scare people from trying to steal the Ark.
How are you gonna validate that then?
I don't need to validate it. There's nothing to support that it actually ever existed.
That's war propaganda. It's historical.
Where's the Ark? Show me the Ark.
Wait. The text is historical. It's descriptive. Can you prove to me that that event, as it's explained in 2 Samuel, it's 2 Samuel chapter 6. Can you prove to me that this is that whole event that's being described there didn't actually happen, but rather it's just hyperbolic war propaganda?
No more than you can prove that it did actually happen.
See, so therefore you're making a positive claim based off of lack of
right. I'm saying that it's most.
That's an argument from silence. Then
no, well, it could be, but listen, what I'm arguing is that it's most probable that no supernatural curses or plagues fell on anyone for touching.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. I don't care about probable. We're talking about what does the text say. The text.
Okay, so let's take it literal. Let's take it literal.
When they came to Nachon's threshing floor, Uzzah put forth his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it. For the oxen shook it, and then he died. That's what.
Okay,
it said.
so now then let's take it literal. If that literally happened, then the man that was trying to protect God's property was struck dead in doing so. This is the God. Okay. Well, you can worship that if you want to. If that's what you think it is, and that it's not war propaganda.
To a personal preference. Okay, that's fine. I mean, we're not talking about preference.
Well, it is. It is. No, it absolutely. Religion is a preference thing.
No. We're not talking about preference. We're talking about what the text say.
You prefer to read the text and disregard any thoughts of war propaganda.
William, if you want to argue about personal preference, we can do that, but we're not talking about preference. We're talking about
yes,
what
we are.
Yes,
no, we're not. I'll tell you what the choice is.
What you prefer it to say.
No, listen. Praise presented you, and we were just watching it, and I can back it up if you need to see it again, where he's talking about the war propaganda.
Yeah, in 1 Samuel 15. Yes.
Yeah, well, it's not just one verse, sir.
Okay, but I'm asking you, okay, you haven't been able to demonstrate that the instance that we see in 2 Samuel 2, 2 Samuel 6, that the part where Uzziah dies from touching the ark. You cannot prove to me exegetically that this is only hyperbole or war propaganda.
So because it's hard to say one verse is specifically war propaganda in that whole bit of writing.
A whole narrative. Yeah.
Right. No, it is. You're right. It's an entire narrative. The Davidic line is writing about how David came to power and his exploits to magnify him.
No. We're talking about just this one instance in chapter 6.
No, his claim to his throne was that God anointed him. Samuel anointed Saul, and then when Saul didn't cooperate and bow to the priesthood, he took that and went to David, and then shifted the interest to David, built David's narrative, villainized Saul. That was the whole point. Was propaganda.
The context is showing that David gathered, I think, about 30,000 men from Judah, and they went up to, I think, Gibeah to get the Ark of the Covenant from Abinadab, I think his name is. And they were supposed to bring it to Jerusalem. So on the way back, as you know the story, the Ark was shaken by the oxen that were carrying it. Uzziah put his hand on it to keep it from falling, but when he did, the Lord smote him and took his life. At least that's what the text directly says. So now there's probably a display. Now, why God did this, I would say it's probably just a display of sovereignty of God and his holiness, because it didn't matter how innocent it appeared or actually was.
But how insecure would the God be?
You can laugh at it all you want. The fact of the matter is that this is what's narrated in the text. Now, if you want to try to pretty it up,
that's why I think it's horseshit. That's why it's horseshit.
Well, I don't care what you think of it. That's your opinion. I don't care about your opinion.
Well, no, and again, I have.
What do you want me to do with that?
Well, there's nothing you can do with it.
Well, there you go.
You have a specific reading. You have a reading frame that you read it from.
Yes, I'm reading directly as it says.
Right. You think it's all literal, and that's fine. It's insane.
And you want to make it figurative in order to make God out to be a teddy bear. That's true.
Well, I don't think he exists in that manner. I don't think that the Old Testament has anything to do with the real God.
Of course you don't. That's why you're in a position that you're in now.
It's not a bad position.
No, well, that's subjective too, isn't it?
Right.
That's what you have is subjectivity.
So
here.
if you think that's an insult, you'd have to explain why it would be
an insult. No, it's not an insult to me. I'm just pointing out the fact that this is the reason why you're never a true believer in the first place, because you hold this position of a fraudulent God.
Now, can you demonstrate that I was never a true believer?
Well, you know what? Good point. I don't think you were. That's my opinion.
Based on what?
Since we're speaking on subjectivity here.
Yeah.
So
sure.
I guess since you're speaking of opinions, I can speak on my opinions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So based on
play opinions, we can play opinions then.
Right. And I'm asking you a specific question.
Let's play with opinions. I don't believe that you were ever a true believer.
Right. Based on what?
Based off of the things that you're touting right now, and even before your alleged deconversion 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So you're saying before that, though, that at no point I was ever a true believer.
Correct. That's my assumption.
And you're basing that on things that I've said in the last few months.
Subjective view. Absolutely. Okay. Nobody walks away from Christ.
That's sufficient evidence? Really? Now, how would you know that?
Hey, I just told you I'm speaking subjectively, right? You want to speak subjectively about the scriptures.
Do you think it was easy
about you?
Right. Do you think it was easy to walk away?
Yeah. For you, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have evidence?
Because, like I said before, nobody walks away from. Nobody walks away from God that easily, and then turns around and immediately resorts to attacking Christians, attacking the church, attacking God, attacking the Bible. Nobody does that. If you truly had a real,
I think a lot of people do that.
With God.
No, I think a lot of people do that.
Of course, a lot of people do that.
You're saying no believers would do something.
I said no true Holy Ghost filled believer of the Messiah does what you do.
Okay, now you just said Holy Ghost filled. We were in this conversation the other night with Numi.
We're changing the topic now.
No, it's a question. It's a question about the Holy Ghost.
No, I know that, but we're changing the topic now.
Did you bring up the Holy Ghost?
No, because you asked me a question about if I actually believe that you're a believer, and that's.
Are you afraid of what I'm going to ask you next?
No, not at all.
Okay, well then allow me to ask it.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, so in this stream we were just watching with Numi, he made the claim, and you were having a valid argument against how his statement about the clarity of the Bible wasn't really accurate. Okay, but he claimed that he had enlightenment from the Holy Spirit, and that's why I should believe him.
I remember that comment.
Okay, now is he accurately representing the Holy Spirit there?
Yeah, I agree with you that I think he was speaking very arrogantly about that, because he was trying to say that the position, I forget exactly the full context, but there was something that he said about you that I disagreed with. Because he was trying to make himself.
Oh, that I love the devil and I wanted to go to hell and all kind of stuff, and then I was an idiot. Yeah,
I don't remember exactly what it was, but I know, I started calling him Holy Ghost Jr. and because he said something that was really arrogant of him
about the Holy Ghost.
Yeah, something about that. It was something he said towards you. I can't remember exactly what he said.
Well, the thing is that I didn't understand because I didn't have the Holy Ghost, and but anyway, that's what I'm getting at. That I didn't understand because I never had the Holy Spirit. But he seemed to not understand what anyone was saying most of the time, but claims to understand things through the Holy Spirit. So if that's the Holy Spirit you're talking about, then yeah, I didn't have that one. Whatever he's got going on there. So it's I don't know if that's the metric, but I didn't have that one. So if that's your metric, then no, I did not have the same spirit that Numi's got rocking around in there.
Well, if you look, I'm a human being just as much as you guys are. So I can only speak from a temporal standpoint. Only God knows them that are his. So for all I know, you could be one of God's elect, but you're just in a heavily backslidden and ignorant state of
okay. Yeah. No, ignorant would mean that I don't understand them at all and that I'm not aware of them.
Well, you're either ignorant of it or you're well aware of it and you're deliberately being spiteful. I don't know which.
Or there's got to be more than those options, doesn't there?
No, there's only two.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I would say based on what I've observed about you, that you were raised around a church group. You have very close ties in the church. You've devoted a lot of your time in life to studying the Bible, and you're very. And I think that you're very proud of what you've learned about the Bible.
Well, I'm proud of who God is and what He's done, and what He's doing to people, and what He's going to do. Yeah,
that's fine. You literally said you had an objective reading of the Bible.
Yeah.
You understand what that claim means when you say that you have an objective
reading?
That
means that I have the onus on myself to validate a lot of the claims that I make regarding scriptures. Yes, I understand.
Oh, that's not what that means.
If I'm saying that I have an objective view of the text, that means that when I'm saying...
It means that you're correct.
It says that when I'm correct. Now, what I'll say about this, though, there are some things you have what's called the adiaphron, which are basically gray areas or non-essentials that really... could be debated on, at least on the surface. Like, for example, when is the rapture going to happen? Or is there a rapture? Or what's another one? Old Earth versus Young Earth, or Calvinism versus Arminianism, that kind of thing. So these are, in my opinion, the non-essential areas that we can disagree on, because we can see on the surface the scriptures kind of leave room for either way to go. But the essentials that nobody's going to have an argument about is whether or not salvation is attained through works, or is it solely by God's grace, that there's only one God, that Jesus died on the cross, he rose from the grave, it's through him and him alone is salvation attained. And yeah, I can't think of, and maybe the Trinity too. I would say the Trinity is a tricky one, in my opinion. I think people can be ignorant of it, but and probably still be saved. But to vehemently fight against it, I think that's a little bit of a different issue there.
Can you be certain that the values or the essentials that you've just enumerated are the same ones that God would agree to?
Yeah, I don't think there's any getting around it. Like, for example, there being only one God. The Bible clearly demonstrates the doctrine of monotheism. Now, when I say monotheism, I'm not excluding the concept of false gods being depicted by pagans and non-believers as gods, but God says that there's only one God.
What are those
besides him?
What are those?
Well, it depends on the context. I would say either idols, like idols that are made by men, or you could say fallen angels, demons that have manifested.
So you think there's fallen angels here now with us?
I believe that, yeah.
No, but objectively, from your objective reading.
Well, the text says that there, Satan brought a third of angels down with him. And I do believe, according to Genesis 6, that the angels made it with men, the daughters of men. And, it's not a topic that I've thoroughly done.
Do you think I could be one of those?
Who, you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so.
How would you know? Like, how would you know though?
God would have to reveal it to me in some way. I guess.
Well, hasn't he?
No, he's revealed to me other things about you, but not.
All right.
Not that.
What has he revealed about me to you?
That you're a non-believer.
I'm a non-believer.
Yeah.
Well, that's accurate. I've revealed that too.
Yeah, that's all he's revealed to me. That's all I know.
Now, this is the Calvinist guy that revealed that to you?
No, God of the Bible, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
So, Yahweh, then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
If
So
God tomorrow, maybe God
thing?
might do it tomorrow, or maybe in the next 5 minutes. You know, if you are actually a demon, and, you know, a fallen angel,
wow.
you know, God will, in His own time, will reveal it. Whether that,
do you think that's synonymous, fallen angel and a demon? You think it's the same thing?
Yeah, sure, they're devils. Yeah.
So when you say demon, you're thinking daemon, like the archons. Then a fallen angel would be an archon, so a daemon. So you're not talking about like the souls of the Nephilim after they were wiped out.
I don't know. I just know that the scriptures says devil.
You don't have an objective reading of these two things from the scriptures?
Certainly he does.
Wait, objective. What do you mean regarding the term demon?
You're reading, yeah. Well, demons and which are which, because I mean that's in the reading the terms are used. I figure with an objective reading you would know which
well,
were
again,
which.
I mean, if you're gonna, you got devils plural, then you got the devil singular. So it all depends on how you're using the term devil.
So what are the differences
I would
there?
say that when the word devil is used, if it's not in reference to the devil, the slanderer, I think it's just talking about just demons. You know.
Okay. Now, what's the difference between the devil and a demon?
They're both demons, if you ask me. Just one has more. I don't know what you want to call it.
Like power, maybe influence.
Not. Well. There's more. More evil, inherent, intrinsic evil attributed to the one called the devil. Then we see with the demons, I guess.
And is there a term? What does devil
studying.
mean? Like what? Because like in the way that you're using it, what does that mean? The devil, like the Satan,
like the devil,
right? Because is that the same as the Satan?
Sure, I think. Well, I forget which passage.
Revelations, the dragon.
I want to say in Peter somewhere. You know, the devil. You know, roams like a lion, looking for, seeking for who he may devour. I think that one is, you know, passages like that is specifically speaking about like one entity, called the devil, capital D.
So here's what I'm suggesting then. If that's the case, then we're talking about a difference in probably power between the devils or the demons and the devil, the Satan, or whatever the ruler of this group is. But by most standards, what you would be looking at if you backed off this story is a God, the Yahweh, which is a God that's saying there is no other gods, but he has angels which are lesser than him, and then you have whatever the devil is, which is a powerful being and also has other supernatural beings beneath it. But so what I'm asking is, they seem to be like the devil is a micro-sized, like not heaven, but like a heavenly host, like an unheavenly host, an infernal host, if you will. Would you agree with that?
Wait, repeat that last part again. You said the devil is
like the devil is kind of set up the way that God is with a host, but they're like an infernal host. They're not holy and righteous like God and his angels. There's this host of,
do you think so? You're asking me if I think that the devil is like he's some sort of king of the
devils, like king of the demons, maybe.
Nah, I don't know, to be honest.
Would he be lesser because he gets a lot of finger pointing at him?
Yeah,
you know, the devil.
Yeah.
How do you not know?
Because I don't know of any scriptures that describe him as being the king of demons and stuff like that. But I mean, if you have a passage that says that, you know,
no, I don't. Okay. I'm just trying to understand what you're calling a devil, a demon, you know, fallen angels, because it's important to know what we mean when we talk about things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why you can't just jump from one verse and then take it out of context and try to make God look like this and the devil look like that. You know, everything has to be taken by its own context.
Then you would also probably agree then, if those things that I just said were fairly true, that what we're looking at is a supreme God of goodness and a lesser god of evil.
Well, I wouldn't call the devil God or a god, but if we are going to call him God in the little g, then we're definitely not preaching
What's the
polytheism or henotheism.
Yeah, but what's the difference except for being different in power?
Well, if we're going to call the term God, just means power, or a person who has some sort of authoritative position over another, group of people or things and stuff like that. So, but when we call God Yahweh, God, capital G, we're saying that He is the ultimate ruler of all things that exist. So
you're not disagreeing with me,
right? So He possesses not only creative power but also redemptive power. But see, now when we call the devil a god, we're saying God, little g. I don't call him a god, but maybe
right. That would be disrespectful to the big God.
Well, not necessarily. It depends on how I'm using the word God. If I'm referring to him as a god,
let's do that.
Yeah,
let's talk about defining that word. When you're, because I need to know how you're defining God so I can understand what you're saying.
Like if I'm saying that you worship a god, yada yada yada, I'm not asserting that God that you worship is real or actually exists. But I'm saying that this is either a concept that you've developed in your own mind, or you actually really are worshiping some sort of entity that's not God Himself.
Right, but I need you to define what you mean when you say God. A God. What is a God?
Well, again, like I said, the word God, depending on how it's used, could be used in reference to anybody with power or authority. Because even humans are referred to as God.
Is God a human?
No.
Okay, well, sorry. We'll take that one off the table. Then God's not a human. Everything that I've mentioned in this comparison are non-human, though. Because I mentioned,
if we're saying that the Father is not human, however, we say that the incarnate Christ is human.
No, he's not directly. He's not.
Well,
like
he's
us.
A man. Well, he's a man right now.
He wasn't before.
That's
not his original
before
form.
His incarnation,
right?
Before incarnation, correct.
So right, but again, demons can possess humans too.
I believe that. Yeah.
Okay, so there's no difference there, really. So now what I need to know is these supernatural beings. These supernatural beings that have power.
Wait. There's no difference between what? What do you mean?
Don't distract me. I'm trying. We're getting off on the Jesus thing because you brought Jesus into it. What I need to know is the definition of a God, because we are talking about supernatural beings and they have powers. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be wary of them. So, what is? How do you know which supernatural being is a God and which one is just a something else?
Again, like I said 3 times already, that it all depends on the context, the verse that you're looking at, because the word God is a very polysyllabus phrase. So that means that it can be used in various contexts, but it's not going to mean the same thing depending on the context in which it's used.
Well, potentially we could say then that all the other gods are gods and Yahweh is not. He's something else.
No, you won't be able to do that. No, not based on the context.
Well, then can you give me a definition that would include Yahweh?
Again, like you got, for example, the word love. That's a very polysyllabus word, right? You don't use the word love towards pizza in the same way that you love your wife or your husband. Okay, so you don't
know my husband.
Well, hope you're not married to a dude, but you say I love pizza. Okay, but I don't love my wife in the same way that I love pizza. You see what I'm saying? It's two different ways the word love. Okay. Same thing with the word God, same thing with the word son, with the phrase son of God, same thing with the word devil. So it all depends on how you're using the term.
My bad.
You to define.
Nightmare, and it's just Beckle in here talking this horse shit.
Yeah, he can come in there. Come on. He can come in. Okay.
So what would be really useful is it from you, Veckel, is what he's asking for, I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, William. He's asking for a definition of the Father and what makes the Father different from other beings, that He is God.
Okay, the other gods, we have no instance anywhere in the Old and New Testament where these.
He was talking.
Oh, you talking to
Okay, I don't want to delay the answer. So if he's going to go ahead and answer, let him answer.
Oh, I didn't know he was talking to
Now
somebody
he
else.
is not giving an answer. He's talking in circles.
He's
Kind of
giving
like other people
examples
we know.
instead of a definition
You
when
just
he
don't
was
like
asked
the
for a
answers I'm giving you.
definition.
That's all. That's fine.
What I
you're
want
just-
is a definition that is
really care
generally
about it.
applied. Okay, so that we can be on the same page. God is
Yeah.
saying there are no other gods beside Him.
Correct.
I could understand if he's saying there are no other gods better than me. But if he's saying there are no other gods exist, then we have a lot of explaining to do with what these other things are running around with their hierarchy and their powers, and they're all supernatural and shit.
Says that when he says there are no other gods, okay, in that context, he's talking about there's no other God like him, capital G. Okay, but he's not in saying that admitting or contradicting himself and saying that there are these false gods, little g, that people have developed and conceptualized. You see this? You see the difference?
You're
And I think it's in
saying, I
Isaiah-
hear what you're
yeah.
saying.
Hello.
But what I'm looking for is a way for you to tell me what a god is and not be able to really exclude these demons or fallen angels or whatever, because it seems to me that to all of us, these things would be considered gods. It was to the people of those days,
Right.
and it was sufficient enough that your God had to put out a warning not to worship these things.
Okay, this will be my fourth time explaining this to you. Okay, the text makes it very clear that the one being called God, Yahweh, is the only one that is attributed to having creative and redemptive power. The other gods that are mentioned are referred to either humans who have some sort of authority over a group of people, or false gods.
Those are
I got it already.
Those are qualities.
Okay, so that's what makes the distinction. So now, if you have a text that shows that one of these other gods,
to be able to create something, is what you basically described.
No, not just creative ability, but also redemptive quality as well. Redemptive.
Now, what does that mean, redemptive?
Meaning that they have the ability to redeem people salvifically.
What if they don't need any redemption?
Well, you're asking a hypothetical question. Can we?
No. Like, why would another god need to offer redemption when that's not necessarily their area?
Because in the text, God is the only one that says that He is the only Savior. We don't see the false gods making a declaration of that.
You mean like in the Book of the Dead for the Egyptians or anything like that?
No, we're sticking with the Bible. The Bible doesn't say that. If you want to go
right,
outside
but the people
Bible,
were
that's a
worshiping
different
outside
topic.
of the Bible.
Of course
people,
they are.
Yeah, the people were, and that they weren't worshiping Yahweh. They were worshiping out. Even the early Christians also worshipped other gods as well as Yahweh.
No, then they wouldn't be Christians. Then you're not talking about.
But well, you'd have to explain that to the early Christians because they did.
No,
that's
no,
why they
well,
were
they
eating.
weren't
That's why
Christians,
they were
man.
eating meat sacrificed to idols in other temples.
No, and Paul, what you're talking about is Romans 14. What Paul was doing there was condemning the Jews who were condemning the Gentile believers who were brand new to the faith for sticking to some of their traditions. Because the Jews said, some of the Jews were pressuring the Gentiles, saying, if you're going to be a believer in Jesus Christ, that you can't be eating this kind of meat offered to idols.
So
But
then, where
Paul
do you
was
get your
saying, no, don't
definition?
stop them.
Where do you get
Hold
your
on, man,
definition of a god?
You're jumping from different topics. I'm answering you, and then when I don't get a chance to answer it,
It's because you're saying that they're not false gods because they're not gods.
No,
at
I didn't
all.
say that they're false gods, and we're talking about
Christians never did that, or they wouldn't be real
You're
Christians.
talking about. Do you have an example of Christians worshiping false god?
When
And
they're
being
eating
called
it, when they're eating the meat that were
Where's
sacrificed
the
to
verse?
idols at the. Listen, let's not get off the idea of the God that we haven't
Well,
demonstrated.
you're jumping from topic to
definition for.
topic. You just don't like that I'm able to stick with you.
Yeah, you're really talented. I'll give you that.
Wow.
So just don't.
Can you
Richard,
give
I
me
got
an
this.
example of a group of people who are identified as Christians who were eating meats offered to false idols, and they were in.
I didn't.
worshiping a
We
false
didn't
god?
say idols. Okay, now we're talking about false gods. Okay, well, to
But
give
that's
you
what
that,
you were saying before.
Sure. I'm accepting your question, and then I'm saying, okay, that question requires a definition to what a false god is.
Yeah, you brought it up. So
what is a false god?
Okay, but you brought it up. You said that you have an example of Christians.
Does it mean all? Hold on. Okay, so a false god is any deity that doesn't create.
Needs to offer to idols.
So any deity that doesn't create and then create a situation where it can offer.
Okay, now we're
salvation.
going back to the definition of God. Okay,
your definition of God.
So in the Old Testament, God, all throughout the Old Testament, says that there's only one God, there's only one Savior.
I didn't ask you about that. I didn't ask you about that. I said, what is your definition of a God? What are you using?
I'm giving you my definition of a God.
So your definition is constrained to the idea of the Old Testament God.
Yes, because the scripture is my foundation.
Right. So do you understand that when communicating with other people who are talking about gods, that you sound like an imbecile?
Of course I do. 1 Corinthians 4:10 says that we are fools for Christ. So absolutely.
Well, maybe it's prophetic after all.
Of course it is. Paul is already 2 steps ahead of you in this case.
Again, if you want to talk about Paul, did Paul never? Why do you think Paul denied these? Paul never denied these demons.
Wait a minute. Why do you think Paul said what he said in 1 Corinthians 1:18 and 2:14?
Paul didn't deny these things.
No. Paul says that he's talking to people who are worshiping false gods. He says, you say that there are many gods, but we say that there's only one God.
Vekel. You can say what you want. There's only one God worth worship. It's not too easy. You having
a good time? I'm having a good time. This is great. Keep it coming.
We can all tell you're having a good time at everyone else's expense.
I'm loving this, bro.
Okay, so powers.
Very not Christian.
Richard.
You know, there's a difference between
you can say that all you want. I don't care. That's not what scripture says.
I really have this, by the way.
I'm speaking with as much meekness as I can possibly muster up.
Okay, so it was Paul, I believe, that says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities and rulers. What? Keep going. Rulers in high places.
Okay, great. So
in defiance of God, there are other gods ruling in high places.
Okay, gods like actual beings that are like Yahweh?
Powers and principalities, what would you call them?
Okay, like I said, what did I say before about the definition of the word God, depending on the context?
You need to shoehorn a definition of Yahweh on top of
you want me to explain it to you because you're running, right? You don't want to hear
You've already explained it like 4 times.
You don't want to hear the definition for the 5th time?
Yeah,
because
sure,
you're running. You're running. This is going to be my 6th time. This is going to be my 6th time explaining this to you. Again, depending on the word. Do you know what the word polysebis means?
Explain definition.
Okay, the word polysebis means that a word can be used in multiple
the definition
contexts.
6 times. Okay? Come on, the definition. Let's go.
Okay. All right. You know what? Let me
definition.
Hold on. I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you since you don't like
pitter patter. Let's get at her.
I'm gonna give it to you. Hold on.
He's going to give you the definition of polysebis instead of a definition of God.
Right.
Wait. Do you want the definition of God or the word polysebis?
No one asked you shit about polysebis. That was all.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to explain to you, but you're just running, man. You the stick and move, bro. You're very good at this. I like.
Okay,
this.
I have a question. How can he
wait, no. Wait.
I have a question.
No, I'm gonna.
You don't get to shush Sparkle. Only I get to shush Sparkle.
I want to address your question.
Go ahead, Sparkle. He's being rude.
Okay, I have a question. How is Will running when he's hosting the stream? Sorry, I just had to point that out.
You can unmute now, Vekel.
Again, the word, depending on how it's used in the context, depends.
On my question. All right.
Well, I'm trying to respond to Will's question first. See, because this is what happens especially when you're surrounded by a bunch of non-believers, is that they try to bombard you with a whole bunch of questions.
Wow.
And then
Christians do the same. Well,
humans do it. Like, you're right. I stand corrected. Humans do this. Yeah, especially when they get in their emotions. They try to bombard you with a whole bunch of questions, and you only answer one. Because
but let's just answer one.
When you say a whole bunch of shit and don't give anybody a chance to respond, Vekel, we have questions.
It's a very disingenuous tactic, unfortunately. But
humans that's
suck.
ironic.
Humans suck. So that's just the fact. But anyway, I want to get back to our conversation about the definition of God. Okay. Again, you have the way the word God is used in the text. It's used in 2 ways. Okay. Number 1, it's talking about God himself, right? Yahweh. It makes that distinction. And even in the English text, it uses capital G when it's in reference to God. to Yahweh. But then you see the little g God, but that's not in reference to God or other beings that are like God that have creative and redemptive power. It's talking about people, either people who have authority over other humans, other people, or it's talking about either a concept or a false deity, a deity of some sort that is well, and then we can determine.
Why did you imply false? Why did you say false?
Because the text says that there's only one God. So therefore, if there's only one God, and yet you have people worshiping these other gods, plural, that means that they are false gods. Okay.
Okay, but then about what metric are they false is what I keep asking you, and you're not. I need a physical metric or some sort of. No, I'm not. Look, you're talking about supernatural shit that has power to manipulate and do things.
God says that there's only one.
I didn't hear him say that.
Oh, you didn't? Was my mic cutting off then?
No, I didn't hear God say that. I heard you say that.
Okay, you want to go through all the texts where it said God himself says that there's only one God?
Thou shalt not have other gods.
That's one of them. That's one of them.
Why would he need to say that if there were no other gods?
Because people are stupid.
I can see that, but what I'm saying is, how does that relate to this?
When you talk about the situation with slavery, for example, I often bring it up that the reason.
No, please don't bring up slavery.
I'm not talking about slavery. I'm just bringing up an example of why God does what he does. I say that with the issue of Exodus 21, God gave these commands to the Israelites because had he not said anything at all, the man in his depraved nature would do far worse than what we see at antebellum slave trade and all this other stuff. So
speak for yourself.
So yeah, no, I am, and I'm speaking for everyone because the Bible makes it clear that the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? So without God stepping in and teaching us these things, we'd be terrible, much more terrible than what we are right now.
Because it's funny, Bob.
Okay, let's get back to the topic then. So about different gods. So I know you disagree, but do you understand at least my point?
I see what you're doing, but I know why you're doing it. I just don't think it is honest.
Well, that's your opinion.
Yeah. I think that God is even suggesting there are lower beings that are powerful and that people are prone to worship them. And by the common definition, they would be gods. They would just be lesser gods. And this leads to fear from someone saying, oh, there's a pantheon of gods. But it's no less said that there's a heavenly host and that God has sons and that they are lesser than him since he cast them out. It's the same story. His sons are all gods, lowercase g. But he has one begotten son. He has one begotten son who's very special.
Yeah, he's the unique. Well, I wouldn't say that they're gods in the same way that God is. But if you want to call them gods in a lesser fashion, saying that they have some sort of authority over the people that worship them. Okay,
powers and principalities and rulers over in high places.
Right. But if I chose not to worship one of these lesser gods, then I'm not violating anything that God himself has commanded, because he says this is only one God and he's the only one worthy of worship. So
okay, no one was charging you with the sin. No one was accusing you of doing that.
I mean, if he's the only one, if he's the only being that has this creative and redemptive power, then he has every right to declare that.
You're describing monolatry.
What's that?
Monolatry is when you choose a god, the Most High God, or whichever the god is that has the characteristics that you like, and that's the one that you serve despite the existence of others.
Well, you can assert that if you want, but this is what the Bible makes it clear that he is. So there's no other god.
Powers and principalities and rulers in high places. You shall have no other god before me.
Right.
These are evidences that God is aware of their presence. He just doesn't want you to worship them.
But it
that's
doesn't
fine.
say that these gods exist in the same fashion that Yahweh do, though. That's what I'm
Right, they're
saying.
not the creator God. They don't make the
Right.
well. Some of them make
Right.
the claim to be creator gods, but
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm
as
saying
far
that-
as redemption is
Right.
fairly unique. So I'll give you that. But that's more of a Jesus
But
thing, and not
none
much
of these
a
gods
Yahweh
have
thing.
creative power. They don't have redemptive power either.
That's no. There are claims that some of them were creator gods.
Can you name one
Off the top of my head?
in the scriptures? Where are they in the scriptures?
I'm not sure if no. Why would they be in the Hebrew scriptures?
Well, okay. How about the New Testament?
Actually, there are examples in the Hebrew
Marduk,
Okay,
scriptures.
where are
Would
they?
it be Marduk?
So so Richard's going to show us an example of a false god that has redemptive and creative power.
Not creative.
No.
Creative.
That's not what it was. Just creative.
Okay,
That's what
where's
you
that
asked
false
for.
god? So one of these false gods is speaking and saying that he has, or let me put it this way. So you have an example in the Old Testament of a quote unquote lesser god that is claiming that he or it has creative power.
Yes.
Okay, where's that?
Okay, so when the magicians' staffs turn to snakes, that's one example.
Okay, can you
Another example from
Let
the New
Richard
Testament.
fucking finish. Jesus Christ, Beckel, you've been talking for like 20 minutes
Well,
straight.
tomorrow is Good Friday. So
You've been
it's a good
talking
time
for
to
20
talk tonight.
minutes straight. Let Richard finish.
Well, I'm asking for a
Then it-
direct verse. You can't just.
You asked a direct question, and he's going to answer you if you
No,
fucking
he's
let
not.
him.
He's not giving me a direct answer. I'm asking for a direct verse. That's what I'm asking for.
And then in the book of Revelation, the beast of Satan causes fire to come down from the sky. There's two examples, Old and New Testament.
Nope, that's false.
An image talk.
No, that was a nice try. That was a nice try. I asked specifically for an instance where one of the false gods proclaimed that they or it has creative power. You did not display that to me.
And like Marduk.
Well, no, well, we're just sticking with
Zeus.
the Old Testament.
No, I mean, why would we list this? Why would the Old Testament list all of? I mean, there's plenty of other gods mentioned. Asherah.
I understand what outside texts might say about these other gods, but I'm talking about what the Bible
Your
says
text
about
is
the
no
gods.
different than their text. Your texts
So,
are
but
exactly the
I
same.
am a Christian. I'm not going to defend these other books. I'm talking about what the Bible says.
Which means that you only understand the Hebrew tribal God. You have no understanding of the ones
Okay,
around there.
fine, but I'm not making any claims about the gods
No.
outside of the Bible. I'm talking about what the Bible says.
Beckel, I understand, but what you seem the way you seem to me is that you have blinders on to everything else but this one lane down through the Mediterranean, not Mediterranean, but the
Marduk.
like you're
You
focused
don't
on
know
it.
who Marduk is?
Yeah, I've heard of Marduk, but I'm
But
asking.
you're
but Marduk's
focused-
not mentioned in the Old Testament.
You're focused on Israel. That's it. Like that landmass over there, that area,
Well,
those
they
tribal
have to do.
beliefs, and this is just one of the tribal beliefs that came from Israel that became predominant. But you think that this one tribe had it all figured out?
So we haven't. So now Richard tried. I wonder if one of you guys have the opportunity to give it a shot as well.
Well,
You
I mean,
only
there's
want it to
Ra.
come from your book.
Yeah, there's Ra, and then there's Sheba.
Ra's not in that book. He's only
In
going
the
to
Old-
accept
in the Old
ones
Testament.
from the Old Testament. That's the
Oh
problem.
well, then.
Well, you know the Old Testament's historical, so
Okay, so let's see.
Oh
No,
yeah, it's an absolute history book.
all
Yeah.
I'm asking
It came
is
from the Jews.
What about
it's
Molech?
historical accounts, whether you believe it or not. It's still written in the historical narrative.
Doesn't
So-
make any of it true.
But like I said, look, whether you believe it or not, it's still written in historical narrative fashion. So
Right,
you
and
can
the
accept
Egyptians
So was
have
Lord
the
of the
same.
Rings.
So all I'm asking you for is an instance in the Old Testament where one of the false gods spoke and declared to have creative power. That's all I'm asking you for.
Okay, the
that's
snake
such
in the
a-
garden.
He doesn't claim to have redemptive power. You've really limited it because the only God that makes those claims.
Are we
That's
having a
why I
good
said
time? I'm having a good time.
You're shoehorning in only the definition because you added redemptive
This
in
is
there,
fun.
and you listed just your holy book and said, "Show me a God outside of my holy book."
This is
I have a quick question.
I'm having a great time.
Yes, please.
Veckel, can you quote anything from Satan Old Testament, please, or
From
any
who?
false god? From any false god, any quote at all,
I
Old
don't know of
Testament,
any. That's why I
please.
was asking you. That's why I was asking you. I don't
So
know.
you're purposefully asking a question that, in your opinion, there is no answer to.
No. You, Richard, you made a claim and said, yes, I can prove to you, Veckel, that there is an instance in the Old Testament where we have one of the false gods declaring to have creative ability. I asked you to
Not what
show
I've
it to
said.
me.
It's not
Yes,
what you
that is
asked.
what you said. Rewind the video.
No, what was asked
Okay,
was
hold on.
a
I'm going to rewind the
god,
video. Hold on a second.
a god.
I'll be back.
You don't have to rewind it. I recall clearly what happened. I'm going to review it with you.
I'll be back.
Okay, for everyone else who's not uselessly looking up something we're all aware of, what happened was it was asked that an Old Testament quote of a god is given where that god claimed power of creation. Now, that is not there at all, because there are no quotes from any god, lower G at all, of any kind in the Old Testament. However, there are acts of creation. Because I understood the closest you could get was acts of creation, I gave them.
You found what you were looking for, Veckel?
I highly doubt it.
He's looking
And
back
for
at
those,
this stream.
for those in the chat who don't know, Marduk is an Assyrian god. Before the Bible, came along before the Bible, and supposedly he fought Tiamat, the great dragon, and killed her, and used her body to create the universe.
That's correct.
We can talk to Dr. Josh about this all day long.
You surprise the shit out of me sometimes, Rex.
And possibly even more on point, Clockwork, would be the example that we've recently found early Jews who thought of themselves as Jews and were practicing Jews performing child Molech sacrifices.
Crazy Jews.
Well, sometimes I surprise myself, but you know, that's a different tangent.
Well, sometimes I surprise myself as well, Rex. So how you doing?
Well, sometimes you
Midnight likes to
me
surprise
too
me
there,
when I'm
Sparkle.
walking home in the dark. He likes to jump out of the bushes and make me think I see a ghost.
Yes.
Sparkle's got
Ghost
a
has
horn
cock
on his
piercings.
head and a horn between his legs, and he's like, surprise.
William, I want to ask why you have avoided the claimant of the God of this world.
Oh, yeah, I know who that is.
Your claim of minor gods. I'm wondering why it seems that you're purposefully avoiding that as an argument.
Yeah, you're sort of springing it early, though, aren't you?
Maybe. I don't know if he's listening.
Oh, that's Will's ace up his sleeve. He's
Right.
waiting.
We have to get a definition of a god first, and that seems to be a very difficult thing to do since we're just making the requirements be Yahweh.
Well, this is what Beckel does. This is what Beckel does. I've listened to him for years. And he always says the same shit.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, you're back.
All right. So I just rewound it, and this is I got both of you.
Present it?
Well, let me see if that.
Yeah, just put it up and I'll present it. That way we won't have an echo.
Yeah, give me a second.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm just sitting here waiting on Veckel to do something.
You know what? Let me do it this way because it's kind of hard for me to find. I was doing it on my phone, not on my computer.
All right.
So let me go back a second, and I want you guys to hear exactly what you said. Hold on.
Okay. All right.
Beckel, I hope you appreciate the leniency you're being shown here.
Well, all my viewers, I'm sure, are anxious to hear.
Christians make this channel interesting.
Yeah, they do.
So, I guess I'm the guest star.
Sort of.
You guys tell me if you guys can hear this or not. It may sound
kind of like the main course. Really,
I'm playing it from my phone. Look, here we go.
Where that God is.
Can you hear it?
But if you call them gods in a lesser fashion, saying that they have some sort of authority over the people that worship them,
powers and principalities and rulers over in high places.
Right. But if I chose not to worship one of these lesser gods, then I'm not violating anything that God Himself has commanded.
I think I'm too far back
because He says this is only one God, and He's the only one worthy of worship. So,
okay. No one was charging you with the sin. No one was accusing you of doing that.
So, I mean, if he's the only one, if he's the only being that has this creative power, creative and redemptive power,
here it comes.
Then he has every right to declare that.
You're describing monolatry.
What's that?
Monolatry is when you choose a god, the Most High God, or whichever the god is that has the characteristics that you like, and that's the one that you serve despite the existence of others.
Now you can assert that if you want, but this is what the Bible makes it clear that He is. So there's no other God.
Powers and principalities and rulers in high places. You shall have no other God before me.
Right.
These are evidences that God is aware of their presence. He just doesn't want you to worship them.
But it doesn't say that these gods exist in the same fashion that Yahweh do, though.
Right. They're not the creator.
Here it
God.
comes. Yep, this is it.
Some of them make the claim to be creator gods, but
that's what I'm saying.
Wait, stop right there. All right. So you said some of them make claim to be creator gods. That's what you said. Okay. And then you say it again. And then we're going to go to what Richard says. Hold on.
As far as redemption is fairly unique, so I'll give you that. But that's more of a Jesus thing.
None of these gods have creative power. They don't have redemptive power either.
No, there are.
Okay, so now I said none of these gods have creative or redemptive power, right? I was speaking only about the gods, the false gods, as mentioned in the scriptures. Okay, here we go.
We know the limitations that you put on it.
Yep.
In one?
Off the top of my head,
in the scriptures, where are they in the scriptures?
I'm not sure if why would they be in the Hebrew scriptures?
Well, okay, how about the New Testament?
Actually, there are examples in the Hebrew scriptures.
Okay, so now remember, there's Richard speaking. I asked the question: are there any examples in the Old Testament where any of the gods speak and claim to have creative power? Here, watch. I'm going to answer. I'm going to ask the question again for emphasis. Here we go.
Okay, where are they?
It'd be Marduk.
So Richard's going to show us an example of a false god that has redemptive and creative power.
Not creative. No. Creative. That's not what it was. Just creative.
Okay, where's that false god? So one of these false gods is speaking and saying that he has. Or let me put it this way. So you have an example in the Old Testament of a quote unquote lesser god that is claiming that he or it has creative power.
Yes.
Okay. All right, there you go. So that was my question. My question was very specific. I was asking about an instance in the Old Testament where one of these lesser gods had spoken and revealed that they themselves have the ability to create in the same way that Yahweh does. You said yes. And then I asked you, where is the verse? And then you brought to some obscure interpretation of Revelation.
So let me tell you what you did there. What you did was you not only excluded all sources except for the scriptures, but then you excluded anything that did not have two characteristics that are only assigned to your God. So you understand how that was extraordinarily dishonest what you tried to do there?
No, it wasn't dishonest.
Your source. Okay, so in that book, you mentioned the New Testament, and this was brought up in your absence, was the God of this world is mentioned.
Oh, there we go again. 1 Corinthians 4:4. Okay, gotcha. Okay, listen, what we're talking
the God
about,
the God of this world probably has creative powers.
You said probably. Okay,
yeah.
You're speaking subjectively, meaning that you don't have a valid means to prove that.
Isn't the God of this world the creator?
Okay, again, You're not proving that. First
Wait,
of all,
isn't the God of this world the
hold on a
creator?
second. You're not proving that. Who's the God of this world is spoken of in 1 Corinthians 4:4?
Oh, it's Yahweh, right?
How do you know? How do you know?
Oh, he's the
Based off
creator,
what
right?
context? How do you know?
Well, nobody knows. Nobody
Wait, so
knows
why,
that.
wait. Nobody knows. Then why are you making a dogmatic claim about it?
Because
then?
you limited me just to your silly book.
No. You see, you're being dishonest again.
About
You're
it being
making
silly,
dogmatic
about the
claims, and then when I
limitation.
ask you for validation of it, you'd say, "Well, nobody knows." Wait a minute. You just made a dogmatic claim.
No, what does that mean to make a dogmatic claim?
You just made a positive claim about something, affirming it to be true. You said
All right.
that
So
wait. What do you want to do? What are you doing here?
what are you talking about? Dogmatic. We're talking about dogmatic, right?
Yes, you just made a positive claim.
So is a positive claim the
God of
same
this
as
world
is
is
a
a false
positive
God.
is
So
a
wait a minute.
positive claim the same as a dogmatic
Wait a
claim?
minute. Wait. Let's
Richard,
go
can I get a
back.
ruling on that? Because maybe I'm wrong. Is a dogmatic claim the same as a positive claim?
Depending on usage, yes.
Okay. All right. So I've made a dogmatic claim that the God of this world is Yahweh. Now, are you saying that the God of this world is not Yahweh?
William, did you?
Oh, no. I'm giving you that. Now, are you saying that the God of this world is not Yahweh?
No, I'm challenging you to.
No. Are you willing to say that the God of this world is not Yahweh?
How about this? I'll say I don't know because it's up for debate. How about
so then it's possible there's more than one God?
No.
So Yahweh's the only God.
I said no. What I'm saying is that according to
wait. Think about what I'm asking you, and think about what you said.
You don't know, dude. You're not that sticky, bro. You're not that sticky.
All right. So here's the issue. There's either a God of this world that is Yahweh, or there's no God of this world, and dude was just talking at his ass. Would you like to respond?
Again, it all depends on how 1 Corinthians 4:4 is being interpreted. Okay, have you read the entire chapter?
All right, show me how you wiggle around that. Go ahead.
Okay, I already explained this to you in our last debate. Okay, I said that there are two angles to the way that verse is to be interpreted. One way is saying that God there is speaking in reference to the God of this world, meaning the God of the temporal realm, which is the devil, because it's talking about how he deceives people and has blinded people. Okay, that's one way. The other way, which most Calvinists, not all, but most Calvinists would take, is that this God of the world, God of this world, is talking about Yahweh. And the reason why he's blinding these people is because this is an act of judgment upon their part. So it all depends on how you're interpreting the text. But either way you look at it, it's not in any way, shape, or form asserting that there's two gods. So whether you take
so then there's only one God.
Yeah.
And so that means that he's talking about Yahweh.
Again, what's the context?
It doesn't matter. He's saying there's another God.
Yes,
the God of this world.
No, it does matter.
It doesn't say the God of this world. Right. So I'm asking you to define which one.
I'm going to explain this again. This is
you're not dogmatic about it, but can you tell me?
No, I'm very dogmatic about this position.
So Yahweh is the only God. That means that
I'm being very dogmatic about this position. I'm speaking to you right now. That whether you say that the 1 Corinthians 4:4 passage is talking about the devil, or if it's talking about Yahweh, either way you position you want to take, right? It still does not neither side asserts or will lead you to conclude that there's multiple gods. Okay.
Are you sure?
The context by itself would either say the God of this world is in reference to the people who don't worship God, people who are following their flesh, feeding their belly, or the other angle is that the God of this world is in reference to Yahweh. Okay.
Well, the God of this world can create blindness. The God of this world creates blindness.
Well, if you're taking a Calvinist view, they'll say, well, some Calvinists, not all, but some Calvinists will say yes, because God has blinded these people because of their deliberate, disobedience towards God.
Okay, so
but let's
being
play with
that
the
writer there only believes there's one God, though, right?
Absolutely. He says
he's talking about Yahweh.
That there's only one God.
Right. So he's talking about Yahweh.
Actually, maybe it's 7 chapters later, but anyway.
Right. He's talking about Yahweh through all of this. The God of this world is Yahweh.
Through that one chapter, chapter 4.
Yeah.
I said, I'm a little on the fence with that, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, you can't. You've been pretty dogmatic about there only being one God.
No. I'm still dogmatic about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's look at 1 Corinthians 4, and you tell me, does it give any indication that there are two gods?
Well, it does. It does. It does. If the God of this world is different from Yahweh.
No. Again, if you're looking at it in the context that it's speaking of the devil.
Look, you asked if there was a mention of another God in the New Testament, and so there's another God in the New Testament that creates blindness.
Not what I asked. I asked if there was another God anywhere in either the Old or New Testament that claims to have creative and or redemptive ability.
Right, but there's only one God that has this attribute that's in that book.
You have not been able to display it to me.
Right, because you only limited it to only one answer.
You're failing.
No, it's not failing. We're reasoning.
It is.
And
you're making claims that you can't provide evidence for.
Like that there's only one God?
No. You are making claims that you can't provide evidence.
Right, similar to when you say there's only one God.
Yes, I'm saying that there's only one God because the scriptures say that there's only one God.
Right, but that's just one book.
Yeah, right.
Right. So in that book, it actually acknowledges that there are other gods. I'm not arguing for any of the
book. I'm a Christian.
Right.
I'm not arguing for any of
But
the
it
book.
acknowledges that there's other gods in that.
If you want to talk about other books, you're more than welcome to educate me.
No, in the Old Testament, it talks about other gods.
No. Yes, it does. It talks about them as false gods, right?
Well, it says false because it's not Yahweh. It doesn't have the redemptive power that you.
Correct. Now, if you want to talk about other books,
so there's other gods.
I'm more than willing to let you educate me on those.
No. I agree. There's other gods. No, it's not Marmaduke. That was a big dog.
Marduk, sorry.
So just listen.
I'll make fun
what we're
of it,
saying is that there are other gods in the Old Testament. They just don't have redemptive power.
The Bible does not assert that. It does assert that there are other gods, but again, how is it defining the word gods?
Well, it does it. Okay, so I asked you to define the word gods, and you said
I already did it like 7 times. You want me to do it in 8?
No, you can, but what you did is you used a subjective definition that defines all other possibilities of gods out.
But I'm going by the text. What the text defines as gods.
Are you really? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Richard. I know you're dying.
You want to go through them? See if you
can I'd like to pontificate just a little bit between Veckel and William, not to diminish William or Veckel, but it seems there's a slight impasse here.
Yeah.
Where?
Yes. There sure enough is. Go ahead.
Shut up, Veckel. God damn it. Let Richard talk.
I thought I'd just wait for all that to happen. I knew it had to. Where it seems that 3 questions would really clear this up for Veckel. 3 questions for Veckel would really clear this up between the two of you. Those 3 questions are the following. Is there more than one God? Is Yahweh a God? And is Yahweh the God of the Old Testament? Thank you.
So these questions are only for me, right? They're not for William. Could you repeat the questions again? What's the first question? Is there more than one God? That's the first question.
Are you not paying attention?
Oh, yes, I am, sir. I'm just asking for clarification.
And make fun of my accent a little bit more, you fucking moron.
Well, you the one over here talking, using all that Christian language and cussing at me. I think you need to tone it down a bit.
Yes,
I never said I was a Christian.
I know that. I'm making fun of you.
The questions were intended for you, Veckel.
Yeah, that's what you do, Veckel. You make fun of people that don't agree with you.
I'm sorry. I'm asking.
You're giving him an opportunity to do what he does best, which is not focus on the question. So
why do you get offended when I ask the question for clarification? What's wrong with that? I mean,
are there other gods?
Okay, the first question was, right? Is there more than one God? And I say, no, there's only one God. The Bible makes it very clear all throughout the Old Testament that there's only one God. God says it repeatedly in the Old Testament, Genesis, Deuteronomy, Isaiah.
Is Yahweh that God?
He's the one God. Yes, the one true God. Yes.
Is Yahweh the God of the Old Testament?
Yes. And the New Testament too.
Well, we had that whole fight last night. So. Oh, and bro, Joe, there's a whole lot of shit wrong with me. Don't get me started.
He said, why would Yahweh be jealous of other gods if they don't exist? I love answering these questions because it's so fun to answer.
We love that you love answering these questions. Go ahead.
I'm being serious, man. I really do.
In fact, wait, before you answer, anybody who has questions for Veckel, just highlight my name and put them in the side chat, and I will make sure that he gets them.
Yeah, I do have to get going soon because I got to spend some time with the family. But
thank fucking God.
No, that's not his first name, but that's okay. Let's answer this question. It says, why would Yahweh be jealous of other gods if they don't exist? Again, it's not the fact that they exist or don't exist. The fact of the matter is that God, the attention that his people are having towards these false gods or non-existent gods is that they're turning their attention and affection away from Yahweh and onto other things. It doesn't have to be the conceptualization of another being. It could be anything. Could be money, could be wine, could be anything. Just pick anything.
The structure in immediate context there in the part that you're referring to, Brojo, and Veckel's answer is completely coherent and consistent.
Yeah, so God is jealous because why? You're spending too much time doing this. I mean, you just fill in the blank. It could be anything. I mean, even going to the New Testament, Paul is condemning people who have made their God, their belly, their God. And every time I read that verse, I get convicted, man, because I definitely spend a lot of time doing other things like playing video games, watching movies, probably more so than I pray and study the scriptures. I need to, check myself on that. But if I'm doing that, then God is going to be jealous of me because I'm spending more time doing other things rather than reading his word, spending time with him in prayer, so on and so forth.
Beating yourself for the cat of nine tails. Yeah, I get it.
Would you be terribly disappointed?
We don't do that physically, but that's okay. Yeah.
Would you be terribly disappointed if you found out that God didn't even know you existed?
Wait, would I be disappointed if God knew I didn't exist?
Yeah.
Didn't know that I exist?
Yeah. Like if like when you get up there to I don't know, whatever heaven looks like, and you're about to go in and they're like, hold on. Veckel.
So I'm like,
we don't have any record of a Veckel. Like,
yeah,
no, we're not judging you. We don't have any bad or good. You're just not on our rolls.
In that scenario, then I'll just proclaim who Jesus is, and then they'll let me in.
Oh, there you go. But I'm not saying that. But wouldn't it be weird to find out that all this time he never even knew you existed? It's like, oh shit, how'd that one got away from me? Where were you hiding? That would be crazy. I mean, I'd still be happy to go in. Yeah, I'd still be happy to go in and everything.
That'd actually be fine in open theism.
Well, I don't think that is accurate for open theism, but maybe. Most open theists think that he knows past and present exhaustively.
I guess it depends on the level of open theism. You're right.
Right. Yeah.
Although that kind of thought process in like an extreme open theism would certainly justify why the God of the Old Testament has to send angels to find out
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Lot at the gate, Sodom, yes, and many other things, yes. The two angels that investigate the city of. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I've made that argument plenty of times that if you're going to take those verses literally, then God has to send someone to verify claims, which means he's not omnipresent. He's not everywhere. He'd already know.
Yeah, it's not only logically impossible to attain omnipresence along with omniscience and omnipotence. It's not only logically impossible, the Bible speaks against it.
Well, now you've done it. Now every Christian from this continent is going to be after you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
How dare you say that he doesn't know every little thing and has all logical power? Yeah, I love the idea that he's got all logical power but can't travel back in time to correct the shit that happened in the garden.
Yeah,
if
what's
he didn't know
illogical about
everything,
that?
how do you know he's going to say this?
Right.
Bang! Gotcha, God. Didn't see that one coming, did you, old man?
Left field.
How's it going, PJ?
Sorry, I got so frustrated with Veckel there, William. It just strikes me all as being horribly dishonest.
I think it's made for good viewing.
All right, I'm back.
And I know Veckel enjoys it.
Now you can apologize with the Metallica video and direct it at me, so that'd be great.
What?
Yeah, the
Apologize?
song. Yeah. Just give me some song. Give me a song with symbolizing forgiveness or something. Oh, wait a minute. No. Wrong group, because they had the song called Unforgiven. So
Yeah, it was Unforgiven. It was different. Yeah.
Or they also
Try-
did
try-
God That Failed.
Try Spillway by Ghost. It talks about forgiveness.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to step off. I really
Good.
enjoyed this conversation. So,
Cool.
and Clockwork, if you're ever interested in talking to a guy like me,
No, I know. So just stop. Full stop.
come
No, I'm
on.
not.
It'd be fun. Come on.
After he gets through the excitement of a root canal, maybe.
Yes. All right. Great. Could you
Yeah,
imagine
after
me-
somebody drills a couple of holes in my head, maybe.
That's right. Could you? Yeah. Well, you know what? You know what I'll do? I'll email you a
No,
playback.
you're not going to email me because you don't have my email.
I'll get it somehow. I'll figure it out.
No, you won't.
Wow, this feels like stalking. Leave him alone, Veckel. He doesn't want to talk
I'm
to
watching
you.
you, Clockwork. I'm watching you. You will come to know God. Yes.
He's got that movie guy voice. That's what Veckel's got.
That's right.
Remember when you were making fun of
guy voice?
when
Yeah,
you were
that's
making
right.
fun of my deconversion, and you were talking about you and Jill being the deconverters in a time. Two Negroes. Yeah. Two Negroes roam the land.
I think I need to add those names to my list.
Plagued by deconversion. Two Negroes roam the earth.
When Jesus' nipples were dripping with love.
Dripping with love. All right, guys. Well, Jesus is Christ. And
We keep saying you're going to leave, but you haven't left yet.
Yeah,
What
like
the
one
fuck
of those
are you
pastors
waiting
that
on?
Say, hey, I'm getting ready to close. And then 20 minutes later, he says it again. I'm getting ready to close. No.
Could I make a request of you, Veckel, before you go? Would you please look up the word objective?
Bye-bye.
That's an objective no.
I thought it was worth asking.
Well, it doesn't hurt to try. I'm just saying.
Ox is trying to ransom off your email. I like you, Clockworks, but I've got a habit. I'm trying to see.
So,
Well, wait, since it's Clockwork's email, I mean, I'm willing to offer $1.50.
Oh, $1.50? You ain't gonna offer $3.50? What up, man?
Well, I didn't want it to be under I didn't want my offer to be under $1.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
I'm gonna scalp it for under $1 though. I'm gonna scalp that offer. 75 cents. Get you all Clockwork's details. Actually, there's nothing to know. Clockwork is sort of he's a mystery. He's a man of mystery.
I'm a mystery wrapped in an enigma, clouded in a fog.
He's a man who lives his life on the run. He makes his money.
Never give him more than $3.50. They keep coming back. It's like, you think it's a good idea to engrave your name and address and information on the back of your bike, but it just tells them where to get more bikes.
That was amazing.
See, Veckel's he's messed this up for me because I had like 15 minutes left of that video that I have to do, and now I've heard him so much that I'm gonna have to hear him again, and he's gone. And
Isn't it fundamentally dishonest to ask for something you know can't exist?
Yes.
Well, no, he knew that something did exist in his book, that it would say this one thing, and then he made sure that the question was limited to only that one answer. Except that even though he did that, if you exclude the redemption part in the description, some of those other gods that are mentioned in the Old Testament would be creator gods.
Yeah.
The redemptive thing is something new, and that's not even really recognized until Jesus. So, yeah, I don't think there was any redemptive. I mean, there was redemptive language, but not like for your soul or anything like that until Jesus.
And since you brought that up, the word Jesus is actually a 2-part word meaning Jehovah salvation.
Mm-hmm.
So actually Jesus is not salvation.
What the fuck?
Rex breathed on his mic. That's all.
Oh no, I blew my nose. Sorry, did I mute?
That's what I. No, you didn't.
My bad.
I'm just worried about you. That was congested. You probably need to get some NyQuil or something.
It's the change of the seasons and shit.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
Don't I know it? Yeah. God damn. Everything's covered in yellow blanket out here. All this pollen. It'll be another 3 weeks before I wash my truck.
Well, I mean, you can wash it one day and the next day it looks like it did before you washed it. So.
Everyone thinks I'm driving a new truck and they think it's yellow now because it was white. Like, nice new truck, and I'm like, watch this, and I just spray the hose
repainted?
Actually, I just paid my truck off today, my last payment.
Congratulations!
Yeah.
All right on that.
All right, good on you.
Yeah, it feels good, man.
Feels good. You ain't got that kid hanging over your head. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was a private loan. I mean, it wasn't through a company or anything. I got a loan from a friend, and then got my truck, got it fixed up, paid it. Now I've paid it off, so we're good. And so that worked out really nice. No interest or anything. He's cool like that.
Oh, that's cool.
Is he Islamic?
No.
No interest.
He's just country. Huh? He's just country. I've done favors for him. Not like that, Clockwork. Not like that.
I didn't say nothing.
Yeah, but you would have. You would have. Brojo recommends that you get yourself some local honey immediately, which just means whatever prostitute's closest.
Well, fair enough. That's
not there
yet. You might have meant actually, literal honey.
Well, we have those great big goddamn Japanese hornets up here, and they apparently like bees. They like honeybees.
Honey. Yeah.
Yeah, but they like to eat the honeybees.
Yes, they do.
Bastards.
So
I love honeybees. They're great. I love honey. I'm a honey freak. I love that shit. And strangely, I put it on peanut butter. I just eat it out of a bowl. It's weird.
No, I just whip them together until the peanut butter becomes fluffy with honey at about 50 to 50%. Man,
that sounds kind of nice. Sounds like a lot of carbs, but I'm
who cares?
Yeah. Well, I do. I'm always trying to avoid diabetes.
I can't gain weight.
Yeah, I don't know what that's like. I have to work to keep it off.
Like, my adult weight hasn't fluctuated by more than 15 pounds since I was 19. I've just weighed this.
Oh yeah, I weigh the same as I did when I got out of the Army.
Oh,
no matter what I eat, no matter what I eat, I weigh the same.
So I didn't have the discipline to leave. I didn't have the discipline to leave while Veckel was here because he was making me lose my mind. But I really should have went to work an hour ago. So peace and respect to you all. Have a great day.
Be safe, brother.
Oh, peace and respect, Rich.
There, dude.
All right, laters.
And we'll return to the agony of finishing up this fucking stream here so that I don't ever have to show it again. But I will say again, I was treated really well by everybody on Praise's stream. So I got no complaints there, except that Veckel was there. And that's just because he's Veckel, not because he was rude. He was just doing what he does. Which I know Clockwork is a big fan of his work, right? Clockwork, you got his full collection, his full catalog.
Uh-huh.
Fuck yourself.
I want to say in Deuteronomy somewhere.
No. Listen. What it would mean was that the Hebrews often operated outside of the will of God and wrote things in that justified what they were doing.
I'm getting to that. Now, the examples that I just brought up, are you going to be able to prove that this was contrary to the will of God? For example, the people that were killed for picking up sticks on the Sabbath, was that something in direct contrast to the will of God, or is that something that God just allowed, but he didn't decree it to be?
I'd have to ask Praise. Praise, is that hyperbole what he's talking about, or is that an actual account that God wanted people to be killed if they did these things?
Well, again, like we have to understand the composition of the Pentateuch. It's like the only thing that we know that was directly handed down to Moses was the Decalogue. That's the only thing we do know. So everything else we don't know. Like it's something that we have to contend with. Was it directly said by Yahweh? I don't know. Like the scholars don't know. Like you have to contextually show that. So my understanding of the sticks on Sabbath day was called a high-handed sin. It was something that was meant like they're putting their middle fingers up to God or something, and basically something along those lines. So
right. I agree with that. Yeah. What about the guy named Uz who touched the ark?
Change my earbuds. I'll be right back.
Okay, we also have the situation where Uz, the guy who touched the ark, because all he wanted to do was to keep it from hitting the ground. He touched it and he died right there.
My gosh, that is hyperbole, man. Yeah, I talked to OC on that.
Okay.
I wish Feckle hadn't left yet. Suddenly, it's like we were just talking about this very thing.
So yeah, there was 5 million people killed or something. That is so far out. Those numbers are whack, man. That's craziness. Like that is pure hyperbole there.
Wait, 5. What account are you talking about?
I'm talking about the one where they touched the ark and 5 million people died. Like it was like an extraordinary.
Wait, where's that? I don't know.
Where is that?
Oh, it's like I have to look it up.
I'm talking about the issue with Uzzah.
I don't think it's that many. I don't think it's that many. I don't know though for sure.
Yeah, it's a whole shitload.
I only know of one person that actually died for touching it.
No, there was a whole slew of people, like hundreds of thousands of people. It says that were
you're talking about
killed.
You're talking about
You're talking about a war.
The plagues that came from the ark, the things that happened to the Philistines when they took the ark. If you read that account, I mean, it's.
Yeah, they got emerods or whatever, all sorts of crazy shit. Yeah.
So see, but that's my point, Praise. See, now you're able to successfully point out some things that are hyperbolic, and I won't necessarily disagree with you on that. But again, where do we draw the line between that and some of the other accounts that we see that are supernatural? Are we going to say that those things didn't happen, or are we going to say
there's indicators? We have indicators of hyperbole. So the language, we totally, utterly, completely destroyed their asses and their donkeys and their mills and their mothers' mothers and their aunts and infants, and we know that's
we destroyed their
hyperbole.
Ancestors.
That is shit talking. That's called ancient shit talking. So
think about what they said they did to Saul's body. If you think about that story, what they supposedly did to Saul's body, how long that thing floated around.
I agree with that. It's okay to say that even back then people use similes or metaphors, hyperboles, and stuff like that. Definitely, I don't have an issue with that. But I want to be careful though again, because we do see things where we do have passages in Scripture that a lot of atheists and non-believers like to bring up to try to make Christians uncomfortable with it.
Beckel, you have evidence of the miraculous stuff, like with Sodom and Gomorrah. There's bits of sulfur on the site now that show, and then there's the site on the supposed Mount Sinai, Jabal el-Lawz.
Yeah, right.
Burn on the top and the split rock, all that.
No, I don't agree with that. I guess the core of this conversation we're having is whether or not the language that we see in 1 Samuel 15 and other passages is hyperbolic or literal. And I do agree. Well, I think within context, we have to look at it on an individual basis. We can't just jump to the conclusion and say every place where this language is used is hyperbolic. I think there are some cases where that could be the case.
How far back do you want to start, like with Abraham, and look at that? Because there was no army of Israel in Abraham's time. So you got to think that there was less motivation for hyperbole, unless he was starting a religious group.
Yeah,
it seemed like he had a family.
Right. Well, if we're sticking with 1 Samuel 15, we got the case. We got God giving his command to King Saul through the prophet Samuel, and the reason for that command was because of what the Amalekites did to them, which is mentioned back in Deuteronomy somewhere. Okay, we got that, and then we got the case that Amalekites still walked around much later after that event. So obviously, what does that lead us to believe? That King Saul did not do what he was commanded to do. Okay,
that's right.
Here's where the argument comes in. The direct command that God gave to King Saul was hyperbolic versus it being literal. Okay, so the people who are taking the position that it's hyperbolic are saying, yep, we know that this is hyperbolic. Why? Because we see Amalekites walking around afterwards. Yes, we agree with that. But I don't think that's a strong argument for it to be hyperbolic language, because we have, just by the fact that we have Saul disobeying God, he did not kill all the Amalekites. So therefore you will see Amalekites walking around afterwards.
But what was he being chastised for? It wasn't because he didn't fully murder everyone. It's because he was trying to get ulterior motives. And I think we showed that, or at least, what I was reading.
I don't trying to be the king. But the fact of the matter is, we're not talking about what Saul's motive was. We're talking about what God's motive is. And we're talking about whether or not the command that God gave was.
God didn't want them to have a king. They chose a king despite what God told them. He warned them that if they got a king, bad things were going to happen. He never wanted them to have a king.
We're not talking about that. No. Don't go into a different topic there. We're talking about the language.
It's relative.
No, not necessarily. No, it's not. Because we're talking about the war language that God used with regards to the Amalekites.
It started with them having a king, right? That's when the war propaganda and the kingdom propaganda began.
I know. I understand that. I understand that. But to me, that's not relevant to the language that God gave to King Saul with regards to what the handling of the Amalekites. I agree with what you're saying there. And maybe you might be right with King Saul's ulterior motives for not killing all of the Amalekites. I'm not going to argue too much with that.
It was
the problem
his first exploit.
I'm not looking at King Saul's motives. I'm looking at the language that
this was his. Look, this was the first time the army of Israel really confronted another army like that. They had victory, but he wanted to, like Praise is saying, that he wanted to make himself king by that regard without Samuel there.
Yeah, right.
Without the approval of the priesthood.
But that's not taken away from the argument of those that take this position to be literal. Again, what does God say in the command? We see him saying, wipe them all out, including the babies and the pregnant women and all that other stuff. Right.
But
so we do see the language. We do see the language there. However, the debate is whether or not that command that God gave to King Saul is hyperbolic or literal. Okay. We're not talking about Saul's motive. We're talking about what God said. Go ahead.
But I mean, we have the other 85 instances where we know those are hyperbole, and Joshua and some of those other ones, a total kill language. I mean, that's indisputable. Those texts are hyperbole, but this is the one that we're questioning. And like you're gonna single out this one that's one time, like I just don't see. But then how do you explain the great battlefield? Like that doesn't make any sense. Why would the battlefield be so extremely large and over exaggerated? That just makes no sense.
What would Jesus?
What does that got to do with the command that God gave him then? So you're saying that God gave him an unrealistic command?
Like what I'm saying, but this is the problem.
Okay, so let me make sure I'm understanding your question. So are you saying that if this was a literal command that God meant to literally have them wipe out the Amalekites, then he's making it impossible? He's giving them an impossible task because the numbers were too big. Is that?
No, I'm saying they're attributing it to Yahweh. That doesn't mean Yahweh actually said it. Like it doesn't say like he endorsed it or said it. These are doxologies. Like these are meant to elevate or to magnify God and like beat their chest. It's sort of like a phallus, like their spiritual phallus.
No, I get that's your point, but I'm just wondering why is it wrong though? Like how is the numbers? Yeah, go ahead.
I need to know something from Praise. Praise, when you read this, because you consider yourself a fundamentalist, but when you read this, did this cause you to pause for a second and kind of have to reason through this and say, wow, that's because Veckel's reasoning through it. I just want to know, was it difficult for you to kind of shift on this to hyperbolic understanding?
At first, yes, but then it really started to solidify, and it began to clear up to me when I seen all the other cultures around him doing the same thing. I mean, it's inundated with the evidence of hyperbole with everyone around him, including Israel. So that was a cultural practice back then. I mean, that's indisputable. Yeah. So I think the evidence is pretty big. You know, there's really nothing to. Yeah.
But that's kind of where you need to be in your headspace when you're talking to Veckel, because he's facing the same questions that you were facing and that I was facing on that. And I obviously went a different direction than you did, but Veckel's facing the same kind of challenge with this text, I think.
I understand. Yeah. I want to tell people though, yes, I mean, we don't have to say, oh, well, does that mean God's word's not infallible? No, it's still infallible. It's just that it's a literal, non-literal text. We have to understand it. It's not meant, you have to take it in the spirit of the text, what it's trying to convey. It's not trying to convey literalisms. It's trying to convey doxologies. Once you understand that, then it's the same as if God killed him or not. It's the same thing.
See, and that's where I think I totally understand the point, but I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with that because, again, we have passages in scripture that say that God is he's terrible. Now we know that God is not terrible in a negative sense. We say it's talking about how powerful he is and how much reverence he's due from his creation. And he's powerful. He's able to do all kinds of things, even bring about great tumults and atrocities. So we can say that language like that is hyperbole, because we know that God is not an evil God. He's loving, he's long suffering, his mercy endures forever. But then we do see all these other cases where people are confused, people are questioning God. Where are you, God? Where's the justice? We see this in the Psalms where David is playing. Right. And the reason why he's asking these kinds of questions is because we can see accounts in the Old Testament in the historical text of God giving these commands that most humans don't understand or will not embrace, will not accept, because they seem just so out there.
Well, now you just took a huge assumption again, where praise is saying that you take it for what it is, and do you understand that might not have been the command that was given?
See, and again, I think what we're doing is we're looking at a specific command that God gives, and we're jumping to this conclusion and saying, well, that's not what God really meant. God said do this, and we ought to take that as hyperbolic language.
Hold on. Dude, you need to understand that the Davidic dynasty took over and got the approval of the priesthood through Samuel and then through Nathan, which means that they wrote the histories. They are the ones that are writing this account later on.
Okay, so you're saying that so there's actually a different version of the actual account then?
Yeah, this is political.
Right.
This is a political writing. This is a way that the priesthood is backing David in his line, and they're discarding Samuel.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I'm following you. When we have God giving a command to a person or to a people.
No, but you're missing it. He's not. They're attributing it to Yahweh. It's a doxology.
Okay,
he's not literally doing that.
So God is not literally giving these commands. They're saying these commands that exist in Scripture are attributed to God, but they weren't actually God giving them these commands.
This would be like George Bush saying that he got an order from God to go stop Saddam Hussein from using nukes.
Okay, so where in the text do we have God actually giving commands that these are not something that originate from man and they're just being attributed to God, but rather they actually originate from God, and it's proven that they're attributed to God? Which
the only ones we know are the Decalogue, because they're apoditic form, but everything else is not apoditic.
Okay, like give me an example of one, so for the audience.
Thou shalt not kill or murder. It's really murder, but yeah, that's apoditic. We know that came down from God. That is something indisputable.
The Ten Commandments are
so when the Israelites
specifically what he's talking about.
So when the Israelites killed someone for disobeying a law, let's say committing adultery,
that was a Mosaic action.
Okay, was God in contrast to that, or
the death penalty laws are not apoditic? Yeah,
right.
So you're saying that they're not attributed to? They are attributed to God.
No, that's Mosaic civil law. That's how they kept order in their camp. They used the Decalogue as a.
Though, was there something inherently contrast to God's nature, though? God's commands in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, murdering somebody might be, but the point is they were allowed to leave. They did not have to stay and be stoned. They could leave the camp and be banished. The only reason you got stoned is if you didn't fucking leave.
Well, yeah. Well, also they had atonement and all this other stuff. Like there was, in fact,
that's true. That's true.
There was some. I mean, there really is. I'm going to show scholarship on this. That there's literally no accounts of death penalties ever. Hardly, maybe one or two that were recorded in the whole ancient Near East. So it really was not practiced back then at all.
Right. There was a lot of other options before they ever got to where they were going to kill one of their own like that.
Yeah. No, I got that. Yeah. I mean, God always made a way for people to be redeemed as well. I mean, that goes back to Ezekiel 18, Ezekiel 33, that God does takes no pleasure in the death of the wicked. Yeah. So
they're not saying that God made a way, Veckel. They're saying that Moses made all of the ways, the rules, all of that stuff outside of the Decalogue. That's what is being claimed.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with that. My point is though that so these commands where the Israelites practiced corporate punishment upon those who disobeyed the law. That
I'm not sure what corporate punishment is, but I don't want nobody to practice that shit on me.
Wasn't directly from God himself, but this is something that was attributed to God.
Moses was in the position of God to the camp. In other words, he is the lawgiver of the camp to keep order. And he used I forgot his wife's father's name.
Be Jethro. I'd forgotten then, but it's Jethro.
Yeah.
Whatever.
The Dukes of Israel. Uncle Jethro, where them Duke boys at?
Ooh, doggy.
They're jumping camels.
Guy. the idea of having judges over the people, by 12, like for the 12 tribes, and you had different ones, like almost to a Supreme Court kind of thing, and he's at the top of it. So he only heard. You understand what I'm talking about? Because I know I kind of drifted off there, but
yeah. All right, I see what you're saying. Okay, because some of that I agree with. Again, which I think it actually everything that you're saying actually only further validates my compatibilistic view of.
There's that nervous laugh, but basically everything you just said means I'm more right.
Yeah, it's always like you're giving me 100% validation, but yeah, this part is just hyperbolic, and that part doesn't mean anything. And I don't go by that part, but
it only sounds like you destroyed my worldview. Ha ha ha! Really? You've only made it evident that I'm right. I've demonstrated how right I was when I was wrong.
Okay, because some of that I agree with. Again, which I think it actually everything that you're saying actually only further validates my compatibilistic view of because we do see God giving commands on one hand, but yet there's room for man through his finite nature and fallacious nature can do things contrary to the will of God, but yet they'll still attribute it to God. And so that actually further validates compatibilism, in my opinion. But this is
what does that mean? Help me with compatibilism when you say that. What does that mean?
Yeah, some people say that I'm saying it the wrong way. I don't think that.
What does it mean to you, so that I understand what you mean?
Yeah. Basically, compatibilism, from my understanding, is that it's the concept that free will and determinism are expressed in Scripture simultaneously. So God, through his sovereign and his providence, he ordains certain events, but also leaves man in some occasions with the freedom to do according to their nature. So we see both free will as well as God's preordained decrees and edicts, whatever you want to call it, working together. So I mean, all things are under his sovereignty, generally speaking. However,
I'm inclined to believe, dude, that Jesus came to straighten out the mess that the priesthood made out of just from the Decalogue onward when they began to get foreign. Like if that's the case, I think Jesus came to kind of set them straight and be like, look, y'all have added a bunch of stuff that I didn't say, and you're hypocrites and all that.
Yep, that's exactly
right. At the same time, the determinists can say, well, this was all preordained in order that God's name would be glorified ultimately, and that can be backed up by what Paul says in Romans 9 regarding the Pharaoh, the relationship between God and the Pharaoh. It says, for this very purpose I have raised thee up so that I might show my power in thee. See, so we know that these things happen for a reason, and it's ultimately to bring God the glory. It's not that God left these things happen. Oh man, shoot, I didn't see that happening. Now I got to send my son to die for us, and die for them on a cross so we can fix this mess. No, all these things are determined ultimately for a cosmic purpose, and that is to serve, to bring glory to his name and vindication to his name. That's what I would say.
I mean, with open theism, like there's so many. Yeah, I don't think that would be an essential thing. Like some people think it is. I just think it's people have their different ideas of God's knowledge or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I used to be so what do you call it, like tribal against it, but I mean, there's so many people now I'm looking at that I see that are really godly people. I'm just saying, are they going to hell now? And I'm not going to put my position. I'm not going to put myself in that position to say that. It's just.
Give praise credit where it's due. That was really nice of him to say, that open theists aren't going to hell. I think that's pretty cool.
He allows it, so it shall be done. So it shall
give
be
them
said.
A pass. They're not so bad.
Yeah.
Let them let them into heaven.
Praise that down there. Come on, let them all in now.
Yeah, I agree. I will say though that because they worship a God that can be thwarted and caught off guard, I think they have.
Wait! Stop! That doesn't stand to reason, though. If what praise is suggesting about the hyperbole, a lot of the reactions attributed to this God through some of these writers might be hyperbole, and might kind of change the idea that the God can be caught off guard. Because if these are just men, kind of playing with the text a little bit to try, you know what I'm saying, like they did with the hyperbole. Then some of this stuff might be like, and that allows me to consider maybe if I just focus on Jesus and try to not make everything in the Old Testament literally seem like that's the God, and taking into account of what man does with the text, I have a much better chance of holding on to Christianity to some degree just by looking at Jesus.
Well,
because that's the epitome of wisdom.
Well, you're speaking subjectively, and I don't think I have a total problem with that. However, you don't want to compromise the truth of Scripture regarding the acts of God just so that you can make the gospel more palatable. I mean, you just have to, we just have to be honest with ourselves and just embrace, these things that are historically mentioned in the Scripture.
Are you being honest with yourself right now, Veckel?
Yeah, I think I am. Yes. Because I did a whole video series about this. I called it Uncomfortable. And it's basically about me sharing verses in Scripture that most of you guys would probably assert to be hyperbolic now, that would make the average Christian very uncomfortable. And I could see by your avatar, William, that you actually watched my video. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, and I'm going to get you back for that. You know that, right? So, anyway,
be waiting, Veckel, for you to get me back for that. But until that happens, little Snoop.
I like how he says "you guys" and then the average Christian.
Y'all aren't super Christians like me.
Yeah, like me, exactly. Yeah, I'm not up here. You don't know it all like I do. You can't pick and choose like I can.
My ultra Christian utility belt to complete with Bible verses and flashcards.
Right? It was like the kid excited to be there with like the answers to thinks he knows the answers to the multiple question test, but
got a fanny pack full of religious tracts to hand you, one for every subject. Oh
right?
Yeah, you got pregnant before you got married. Here, take this tract. That's right. A regular Christian wouldn't have this available in his handy dandy fanny pack, but I do because I'm not those kind of Christians.
Christian utility belt for God.
Look at this Ligma energy coming up in here.
Oh, howdy.
Now, is this Hillary's or is this Sammy?
No, it tastes my balls. You just
oh my God, it's the legendary Simos. You been enjoying yourself in the side chat there, buddy?
Oh man. Well, I hang on a second. Let me just sort that out. There we go. I have been hugely impressed, William and Richard. Is Richard not here anymore? But anyway,
he had to go to work. He's gainfully employed.
Poor man. No, I mean you just batted him around like he was a flopping fish on the ground. 1 minute he was in one side of the room, the next minute he was on the other side of the room, and then back again, and then back again. Fucking hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
He had some hard things to face over in Praise's room, and so they're working that out.
That's what it started it. I mean, not only did you get him on that point, and then Richard said something about inconsistencies. It's either consistent or it's inconsistent. And then he said, well, it's, that's it. And then he said, oh, no. Look, it can be, these two conflicting things can be consistent. And then he demonstrated that it was consistent by changing his definition to the one that Richard uses. I mean, just fucking hilarious. I've just got to say.
Well, we're gonna try and get Praise. I don't know if you've heard, but he's going to take Halsey's Logical Fallacies course with me, and we're gonna try and get him to live stream it on his channel as well.
Praise will be pretty good at that, I think. I've had a decent philosophical discussion with Praise once, so I think he's.
I don't believe you.
No, I mean,
I'm just kidding.
Like, I don't know, right? I don't know, but I give the guy props. I mean, everybody else goes. And I think, he falls into this, like the problem that Veckel does, right? Doesn't want to appear to be wrong. But I think he's doing it less and less anyway. I mean, he steel manned my position as an atheist. And I wouldn't have thought that was possible listening to other people. But he did it real well. So.
Well, I'm going to be really embarrassed if he kicks my ass and just blows right through this course like it's nothing, and I'm left struggling, with the basics.
He might do.
Yeah, that's what we'll see.
Yeah, he was teaching Kevin philosophy the other day when I went in.
Oh.
And I didn't have an awful lot to disagree with him about. So.
Well, I look forward to it. I think it'll be a good chance for me and him to put our swords aside.
Yeah, that's what I enjoyed it. I thought we were going to have a huge, and everyone was going to go, oh, it's Simon, he's just a terrible atheist, he doesn't know shit, and all the rest of it. But
Well-
no, he ended up just going, oh yeah. We literally had a 3-4 minute discussion on my position, and he steel manned my position at the end of it, and I was like, okay, can't say fairer than that then.
Look, I wish him the best. If he continues to get better at debating, I think that's really good. That'll come in handy.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with Veckel though.
Yeah, I tried to help P-Town do that as well. I'm not so sure it worked. It worked temporarily.
P-Town, when it gets difficult, reverts back to tropes.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what we all do, isn't it? Come on, we're all biased. So.
Right, but when enough Simoses and heretics are standing there just slapping you every time you do it, you do try to catch yourself.
Well, I wouldn't want to be put in the same category as a heretic.
Oh, I'm sorry. You and the heretic.
Yeah,
heretic. You both. You heretic.
Do you mean heretic? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Propaganda. Yes.
Yeah. No, he's not the smartest kid on the block. I'll say that much.
Right. He would say the same about you, of course.
I don't think so. No.
Well, no, he's got a T-shirt that says that Simos is not the smartest kid on my block.
No, he doesn't. That's absolutely wrong.
Oh, well, that's between you and him, right? But
yeah, that's fair.
I've had the advantage of you two guys kicking me in the balls every time I speak for the last 10 years. So I've really
things is changing. Will things is changing?
I'm growing.
Yeah, you are. You are. You're a grower, not a shower. That's how that works out.
Who have you been talking to? Sammy too, and PJ, like all of us have been kind of working. Like Clockwork's position never changes because his is just fuck everybody, fuck all of your ideas.
PJ's always been a bit of a dark horse when it comes to being a smart boy.
Oh, you don't ever know where PJ's coming from. He's got all kind of like information. Like he's just gonna come out with some ancient Sumerian, and you're like, where the fuck did that come from? It's like I was just sitting here reading the Numa Elish.
Well, PJ's one of the old crowd. He's one of the old guard. So,
oh, he's like a poker player. Like you just don't know what he's capable of.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's a smart lad. I have a lot of respect for PJ. He's corrected me a couple of times. That's for sure. And I'm like, yeah, fair enough, mate. Yeah, that's right. But then most of you have, to be fair. So
I don't think I've ever corrected you on anything.
Oh, I don't know. I think you have. You corrected me on a Christianity thing once, and I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah." No.
Oh, yeah.
I know when I am actually straw manning that, so that's fair enough.
Yeah, there was that time I corrected you, about the aquatic 8 theory that you were all about. You were really pushing that theory, and I stepped in there and told, "Oh wait, no wait, that's not what happened."
Yeah, in 2 minutes as well. You only had to look at the first 30 seconds of the video and go, "That's fucking bullshit."
That's not fucking valid.
Yeah. Aquatic ape theory.
I got to give Serb credit though. Serb always finds a way to shake my position, no matter what it is. It's like he sets a goal. He's like, I'm going to get Will with this today, and then he pops up and does it.
He tries to. Well, he likes to do that with a lot of people. When the first time I met Serb, not the first time I met him, to be fair, but the first time we had a debate, he tried to claim that he was into the electric universe theory, and I hadn't heard of it. So, I took it seriously that this was something that he was seriously into. And I was like, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. And he's going, yeah, but why is it wrong? And I was like, well, here you go. And then I couldn't really put my finger on it. So I eventually thought, right, well, look, I've just got to go back to my physics and look up why it's so basic, the error. And yeah, sure, I found it in my fucking O-level course when I was 15 or 14. You know what I mean? It's something I learned back when I was 14. And then so I typed it in the side chat, and he's well, fair enough then.
Even his troll theories are so convincing sometimes. I feel stupid when I get credit for one, and then I'm like, oh, he's fucking trolling me.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah, but like I've been saying, I've had maybe a 10-hour conversation with him on particular philosophical points and what have you. And it was the most enjoyable time. Yay, Gio in the house.
Hey, that beard. Oh yeah.
Just got back, had a phone call. Sorry.
Why hasn't my my thing changed? Oh, it's because it doesn't to change back. All right, I'm gonna have to change my avatar again.
I keep hounding the doctor for new drugs, so they sent me with a psychiatrist.
Let's do my Geo one and see if that changes.
Like, I got a new psychiatrist to try and wring some drugs out of.
I love this one. I love this one because this is you. This is you. I mean, you know how in the old days, like Von Helton used to say that the Punisher was based on him. That he was the Punisher. Action Man was based on Geo.
what name did you have for him last week or something like that? Rabbi something. That's hilarious. The name.
Well,
I won't. I won't deny it.
Yeah.
I won't deny it.
Okay, Rabbi.
I won't deny it, but I can't confirm it.
Okay.
Clockwork. What is piss beer?
I have no fucking idea. When I drink beer and have to go to piss, I don't piss in my beer. I go piss in the toilet. So I don't know.
He's civilized.
I'm guessing, according to Americans, it's probably European beer.
Well, all beer
lager.
is piss. All beer is piss beer because it's the waste product of yeast.
Warm beer. There we go. Ox has got it. Okay, fair enough.
Geo can't wait to ruin beer for me. He's like, it's yeast piss.
It's yeast piss.
You're drinking that yeast urine.
Bacteria shit. Have fun.
You're drinking the waste product of a single-celled organism.
Well, I've always thought of Corona as like recycled beer that they put in a bottle.
We were on the same page there then. Yeah.
I hate Corona. Ugh.
Dutch beer, yeah.
I like Stone IPA.
Well, lager, as we call it in this country.
Well, hey, I got a question.
Go ahead.
And every time I ask this question, I invariably don't get the answers that are definitely required. Now, if I ask a Christian, give me 3 of the main reasons why you believe, invariably, not the first answer should be the truth. I believe the first answer should be the truth of the matter, which would be the best reason to believe. And then you can go on to maybe the second reason and the third reason. But the first reason is never the truth of the matter, and neither is the second or the third. So I've never gotten from a Christian that the truth of the matter is why they believe. And that, I believe, I think is the main reason why you should believe any claim is if it is shown to be true. There is no other reason to believe claims if they're not shown to be true. I mean, that's how I look at it. And I don't get that answer from Christians when I ask them, what are the 3 main reasons why you believe? Truth is not one of those reasons. And you can ask any Christian, give me 3 main reasons why you believe in God. A truth of the claims is not going to be one of those answers. And what does that tell you?
Yeah, I mean, isn't saying because the Bible says so. Isn't that the same thing?
It pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
And then it has to do with how they feel. Because they feel a certain way. Which doesn't
Revelation,
doesn't speak to the truth of the matter either.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a weird view on that because it's like there are many reasons why you may be convinced, but there's very, very rarely is it just one thing that makes you convinced of almost anything. It's going to be. I mean, I tried to argue this with Leo once, and intuition is at heart the reason why we believe anything. Even when there are reasons, right? Below that, we then go, yeah, I like that. I like the fact that I now know the truth. And so that becomes the awe-inspiring feeling and emotion as to why it grabs hold of you and stays, Otherwise, you'd just forget the reason. And then you go, well, I don't know if I believe it or not. So there's that emotional, I mean, it's part of my materialism, I suppose, or naturalism.
Well, isn't that an appeal to emotion as well?
Yeah, in some sense it is, but it's not in the same sense as a philosophical fallacy.
Right.
That's the slight difference.
Yeah, I get that. It's not philosophically phallic.
Phallus, yeah, phallic, yeah, I like it. No, in the sense that when I use the word intuition there, what I'm really talking to is an undocumented inductive argument almost. So, like, I've met this same, what feels like the same situation many times before, and the result is always been X.
Well,
right?
then I
So,
think
but I
it
don't
should.
know how many times this situation has applied necessarily in the empirical sense.
Well,
right?
shouldn't you hold shouldn't beliefs be tentative? I mean,
Yeah, I suppose, but I mean, it depends what you mean. Depends on your theory of knowledge and stuff like that. Your theory of truth.
well, if I'm if I'm unsure about the matter, the case of some matter, to jump to conclusions is not a good thing either.
Well, no, it depends, right? Because there's this thing where in some situations it's better to make a decision than not, even if it's the wrong decision. There are particular situations where it's best to just believe that something like the classic example is the type 2 fallacy or type 2 cognition fallacy where the grass rustles.
Right.
It's better to turn and run because it might be a lion, even if you're wrong. So
Right,
you have
right.
to make a decision there. You have to believe that it is an agent causing the grass to move and not the wind.
Well, that's what brought us to where we are today.
Exactly. Yeah,
So,
exactly. So there are those situations where it's better to believe a falsehood than wait to find the truth.
Right, but that's
Rare
done,
circumstances, but yeah.
right. It's circumstantial, and it's also done in
Mhm.
haste most of the time.
Oh yeah, almost certainly.
Yeah. So the truth of the matter really isn't applicable when it comes to that, because you're trying to save your ass regardless.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you don't know if you are trying to save your ass, but you
Well,
assume.
that's the
It's better
implications.
to assume that you are trying to
Yeah,
save your ass, because if
exactly.
you get it wrong, your ass is grass.
Yeah, you're eaten.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, but that's why this is one of the presup arguments, isn't it? Is that just because because we're evolved, right? Evolution doesn't filter for truth; it filters for survival.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. And that's because of this particular, trait. So that's why when I'm saying, is truth the most important thing? Well, not when it comes to evolution, no. But is it in this like reflective or introspective world? Then more than likely it is. I can't think of many examples where it's not. And God is not, one of these rush decisions. We've got our whole lives to think about it. And therefore, we should be retrospective on it. We should be able to internally think about the conclusions. And therefore, truth becomes much more important than mere practicality. Another reason why Pascal's wager is just bullshit. Straight up.
Yeah, Pascal's wager is kind of a wash.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, there's so many ways around it.
Well, it's true in the sense, in these narrow situations. But as I'm saying, the belief in God is not one of them.
Yeah.
But
the Pascal's wager only speaks to one belief, right?
Well, yeah. I mean,
So
I mean, even given that if we were to grant that isn't an important like argument against it, right?
Yeah.
Even if we were to call it a like a bivalence, like a dilemma, right? A true dilemma.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
there are
definitely.
only two answers, either God or no God. Even under those circumstances, it still fails.
Oh yeah.
That's what I mean.
Well, that's why it's not. It's an argument to use against people who don't know the argument.
Yeah.
I believe.
Well, again, it's interesting. I've always found it particularly interesting as an example because, like, Pascal was a very talented mathematician. So obviously a very smart individual. And another one is Leibniz, right? And they both put forward improvements of theological arguments, right? And it's interesting to me that they both fail for similar reasons, right? Which is to say that they are looking at the view almost a Platonic world as being in the instantiation of the real world, which I don't think is true. So, and
Yeah,
that's why I think they thought the arguments were good. So I would almost make excuses for them.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They thought their arguments were good for different reasons, i.e. they didn't understand the kind of pragmatic viewpoint. I mean, pragmatism wasn't invented until, I don't know, what, 1920s in America, maybe, something like that. Harvard, I think it was. So, yeah. Sorry, what's... Oh, Hillary's out there as well. If you want to put a link out for Hillary.
I put it on both.
Kel.
Both channels there. Boop.
Nice. Yeah, so yeah. Hello.
Oh. Hillary's.
Yeah, I saw the link when I just got up. I just wasn't sure what the topic was yet.
Yeah, Gio and I have just been talking about some philosophical arguments and
Oh, sorry, I've got my open.
I was kind of just scattergunning really answers. Waiting until somebody else kind of chimed in and went, "Oh yeah, all right, we can talk about that."
Well, what I said earlier was that I've been asking Christians for the three main reasons for why they believe, and I've never gotten, the truth of the claims is the reason why I believe. I've never gotten that answer. And I find that very problematic. When if they want to believe something, that maybe the first thing that should be the main reason is that it's somehow true, or that it can be shown to be true. That would be the main reason why I would believe something. And then you could go on to maybe the second and third reason. That's what I said. And then Simos chimed in, with a lot of valid arguments about why that can sometimes not necessarily be the case, which is a great retort to that. So yeah, but it's totally dishonest in my opinion. But that's just how I see it. I don't know. Does that make sense to anyone?
Yeah.
It's just like when you look from the outside in, that's what I see,
Yeah.
Like if I was in it, I'd be acting the same way. I think.
I might can help. Like I was given lots of clever ways to make it look like prophecies. And I believed it too. I believed that the prophecies, the Seventh-day Adventists have a timeline and they've got it boiled down to what everything means and when things happened in history. And it seems pretty convincing, especially if you don't know any better. And there's a lot of emotion involved in the church, a lot of feeling like family, a lot of everybody convincing you that the God is with you and with all of them, and they've got their stories, and you've had odd experiences. Maybe you haven't. But whatever it is, it solidifies the idea that you're in a place where people aren't going to judge you for being weird about it. And you're right. Truth is not the first thing that comes up, but it's assumed that the Bible is truth because they've got these clever tricks to make it look like prophecy is accurate.
Well,
so that's a big thing.
You state that, right, Will? That truth is part of the whole thing? Is that what you said?
As the idea of what the Bible is to them. The
Yeah,
Bible to them means truth.
Then I don't understand why that wouldn't be the first reason to believe. If truth is the actual reason, then why isn't that the first reason?
Well, it's the reason that Veckel can come on here and debate with you and any of us and feel like he is always right, because he believes that the Bible is the truth. It goes almost without saying to them.
Yeah.
That's why that's their metric for everything.
Sure. And any of the arguments, to be honest, I don't think it'd be worth saying. If I was arguing with somebody who didn't believe it to be the truth, I would understand that that was the question under debate. So, like, I would also say, you know, a lot of Christians that I've met have said, well, I don't know that it's true. I just believe it by faith, number one. So that's one of their back outs, right?
Yeah.
If you like. And I say back out, I don't mean it like that, but that's
Well,
one
that's
of
a
the answers to
conversation.
truth. And then the
that
second one,
ends the
as I say,
conversation.
is revelation, right? And by them saying, well, it's revelation, they are definitely saying, well, it's because it's true. So I think any of their arguments just have that as a presupposition, which is probably why you don't hear it a lot from them.
Yeah, but then that is a demonstration that it's not about the truth.
Well, no, it's a presupposition. Like that's
Okay,
just
well,
that's presupposed by the arguments that they give.
Okay,
So
that's
it's an
to me.
unstated presumption.
Yeah, but presup can be
No,
dishonest.
not in that way. Not in the way of the presuppositional argument. It's a presupposition of whatever argument they're giving you, revelation, or the Bible says prophecy, or in both of those arguments, one of the unwritten presuppositions is that it is true that the Bible's prophecies are prophecies, and that it is true that the Holy Spirit revealed it to me.
Yeah, but
so we just don't say it. It's part of natural language, and this happens like whenever we express an opinion on something we believe, right? So it's just an unwritten thing in a proposition that we believe that it is true, and we don't have to say that it is true.
Hey,
it's
Samos?
just part of natural language. Go ahead.
Why do you or I don't want to assume your belief. Do you think that consciousness ends when you die?
Yeah. Or shortly after. I mean, depends what you mean by death, but
I don't. Yeah. I guess the cessation of the body being able to support life.
Yeah, in that moment, or moments shortly thereafter, when the blood actually stops going to the brain, that's when consciousness is going to cease.
Feel pretty sure about that?
I'm sure about it. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as sure as I can be about just about anything.
Right.
I mean, that's what science tells us.
Sure.
And for logic, philosophy also tells us the same thing. Consciousness is a process of the brain. Just like natural experience tells us that. You know.
If we were to say human consciousness, I think, yeah, within a few minutes after cessation of blood flow.
What other kind of consciousness?
Spiritual.
Okay. Well, what do we know about that?
That's an ambiguous term.
I know it is. It's purposely ambiguous. If and this is when I'll go into all my ifs. If panpsychism is true, or if continuity of experience is true, or if any number of other things, then we can infer, but not be certain that our experience continues.
That those ifs are heavy ifs, though, aren't they?
They are. Attack any of them, and my position falls apart.
About the concept of continued experience.
I didn't hear the beginning of the sentence.
I said, if you would tell me about the concept of continued experience.
Okay, well, it's just like it kind of goes with the law of identity, but if we have a character identity, it can't cease. It when the body does. So our material existence may stop, but well, actually, it doesn't even stop. It degrades into breaking down into fertilizer for the soil. But our spirit, our superego would have to continue, at least as information out into the cosmos. Now, whether that's conscious or not, I'm not certain, but just the information itself would have to continue.
Why?
Second law of thermodynamics, I think.
Will it be altered? You think our consciousness would it be?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that's why I say it's no longer human. Yeah, we don't have a brain anymore, so we can't have the.
Yeah, it can't be the second law. It could be the first law.
Okay, then the first. Yeah, it matters not created or destroyed. It's only changed.
Yeah, I think
so.
Maybe that's the 0th law. I can't remember now.
That sounds even cooler.
I like the way that sounds. Makes me feel legitimate.
But yeah, it wouldn't be human consciousness. We wouldn't have any of the same sensations of, the five senses. We wouldn't have the same kind of understanding because we no longer have a material brain. I don't even know what it would consist of.
No, just the first law, yeah.
Atoms and electricity?
Probably, yeah. Or just maybe data. Maybe even our understanding of energy is too complex. Maybe it's just data itself.
How would the data be transferred?
Over time.
No, that's not an answer. That's not an answer.
Well, then I don't understand your question.
How would the data be transferred?
Transferred to what? Malformed question.
Exactly. To what? To what would the data be transferred?
Malformed question.
No, it's not.
Nuh-uh isn't a valid syllogism.
To what would the data be transferred? The universe? You can say the universe. Okay, I'll accept that.
It's already in the universe, so I can't say that.
Well, the second law would say the universe, but
it's already in the universe.
If you're going by the first law, well, no,
it's traveling. It's traveling through the universe. What's it being transferred to ultimately?
Yeah,
I have no idea.
All right.
All I know is that it's moving.
Yeah, that doesn't help much either.
Yeah,
it's moving. Really doesn't give you much because it might not. It might stop moving. We don't know.
It might fall into a black hole and be lost.
It would stop moving.
I mean,
it might fall into a black hole and be lost.
But that would be the transfer to the black hole. So you actually gave me an out.
Information isn't lost in a black hole either. But anyway,
I know. I get that.
Anyway,
I get that.
Look, I mean, these things are metaphysical questions. They're not naturalistic questions. So,
Right.
I mean, that's why Hillary was saying it's an invalid question. Because he's assuming that there is some other dimensional realm in which the information could exist without breaking any of the laws of this universe or the natural universe. Which is a supernatural claim for which he admittedly says there is no evidence.
Brojo, do you think that consciousness ceases upon death?
Can't hear you if you're talking, Brojo.
Earth to Brojo. Earth to Brojo.
I hope I'm not straw manning you there, Hillary.
Oh, there it is. I was muted. I said, wow, it's a heavy question. Do I think consciousness ends when I die?
Yeah.
What if consciousness isn't outside of me? I might have a belief that consciousness is outside of me, so it doesn't die. The body dies.
Kind of like a radio with radio waves. If the radio dies, the waves are still coming from.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy. I've heard that one before.
Like
Remote control cars are fun.
non-locality.
I'm a transceiver. I'm, you know.
Well, your body be the receiver, right?
I've got a vibrator for my girlfriend like that actually.
Like, don't scramble the frequencies, man.
So due to stuff like the EPR paradox and that sort of thing, which seems to show that on the lowest level, there's like time and space and matter are all sort of interlinked. So would that sort of make sense as far as the non-locality argument, that it's possible that your mind is not local to the space in your head?
I don't know what that would mean though, because in order to think, that seems to be a contingent on time. So
I guess it still takes what Rex was saying is what ultimate, if it's not local, then what is the ultimate local? If it's not what we conceive to be.
It's a big network.
Well, why does it have to be an ultimate?
As opposed to the infinite regress type of thing?
No. You said there has to be an ultimate. Why does there have to be an ultimate?
Because if it's just steps, if it's just links in a chain, it doesn't matter.
Well, then it doesn't matter, right?
Antimatter?
That's not going to get you out of this one either. But no, I mean, it's a good point, right? I think the question of if assuming an ultimate assumes an impossible regress, infinite regress. So I think it's a valid question, right? Because there's no contradiction with an infinite regress.
Correct.
So it seems that the assertion that there has to be an ultimate seems a presumption, which is
well, that's fair. I mean, all I specifically meant was sort of like what you're saying, a super substantial, or where there's some where's everything going? If it is going anywhere that's not here, where is that? Whether it's an ultimate or whether it's a continuous cycle, that's a whole that's its own set of arguments.
Yeah, well, again, that seems to be the same question as what is space expanding into, right? Which seems an invalid question.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not, is it? With like hyper spaces and all that kind of stuff. Like it's just
it's like asking what's before time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Same invalid question.
Yeah, space is expanding from itself, not into something else.
I think space is pulsating.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but isn't it totally relativistic?
My girlfriend's got a dildo like that.
If nothing existed in it, then would there be anything?
Girlfriend has a collection of toys, doesn't she?
She has many.
It's been 15 minutes. You've mentioned 2 of them.
Oh.
That is uncanny.
And he has a universal charger for it.
Yeah, this is going to be a theme of a joke for the night, by the way.
Oh, splendid.
So expect many more.
Is that what your avatar is?
No, my avatar is this is Action Man, as we call it, or Geo Man. This character was based upon Geo Sam.
Possibly Von Helton. We don't know for sure.
A lot of you don't know that, but actually, this particular.
All right, so he doesn't run by batteries. I see.
No,
It should be GOI Man. GI
Gulfstream.
GOI Man, yeah.
GI Joe Man.
Look like she started up a chainsaw at night.
GI Joe.
I Man.
Geo.
Joe.
GI Joe.
GI Joe.
GIO Joe. Yeah. GOI Joe.
Anyway.
And G.I. Joe is his name.
The funny thing is, my girlfriend has a dildo that looks very similar to this.
Oh, I bet the fuzzy particles.
Yeah. There you go.
Fuzzy head.
Okay.
I don't
anyway.
follow that.
Geo Hyman.
So are we going with that infinite regress is actually an acceptable position?
I think it disproves the need or the argument that there must be an ultimate. Yes. Right.
I
Or
thought that
at least it shows it to be a black and white fallacy anyway. When people say there must be
Justify
an
infinite
ultimate,
regress, Silas.
how do you mean justify it?
Like an infinite regress.
Right.
Hilbert's
A
Hotel.
series of events that have
Okay,
always been going on and will always.
Yeah, one moment precedes another.
Well, that's define, not justify.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by justify then? It's
Well, I gave my justification, Hilbert's Hotel.
Hillary's Hotel?
Well, that's
Hilbert's.
Hilbert's. I'm not sure that's a definition, though, is it?
No, it's a justification, which is what he asked for.
I know he asked for a definition, didn't he?
No, you gave a definition.
A justification for.
A justification.
Yeah.
There's no contradiction. That's the justification. I mean,
it's just things have always been and will always be in this manner.
No, look, you got to put it in the context. So the context is when somebody says there must be an ultimate because it's impossible for there not to be an ultimate, right? Well, I can show that that's a black and white fallacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's basically, I'm saying, look, there is another option. It's not there either is an ultimate or there isn't an ultimate, right?
I always thought that because the only real alternative was the infinite regress, that therefore essentially proves the ultimate. But that sounds like I'm wrong, which is fair.
Well, it's not that it's wrong. It's just that you can't disprove the infinite regress because there's no logical contradiction.
Right, or prove it.
Well,
Yeah,
proving is
as
not.
far as, like,
It's not
right,
because we're talking
it's
about
just
logic.
an idea. Yeah,
we're talking about logic, and is it logically consistent? Yeah, I mean, there's no
Yeah,
contradiction.
just look at a circle. That's an infinite regress. It just keeps repeating.
There you go.
In some sense, I suppose, yeah.
Well, you have an infinite sign, the symbol of
how the
infinite.
circle got there.
Yeah, but there's still going to be some limitation on the amount of time in which you're going to be tracing that circle around. So I mean, it's not necessarily the same thing. I thought there was an issue with like how much energy would be required to have such a thing, which really wouldn't. There's no way to sustain it.
Well,
Everything's just a circle.
No, I don't.
There's no point in X and where the circle came from.
I don't think there's a contradiction with saying
that's
that
like
the
perpetual energy. Perpetual.
Well,
motion.
I don't think there's any contradiction again with saying that the average mass or the average energy of the universe is zero.
Right.
That seems quite well substantiated by virtual particles, for instance.
Is that the same thing as infinite?
No, but it's saying that, there's no contradiction, right? So you want to say, well, the laws of this universe are a barrier because of the second law or something like that. I don't think it is, no.
But you don't personally subscribe to the idea of an infinite regress, right?
Well, my actual position is I don't know what created the universe.
If it was created.
Yeah, I mean, I use creation loosely, right? I don't mean necessarily agents created.
I mean, is there any other alternative between those two? It was created, or there's this infinite thing.
There was always just was. It is.
Started. It's
No
eternal.
start, no beginning, eternal.
Big bounce, I suppose.
Big bounce, big drop, the big drip.
I mean, I'm not sure how to answer a question like that. I can't say. I mean,
There's
by the
also-
law of the excluded middle, then yeah, I guess
The big
you could say
collision.
that not created could include an infinite regress, or it could include an eternal universe. Right. Doesn't have to be necessarily an infinite regress of causation. It could just be an eternal universe.
I don't think I'm high enough.
Or eternal amount of energy, for instance. So it might be that the universe's amount of energy is just always been, and it doesn't come from
Right.
zero.
Always been.
Or it could be that.
Deal with it.
Well, it's still an assignment made by us. I guess
It
we're
keeps
going to
changing.
define what the constant is, or what the.
You humans
I mean,
need
the
to
other thing
figure
you were saying
everything
about and Einstein-Rosenberg bridge is quite interesting, right? And certainly pointing to non-locality as a potential source of energy is also very interesting.
So
But I'm not. It's out of my pay grade to really talk about.
From what I remember, like Einstein turned to somebody and said, "So do you really think that moon up there doesn't exist until a mouse looks at it?" And the guy was like, "Well, you know," and they're mocking it, but from what I've seen, you know, if the idea of God, right, just simply as a placeholder, a universal observer or a universal synchronizer that essentially sees all things and therefore holds them in check. I mean, I guess that's why they call the Higgs boson thing like a, you know, the God particle.
Kelvin.
It's giving
not
mass
overly. No.
Kelvin, if there were no tides on Earth and no one looked up at the moon, would the moon still be there?
My answer is yes.
And my answer would be no.
No, not if there were
If there
no
was
tides.
no tidal action, there was no mass attraction, it could not be there.
Okay. Fair
I
enough.
mean, it potentially could be in one place, right? There would be no tides if the moon was like in a geostationary orbit.
Well, if the Earth was standing still, would there be tides
I mean,
only on one side?
I wasn't understanding what you were asking.
Well, no, I would. I mean, it would have to be massless because I'm not moving like the orbits or anything like that.
No,
I'm
well, if
just
it was
saying.
geostationary, that's what I'm saying. Then there would be no tides, right? Then what makes the tides is the fact.
Right, but
the
I'm
Earth-
not assuming. I'm not assuming any change in its
Okay.
state
Well,
other
that's-
than whether it
sure.
exists.
Sure. Well, now you've made those stipulations, then obviously no, that's a contradiction. So. But
Someone
anyway,
corrected me lately when I was talking about geocentrism, and they said, "Well, technically, if they rotate around each other." And I was just like, "No, they don't." But then
I mean, yeah, they do technically
do.
rotate around each other. You're right.
Well, didn't we find out that
no, do they rotate around each other? I'm not sure they do. I think maybe the mass of
well,
the
if we're
Earth
talking
is,
about mass and how they got there, that's where it
is
breaks
too
down.
big. It's too big for the moon. So it's like
No,
saying
no,
that
the
the
pivot
Earth,
point. The pivot point could be like one edge of the Earth rather than the center of the Earth.
Sure, but the difference
That's
is
actually
like
the case. Technically, it's just so minuscule.
if you think about the Earth rotating around the sun, right? The sun does move because of the Earth's gravitational pull on it, but
Mhm.
it's such a small amount because of the difference in masses that
Right.
we would never say that the sun rotates around the Earth under any circumstances. It
Yeah,
just
but
has a circular motion because of the Earth.
Like
But
Pluto
the Earth
and-
is always going to revolve around the sun. It'll never be anything other.
But
Pluto is
before gravity was discovered, was there gravity?
Yes, it just wasn't named.
Well,
The idea
there
was
you go.
floating around.
That's the answer.
Right. Just like you guys named it the universe.
But back to Kelvy's point about the universal observer, I wondered about that too when I first started learning about this. But the thing is, as long as any atom interacts with any other atom, it's all a big network. So as long as it's observed by anything else, that's all that matters. You don't need consciousness to have an observation.
Okay, so you count like a splash in the water from a rock dropping in it to be the water observing
Yes.
event.
Yes.
Well, technically, I mean, and Einstein knew this, so he was being a little bit facetious if he said when he said that.
Right.
And I think he was just answering the other thing. But technically, it's entanglement
Isn't agency required?
that causes
No.
No.
that causes the duality, particle wave duality, to decohere. So it's anything that it entangles with is going to become part of that system and cause the collapse. Right, so that's why that guy, remember there was a guy a while back, Stuart Hameroff or something, that talked about the brain or consciousness being like a quantum effect. Right.
That's what I've been thinking as far as if you look up what a thought is, it's potassium and sodium ion doing what they're doing. So, I mean, those are subatomic particles. So there must be some form of non-locality happening.
Yeah.
Now, what that is, we can't know, but my assumption is that's what consciousness is.
Yeah, that would be a false assumption given the information we have currently, though. That's what I'm saying. It's like when you think about it as entanglement as causing the decoherence, then it's almost impossible for any particles in the brain to be separated from the system of the brain.
Yeah, but the system of the motion of these ions is a separate system than just that which is holding together your parts, so to speak, right?
Yeah, but whatever the system of whatever the ions, right, are passing down or through or in or any kind of movement at all, okay, that whole system has to be isolated.
But I think, aren't you assuming
And
the conclusion?
That's the kind of problem.
A neural network. Well, no, I mean, not
electrons are heavy.
consuming, but I see that. Well, I know there is something called thoughts, and let's say, all right, we know there's something as an undefined variable. We don't know what it is. Then we see there's something else that must cause something, which we also see as an undefined variable. So I admit that we can't have a direct causal link between these two things. That's why I'm saying it's just kind of it's there. It's interesting to look at the possible relationship between the two. The fact that there's these subatomic things happening within our brain, and then we also have something called a consciousness that is weird.
Yeah. No, I grant the weirdness. I'm all on board with weirdness. I'm not on board with saying that the brain is so diffuse of matter that electrons can simply pass through it without interacting.
Well, I think,
and that's what would have to happen in order for quantum effects to be consciousness.
Yeah, but isn't there something assumed that something is so, and then you go on to make your further statements to clarify this something? You know what I'm saying? Did I make any sense? Like
I don't know what you're saying.
What you're describing.
You're assuming that there is this something, and then you're going on and saying, because of this assumption, all of these other things are the case because of what you assume is the conclusion.
That's a presuppositional argument, but if you begin with observation, then you don't have to assume anything. You just demonstrate it.
Well, that's what I mean. You're starting with the conclusion. It's backwards, isn't it?
So I didn't follow what you were saying at all.
No,
so
it's not.
I can't.
Oh, so I can just deduce, make assumptions about things and deduce.
Give me an example.
From my assumptions. Well, okay, let me see. What's a good example? Okay. Oh, there is a God. I presume there is a God. So everything I say afterwards.
Okay, then the way
is then connected to my assumption.
Right, and it would be valid under precept, and the way to attack that would be to say, okay, define this God, and then if you have any contradictions in your definition, then we can point to that and say this disproves it.
I mean, you could say something like, if there's a God, then miracles would happen. Miracles happen, therefore God exists. I think that would be begging the question. So that might be an example of what you're talking about, Gio.
Well, there's an assumption. There is a conclusion, right?
Yeah.
Conclusion, boom, right? Conclusion. Now I'm going to make statements to justify the conclusion, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
What is that like where you just said that begging the question because of the fact that you said miracles exist. So therefore saying that it's a miracle as opposed to saying this is something of which I don't know how this happened. But to assume it's a miracle, that is begging the question.
It's a form of begging the question. I
God
believe.
exists. If God exists, then miracles happen.
Another way to phrase it would be like leprechauns protect pots of gold at the end of the rainbow. Therefore, the fact that rainbows exist show that leprechauns exist.
Yeah, that's another way of saying it. That's another step in between as well, right?
Well, then we get into soundness, right?
yeah. I mean, these are obviously fallacious arguments because it's begging the question.
Yeah.
So that the point is to say that you are assuming the truth of the first premise.
So
right?
You beginning with a conclusion.
In order to justify the second premise, right?
Mhm.
And then get the conclusion of the first premise. Well, that makes sense. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
Yeah, but you see, you have the first premise, whatever. If you have one, if it's one premise, whatever the premises are, right? The premises are taken from the conclusion, right? So you have the conclusion in your mind. Now you set up the premises to satisfy that conclusion, right?
That's not necessarily bad, though.
No, but it doesn't always lead you to a correct assumption. I mean, I don't know if that's even right. What I just
Well,
said.
I mean, I think begging the question fallacy is when you assume the truth of a premise in order to prove the same conclusion.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, that's definitely begging the question then.
Yeah.
But there are times when that you can't do that. Like I was saying to Elsie the other day, you can't do that in an inductive argument. But when you do it in a deductive argument, there's always going to be some circularity when your point is something which is unknown. Right? And this is the problem with deduction.
So, in where I was talking about thoughts versus, whether or not they're some sort of a subquantum, non-local, hokey pokey, whatever. Like, would you consider that inductive? Because of the fact that where I'm starting with is the fact that I'm thinking. So therefore, thinking exists, and then moving on from there. That's generally where I seem to
Well, the form of an inductive argument is all observed f's are x's are y's, right? Therefore, all x's are y's. So if you get that observed in, right, all observed x's are y's.
Okay,
So
so
you have to.
What I just said with that, all thoughts that I have thought. Okay, never mind.
You see what I mean about the nature of the arguments are different because you're not in short, right? A deductive argument goes from a particular goes from a general to a particular, and it's the other way around. An inductive argument goes from a particular to a general.
Right. So the particular of I am thinking about what there is. That's the only place. Starting with basically the bare minimum, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So in that case, the only real thing that we're going off of, again, that's my only point. Is if we're going off of thoughts, then what thoughts are, I think, generally is going to be the launch pad.
Yeah. So that sounds like a general to a particular.
Yeah, I see. Because it's basically like a tempest in a teacup or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's like one thing in the other. Because if I just assume, okay, I'm not having thoughts, then that's the only other place you can really take that. But there seems to be no question of the fact that I'm having thoughts. So that's why I would take.
I see.
Kind of both.
I see. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would say that's probably deductive, and it's analytically true, right? So it's just definitionally true that you can't think without having thoughts. So therefore, you must be thinking if you have a thought.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I should stop saying I use a deductive or inductive argument from now on. Then
I think, therefore, I am.
That's the form of the argument, yeah. As it's normally conceived. It means different things. I mean, the way it could be used two different ways, right? It can be used to support. I don't know.
The I am part is presumptuous still, right?
Yeah. If you use it as a presumption, right? You don't have to. You can still just like concentrate on whatever I is. I's undefined, right? It's when you put what I means is X.
The only thing really valid to be proclaimed is think or thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like exactly like you kind of implied when you said, well, thinking implies thoughts. Thinking implies experience, right? That's the key to it, and that's a fair enough, or what I would call a analytically true statement. It's defined, right?
So that's where I generally go into that. If I was to divide things into the two different categories, one of them being rational and the other one being irrational. And that's where I bounce off and then get on further down the line to the idea of a supernatural, to a god, that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I couldn't really comment on that myself. Being a naturalist, I'm like, I don't follow. That doesn't follow. But I'd have to hear all of the nuance first to know whether your version of it is any different to anybody else's or different to the ones I've previously heard. I mean, let's face it, most scientific arguments for God are going to end up as arguments from ignorance anyway, aren't they? Just like when we give scientific arguments for anything, because we have the problem of induction, Hume's problem of induction, and that would imply, if they were deductive, if they were necessarily true, that there would be arguments from ignorance. Fortunately, there is a thing called the principle of induction, right?
Because if we start with it where if we only accept what we can know, and we only know that an awareness exists because I can sit here and say what's going on in my consciousness, because I am the only thing I can really prove, as much as I can't even prove that all I can, like I said, the only valid thing to proclaim is thought. Mm-hmm. Not I think, I have a thought, I think, and therefore none of that's even valid. The only validity is, but knowing that thought exists is what I generally would define as God, but only as it being the only thing that truly can, from which all things can come. And if I'm only sticking with mere perception, then all things can only come from that one singular perception, which is thought, which is myself. And that's where we get into, all the other different types of religions and philosophy, of course. Because if we just leave it there and just say, well, we can't know anything else, then we can really spin lots of yarns and jump off of those diving boards into, these abysses of not knowing, and then, come back up and just continue not knowing, and which, if you have nothing to know, then that.
I don't think even that is a good argument, to be honest with you. Even the minimal one of
I don't understand. I don't understand what you said. You said, I think, therefore I am is not valid. You said that.
No, it's. I think it's valid. It's not sound.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm not knowing what the difference.
I think the form of the argument is fine.
Yeah, the form of the argument is valid. For
Although
sure.
I think that I am. I mean, it's. I suppose.
I agree with you, Simon. I think Descartes is trash, because I could say the same thing about Harry Potter. Harry Potter has thoughts. Harry Potter is self-reflective. Is Harry Potter a real person?
Well, I don't think you can. No. You can say it about anybody else, to be honest. Right.
Well, I can't justify it for myself either, because I'm just a collection.
Well,
so how do I know that I think? I appear to think, and so I appear to exist. That's all the further I can get.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I think.
But in thinking that you appear to exist, you are proving the argument. Are you?
But I'm not thinking. I only appear to think.
Right. Even appearing to think proves the argument. That's their argument. Right.
Okay.
It's in having the appearance of thinking, then there is some experience.
I would agree.
Even if it's an appearance, right? And that's the proof. I don't like it. I don't think that that's a good enough argument either. The reason I don't think it's a good enough argument either is because that presupposes the principle of induction anyway. So we can't get round the fact that we need to have presuppositions in order to justify that argument in the first place.
And Kelby, if you say that the universe is God thinking about himself, then I would agree with that. And I think that's Brojo's position.
In other words, we could be wrong about thinking. And the only reason we think we're right about thinking is that we remember thinking. And remembering is a presupposition.
Well, for me to accept the argument, first he would have to define what a thought is, then he would have to demonstrate the thought.
That's all fine. I mean, I can grant all of that and still.
The position
I don't have this problem of saying that it's an experience necessarily. I just think that in order to say it is an experience, naturally has the presuppositions of reliability of memory and a whole load of other presuppositions that we have to have in order to even think that we're thinking.
But I could then claim that that's all fictional, though.
I don't think that gets around the original argument. That's what I mean. Even if you think it's fictional, then you've thought that it's fictional, and that's just inherent in the language.
The idea of just
No. I'm not thinking that it's fictional,
Yeah, but you're
because
saying it
Harry
could be
Potter.
fictional,
Harry
right?
Potter has a memory. All you have to do is go back a few pages.
Yeah, you don't know Harry Potter has a memory because you're
Sure, we
using
just go
your
back.
memory to justify that,
Okay.
right? And in doing that, you're using your thoughts. But I'm just, that's the argument given, right? That's or at least the modern argument. That was Bertrand Russell's argument against Descartes.
Mm-hmm.
It said, look, the I, as Kelvin said, the I is assumed to be.
Correct.
And if you don't assume the I, then all you really know is that there was a thought. But when I say there was a thought, that's a presuppositional statement.
Like,
right.
I'd have to say in the beginning was, well,
So that's my argument against that. It's like, well, even if you give and grant everything, that even if you say, well, okay, it may be the case that a thought happened, right? You could only know that in hindsight. So you're going to have to rely on memory in order to know that you had a thought. And that thought is reliant on memory because I've just repeated it.
Yeah, that used to blow my mind when I was a kid. You're like, we're on the very edge of time right now. Like the next thing that's happening is that never happened before, and the entirety of all things that exist. And now and it's just this almost. Yeah.
That's presentism.
Oh yeah. I'm not looking at that now like that. I'm just saying.
I mean, we're behind. Consciousness is behind in thought.
Well, when it comes to what a substance of what is for like an actuality versus the potential, I think there's all the potentials, and then there's the actuality of what actually comes to pass.
Okay. Well, I'm a naturalist, and all the thoughts that we think happen after reality. So there's no time that you think something happens when it actually happens. It's always
Right, we're all living
you
the
think it
past.
happens slightly later
Thoughts
than it
themselves are like
actually happens.
Meta reality or something.
Yeah, I mean, we have this predictive power. That's why we can catch a ball or whatever, drive motor cars and all of this stuff. But you'll notice that when those things go wrong, and they go wrong on a regular basis, it's because we've mispredicted, if you like.
Well, when you're looking at like all of like time and space together with that, and like what the when we're thinking of like relative time, never mind. I totally lost my train of thought.
That's all right. I think we're deep in the well right now. We're deep in that time, time machine.
There's something about the interaction and the relationship of them as a full either a closed network of things interacting together and how they can hit. But I totally lost it. So.
Well, it seems fairly logical to me. I mean, like, I think the test that I used to say to Ozzy a long time ago was like when you touch your nose with your finger, right? You literally feel them happening at the same time. Right? You feel your nose touching your finger at exactly the same time. You don't feel your finger touching your nose and then you feel your nose touching your finger, or vice versa. You feel your nose getting touched by your finger and then you feel your finger getting touched by your nose. No, you feel it's simultaneous. Right? And yet the nose is a lot closer to the brain in terms of the senses through the skin than your finger is to your brain. So
what's up with that?
Why would you feel them exactly the same time? unless there was a mediator making sure that you thought that your brain, that your fingers touched your nose at the same time.
So that's just a limitation in awareness, right?
Yeah, well, it shows the brain.
Well,
shows
I'd
the-
like for everyone
the
to try that
consci-
experiment right now because I got a different result.
Oh my god. Okay. No,
Well, don't
works
we?
every
Don't we
time
have?
for me.
Don't we have nerve endings in our
I've been
fingers?
picking my nose the whole time. So.
I mean, we have nerve endings in our fingers, and we have nerve endings in our noses. And when we take the two and put them together, it makes the connection, right?
Yeah, but I focused so much on my nose and feeling whether or not it was touched that I
Heptap.
seemed to notice it first, just because of my hyper focus.
Try the top of your head.
Well, is that really happening? That's what you got to ask.
Well, it's
Is that
really
an
happening.
Is that an
Okay, yeah, on the
influence?
top of my head, I don't see a difference.
Yeah, you don't see the difference, but is that part of? Are you influencing it? I don't know.
Yeah, I think my argument is I'm so hyper focused on whether my nose gets touched that I notice
you-
that sensation first.
so
But when
you're
I did my
influencing-
scalp, like Brojo just said, the nerve endings aren't so densely, tight, and so I didn't notice it first. I noticed them both at the same time.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you may be able to shift your awareness or consciousness, but that's obviously independent of the thing I'm talking about.
Right.
The point being, of course, that
They're happening at the speed of light, and so
so it's very small anyway. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
But the point remains the same, that there's clearly a difference, or should be a difference, and yet they seem simultaneous to us. And that would imply that the brain treats them as simultaneous, not that they are simultaneous.
Oh, wait, if it is the speed of light, I mean, we're not going to be able to tell the difference. I mean, that's like
Right. The chemical reaction is slower than the speed of light, so therefore it would appear to be simultaneous no matter what.
What chemical reaction?
Well, that would
The
explain.
perception, the interpretation of the data.
Well, neurons travel very close to the speed of light, don't they?
Yeah.
The distance.
But that would be a good explanation for alternate consciousnesses. Alternate, like what people can manipulate their consciousness.
Sure.
I mean, that's the nervous system. I mean, would that be its own consciousness by itself, without the opinion about your own nervous system and then the memory of it?
Well, yeah, that's what we learned in nursing class, was that the gut, so the intestine or the digestive system, has its own consciousness separate from the intellectual capacity of the brain.
I don't know about that.
Stegosaurus's tail.
Well, I don't know if it's true, but that's what they taught us in nursing school.
A
Yeah,
type of consciousness.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think they're using consciousness quite loosely there.
Yeah.
Well, would you say like ducks have consciousness?
Yeah.
Yeah. But to be fair, I'd say that rocks have consciousness. It's just extremely slow. It may take 1,000 years for them to have
Like
a
I said
thought.
earlier, rocks
Some
are
of-
very honest.
Some of my
They don't
best
feel
friends
honest
have
enough.
consciousness like rocks.
Yeah.
A rock can't lie for sure.
There you go.
Well, they can lie and wait.
Yeah, rocks are atheists. So.
Sneaky.
There
They're
you go.
sneaky. They lay in ambush.
I don't know.
'Cause I've
No,
had
I
that
mean,
many- if you
I'm
think
just saying
one-
that's kind of part of my idea, and I think it's been shown in other experiments where people have, it's demonstrable that consciousness happens up to some time, like some significant time after stimuli. Right. So,
Who's Geo Stan? Who's that?
Geostan, he's been changing his name, Atheist Rock. Yeah, that's good. That's good. It was Simon Spunk a minute ago. So there you go.
Is that the same guy?
Yeah, it looks like me, doesn't it?
You make me feel special, Simos.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you are special, Gio.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Is this like a famous person or something?
Well, it's like a professor.
I think it is. Yeah.
Oh wait, that's not the same guy. I thought Geo Sam. That's not you.
No.
No, that's me. It's a picture of me, I think.
Oh,
when
seriously?
Well, no, when I was teaching physics at Caltech.
Okay. I thought you had more of a powder wig type of look.
Yes, I do. Yes, you're absolutely right. But that's just a picture painted by someone when I was a young man. 200 years, 250 years, 200 years ago. I can't actually switch back to it now. That's why I chose this one. Every time I try to switch back to it, it doesn't actually change. So we'll see.
I can see it.
Yeah, but that's in here on YouTube. It doesn't change.
Oh, I've had that problem.
Hmm.
Usually, if I switch back and forth, it makes it work again. But
Yeah, sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. It's weird. Anyway, I'm not worried.
Yeah, it hasn't changed. It's still the GI Joe. I'm action guy.
Yeah. Whatever. Don't matter. I've been changing it around so much recently anyway.
I always delete my browser cache, and then that refreshes all the images, and then I have to re-upload the images.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
The queer eye.
Yeah, queer eye for the Christian guy.
Yeah. I love that Frankie Boyle joke. He goes. He wrote a letter. The setup was that he was writing a letter to the BBC to complain about that show, and he wrote that, "Dear BBC, I watched Queer Eye for the Straight Guy the other day, and it led me to believe that if I made friends with gay guys, that I would get fashion chips. I didn't. They fucked me." I thought that was right up William Street. That
fashionable.
Didn't get one fashion tip out of that.
I think that their tips were fashionable.
Yeah, there you go. They're fashionable tips. Yeah. Is that William or?
No, it's
Sammy?
420. Sammy.
Is that okay?
William's in the background. You guys can't see him.
Hey, Sammy. Oh, I've got one. Hang on a minute.
Huh.
Whoa.
Who's that? Russell
Unappreciated.
Crowe?
Sammy.
Who is that?
Russell Crowe,
Oh, it is Russell Crowe.
our second favorite Australian.
You just called that Semi.
Yep.
He looks a bit young in that one, in that photo.
Well, he has to be Sammy's current age.
Oh dear.
I love the way Australians say vagina.
Vagina.
Vagina. We say vagina.
Vagina.
I love that Snoop Doggy Dogmatic. That's great. When that came up, I mean, you guys were beating the shit out of Echo, and he didn't even know it. It was beautiful. I listened to it for about an hour or so, maybe an hour and a half, and I heard him just circling around on his arguments. It's fucking funny.
Snoop Doggy Dogmatic. That's the best by far.
I think if you were to ask him, he would tell you that he destroyed us all.
Oh yeah, of course. I've never known him not to win a debate, of course. Even though, he used to get. I mean, there was one time he and Tommy had a debate, and it was fucking hilarious. Tommy just walked all over him. It's really funny.
Tommy.
Yeah.
Like not Saint Tommy, right? Just
Yeah, Saint Tommy.
Oh, Saint Tommy. Okay, I thought you were talking about the other Tommy.
Just pasted
from
him
back in the day.
Well, you know, the fact that Veckel would claim that he somehow won an argument here today is a demonstration of his dishonesty.
It's true. I mean, he said he was wrong when you were playing the bits in that hangout that you played him.
Oh, you were listening to that?
Yeah. No, I heard loads of it. That's why I eventually came in after he went, because I thought, well, if I go in now and say anything, he'll just fuck off. So.
All right. So did I miss something? But one of the arguments that Richard, and I don't necessarily want to talk about Richard when he's not here, but
Hey,
just
Jay.
real quick, I will. One of the arguments he gave, if you remember, when he said, "What is mean?" as he said, is like an enumerating qualifier, which depicts a number, how many of things there are. So if you say God is something, that means God is one thing. Therefore, if you tell me God is love, he can't be any other thing. So if you say God is love, but also God is justice, God is Yahweh, you're telling me God is three different things. And that's like, to me, that seems like not a good argument. That's what I got out of it, one portion of it. At least maybe there were a bunch of other arguments that were.
Yeah, I thought he was saying more to the point of it means equals.
Yeah, predicate nominative. A lot of people don't know what predicate nominative is.
Most High.
It's that Bruno Mars, is it?
Yeah.
So what was this? My curiosity was piqued when there was somebody had Veckel running in circles again.
Yeah. Both Richard and William. I mean, William especially was like just taking him by the lead all over the fucking place. 1 minute he was, so you're saying this, and then he go, yeah. Oh, well, that's inconsistent with this. Oh, yeah, but I didn't mean that. I meant.
Was that the conversation Will was having on Praise's channel with Veckel? Where they were talking about
it was a continuation.
Oh, okay. I thought it might have been the war hyperbole conversation.
Yeah.
That's how this stream started. We were talking about that, and then Veckel came in to address it.
Again,
we just went from there, and it was.
I thought he didn't.
Go ahead.
I thought he didn't agree with the war hyperbole. It didn't sound like he was all convinced in that whole war hyperbole.
He's not
apologetic.
No,
okay.
he's not.
I want someone to tell me how these are not the same person.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? Although very racist, though, if you ask me, Sammy.
Well, they're different races for starters, and Eric Estrada's like 70, so I mean they're not the same.
Now,
person.
yeah, I remember.
That could be.
Chips. Remember Chips.
Bruno Mars could have been one of those little getaway sperm they got off of Estrada, but, you know.
A lot of the ladies liked a bit of Chips back then, didn't they? He was the
You're
hot
saying
one.
just the ladies, but I'm starting to detect that you had a little heat for
that's sexist.
the Chips team.
No.
It was just
Ponch. It was the motorcycles I liked.
Right, but nobody cared about anyone but Ponch, right? Like nobody. I don't even remember what the other guy's name was.
I liked Ponch.
Right, you liked Ponch, but what was the other guy?
The blonde guy, the Barbie doll.
Right,
Ken doll?
Right. It's his name though. Right.
He didn't really.
I didn't even know his name. So
yeah, we all had the same man crush.
Well, the reason why he didn't really ever stand out in my memory is because growing up in a town that was predominantly full of white people. Yeah, he was just kind of blended in with everything else. But Ponch, especially living as a small, as a kid living in a town with pretty much all white people, he stands out.
That was a little bit of Latin heat for you, huh?
Uh-huh.
So the Christian Carpenter says his name was John.
And you'll find out that Christian Carpenter is actually from Venezuela. That's why it didn't stand out to him what Ponch's name was. He only remembers the white guy.
Yeah, we can turn this racist real quick.
But I'm the racist one
I'm
because I think
there.
Bruno.
You should have seen. You should have seen what my.
I don't know which one is. I thought either he was saying it was Chips or.
You should have seen my face for the first time my mom and dad took us to downtown East Lansing. Holy shit!
Well, you made it out safely, so good for you.
You have to. I'm not familiar with the demographics that you're referring to.
Very dark.
East Lansing has a larger black community. I mean, I lived in a town. I grew up in a town of not quite 10,000 people, and pretty much growing up in that town, especially as a homeschooler. I mean, I think there was only one black family and like maybe a Mexican family and then a Vietnamese family. That was it. Everybody else was white.
My son was 3. We were on a bus, and a Sudanese lady got on. Pitch black, gorgeous lady. But top of his lungs, "Daddy, is that lady burnt?"
It's a logical question from a child.
Especially if all they've ever experienced is white
Fucking
people.
Embarrassing on a bus though.
Yeah,
I'd have been like, no more than we're frozen, kid.
that's when you have to teach your kid about saying the quiet thing out loud.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the quiet part.
Inside
Don't do
voice,
it.
inside voice.
Italian ex-girlfriend's little siblings started licking
And then-
black people in an airport
And then,
once.
and then it's just a slippery slope after that, where you have to tell them if you're going to say something that you might think is racist, make sure to look around.
Make sure the coast is clear.
Listen, I'm not racist, but looks right, looks left. Okay. Stop. Stop what you're going to say right now.
So, Jay, you were interesting on your stream about Praise's stream that you did. You were having a long therapy session with Veckel's Phantom, Veckel's Ghost. You were giving him all kind of advice. I was listening. I was like, you're giving him all the clues on how to be a decent debater. Don't do that. Then you're taking all the fun out of it.
We watched the whole thing, Jay, waiting for you to press play. You never did.
Oh yeah, because I had Pat. Well, I talked to Dirty Varmint, then I talked to Pat. Came in there, then Dr. Josh came in. Mark Reed came in. So yeah, I had plenty of people to talk to. So yeah, very little of that got covered, but
in between visits, you would give Veckel advice, and I think that's good. He'll never watch it.
Oh, he doesn't take any advice from me because he doesn't trust a homeschooled former evangelical Christian turned atheist.
Apostasy. You're an apostasy.
Possibly.
Yeah, no, but you were making good points. And
Apostate.
he should point. Yeah, thanks. He should take the point there that you don't attack non-atheists with the moniker of atheist because it doesn't. I don't even know who you're fucking talking to anymore.
Yeah, it's a pointless endeavor because at that point it just sounds like he's just basically appealing to you to, hey, don't be that guy or don't be those people, and it's like, that you're not going to get anywhere doing that.
But it's also a dig. It's an insult because you're not a theist, William. You're just an atheist. Like like I'm a lib.
Hopeless. It's hopeless.
Dirty lib.
Hopeless.
I don't think I've ever heard Veckel say, "Oh yeah," I think I might have been wrong about that. Other than to say it and then a minute later take it all back again.
Take it all back.
No. Wait, what I got out of him from that stream when we were talking about the hyperbole was he said, I would like that to be true because that would be better than the view that I've had for years.
Yes, I heard him say that. Yeah.
So that's admitting he doesn't even like the image he has of God.
Well, that's an appeal to emotion.
Yeah, of course not. But he's a Calvinist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's understandable. Yeah.
That's an appeal to emotion.
Well, most of what Veckel does is because he's scared of dying. That's why he takes apricot seeds, for fuck's sake.
Oh, they're poisonous, aren't they?
Well, he's scared. He's scared of that cancer that God made.
So, what's the benefit of apricot seeds?
I don't know. They're poisonous.
They have. It's according to the very loose theory. Apricot kernels have amygdalin. Amygdalin converts into cyanide when it's broken down in the liver, and I guess the cyanide they think helps to reduce
like a
possibility.
microdose.
Yeah, but it does actually contribute to that. Doing that over time does cause damage to your liver and kidneys.
Oh, I imagine it would leave a residual trace of cyanide in your fucking liver all the time.
Yeah, your body's constant. Yeah, but he even said one time that he was giving it to his daughter, his child, infant child.
I mean, I can't say anything.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Because I've given my kids colloidal silver since they were infants or since they were born, and I've taken it myself. So I get called kooky for that shit too. So
you just got to ignore the fact that his kids are grey.
Yeah.
Well,
the silver blue.
The blue, yeah.
Yeah, when you turn them, when people take too much of it and they start to turn blue. Yeah.
I make them dress as Smurfs every Halloween.
The only thing I use
saves me money.
You can't
That's a
tell.
permanent. That's a permanent change. You can't go back.
Yeah, you can't.
Geo, they're not blue. My kids aren't blue.
He didn't give them enough.
Well,
That's from
no,
people
it's not. It's not quantity. It's
Hey.
purity.
Yeah, but you see your children as your children, even if they're
That's
blue.
such
You
a
don't
bad
see
argument.
the color. You see them as your.
Well,
it's not quantity; it's quality. Yeah.
No, it is. It is. If you
No,
don't
it's
use
not, mate.
distilled water. Okay, fine.
No,
You,
it's
you
not.
know so much about it. That's cool.
Well, I know that when it goes through the liver, right, all that's happening is the water's getting separated from it. Right? I mean, that's just how the liver works.
Is that what you know about it?
That's how the liver works, yeah. And it's
Well,
still
how
got
does
to
that work
process.
when you? How
Now,
does that
you
work
may
when
be
you
limiting.
when you
may-
nebulize it?
You may be limiting. All right. Well, in which case, it's going into the lungs. That's even fucking worse.
Oh, it's even better.
Well, the problem
Right
is
into the bloodstream. And
well,
it's
the problem is
microparticles.
a lot of that some of that stuff is not not tested for purity or anything. I do know that there is a difference. Some of the other brands of colloidal silver. I keep colloidal silver on hand because I do sunburn easily, and silver works is really good for treating burns. But taking it, no, I won't take it.
Yeah,
That's
but you're
cool. I don't think
talking
that
about
anyone else
you're
should but
talking
me.
about a topical, not something you ingest, right?
Yeah, I'm
Well,
talking
also
about
he's getting
ingesting it.
Yeah, but Jay is using a commercial preparation, and Will is making it himself from extremely pure silver.
Well, I think if colloidal silver had some medical benefit that was proven, it would be
There are
used for
papers.
many things, and we would be
tell him.
using it.
How do you
We're not.
patent it?
No. Gia's right. Gia's right. There's no FDA study that proves that it's safe. So you're
How
right.
do you patent it? You can't make money off of it. So that's
It's
why the
considered-
pharmaceutical
well,
companies use it.
Well, the FDA would never will because it's considered a food supplement. So since it's a food supplement,
Exactly.
just like a vitamin, they're
Yeah.
hands off on regulating those.
But there are plenty of papers documenting its use. It's just the FDA.
Yeah, there's
doesn't
people.
approve
There's some anecdotal evidence that mixing elderberry and colloidal silver has benefits in helping to with viral infections. But there's nothing. It's like I said, anecdotal evidence that people say, "Oh, it seems to help," but there's no actual scientific studies, whether federally funded or privately funded, that actually kind of lend any kind of credence to those actually helping.
Because
Or
most of the studies have been completed already.
Well,
Yeah, but
a lot of that.
I'm acting in defiance of modern science. Look at that. I'll probably die from it. But at least Feckle's not so weird anymore for eating apricot seeds, right? We're good
I think
on that.
taking heavy elements can't be good for you.
Well, it used to be available in our food source, but now we don't have it available because we've depleted the soil.
When somebody was telling me, I think it was Richard saying something about him having a 5-pound block of silver or something. So I looked up the current, like it was 99.9% pure. So I looked up the current value of 5 pounds of silver, and it was like $6.
No, there's no way that's true. That's absolutely false.
Yeah, everything I could find was like
buy
the
silver all
current
the time, and
Even an ounce of silver costs more than $6, I think.
You got to be looking for 99.99 whatever purity, and I can promise you by ounce it's much more expensive than $6. So,
okay.
If you found that hookup, let me know.
That was that was
like
the exchange. That was on an exchange rate of some kind, and it was silver.
Yeah,
and it was exchanged like $6.87 a pound.
Yeah, I'd love to see the link because I like to get a hold of a deal like that. If it's pure silver, that'd save me a fortune.
Well, it didn't say anything about the purity. It just said
shit.
silver. It just
Well,
said value.
Yeah, we're talking about two totally different things. Then what we're talking about is pure, real silver. That's why Hillary's was saying what he said, and why what Richard's saying, 5 pounds of pure silver. I mean, that's thousands. That's thousands of dollars.
Yeah, it's $25.15 per ounce as of today.
Seizures and kidney damage.
What, for silver?
Yeah.
No, I meant the kidney damage and seizures.
Yeah. Agraria and neurologic problems such as seizures and kidney damage.
Yeah. That seems interesting. I haven't exhibited a response to
Overdosing. It
that.
says if you overdose on it.
And how much does it take for one to overdose?
It's saying 50. What's that? Micrograms of silver.
And what's the clearance rate?
10 parts in per million.
Well, shit, I don't drink any that's under 20 parts per million, so.
So.
And I drink a good amount of it. I'd probably say a gallon every 2 months.
Jesus.
Okay, more than a teaspoon a day is considered overdosing at 10 parts per million. So I'd say you're overdosing.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Can I take it back to Jill and
please
Jekyll and Heckle for a minute? So my last night, I think your today, I was on Tog's stream. I was in the chat anyway, and I was calling out.
Pissed him off the other day. Sorry.
I was calling out fallacies as they were committing them. And Tog lost his shit and was like, you're just picking on people because if they don't know what the fallacies are, it's pointless to point them out. And I said, that's a fallacy, Tog.
It's a fallacy.
Yeah. Which, someone had commented.
I like the fallacy.
Veckel, not Veckel, the other one. Jekyll said, go back to your echo chamber where me and Veckel are blocked. And I said, I haven't blocked Veckel. I don't know what you're talking about. And someone come back and said, Brojo has blocked the Calvinists. And Jill's response was, well, if he's blocked Calvinists, that's more proof that we're right.
Oh, he's pulling that crap.
Lovely.
So what fallacy is that?
Stupid.
Where he was reviewing Kelvy and Hillary's going at it.
That's what's
sounds like false cause.
Brojo.
No,
argument from ignorance.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, Sammy, which one was it? Was it where he was reviewing Hillary's and Kelvy going at it from this morning?
Strictly speaking.
No, he was reviewing. Yeah, it was that stream. Yeah.
Okay, because that would have been nighttime for you, or early morning.
Yes.
Something like that. I don't know.
It's like 6 a.m. now the next day.
Yeah.
So it was last night for me.
Yeah, you know, Antonio Fletcher used to say the same thing. And then the 2 times he kicked me when I was having conversations with him about abortion or worldviews, both times he kicked me, I did streams and I said, hey, Antonio, I win, you kick me, I'm right. Because he used to go around saying, if they kick me, I must be right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I just used it against him, and he's like,
well, who did a review of me and Kelvy?
It's rules for thee, and not for me.
Who did that?
Tog.
Okay.
He didn't review shit.
No, it was more talking that we're getting to. Your buddy here.
I said that to a Buddhist, and the Buddhist understood me. When I say that to the atheist,
it's Veckel.
They call me. They say it's hate.
Okay, you have to explain that to me.
No, it's the other one.
They're the same guy.
Yeah.
It's like what?
Yeah, you notice they're never in the room at the same time. You never see them together.
My life. That's how I interpret that. That's impossible. It's impossible to never have a bad day in your life. When I say that to the Buddhists,
The volume's very low.
I know. I was looking for
Okay.
some indication that they're talking to Sammy because there's no live chat up yet.
yeah. The argument that I'm right because you can't prove me wrong is straight up argument from ignorance.
Yeah, although technically he didn't say I'm right. He said it makes us more likely to be right. So.
Well, he implies it. So
yeah, I agreed.
Yeah, it's kind of implied
I'm
there.
nitpicking for the sake.
Yeah.
He was giving an abductive argument. So.
Oh, I didn't see.
Yeah.
They are bamboo chimes.
Yeah, this is the one Kelvy.
that's nice.
Is making.
Okay.
Kelvy and Hillary's conversation.
Yeah, I always have to go like this. Remember?
Last time I talked to Tog, I made him mad. Apparently,
that's not hard to do.
No, he started getting Father Knows Best tone with me, and he goes, "I'll leave if you don't stop." And I said, "Well, then you can leave then." And he left. He was, I don't know. He
that
just
resolved
like
itself.
Yeah, it was almost like a bipolar. It's like he saw me as like one of his kids or something. I'm like, dude, you don't come in here and tell me how to behave on my own channel.
Yeah, he's kind of mad at me right now too. I just don't understand why. Like I didn't do anything to you. I just left the faith, and I'm not saying nice things about the faith anymore because I don't have anything nice to say.
Yeah. Then the next time you see him, I'm sorry. Did somebody piss on your hush puppies?
Well, I was listening to Tog tell a story about how he saw a blue jay fly. Somehow a blue jay appeared to him, and this was a sign that something was going to happen, and something did happen. And I said to him, "Listen, dude, that's totally fallacious." He blew off. He blew off.
It just all of a sudden I just got a flashback to A Million Ways to Die in the West when you use a bird to pick the blood out of the scalp.
He's not wrong though. He's not wrong, you know. I'm just saying. Yeah, that was a good comment.
He flew off the handle. He flew off the handle when I mentioned that what he was saying was fallacious.
Brojo had no choice in blocking God's
it's
plan.
one of my pet dislikes though is to point people's fallacies out. I've got to say.
Yeah, I don't.
Tog was like, I had to learn all about logic because I've had Mr. Lizard in here all this time teaching me logic, and I'm like, I've heard Mr. Lizard. Okay, he's definitely got a bias in what he's talking about. So I don't know that I would just I can count logical fallacies from Mr. Lizard when it's something he doesn't approve of.
It's not that I mind pointing fallacies out.
That's what happens. The conversation ends up being that.
It's just that when you point a fallacy out, you've got to be like very careful because it can come across if you're back and forthing and you don't have time to explain what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's a kind of issue for me because you're just then trying to use like philosophical knowledge as a kind of a baseball bat to hit someone over the head. And that's what I really dislike. Like, I don't think it should be used that way.
Yeah,
However,
I will.
Oh, sorry. Hang on a minute. However, I will occasionally, if I'm getting pissed off, especially, say, no, that's X, Y. That's just an argument from ignorance, right? And then if I want to piss somebody off, okay. Yeah. So I'm not saying I don't do it. It's just that I only do it when I want to piss someone off, or normally I'll explain what the problem was with the argument and then say, and that is such and such an argument.
Well, Tog was asserting that a blue jay was the cause for a death in his family.
Yeah.
Oh, is that? Oh, that's weird.
It was an omen. I think he said it was an omen.
Yeah, there you go.
But
either way, it's fallacious.
Yeah, going to that what Simus is saying, I agree because if I can recognize that the thing about learning about those fallacies isn't just to throw it in people's face. Like Simon said, I'll do it if you really want to get a rise out of someone. But if you're having a decent conversation with someone and you recognize the fallacy, you can change the way that you're now going to approach the conversation based on the fallacy you just recognized in their reasoning. But that takes a little bit of practice to learn how to do that, where you're not just going, you just did some kind of fallacy of composition or something like that. And then they go, well, prove it, motherfucker. And then the whole conversation just becomes talking about fallacies after that.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I'll admit, because I'm learning this stuff now, I'm a fucking bulldozer. I'm not even a bat.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that at the moment.
Yeah, no, that's cool. The trick is to be able to express it as in its logical form.
Yep.
Right. So, like, I really will try and say, well, just because, like when they shift the burden, right? I'll just go, well, look, just because you prove my position false doesn't mean your position is true.
Nope.
Right. And that's a better way of saying the fallacy. Right. Plus, you actually get more knowledge because after a little while, there are so many names for these fallacies. Right, that you just forget, and like quite often there are like 3 or 4 names for the same fallacy.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, well, is that begging the question, or is that circular reasoning?
Well, you also got like ad hominem or genetic, right? Genetic fallacy versus ad hominem, because they're kind of related.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's really good that you learn them for sure, but just be aware that quite often there are the same names, and somebody will come back and go, "Oh, that I wasn't begging the question. That's just a tautology." Oh, okay.
Okay, maybe put a little bit more information behind what makes up that tautology, please.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just saying it's like a thing. But I mean, don't get me wrong. I use them. I will do that.
Hey Jay,
exactly the same way you do it, Sammy.
Yeah.
Jay, did you get a chance to watch Jill's indictment of the Leviathan gang?
I watched some of it. What I could bear to watch, and you guys know me. I've covered quite a bit of Jill over the years. That was, I was just like, really?
How far did you get?
On and off, maybe 40 minutes, maybe. It was just so fucking stupid. And so fucking pointless. These deconstructionists. Like all he was doing was basically playing gatekeeper for Christianity. It was just absolutely redundant. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. Change up the fucking role, man, or something. Change your script, something.
Well, just the ego that thinks he can take a whole group of people on.
Well, he has a reason to believe that. He's never lost an argument.
Yeah, but as if like everybody in that gang have got the same argument. The one thing they can't get through their heads, right? When they talk about Christianity, all Christians have the same belief in their head, right? And yet, clearly, demonstrably wrong, okay? Because there are whatever, like 10,000 different denominations, right? So clearly that's wrong. But then, by extension, they think that all atheists have the same beliefs. But they don't understand that atheism is not a belief system, right? So we can't possibly all have the same beliefs, okay, based on atheism.
That's projection.
Yeah.
Your position on God or God's existing does not make up the entirety of one's belief system. It's part of your beliefs. It's just.
I'm not even sure it makes up part of your beliefs, But I mean, I'm just saying it's not a belief system in itself.
No,
right? It's not a system. It's just an answer to one question.
Yep.
So that's whichever way you want to phrase what an atheist is.
I'm going to play a little bit of the Leviathan gang stream.
Oh no!
Oh yeah!
You'll probably, as much as I skip through it, you'll probably be playing a part that I haven't heard yet.
I imagine that at some point you're going to need me to pause so you can give Jill advice on how to argue.
No, I stopped giving him. No, I critique him. I don't give him fucking advice. I don't even know why I bothered giving Veckel advice, but that was just me being pleasant, I guess.
When
I was 4 hours of pleasantness.
When I was in Praises and he was in there, right? I think it was Praises. No, someone else's. That Salo guy. I turned around to Jill and said, "Oh yeah, but Jill makes these fallacious arguments like all the fucking time." And then he went, "Like what?" And I went, "Well, like once Jill said that Neanderthals built the Tower of Babel."
Mm-hmm.
Right, and Jill in the hangout goes, "I never said that."
Yep. He will drop a lie like that in a New York, just in a second.
Yeah.
It's like I never said your ancestors are your your descendants are your ancestors.
Oh, yeah. That was it. Yeah. Once he finds a way to worm out of it, that's it. History is changed.
He couldn't worm out of that. He couldn't worm out of that question that freaking Doubting Thomas asked him about the product of four integers is what one less than square or something, a perfect square.
Brilliant. Yeah,
and then he's like, and then he did addition. And I'm like, I said, the math teacher has forgotten the difference between a sum and a product.
Yeah. Brilliant.
He's teaching the special kids.
Fucking brilliant.
It was
What? It's too much for him.
It's too much. It's too much to be a Christian. Let's just leave it alone at theist. Just leave it at theism. Isn't that enough?
Yeah, he could die tomorrow.
Okay.
Sound coming through there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got some.
I had
about to
GeoSams.
leave, so it's definitely coming through.
Yep. I heard Jill's voice and my back went up.
Are you begging me not to do this? Is that what
No, I'm just joking. No, I'm just joking, dude.
I won't do it.
No, it's fine. I don't get triggered by Jill at all.
Yeah, but Simos does. I think he was.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Simos gives less of a shit about Jill than I do.
I've beaten up on Jill so many times.
He could have died.
I've got past it. It's being fun now.
Irenic is my trigger.
He must want me to restream that stream.
No.
You're asking for it. I hear you.
Who should have died. On July the 23rd, 2012, there was a coronal mass ejection, which is a plasma ball that was shot out of the sun the size of Mount Everest that was heading straight for center mass in the Earth. Now, according to some reports, we don't know why, it should have hit the Earth on July the 23rd, and yet something bumped it out of the way.
Did he just say the size of Mount Everest? There was a coronal mass ejection the size of Mount Everest.
Yeah.
I thought he was
so
talking
very
about busting
tiny
a nut.
relative.
That
sounds like
that is fucking so fucking small.
Yeah.
It's not, it wouldn't even fucking register.
Shoots out Earth-sized ones regularly.
Simus.
A big one is like 10 times the size of the Earth, right?
Yeah, Simus. Why did that sound like cosmology porn to me? It's shooting everywhere. It's coming on all these planets' backs.
All I
He was
get,
talking about planets. Oh man, I thought.
all I get now is looking at Neil deGrasse Tyson. Is the guy of that guy going cosmology on weed? You know.
I like that. That was fun.
That's fucking hilarious.
So the pass between the Earth and the Moon. In fact, many in the government were going to Mount Weatherby, a 546-acre top-secret facility that's like an ark to protect them at this time. Were we on the verge of extinction at that moment? I don't know, but here's what I do know. Tomorrow's promised to no man. Today is the day of salvation. This is the time to give your life to Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'm convinced.
Oh, well, that follows.
How come I know about that ark? How dare they build an ark and not invite me? Where's my invitation? Who?
Well, he's talking about it.
Look, if I'm gonna find out where you guys are, if something like this were to occur, you best believe I'm getting in there. I have to dig a tunnel.
Are you that? You're
I'm
that
getting in
scared?
bunker. You're not gonna
Why
stop.
are you scared of? Wait, why is he scared of dying?
I don't know. No idea.
Why would he want to?
Might be
Why would he want to?
uncomfortable.
Why would he want to be in there with a bunch of like possibly atheists and shit who the reason they do that is because they want to preserve their life for as long as possible because they don't hold that there is an afterlife, but he does. So you're going to just take up space?
Must you always call
Why
out
would
hypocrisy where you see it, Jay?
It's the end of times, baby. Just fucking roll with it, man.
Why would you even go to like a secret hideout in a mountain just because a sun flare the size of Everest went off?
If he was one of the elect, the angels would prevent him from even stubbing his toe.
Because they think it's a rock. They think they're like, imagine a meteor the size of Mount Everest smacking into the fucking planet. But a sun flare the size of Mount Everest shooting off the surface of the sun is fucking dinky, dude.
It's hilarious. They actually took it seriously enough
That's
to play the video.
No, that is supposed to motivate you to. Why are you not accepting Jesus, for God's sake? Did you not see the video?
So does that mean that they think a coronal mass ejection is basically like a solid object asteroid that's going to hit the planet?
Yeah, it's a big fireball, big burning asteroid. I think they think.
And also,
super bad. Jesus.
Also, if it was the size of Mount Everest, surely we should be changing religion to Buddhism.
That's just you know what that is? What is that? That's see, the sun is very gassy, and that's just a small fart.
Just saying, Everest is Buddhism.
Not gonna let me blow up. Okay, so no one is promised tomorrow. So to say, well, it's okay for him to be a theist for like 5 years, and eventually he'll grow into liking Jesus Christ and accepting him. No,
idiot.
Most likely he's going to fall into
sign now
or some other doctrine of demons.
He's talking about. Could you pause that for a second?
Doctrine of demons.
It's like the mentality of just signing a contract because you don't know what tomorrow's going to bring about. You don't take time to understand it. You don't take time to really kind of figure it out for yourself. You just sign it because tomorrow your life could fucking end, and next thing you know, you're butt buddies with your prison pals with Hitler or something like that down in hell.
This is fire insurance, right? That's what this is. This is hell insurance they're trying to get, just in case there's a hell.
Yep.
And then Simus, you wanted to say something, right?
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
Okay.
Freeman.
I do.
What's up, cutie pie?
I want to correct Jay. Hitler's going to heaven.
Jin.
It was a euphemism.
I know. I just wanted to have a dig at the Christians.
It's Christ. Oh, look, it's William Freeman.
What's up, cutie pie?
How's it going?
Maybe just heating it up.
What's up, Dilliam?
What's up, fat shit?
Coming in from the atheistic perspective.
Well, that's why he's here to learn.
You're going from 0 to 100 when he just wants to go from like 0 to
No,
like.
no, it's not. It's real simple. It's real simple.
For you, it's simple. You were never an atheist.
No. How do you know I was? You don't know anything about me.
Yeah.
Because you
How
would
do you
say
know I was
that
never
you
an
was-
atheist?
Anyone got any confirmation? Because I'm pretty sure that Veckel was never an atheist. I'm almost
Oh
positive he was
no, I
raised
think
in
it.
the church.
Yeah, but I don't think he was like. I don't think he was firmly a believer until he started getting older, and I think existential dread started kicking in. So he was like, "Yep, time for religion and apricot seeds."
Apricot
seeds. I think. Yeah. No, I spoke to him about this. All right, and I said you weren't, and he went, "No, I was, because I wasn't born again. I mean, I believed in Jesus, but I wasn't born again." And I was like, "Oh, that kind of atheist,
So-
right? Yeah,
Worst kind of atheist.
yeah. The atheist that actually goes to church and believes, oh yeah, I went to church.
And I actually believe there's a God.
Believed in Jesus, but I had been baptized. So
Yep.
there it is.
You're a
Who told you
Christian,
that?
You've always been a Christian.
Who told you that?
Yeah.
Who told you I was always a Christian? Who told you that?
Well, I was like, yeah.
You did.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah. Get him.
Okay, maybe I missed.
What the fuck was that? Yeah, get him. What? Because the guy said you were never a Christian, or his position is he thinks he was probably never a non-believer. Okay.
Well, do you think that's funny? In a minute, he's gonna roll out like this guy that's an amputee or some shit that's lost most of his limbs, and then somehow.
Oh, I was there for this
believe
part.
you were there for that. Where that's
I
supposed
think
to make
so.
me want
Yeah.
to be a Christian. I was like,
Because you'll get your legs back.
I guess. No.
Supplied, but if you were a
that's how you
Christian,
debate. Yeah.
if you were,
What we're trying to say is that listen, don't get offended when we
he's
say that
he's
someone who
agreeing with
doesn't.
it.
Well, I don't understand that. Is the most important thing about is the what are you talking about? Is the details like arguments, and talking.
Now, I do have a question. I do have just.
What do you
something
think
to
his
point out.
excuse was?
One of the things that it's interesting because like we were talking about amputees here, and Paul is I think a couple times Paul mentions in his letters about your body, because Paul talks about specifically like an actual bodily resurrection, right? You coming back and reborn in your human fleshly state again, an actual physical resurrection for everybody. How does that work? I wonder when it comes to amputees. Like, do they just do they grow all their limbs back and come back to life? How does that work? Just wondering. Because it says you're made whole again, quote unquote.
It
Just
doesn't
wondering.
work. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I just wondering, like, it's like, oh yeah, now God makes you
You
part
don't think
starfish.
God has control over every single particle, atom, molecule, and everything else in the entire universe?
Yeah, but I think he should have given people the ability to do that. He gave it to starfish, for fuck's sake.
Okay, well, good for you.
Fucking starfish getting over.
Right.
No, let me show you this guy. What do you think his excuse was, William?
I did pray for arms and legs, but arms and legs did not come. Because of fear, I concluded God's not real. There is no hope. I'm alone. I'll always be alone. I'll never get married. Even if I got married, I can't even hold my wife's hand. Even if I had kids, I can't even hold my children when they're crying. I am sorry if you've been abused. I'm sorry if someone has mistreated you. I'm sorry if you're struggling with something that I don't know about. But I want you to know something, that you don't know what miracles can come from your broken pieces until you give your broken pieces a chance.
What do you think?
They did. Wait,
What was
didn't they
his
just?
excuse?
Wait, didn't they discard? Didn't they discard his broken pieces? Didn't those become biological waste?
No, he's got
Just
him in
just saying.
He's got him in a bag. He keeps in the freezer.
Oh, okay, and then those can perform. Okay, cool.
Well, when Jesus
Hey,
comes
Will?
back, they're gonna snap
Just
him on
asking.
like snap-on tools. Yeah.
Well, he was born without them, wasn't he?
He's like, what is his name? The detachable kid from fucking Suicide Squad.
Yeah, but he was born without limbs. without
It
arms,
doesn't
so he
matter.
didn't have them to begin with.
Okay.
Oh, he was. Oh, so he wasn't. So that wasn't his lack
Wasn't
of
he?
limbs. Well, I was wondering. I'm like, is it congenital or was it because of product of an accident, of like a horrible accident?
He's got tiny flippers where his limbs should be. They're just useless. It's a weird evolution.
I just want to say, after watching that video, that was powerful.
So powerful. Oh, William.
I think he used the. I think Jill once used the one video of the guy that writes with his does paintings and shit with his feet. Like
It didn't have the effect on me that I think he wanted. I felt bad for the guy, but I'm like, what does this have to do with God being real or not real, or Jesus? And what are you talking about?
It's about basically it's basically getting to the heart of the psychological issue that is the atheists. They feel as though they're not getting what they want and what they truly desire from God, and so God has somehow hurt their feelings.
That's not why
because
people are atheists, though. So that's just a wasted argument.
But but a lot of them, if you go to Redefine Living's channel, that's all he talks about for the most part is you just don't like God because something happened in your life and your feelers got hurt and you're taking it out on God because you know God to exist and now you're denying his existence. So just stop being an idiot.
Well,
that's his fucking argument though, predominantly.
Fantastic reasoning.
Yep.
I heard that guy ended up like that because he took colloidal silver, Will.
Talk about a weight loss program.
Excuse. Would he have an excuse, a valid one for rejecting?
For what?
If he were to leave Christianity, do you think he would have a valid excuse as to why? He prayed to God and asked him to grow back his limbs, and that didn't happen. Do you think he would have a legitimate excuse to leave Christ, to leave the faith?
I wouldn't let that be my reason.
Yes.
But you think your reason is valid?
Obviously, if that's what I'm doing.
Okay. All right. All right. I just wanted to ask that question because I look at that story and I say, geez, I don't have any excuse.
Yo, that's a non sequitur.
He probably, the reason
That's a non sequitur.
We'll say.
Most of what comes out of Jill's mouth is a non sequitur. Nothing follows.
That doesn't follow. What he said doesn't follow. That's for sure. It's just not. It's a non sequitur.
He didn't get his wish. He's probably a Democrat, and that's probably you know how God feels about
what he said, but, right? Yeah, that's an uncomfortable laughter. I think
shut up, liberal.
I think.
I'm sorry. Take the sandwich away before you say it, big boy.
I think Veckel is not an excuse, and you know it.
Dilly boy. Veckel's not an excuse. It's the general behavior of Christians, is what I was saying. I used y'all as examples, but you're not the only reason.
What about the general behavior of not having any limbs?
Well, I'd say he has really powerful abs. I would imagine.
All right.
But since when is not having limbs a behavior?
Think about that.
It isn't a behavior, but I didn't want to get into that little tangent.
Yeah, that just sounds like something that you would ask, kind of like what Veckel asked. Is like, well, how'd you know I was never a Christian?
Well, that one just stood on its face as being stupid, so I didn't address it. I was trying to move on.
Probably, yep. I'd say that's a good call.
So he didn't leave
the door. He opens a window.
And read Romans 8. Read Romans 8 every night before you go.
That guy's not opening windows though.
Okay, read Romans 8 before you go to bed every night. Okay,
I do that.
If he believes in God,
you're all coming way too strong.
Him being a theist is not good enough, though.
You need to see things from David's perspective, not from what the Word of God says. It's not about us preaching that Jesus and Him crucified and risen from the dead. It's about.
Hold on a second. There's something wrong here. Because when these guys normally will agree with Darth Dawkins the first chance, the first time they're seeing, or anytime they're seeing Darth Dawkins have a conversation with a non-believer. And Darth Dawkins will get a person to believe, well, at least get to basically a generalized God, the disembodied transcendent mind that, transcends space and time, and that which substantiates and instantiates the universe. And then you go, okay. And then if he can get you to be convinced of that, now you're no longer an atheist because now you're actually doing the right thing. You're going to your a priori knowledge that yes, indeed, there is a God. But to be a Christian requires that you realize Jesus Christ died for your piece of shit ass. You realize how useless you are. You have a coming to Jesus moment, like sitting in your car. Now you're a Christian. That's literally how Darth Dawkins has separated that out. So even if someone's a deist, you can't say they're an atheist. Because Darth is fine with a person, is fine saying this person is not an atheist because they believe in a God, but he wouldn't necessarily say they're a Christian, but he would challenge why they're not a Christian because he believes that God is necessarily the God that's depicted in Christianity.
Much more honest.
He says that his personal conception of the Christian God is the only one that can exist, and therefore even other Christians are atheists because they're not believing in the one true God.
Well, that's special pleading.
He's talking about Darth Dawkins as opposed to Vecna.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Darth
I've
Dawkins
listened to tons of Darth Dawkins.
Okay, my bad.
Well, that must have been Darth Dawkins in his less maybe his less charitable days, because I've actually heard him tell there was somebody who was convinced by Darth Dawkins of presuppositionalism, precept argument, and he said, "Yep, I believe in God now." And he goes, "Well," and then Darth asked him, "Well, do you believe in Jesus?" And he goes, "Well, that I'm still working on it." And he goes, "Okay, well, at least you believe in God. At least we got you to this point. Now I'm just wondering when you're going to have that breakdown moment where you realize what a piece of shit you are and give your life over to Christ." I was like, "God damn, son."
Oh, fucking hell, Darth.
Nice.
I was like, this is fuck. I told my brother when my brother and I saw that, we're like, this is fucking hilarious. Why didn't we have a Sunday school teacher like this growing up?
Absolutely.
It's not going to do any good because you don't want to believe.
I think you have a different standard of what evidence is than I do. I think that you.
No, we're looking at the same thing.
No, yeah, you just.
That's okay. That's on me. That's between me and God. And
if Jerusalem to this very day, by the way, the tomb that Jesus actually was in is actually in Israel. It is a historical landmark. I can go to that.
I know that it's there, but that doesn't have anything to do with the proof of the resurrection.
He's saying because there's a tomb in Jerusalem, then voila, Jesus.
There was a
Lazarus.
Ooh, that's bad.
Yeah. There is an alleged tomb on the mount of wherever it is where the Muslims built their particular thing.
Right. They built. There's a church
Well, that
there
tomb. Well, isn't it according to because the tomb, according to extra biblical accounts, is supposed to. Well, actually, no. That tomb is it was given to the family by Joseph from Joseph of Arimathea.
Yeah. Allegedly, yeah.
Allegedly, according to
therefore God.
Well, yeah. Now there's this tomb. Now this guy was buried there. Therefore Jesus. Therefore resurrection.
Well, according to Constantine's wife, Helena, that's the only reason they think they know where anything is there.
Well, that turned out to be like a Middle Ages thing anyway. I mean, there was no record of it before the Middle Ages.
Well, isn't that the God of the gaps fallacy? No matter what, just place God in that space.
Well, it's just not. It's not. They think that's evidence for the resurrection, which is what I asked for. If I were to bore you through this, I said, "What evidence is there that Jesus died and resurrected?" And they said, "There's a tomb."
And even if you're going to use, and if you're going to use an argument like this, even doing that, the rules of inference do not work for that in any way, shape, or form because you're making a leap.
Well, there's an empty tomb. I mean, the fact that it's empty tells you exactly what fallacy it is.
Because the gospel tell us that there were guards standing guard at the tomb. There is no way those disciples were going to go in there and take that body out. If you wanted to disprove Christianity, all they had to do shut up. All they had to do was present the body of Jesus.
That does not mean that Jesus resurrected because the tomb is there.
What other explanation is there, William? There was two guards standing guard over the tomb. The body is not there.
Hold on.
At least 500.
Hold on.
To which gospel?
There's only there's only like one gospel that says it was actually guarded and there were or maybe there's two out of the four. But
there's just one. There's only one gospel.
Is it just
it was guarded.
Which I think it's John or is it Luke? I can't
remember which one, but I don't think it's Mark. And Mark,
because there's one.
Others came from.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no resurrection in Mark. I mean, as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, there's no resurrection.
Well, it ends at them going to the tomb. That's the problem with Mark. It just ends.
The ladies run away. No, the ladies run away, and it says they tell no one.
Yeah. So and then the rest of it. Yeah, and then the rest of that was added later. At least scholars.
Added, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that
after
added, they just say he was crucified.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. No, I'm not even sure it says that. I mean, no, I suppose it does. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It just
go listen to my Pine Creek.
Because the best thing about Mark is when you read it, because it says like Mary Magdalene, Salama. There was 3 of them. The 3 ladies that were going: Mary Magdalene, Salome, and Mary, the mother of James, I think. So they're going first thing in the morning. They're going to, embalm Jesus's body and everything, right?
Mm.
And so they go there, according to the narrative, they're going there to the tomb, and they go to the tomb and it's empty, and there's this young boy there and basically says Jesus is gone and blah blah blah, and they're scared and they're terrified and they run off and they tell no one. But then later, right afterward, the thing that's added later is the first person that Jesus shows up to is Mary Magdalene. It says first thing of that day, Jesus shows up and meets Mary Magdalene. It's like Mary Magdalene met up with the other 2 women to get spices to go to the tomb to embalm his body, or to, prep the body or prepare the body or whatever. So how is it that he was now comes right afterward? The first person that Jesus meets is Mary Magdalene, first thing in the day.
Well, it can't be both.
Exactly. Because it's both. This is supposedly.
Dr. James Tabor was on Myth Vision, and he pointed out that another study that had been done showed that if you tried to harmonize all the 4 gospels, you destroy them all, because they can't. They disagree on so many points. If you overlap them,
yes,
that you can just start ruling them all out. So that was.
Yeah, you don't know what to. Yeah, you don't even know certain things start to. Yeah, once you get and see, that's the problem. Like when you start talking to him about contradictions, he thinks a contradiction is necessarily only not P. The problem is sometimes you'll get contradictions, especially in this case, where you can't determine what is P or not P because you're getting contradictory information. That's another problem with contradictions.
Well, it destroys the context.
Well, no, there's a difference between a logical contradiction and a contradiction in general sense.
Yes.
I mean, that's the difference. They contradict each other, but they're not logically contradictory.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's just besides the point.
Thank you. Hey, I got to go to Bible study, y'all.
All right, Kelvin.
Peace out. Appreciate it.
That laugh he does. I like Kelvin. All right.
After his crucifixion.
Okay, so if that's true, by that logic, if 221B Baker Street exists, then Sherlock Holmes was real.
Okay, what
Uh-oh.
I think you're looking for, William, is for you to have seen the event. But I'm here to tell you.
How does Kevin wrap his head around that?
He's like, "What's Sherlock Holmes? What are you talking about?"
Sherlock Holmes? Sir Arthur Conan Doyle? Anyway, I got to take off. I got to head to work. Thanks for having me on, Will. See you, Simus.
See you guys.
Have fun. Have fun listening to Silly.
Yeah.
Your own eyes. You still could have doubts. Okay, so let's throw the 100% certainty out the window, because even if you were to see it, you still would not be 100% certain of what you saw.
What?
Okay, so when we look at the resurrection or any event that happened so long ago, we look at what's called the minimal facts. Those things that we agree on.
I was just pointing out another fallacy. Oh, just for Gio.
Yeah. Thank you.
Historically. And then, as Kevin was saying, we look at those facts and we've determined that the only possible solution is resurrection. All of the other theories have been discredited based on those minimal facts.
And by discredited, we mean the other theories disagree with our agenda and narrative.
Yeah,
so,
black and white fallacy. Black and white fallacy.
How would you get to the point where you were like, we have determined that the only possible answer is supernatural resurrection?
Yeah. So that implies that he has exhausted his search, right?
Can't be anything else.
Well, no, the 2 options are inclusive of all possible events, right? So I think it's black and white fallacy. Let me just look it up quickly.
It's
the fallacy of leaping from the falsity or undesirability of one proposition to the truth or desirability of the extreme opposite.
Well, it can only be one or the other, right? There's no middle ground.
The identical in its basic logic structure to false dichotomy.
Where's Halsey when you need her?
There you go. So,
all right. I'm sure that you're going to hear a bunch more real and rapid fire.
False dichotomy, right? Because we can think of many other solutions to the problem, like it's a hallucination, to name but one.
Yeah, but has he ruled out hallucination?
You can't rule it out. It's impossible to rule that out. Even when they say things like, well, there were multiple people that saw it. Well, okay, hallucination held by multiple people, and they go,
yeah,
well,
people
that can't
saw
happen.
Elvis long
That
after he died.
That can't. They say that can't happen naturally, but who needs to say it happens naturally? It could be a supernatural multiple hallucination. That doesn't prove that it's God, but it means that the resurrection didn't happen. So you can't.
Yep.
He can't rule it out because he's claiming a supernatural resurrection. So there are other supernatural explanations.
He can presume that you don't subscribe legitimately to supernatural causes and then focus on that, which is what they do. They'll turn it about what your beliefs are and ignore the logic.
No, that's okay, but
that just shows.
I'm doing an internal critique, so that doesn't matter to me.
That's just demonstrates that their search for truth is not exhaustive. That they do not consider other.
You don't keep searching for truth when you have it, and the Bible says that it's true, so it must be.
No, but they don't consider other options.
Right, I'm agreeing with you, but it's because the Bible itself tells them ahead of time, you found the right one.
They start with the conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem with the whole thing, is the presumption that the Bible is true right off the rip, and that's your only source of validity. You only, like, if it doesn't match up with the Bible, then it cannot be true.
I mean, that was the interesting thing about you talking to Veckel, right? Because at certain points, right, he was saying, yeah, the Bible's true. And then at certain other points, he was saying, well, it's metaphorically true. So, I mean,
So how do we distinguish what's metaphor and what's not?
It's exactly the question that Veckel had on that stream with praise. How do we know if there's so much hyperbole admitted to, then how do we know about the miracles? Yeah.
That's why he wants to say that everything in the Bible is literally true. And that leads to logical contradictions, exactly like Richard pointed out.
A hideous monster of a God.
Well, yeah. I mean, or that he has these two conflicting characteristics, one of which is love, right? Or equates with love. And the other is that he performs these like genocidal acts, which can't be loving. So,
Yep.
That's.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yep. No, I just praise was there to agree with you.
Thank you, praise.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can necessarily narrow anything down to the only option or the only possibility being resurrection.
Well,
because that's a supernatural kind of thing.
And I did the same thing with Wildheart on my channel, right? And he came up with different theories. All right, so let's look at the facts surrounding the resurrection. And we'll start with the empty tomb, since that's the one.
Okay, that's a fact. There's an empty tomb in Jerusalem.
Okay, how do you explain? Oh, well, how about we start with the crucifixion? We'll go in the order of the events, right?
Crucifixion.
The death of Jesus by crucifixion. Josephus tells us that this happened. That Pilate, at the suggestion of very important men, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Jews.
Very important, yeah.
Not all Jews, but they condemned him to the cross, and that was his punishment, crucifixion.
He has this way of hypnotizing me into slumber.
It's irrelevant thesis. What they call that fallacy.
He's just talking, and my eyes are getting heavy. I'm like, dude, fucking get to a point.
John Dominic Crossan, a non-Christian critical scholar, states that Jesus was crucified, or his crucifixion is as sure as anything historically can ever be. And then we have Roman historians. Okay.
All right. So let's say there was
Jesus was crucified. Right?
Got it. Granted.
Okay. So he's dead. Right? Or did he survive?
No, I don't think if that would be excruciating to forever be crucified.
Right. So it's more certain that he died after that experience, correct?
Oh yeah, I think it's pretty likely that Romans made sure it was done.
All right. So now the body is missing. Okay, so you don't hold to any swoon theories that he sort of survived and got up and walked away.
No,
without telling anyone.
No, that's not the Romans way.
Okay. So what do you think happened to the body?
I think they probably stuffed it in a tomb somewhere.
They did, and it was guarded by the Roman guards.
No, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Okay, so you're saying that the events chronicled in the story are we can't trust them.
Yeah,
obviously.
I'm saying that there was no
I mean,
eyewitnesses to that.
fucking obviously.
So the idea that the tomb was purchased by Joseph of Arimathea, that you think is Christian lore or mythology?
I mean, do we have any evidence that Joseph of Arimathea, aside from the Bible, purchased or owned land there?
We shouldn't have any evidence outside.
Can I
of
ask
the
you
Bible
something, Will? Do you still hold to the fact that the Romans would have allowed, against their normal tradition, to let a lowly Jew criminal's body be taken down and put in a fancy tomb?
Money talks. Yeah, I think that they would happily take the money, but whether they would actually assign a guard, I doubt they would. To the body of a rebellious Jew, we're gonna put two guards or even one guard on duty to guard. No shit, no.
So my only question left then, because you went right down the trap, was why are you going to dismiss the idea of the guard but be okay with the idea of pulling his body down? When
Because
that was
I can,
not the done thing.
Because I can recognize that would be something that people would do. Would be like, I'll pay you to take the body. I want the body. And then, if you're a government, you're like, yeah, you want to give me money for a dead body? That's profit. I'll take that. Sure. I don't think they would do it just for kindness. I don't think they'd be just like, oh, sure, come get your bodies. But this is money. So I could see that because it would motivate me to do it. I wouldn't. You want a dead body? You want to pay me for a corpse? Yeah, do it. You can take him down.
One less I have to bury.
Yourself. Right. I don't have to do fuck all. Sure, go ahead.
Well,
take it.
I mean, burying is not what they were doing, was it? They
Well,
would just
chucked in a
literally
hole.
throw him in a pit, or a side of the road. Bearing in mind, there's the what's it called, Apollonian Way or something, where allegedly the Romans crucified like 4,000 people and left them there for 6 months. So I mean, this they didn't have the concept of disease or anything like that going on, But I mean, I can see that if somebody it wouldn't take much to bribe a guard to take a body. But I just don't think it happened like that anyway, right? I think the whole Joseph as Arimathea is just, it's just a made-up story.
Well, that's why I'm asking him for receipts of anywhere outside of the scriptures where this guy. I mean, if it's all still coming from this, yeah, exactly,
just existed. He was a rich man,
something, yeah. I mean, not just some guy named Joseph that was there, but like this guy that they're talking about, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, surely they would have known. Like Arimathea must have had a census 30 years earlier.
Sure, but there may have been more than one Joseph in the area known as Arimathea. I want to know that this is the Joseph of Arimathea. Show me the receipts. I want to know. Did this guy exist?
No, I mean, I think there's good reason to be skeptical, but I mean, again, if you're taking the document to be true, then you don't need the evidence because it says that Jesus resurrected, right? And if you're doubting that Jesus resurrected or trying to prove it, then it's no good pointing to the same document that says he resurrected, because of course it's going to say this. It's going to say that.
Well, and he asked me, and my whole contention is that I don't.
That's the problem with looking at it as a historical truth,
right?
Because that's not how history works.
He seems incredulous by me not being willing to use the Bible as the source of truth, and he's wanting me to for this. Like, so you don't believe there was a guard there? No. So now you're saying the Bible's not true? Yes.
Yes, obviously.
Right. That's why we're arguing. That's why I'm in the Leviathan gang. You've started all this. So come on, man. Keep up.
Yeah. It's a little bit incredulous. And also, I think one of the key things as well, which they really don't like, is the Carl Sagan extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. All right. Well, okay. Look, if you want to say that he was put in a tomb, okay, that people were put in tombs after they died, right? And yes, it's slightly extraordinary, because of course, like, that's not how we know that Romans generally disposed of bodies that were crucified, right? But maybe it's not so out of place. It's not like a supernatural claim, is it? Right? So yeah, it's more likely than the resurrection that he was put in a tomb, right? But does that have any relation to the fact that he was resurrected? Well, no. I mean,
We
it
haven't
really
even got
doesn't.
there.
It just doesn't, you know. And this is one of the things, like that Gary Habermas and his 5 facts or whatever it was, right? And like several other people have been like just parroting that. Well, you can have as many facts as you want. 5 is just a random number as far as I'm concerned. You could have as many natural occurring facts as you like. None of them can possibly lead to the conclusion of the supernatural. Doesn't matter how many facts you've got.
Not supportable.
Right? Because they're all natural facts. They're all things that we accept happen in the natural world without any supernatural explanation. So there is just no way they could lead to the conclusion that a supernatural event happened. Not until you demonstrate the supernatural first. You know. So anyway, I mean, that's the main problem with these arguments where people say, well, there was a tomb and you know, all these like sightings of Jesus, you know, or whatever, just whatever.
But
You
the
know.
supernatural,
Yes, the Romans crucified people. Okay, yeah, they did. You're right. Go ahead, Gio.
Well, I was just going to say that the supernatural is, but like we have no real way of discerning what that is. You know, that's all I'm saying.
That's exactly the issue that they're having, because they're not going to be able to give me evidence of a supernatural event.
Oh, of course not.
Right. So I don't know why they're claiming that this has been demonstrated, that the only possible explanation is a supernatural event. That to me is saying our only explanation is that it couldn't possibly happen.
Well, yeah, again, that's the false dichotomy fallacy. But that's just for you, Joe. But you know, that my point again is much deeper than that. I argued with Shamos for like 3 days straight on this, and in the end, he had to concede that yeah, you could give as many natural facts as you like. None of it demonstrates a supernatural event. So, I mean, that's just the heart of it, right?
And if we could demonstrate supernatural events, they would no longer be supernatural.
Well, maybe. I'm not convinced about that. I have a few examples where I've come up with ideas which you still can't explain with a natural, you know, with a natural thesis. If they happened, like the Tom Jump one, where he says, "Look, if I prayed to Jesus for a gold bar to appear, and I did that every day for 30 days, and every day for 30 days, as soon as I prayed to Jesus, the gold bar appeared." I wouldn't have an explanation of how it was happening, but I would have to say that inductively it happened.
Sure.
So that would be a kind of a, you know, you have no idea what the explanation is. There's no natural known explanation for it. So I guess under those circumstances, I could probably grant that it's a supernatural happening.
Right, but there's still no explanation, right?
There's just no explanation, yeah.
Right,
but there's no possible explanation. It breaks.
I'm talking about
physics,
things that were once thought of as supernatural, but now we with research and technology, we found out that no, this isn't the case.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but that's not breaking the first law of thermodynamics, for instance, right? I think this is my one example that I give people. Look, if you could come up something with breaks that first law, or even the second law of thermodynamics, right? A perpetual motion machine, for instance, right? I would go, oh, okay, that's supernatural, because there can be no natural explanation. Otherwise, all of physics is wrong.
That defies physics and logic.
Yeah. Well, and logic, maybe not so much, but physics.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. So, and I think under those circumstances, then I would grant the supernatural. You know, Because like people say that argument of like, well, it would just become natural, and I don't agree with that. I think it only
but
becomes
that's
natural.
still a hypothesis nonetheless, right? I mean, that's not
How do you mean?
demonstrated either.
What isn't?
What you just said. That there's no. How do you demonstrate what you just said?
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean?
Well, I think there's strong inductive proof that that these laws really, are laws, right? That they're they're unbreakable, right? Yeah,
Then it's
inductive. Yeah, strong inductive laws. So not just like one of the things that I didn't mention the other day, and you might like to know this, Sammy, is that there's an equivalence of validity and soundness in induction, right? They don't call them validity and soundness with induction. They call them strength and cogence. Right. So strength is just the weight of your evidence, the number of observations out of the number of observations. If you have, I don't know, 10,000 observations, and all 10,000 observations give you one conclusion, that's a very strong inductive argument. If you have 599 out of 1,000, out of 10,000, or out of 1,000, then that's
so. What is it? Strength. It's strength and what?
Cogence.
Cogence. Okay, that's important. Yeah.
Yeah. So cogence is, is it a natural conclusion from your observations?
And that comes from inference, right?
Induction.
Induction.
Induction. These apply to an inductive argument.
Inductive, right.
So first you look at the strength of the argument. Can you draw that to be a general conclusion? And if you can do it strongly, then
it's cogent.
No. It's cogent if it naturally follows that the general follows from the particular.
So the strength of the argument speaks to its cogency.
Yeah.
Right?
So look, for instance, if I say, all the oranges I've observed are orange. Bad example. Right. All swans are white. Right. Because all the observed swans I've seen are white. Okay. And then I say, and therefore apples taste good. Right. Well, that's not a cogent argument. It might be true that apples taste good. It's just not a cogent argument because it doesn't follow from the premise that all swans are white. That all observed swans are white. Do you see what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So to make it cogent, you'd have to say, therefore, all swans are white. And that means it's a cogent argument. Yeah.
That's another good way of sussing out fallacies. That's good.
Dick. Yeah. The fallacy is what I call dick. Yeah. Ooh, spooky. Is that Houdini or someone, is it?
It looks like the Skull and
Bones.
Oh, Skull and Bones, right, okay. Yeah. That's from like some university, isn't it?
Yale.
Yale, is it? Okay, right, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, it almost feels like Hillary's wants to tell us more.
No.
I've enjoyed like hearing everybody talking about logical fallacies a lot more. I think that Sammy, we're gonna have to like force Halsey to start doing a regular show. Maybe get Gio to do the intro for her and shit like that.
Yeah.
Put her on the network.
For sure. It's such a useful tool for everyone. Because it doesn't just teach you fallacies, it teaches you to think critically and how to assess an argument.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I've got I have a playlist, right, which is a little difficult to get through, admittedly. Let me get the other link first, actually. Let me do that, and then I can explain what it is. Where's me playlists? Atheist. There it is.
Have to run off here in a little while, so somebody will have to take over. I got to get money so I can get green. So
Okay.
it's obviously important.
Right, in the private chat.
What you got?
Sorry, I will try and get it. So that is a playlist of mine on Helena Handbasket's channel. I don't know if anyone remembers Helena Handbasket. For Alex Malpass doing a course on Logic 101.
Oh, nice.
So it's fairly basic, but I kept meaning to do some editing on it.
I'm gonna save it right now.
Yeah,
Cool.
it kind of goes through a little slowly because people are interrupting and stuff. I've got another one which I haven't been able to get her to say that I can release, but I've got just a like a load of audio files of a series that we did on Discord that I was kind of involved in, which is all on about deductive arguments and what makes a deductive argument, why they're called deductive arguments, and what you need to the presuppositions that lead to deduction, and issues with deductive arguments, old issues, Hume's problems with induction, and Bonjour's solutions. A guy called Bonjour, who's a philosopher. And I can.
You got the helm?
Let people. No, that's Helena again.
Yeah, mate.
All right, cool.
You're talking to each other, right?
Yep. Sorry.
Anyway, I'm just saying if someone is really interested and they know who Helena is, perhaps I can share that if they want. And there we go. That's that. Where did we get to anyway? Because, I mean, that was a kind of a natural end.
I'm looking at the chat here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Apparently, animals do wrong. Is that what we're getting at?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, according to Jill, lions rape each other, so...
Yeah, it's kind of true.
No, it's kind of not true.
Well, yeah.
To be able... Because, you've got to put our human understanding on a creature that doesn't have that sentience.
Yes.
The female doesn't go, "Oh, I'm being raped."
I think it probably does, but anyway.
You think a lion thinks that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think they try
I
to
think
get away.
lionesses have rape fantasies.
That may be true as well, but no, I don't. I
But
don't
see,
buy this. I
you've
think morality.
Put the concept of rape onto an animal.
Yeah, if it's not consensual sex, then yeah, I think that counts as R-ing.
Okay.
So, like for instance, I mean another point about my particular version of morality as well.
Hang on, before we go too far forwards.
Yeah.
Again, you've implied consent.
Yes.
That animals have the ability to consent.
Yes, that's.
I don't think they do, which is why I don't believe that the other can occur.
Well, I would have to go by behaviorism and see, does the lioness fight to the death to prevent the male lion?
But we're still comparing it to human understanding. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah, but with behaviorism, that's kind of a workaround. We can't understand, but we can sort of classify.
But see, what if she's just acting on instinct and it's not her actual conscious thought?
Well, no, my thing was if she fights to the death, if all she does is nip at him, she might be encouraging it.
Hillary, that doesn't need to be to the death.
I know. But if she just gives him a little playful nip, he might get more excited.
Exactly.
Sure. No, anyway, yeah. So I think morality, is a social mammal behavior, right? That's it. So I don't think there's any problem with saying that animals, especially animals and apes and then monkeys, have morality. I would go a lot further than that. I would say things like, well, just most social animals, mammals in particular, have a morality.
They just don't have a justice system. Is that what you're saying?
No, they have a justice
So
system.
everyone gets away with it.
No,
I
chimpanzees.
mean, the male, if the
chimpanzees
male
have,
holds the female down, has his way, he walks away and nothing. That's it. That's the end of the story.
No, I don't think so. No, but I mean, chimpanzees have a justice system.
How?
What do you mean how?
How is that not the end of the story?
If she screams and cries, and I bet you other males would come over and help defend her and hurt the aggressor.
No, generally there's only one male there.
Well, then she shouldn't be alone.
But she's part of a pride. That's how prides work. See, now you're victim blaming.
Are we talking about chimpanzees or lions? I'm confused.
Lions.
Okay, yeah. I was arguing for chimps.
So, like I say, it doesn't have to be necessarily that she has all displays all of the natural retributions that we expect in human society. Right? So I just don't buy that as an argument anyway. But on top of that, I do think it's easier to tell in species which are closer to humanity, for sure. But I do think it's like that. I mean, like, is it, well, how do you think the female feels, right? Assuming that you think lions can feel, or lionesses feel, when the children from a previous pride, right, for instance, get eaten, right? When one lion takes over the pride of another lion, it eats the children.
Well, all I can judge from is what happens, and she actually ends up getting horny again.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So does that mean it's right because she gets horny? Or is that
just instinctual? It doesn't mean it's wrong.
Right. Okay. So now
point.
we take that. Now hang on.
Right or wrong.
Now we take that and put that onto humanity. Does that mean if a woman gets horny while she's being raped that it's right? Or not wrong?
See, but now you've just skipped the whole point.
Okay, have I?
Yeah, because my point is that you need to post hoc put human morals onto the actions of the animals.
Right.
And that's just what you've had to resort to.
Right. So, like I said, I think you can clearly see it.
I don't compare to humans.
And I think you can clearly see it in higher apes.
That's anthropomorphizing. Right?
There is both.
Yes.
I don't think so. But anyway, no, I don't think so.
That's my opinion.
I think if you look up a study by Patricia Churchland, on prairie voles, right, you'll find that there is empathy and attachment, right, and protection towards monogamy of particular types of voles. Right? And it's a chemical process. Right? Now,
so
attachment is a sign of morality, as far as I'm concerned. Whether you think that that's human morality or not is another matter. But I'm just saying.
So what level do you require an animal's sentience or intelligence or self-awareness to be for it to then be considered morality?
Yeah. Okay. Good question. So
because that's where that's where I'm falling off.
Okay. So for me, it's a matter of the foundation for morality for me is empathy. Right. So it's some kind of at least self-awareness of the, whatever it is, self-awareness that there are others like you and that they also have reactions that you wouldn't like, right, or would like. So that's it. That's the very basic of it, as far as I can see. Right?
Yeah. So which I agree. Which was why
so that happens in animals.
But see, that doesn't follow for me. You've had to assume so much in there.
Not really.
Yeah.
Well, like what have I assumed, do you think?
You've assumed understanding of animal feelings, and you've assumed an awareness, self-awareness, that we can't really demonstrate in Most,
I think that's
maybe
wrong.
the higher ones, like the chimps and stuff.
Well,
You
not even
show
that.
a
Voles.
tiger a mirror, it will attack the mirror. They have no real self-awareness.
Right,
but there also seems
the line?
There
Where
also
is that
seems
line?
But there also seems to be an implied logic there too.
I would just say instinct.
Right, I do think there's an attachment between, and there must be an attachment, I would argue, between animals which are developed fully in the womb and their parents.
Is it an attachment? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right, and that's the basis of morality, as far as I can make it.
Yeah, I think it's a well-being, right?
You think morality then springs from instinct, because that's what you're describing. You're just describing genetic instinct.
Well, I think it's chemical instinct, if you want to put it that way. It's not
you could put
genetics
it that way.
per se. It's not because they have the same genetics. It's because we, as mammals, have a chemical system, right, which causes a bonding.
See, what I mean by genetic instinct is, for example, take snakes. A snake will lay its eggs and leave. That is it. That the baby will hatch and genetically have enough memory and instinct to then go and survive as the creature it needs to be. No mothering, no nurturing, no teaching it how to be a snake. It's all in there.
Yeah, I agree.
That's genetic. That's not chemical,
Well,
of course, chemicals are involved,
whatever,
but you get the point. Yeah.
But I mean, I was very specific when I was talking about mammals, and more correctly, social mammals.
Yeah. So this is why, for me, it's a bit dubious to say, well, lions can rape, but snakes can't. We can imply a consent on lions, but we can't on a snake. That's a human thing to do.
No, I don't think so. No. I think lions are mammals, and they're social mammals at that. Not very social, right? So yeah, it's like they're just on the edge of it, but nonetheless, they are mammals. They do have this bonding chemical with their children, right? In order to raise them, they're not fully developed in the womb, right? So there is a period outside of the womb where they would not survive without the parents having this attachment. And that's the basis of morality for me. So.
Well, I think the fact that an animal would fight back against another animal to preserve its own life shows that it's. I just lost it.
See, I know what you're saying, Gio. For me, we still haven't addressed the fact that what you are describing is instinctual versus you can't show the difference between what's instinct and it's going to react that way. It's not like it's sat down and thought, now what's the right thing to do here? There's no morality. There's no awareness. It's a reaction. It's reactionary.
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but doesn't it?
As opposed to us that sits down and passes it out on many levels.
I understand what you're saying. If I can get the next sentence out, that would be great. So there's a difference between like saying something is moral, right? And because we have reasons to believe it's moral, right? It's not moral in the same sense that it's moral for a social animal to look after its young. And what I'm saying is that's the beginning of morality, right? So we have many other morals, right, which don't even apply to animals, right? Stealing, right? It kind of applies to apes, but I don't know what you could put up something like it's immoral to interrupt someone in the middle of a sentence, right? I mean, there are many different kinds of morals that clearly can't apply to an animal in the same way, right? So yeah, I think that morals by definition, right, happen in social mammals for the reasons that I'm saying, because this the basis of our morality itself is this attachment hormone. Now, when we also hang on, let me finish. When we then apply our reasoning to it, right, it becomes much more complex. And when you say morals, I think you're referring to the much more complex part and the retrospection that we apply to our behavior in order to be able to live in a large tribe. That doesn't apply in these kinds of animals. They live in very small tribes, right? When you take the morality of chimpanzees, okay, if one chimpanzee steals, if it's not the alpha chimpanzee, right, it gets taken out and beat the shit out of and probably killed. That's a form of justice, right there.
I understand exactly everything you're saying. I guess we just don't agree.
But it goes against the well-being.
You're using the word moral does not apply to me. It's like saying the foundation of a building is the building. Well, no, it's something that the building came from, but the foundation doesn't contain the building. And I don't think that animals that do not have the awareness to comprehend the morality are not having the morality. They are having an instinctual reaction.
Yeah,
and yes, might be the basis of where morality comes from. But I'm saying animals don't go past that where we do.
But doesn't the reaction?
No,
I believe the reaction is shows
that's fine. Then that means that putting your hand on the stove is immoral, Gio.
No. But
what I'm saying is, instinctually pull your arm away. Tell me how that is not the same thing.
Well, there's a sense of well-being there. Now, I don't know if that is anthropomorphizing as well. If a creature wants to preserve if a creature wants to preserve its own well-being by protecting itself, well, what else could it be? I mean, I don't know.
It's a reaction. This is what I'm trying to say. If you understand how awareness evolved, how it emerged, you understand that it is 99% reacting to an environment. The awareness comes from the ability to then be self-aware of your reactions and why you're reacting that way. Now, what would be the reason lions have the capability?
But what would be the reason for reacting? What would be the reason?
Because it's instinctual. They have no option. Do you understand?
Can we say that consciousness is the ability to react counter-instinctually?
Well, I don't know. I think there must be a sense of well-being.
I would agree with that. If I put my hand on a stove, I don't need a sense of well-being. I have no option. My body will react without me. My hand will pull away.
Yeah, but I'm not sure
that is not me. That is not me standing there while my hand's on fire going, now this isn't going to be good for my well-being. I should probably remove my hand.
Well, I'd say the reason you react in that way is because of your sense of well-being.
I know you can say that, but what I'm saying is it's just platitudes. It doesn't show or prove anything.
Well, it shows that there is a semblance
amongst humans.
Okay.
Well, it shows that.
But again, if the same reaction that shows what you're telling me it shows, also I can show that it is purely instinctual. How do I pass the two out and say, well, this one was morality, but this one was instinctual?
Yeah. So, what do you mean by instinctual, though? What do you think the mechanism of instinct is?
A result of many generations of species reacting to environmental stimuli.
Yeah, but
neural pathways being created?
Yeah, but what's the end result of that thinking?
There's none. I don't believe there's a driving force in evolution, Gio.
The end result of that kind of thinking.
Brother.
No, the end result of that kind of thinking is the well-being of the species, right?
No.
That's the end result. No?
No.
Okay,
You
but
need
I
to
don't
have
understand what your
awareness
point
to
is,
put
Gio.
that back on it post hoc. A lion doesn't look back and go, well, this is best for my species. That's a human understanding.
No, I'm not saying that.
But you're saying the result, the result in evolution and with instinct is not always the best result.
Let me
it's
give
a
a
fight or
counterfactual.
flight thing.
Let me give a counterfactual. Okay, so all the animals who had an instinct to keep their hand on the fire, they didn't survive to the next generation. And so evolution cut that out. So their instinct wasn't in favor of their well-being. Their instinct was against well-being, and that's why they're dead.
Yeah. But see, you've just implied that their instinct had intention. That's where
Right,
I
there is no
disagree
intent.
emphatically. It did not. It wasn't against well-being or for well-being.
Correct.
No, it's a
random.
preference.
And in case it's not clear to everybody, I'm arguing in favor of 420 and not Gio's position. I'm saying
well-being,
the
it's a
intent is
preference.
nonsensical. Huh?
Yes, that's my point, Hillary. There's no intent, there's no awareness there from reactions to the environment. And then awareness was an emergent property of that process.
Well, if a creature had no, but if a creature had no sense of its own well-being, why would it defend itself against an attack?
Instinct.
No, but the instinct comes from somewhere, and that's what
reaction
getting
to
at
environment.
Survival
like
instinct.
the little single cell thing that can detect light, so it moves upward. That's it. If you want to call that that's awareness to you, go for it. But to me, that's instinctual. And until the creature can go, shit, now why did I move up? And what were my other options?
No,
that's self-awareness.
No, I'm not saying it has anything to do with being self-aware. I'm saying
But it's
it
the
has to
whole
do with.
point.
I'm saying
I don't think morality is possible without self-awareness.
No.
A complex self-awareness results in morality.
If they had the ability to rationalize when they make laws amongst their pride and saying, all right, you can't be raping no more else.
Yeah, but it's because they can't stop themselves because it's instinctual. If they didn't have that instinct, they would be wiped out.
No, but they had to get the instinct from somewhere. It had to develop from something.
Reacting to the environment.
Yeah, and protecting its own well-being.
It's a reaction to the environment, Gio. You've got to go further back. You can't.
Well, if you
start
don't
at
protect your own
the result.
well-being, if you don't protect your own well-being, you don't survive, and that's the bottom line.
It has nothing to do with knowing you are protecting your well-being.
No, you don't even. You're not even aware that you're doing it.
Thank you. That's the point.
Well,
that
that's
is
the point is that
point.
you're still doing
Doesn't
actions.
matter.
You're still demonstrating actions that show a sense of well-being.
I believe rape implies intent and an awareness. You've not demonstrated that animals had that, but in fact admitted that they don't. Therefore, say that an animal is capable of a human concept of something that's going against another human concept of consent, and to say that this thing or a lion bit another lion, therefore it was an implied consent. Human.
Listen, I think more of what we're trying to explain is that there's a parallel between the way animals react to their own well-being and the way we react to our own well-being.
There's a couple of things that I've got to get in and say quickly first, Brojo. I understand where you're going with it by all means, but let me just get to this. Look, what I'm saying to you, Sammy, right, is that our closest relatives in the animal kingdom operate morality on a very similar level. They operate with intent, right? They operate it for the benefit of their society, very small as it is. The difference between that and humans is that we have extended the rationale because we are thinking, because we operate with much more than just intent. We operate with retrospection and a lot deeper foresight, right? And so we can operate our morals on like 330 million in America, or 70, 80 million in the UK, right? That's the and that is a huge difference. So I'm not disputing that what you're saying isn't really important for morality, right? What I'm saying is that, as is easily demonstrated with chimpanzees, bonobos especially, and gorillas, right, is that they have full intent, right, to punish those that are wrongdoers, that operate against the morality of their particular system. Okay, their system may be slightly different, right, in that it doesn't include the same things that we include, but they're certainly operating with intent. And I think that's also the case with a lot of social mammals. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. It's on a much lower level the further you get away from humanity, down to the point where Gio was trying to say, look, but the system itself comes from before mammals even started to evolve. It comes from the evolution of the brain itself, because that's where the chemical system that starts giving these endorphins or oxytocins for mammals first started developing. And that's the basis of morality. Now, if you want to just call the building morality and not the foundations, that's fine. I can agree then with your definition as such. I disagree that is a full definition, because I think that the grounding of morality is really important. And it also doesn't really explain the animals that are closest to us in terms of evolution.
Yeah. See, and what my issue is with our loose fucking language. If you want to describe this thing that is pre-human morality, right? Even the chimps, because you can say, look, they act 99% the same as us, right? They punish each other and this and that. Until you can demonstrate that monkey has sat there and thought, I'm going to punish this monkey to better my little monkey society, I do not agree with you. I still think that these are natural, instinctual reactions. And until you can sit down and think about thinking, that to me demonstrates self-awareness. And I agree it's a gradient, and I agree all animals are on it. But my point is, you want to say, okay, monkeys are, or you want to go a little bit further and say, okay, mammals are self-aware and have this morality.
Social mammals have oxytocin systems, yeah.
Yes, see, now you're describing something completely natural and an emergent property of reacting to environmental stimuli, right?
That's what we do as well, though. I mean, that definition isn't good enough to distinguish.
Exactly. So if we want to say the foundation is the house, we would call the foundation the house. We don't. We call it a foundation. We call it a footing. You know, let's call it something else to differentiate, because I think it's too muddy to simply say lions rape each other. Because especially in theological discussions, this is where shit gets really messed up, because all of a sudden you have people.
Yeah, I understand that. That's fine though. But I
saying
don't have a problem.
we're special pleading for animals, for instance.
Well,
so why can't they special plead for God? Well, if you are, then why can't they special plead for God?
Well, because animals exist. Gods don't. Animals demonstrably
Yeah, but you're
exist.
pleading for this this morality that you can't show.
I can show it.
No, you can show me behaviors.
Right, and if you don't think morality or behavior is morality, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think it is awareness. You think purely if I had no awareness and was just a robot, that robot's acting immorally?
It depends how it's programmed.
That's nonsense, Simos, and you know it.
It depends how it's programmed.
But the robot is not acting with any morality, no matter how immoral you program it. You're the one with the immorality, not the robot.
No,
we're putting this onto the animals.
I disagree. And for the reasons that I've said, I think morality is part of the brain. The brain is a natural thing, right? It's a chemical process. It starts with a chemical process, and then because we are sentient, right, then we reason about the chemical process, right, and that leads us to many more conclusions and abilities that animals don't have. Agreed. I don't think that I think while the lioness is being raped in inverted commas, right, I think she really minds, right, and it's involuntary, right, but I think after that it's like exactly the way it's put in the Bible, right? You can take your brides from the tribe that you've just slaughtered. I don't think they want to be brides, right? I think it's immoral. Okay, but they went along with it, presumably because they would have been killed otherwise. Right? Now, does that make it moral? No, it doesn't make it moral. Okay, and it's the same with lions. It doesn't make it moral. Okay, but I understand.
Immoral,
well, I think it does. I think it makes it immoral. Right?
If
now,
a human did it, yes.
I think, is that important?
Do people
hang on.
in this
Let me
discussion
finish.
realize they're different?
Let me finish and get it out first. Is that important? Probably not in terms of what we consider to be moral, right? And that I would agree with you. Is it important to the lion? Probably is. Is it important to the lion society? Probably not. Right? So there's a big difference. Okay, but I think that's where you have to draw the line. You can't just say that individual lion isn't affected by it.
Especially when you want to tell me morality is to better the society, and then turn around and say, well, it doesn't really better the lion society.
I don't think it is. No, I don't think morality is to better the society. It's to better the individual. I think we use it to better the society.
And I don't think lions have the ability to comprehend that.
We use it to better. We use it to better the society. Chimpanzees and apes and higher apes use it to better their societies. Right? But particularly with lions, which aren't like social mammals the way that voles are, or we are, or some particular prairie voles. Like the example I used is the best one as far as I'm concerned, because it says, look, why are some species of vole monogamous and others aren't? Right?
Because of a reaction to the environment. They're the ones that survived by doing that.
They all live in the same environment. It's because they have a different brain chemistry.
Because they're the ones that survived by whatever genetic mutation made them do whatever that is that they're doing that made them survive.
That can't be an argument.
I'm still wondering where morality comes into this.
That can't be an argument, because that's exactly what happened to us.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Until our emergent property of self-awareness became complex enough for us to sit there and go, hey, I can think about stuff and think about thinking about stuff, and I can have hindsight and I can have foresight and think, what will better my society? What will better me, as opposed to reacting in the moment?
Right. So why do apes also have it? Because
have what?
Have morality. Why do they better that? Why do they better their societies?
Similar brain structure.
How do they? What do you mean?
Yes, I agree.
They do exactly what I just described. They react in the moment. There's no forethought about bettering their society.
Right, I disagree with that.
The result, it does not imply any forethought.
I think it does, yes.
This shows a fundamental misunderstanding of evolution on every level.
Well, without forethought, how would they
some sort of agency?
But without any kind of forethought, how would they know what is right within their group and what is wrong?
They don't. It's all natural instinct, my friend.
No, that's not true.
You get born and then you get shown.
They do know. They do know, and they can recognize themselves in mirrors.
You can tell me that. You can't.
If you learn something, that's not an instinct. If you learn something, it's not an instinct. So if you're learning empathy, if you learn...
Fuck off!
My name's Sparkle.
Anyway, I do think that they recognize themselves, and the higher apes do. I'll grant you
Sure
that
they
it's.
do.
Huh?
Sure they do. It's been shown, and all you have to do is
Yeah,
put them in
and
front
I
of a
don't
mirror and can
disagree
they
for one
identify that
second.
it's
I'm
them,
a
or do
big
they attack?
proponent. I'm a massive proponent of awareness and self-awareness being an emergent property.
Right. So clearly,
Me
some
too.
animals do have morality, correct?
An emergent
I wouldn't call it morality. It's
There we
like
go.
saying
But-
you might as well say animals sin. Okay,
Emergent
if you want to say
property.
they sin, go for it.
An emergent property.
This is what I wanted to say earlier.
I don't think we sin.
Does
That's
everyone?
why I would
Does
say
everyone on the
animals.
panel? Does everyone on the panel? I'm doing the same thing Gio's doing with my hands. That's so funny. Does everyone on the panel realize that there are different thoughts about morality and moral systems? There's different definitions, and only recently have I even started finding out what philosophers conceptualize morality is, because it's very different than the way I was always taught.
Mm-hmm.
And just for clarity, I'm an emotivist and an error theorist.
Okay, thank you.
I would say I've been listening to this the whole way through, except for the last 5 minutes, and I got to say it's a brilliant discussion. Because there is no right answer, because we know nothing about what animals think. But the theoretical stuff that everybody's coming out with is absolutely superb.
Wait a minute.
And I am happy to accept everybody's side of the argument. It's fucking brilliant.
So you're saying
Thank
we
you.
know nothing. We know nothing about how animals think. You just said that.
Well, okay, maybe nothing is possibly incorrect. I mean, I was giving a bit of hyperbole to actually give a benefit to everybody on this panel that has said anything about it, because every one of you have got some things. Clearly, there are some real things going on, and we don't know what they are.
Right,
And it's
so-
like, it's an excellent discussion, and I just suggest keep going with it and stop taking it personally, because some of you seem to be, and there's no reason to, because none of us actually fucking know what the fuck is going on.
Let's work from our common ground, which is that we all agree that there is self-awareness on many different levels throughout the animal kingdom. I don't deny that at all. What my only issue is, one that I've had for weeks, is people, we as, especially fucking English language, it is so loose and ambiguous that we say things like animals have morality. Let's call it animal morality. Differentiates from human morality. You can say human morality came from animal morality. That is perfectly fine. The same way as we evolved from animals, and the same way our awareness was an emergent property. I'm happy, I accept all of that. And I agree monkeys have some basic form of what we call human morality, but I don't think it is human morality. I don't think it works the exact same way, because I don't think
You're going to
they
have to
sit
define
and have
morality,
the same level.
because there's even competition of whether morality exists or not, depending on which philosophical school you follow.
Well, then that's sort of going into another discussion then, which we can do that if you like. But
if you say human morality, and I can find
the
5
colloquial.
human for different morality, okay,
Then they're all human morality. They're all human morality. I'm saying the difference.
Okay.
The difference between the human moralities and the apparent animal morality that we can only gauge off behavior.
Right. Can I just restate our difference here and understand that it's not that much of a difference anyway? I think we both conceded to each other what the other means, and we can agree, right? So the house analogy is very accurate as far as I'm concerned, Sammy, right? So you're calling the house everything above ground, and I'm calling the house everything including the foundation. And that's the basic difference between us, right?
Which is fine when we're discussing the big picture. But it's like me going to the doctor, right, with you and saying, Doc, there's a problem with Simos. And it's like, yeah, what's the problem? Well, it's a problem with Simos.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's his big toe. His big toe's fucking had the nail ripped off. But I'm not going to call it the big toe. I'm going to call it Simos, because the big toe is part of Simos. That's the part I take issue with, saying the foundation is the house. No, it's part of the house. It's separate to the house, because you can't have a house without the foundation. You can have the foundation without the house.
Okay, that's
and
fair
our
enough.
Our language doesn't differentiate that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, but when I talk about morality, right, I'm happy to agree that what you're talking about is how we, in retrospect and introspect, I should say, on the thoughts of what is moral, and then come to conclusions about morality. Right, but I don't think that in itself means that is the only thing that is morality, because I think we had to think about something first.
Yep.
Right, in order to get to where you are and calling it morality. Right, and I think the things that we think about first is also morality. Right, because otherwise, all we're saying is that we have a set of conventions which are constantly changing, and what was morality for our species 2,000 years ago is no longer morality. In fact, we're not even going to call that morality. I would still call that morality, even though it was 2,000 years ago. Right?
Yeah.
I just think that we've improved upon our morality.
Here's the difference,
right? And that's why I can't agree, because basically, let me just finish this. In the analogy of the house, right, we're now up at the 3rd floor. And you're saying, well, no, it's just the 3rd floor. Well, I'm not going to call the 2nd floor and the 1st floor morality. It's the 3rd floor that's morality, because clearly slavery was moral at one point.
Now I see the disconnect.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
So what I'm saying, that analogy doesn't work. We're not at the 3rd floor, and I'm not saying we're the 3rd floor. We're the house. We are the house. The monkey is the foundation, right? And when I'm discussing morality, full stop, it includes the foundation, absolutely. And I would call that part of the idea of morality. But when I say these words, Simos, does a lion rape a lion? We're not looking at the house anymore. We're looking at the foundation. So how do I specify? I'm not looking at the house now. I'm looking at I'm looking at the foundation. How do I say that when our language doesn't allow for it? Because the foundation is equal to the house.
Yeah, when in that case it's a what's the word we used earlier? Irrelevance. No, not irrelevance. It's a misinformed question, right? Or a misconstructed question, right? Because you can't say anything about animals and morality at all under your definition, right?
No, you can. See, how do you get to that extreme? Absolutely. I'm saying
you're saying I'm talking about the house. You're saying I'm talking about the house, not the foundation.
It is right? Like, let's take morality away and let's look at evolution. It is like saying,
hang on. There's nothing in the foundation which is moral, is what I'm hearing from what you just said. Go ahead.
No. What I'm saying is that if you don't differentiate between the steps, then each step is equal to every other step.
Oh, I see. No, I'm not making that assumption. No.
Yeah, but the foundation.
That's what the language does by saying the foundation is morality.
No, the foundation supports the other claims.
Yes. No one's denying that. I'm saying the language that you're using is saying it is the claims, not supporting. You're saying that Simos's toe is Simos. And if I step back and look at Simos, of course his toe is him. But if I want to talk about his toe, I need to say toe, not Simos. That's it. That's a very simple point.
Well, you think we're saying that? I don't think we're saying that.
That's been my argument from the beginning, is that we want to put the morality into the one big group of morality. And that to me is silly. We need to differentiate to be able to hone in.
That's where I think Hillary's point was absolutely bang on. It's around what would morality look like for different types of animals? We've got our concepts of morality. We've got our hierarchies of it. We've got, somebody's been really good all the way through their lives and then they raped somebody. Therefore, they are morally bad in every way, shape or form. Their whole being is immoral. We have our concepts of what is morality. Whether it's subjective or objective, don't give a shit. You've got your own concepts. What makes somebody switch from being a good pastor to being a bad child molester, right? So the question is, what the fuck does morality mean if you're relating it to a tribe of monkeys or elephants or lions who will tramp the shit out of anybody that gets close to them if they're not in their tribe, who will do whatever? It's like, what does it mean? That's why this is a fascinating conversation. Absolutely fascinating. I have no doubt.
All lions are rapists. That's the claim.
And I think all lions have a level of morality, depending on what you're meaning by it. And I sit with your instinct attitude, but there's also the tribal attitude. There's also a protection attitude. And then there's a fight the fuck out of somebody who is trying to challenge me because I'm the boss attitude. Yeah. And it's like, what does morality mean? That's my bottom line.
Yeah. Exactly.
Are all lions rapists? Do all lions rape?
According to the definition.
That's not true. That's not true.
The males.
I mean, no, it's not true. I never claimed that. The question that was asked is, can lions rape, or do some lions rape? Right? Can lions rape? Was the actual
what percentage of lions rape?
And I think yes, lions can rape, because there are clearly some instances where the female is getting fucked when she doesn't want it. And to me, that's the definition of rape.
Lion sex, they always fight it off. It's part of the process. A female lion never just sits there and takes it. She will bite him, she will scratch him, she will fight him. He has to force himself, or the sex
how do you know
won't
when
happen.
she's saying no?
Exactly. It's always right.
I don't know. Maybe
Can we imagine the evolutionary advantage to her trying to fight him off?
That's not the point I'm making, though, is it?
Yeah, she wants
whether we can know or not is not the point. No. Can they do it?
You're calling morality, right? Is the male lion eating the other babies not because he thinks, "Oh, this will make the society better"?
That was another
example. Wants his genes. He wants his genes to carry on, and that is not even a fucking forethought. That's an instinct. So,
but I'm not making that distinction. That's you saying instinct, and I don't think that is correct, right? Because our morality is based on exactly the same system. It's based on the amygdala, and it's also based on the chemicals oxytocin. That's where ours come from. Now we've managed to extend it in order to live in larger and larger societies. Right? Without that need to live in larger and larger societies, we would be exactly in the same place as the apes are. Right?
Well,
so for me, there's no difference. Right? You're just saying, okay, look, I'm going to call what humans do, because they have this retrospective, because they pushed it beyond what we think of as natural, inverted commas, instincts, which I don't think we have. Because we pushed it beyond that with this introspection, therefore that becomes morality. Right? No, I think it's a trait.
Then why are we letting animals get away with rape?
It's a trait of our evolution.
If
right?
you want to
it's a trait of our evolution,
them all in together,
then it must have happened before we became Homo sapiens.
If you don't differentiate, Simos, then lions have the same level of morality as us. We have the same as monkeys.
I never said that.
No, it's implied. How can you differentiate if you say we all have morality?
It's not implied.
Have the same morality.
No, it's not implied. The same way that with my analogy of the first floor. Right, yeah. 2,000 years ago, humans had a different level of morality, a different set of morality. Things that they used to do then are not moral now. right?
I think it. I
And
think
that's
it
like
just.
that's like moving up floors. And all I see you doing is just saying, well,
No,
there's a floor which
see,
is a
that's
cutoff
no. You're
because
ignoring. No,
there's a
that's
floor which
not
is a
it.
cutoff
That analogy doesn't work at all, Simos.
speciation.
It
I
shows you've
think it
ignored my
demonstrates a
point.
parallel in morality.
I think it
We
does work.
are the house, Simos. We're not the floor in the house.
That's
We are
just-
the result. We
Yeah.
are the entire fucking house. You don't understand that.
So,
and the lion is a part of the house.
Yeah, but a house without a foundation is not going to stand.
Gio, that's not it.
Rhetoric.
That's not it.
That's
That is not
that's
it, Gio.
nothing.
What it is, Sammy, right, is that our morality has changed since we first became Homo sapiens.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's not
I
just
agree.
the house. We don't have the same morality we've always had.
No, it is the house. It's just the house now has a chimney. I don't
Okay, it's
understand
a
why
chimney,
this is so.
right, so
if
we've moved
we are
out of the
we are
bottom
the
floor
highest
into the
form of
chimney.
morality, we are the house, dude. We are the end result.
That doesn't follow for me.
Okay, that's fine. That's like saying
Simos,
we
do you
evolved
believe-
from monkeys, but we didn't really evolve from monkeys. Like,
So I want to know something. If we witness
fine.
lions raping lions, how come we're not arresting them?
Right, because they're not humans.
Yeah.
They
don't. Right, dude. So are you saying they should have the same rights as humans?
I beg your pardon?
Should animals have the same rights as humans?
No, they shouldn't.
No, they're animals.
Why? They have the same morality.
They're not humans.
Right.
No, they have the same basis of morality. They don't have introspection like we do.
Yeah.
A group,
That's
listen,
big
a group.
difference.
Exactly. That's the whole thing we're talking about. It's
we
instinct
live
versus
in- we
rational.
live in tribes of millions. They live in tribes of tens. Big fucking difference.
Well, look, you get a group of humans together, right? Stealing
And
is wrong.
bees are in tribes of
Somebody
millions.
steals from somebody. What happens? They ostracize him. They punish him,
on the
right?
society,
The same
Gio.
thing happens in the chimp group. The
Depends on
same
the
thing.
chimp group, Gio. See? Now you just want to talk definitively like this is how it is. That's not it.
No, I'm saying there are
plenty of
parallels.
human cultures that don't have theft.
I'm saying there
This
are
is my
parallels.
point about human morality.
No, but it's the same.
There's a difference. It's not the same.
Look, like 10,000
Can I
years
read-
ago, 10,000 years ago, there potentially could have been a situation where one human male raped a female human, right, and just got away with it. That's it. There was no repercussions. Is that moral
Yeah.
or immoral?
I put a link in the
Hang on,
private chat.
Sammy,
It's
is that
neither.
moral or immoral?
It's neither.
No, Gio, I'm asking Sammy.
Oh, sorry.
Sammy, is that moral or immoral? A human male.
Sorry. Who are you
10,000
asking?
I'm
Who are
asking you, Sammy. 10,000
To
years
me,
ago.
in 2023, as a modern human with complex human
No,
morality,
I'm asking you.
I
let me
look
ask
back
you
and I put my human modern morality
Let
on it,
me
and I go,
ask
to
you the
me, it's
question
immoral. To
again.
them, it was probably amoral.
Okay, there we go.
That's
That's
your
enough
answer.
said. Enough said. Okay.
You said
I see-
you said amoral, right?
amoral. It
I
was
don't
neither.
know.
It wasn't immoral.
It was
wasn't
different.
amoral. Okay.
10,000 years ago, it was a different house.
Okay. There we go. We got a
It was like
different house.
probably
That
a
was my
foot
point.
smaller.
My analogy is instead of saying a different house, my
No
analogy
one's
was saying a
ever
different floor.
disagreed with that.
No, yeah, but my analogy was using a different floor, not a different house. Okay, if you want me to use the analogy of a different house,
we should just
that's
call
okay.
ourselves chimps instead of humans.
We
Because we're
are.
still the foundation.
We are apes, yes.
But then I'm saying, but not human. Don't call us human because we're still just chimps.
Yeah, don't say we live at 36. Say we live at 34. That's your argument.
Simon, you should say we're a subset of apes.
No, we are apes.
Yeah,
Okay, but
we
to say
are,
we
we
are
are a house
apes
made
mean-
of the
mean we
bricks.
can't be. Yeah.
The chimps are the bricks, but you can't take a brick and go, "There's a house."
That doesn't make any sense either.
Oh, of course it doesn't.
Look, you
Why would
said
it?
we were
Simon?
living in a different house 10,000 years ago, right?
No, the same house. It's a smaller house. You are struggling with this simple fucking analogy, Simos.
No, I've made an analogy.
Foundation.
And you
We
just
started
say
with the
it's a house.
foundation. The primitive life is the foundation of the fucking house. That
No,
is
that's
our
previous species.
resultant morality. We're not
No.
just a third floor in this house. We are the house.
Right.
You
So,
can
but
say
10,000 years ago, it was a
then that
different
means
house.
you're not arguing against me.
Was it a
You're
different
arguing
house
something
10,000
different.
years ago or not?
No, it was the same house.
Okay. So it was amoral
Now
10,000
we've
years
added
ago.
2 bedrooms.
But now it's immoral.
How could it be the same
How
house?
can it be the same house?
Because we're the same creature. We've grown.
Okay. There we go. We've
grown. Developed.
That's
So
my
you
argument.
want to say
That's the
you're
analogy
arguing
between living
for
on,
some
hang on,
sort of
that growing,
objective
that
morality?
growing,
Is that the point?
That growing.
Is that what you think I'm
that-
arguing for?
Sure, that growing is living on a different floor in my analogy.
Simon, are you trying to say I'm implying some sort of objective morality that if it's not exactly the same as 10,000 years ago, that everything I've said is somehow moot?
No.
Is that
no.
your point?
No, my point is my analogy about living on different floors.
But this
is a
was
fact.
my analogy.
My analogy about living on different floors is applying to Homo sapiens that have had a change in morality over thousands of years. Right, and every time we
So-
change our morality slightly, we move up a floor. Right,
So
we're
a
now living on a.
hierarchy.
Hang on. Now we're living on a floor with, equal rights between men
Which
and women.
implies
now we're
objective
living on a
morality.
floor.
The house is
Now
the
we're living on a
objective
floor
morality.
with equal morality.
Simos,
Now we're living on a
bullshit.
floor
Bullshit,
with
sir.
equal
I
rights
call
between men and
bullshit.
women. Now we've moved up another
You
floor.
have
We're living
now-
on a floor with equal
Dude,
rights for gay people.
You are
How long has it
implying
been wrong to
objective
kill and
morality.
rape?
You're saying the house is morality and we are moving through it. That is bullshit. We are the fucking house. And as we grow, we add a room or height or whatever you want to say. Objective reality,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
morality is not there in one big piece, and
That's
we're
what I'm
just
saying.
moving through it.
I
what
would
I'm
say.
saying.
I
We're
would say
moving
that.
upwards.
I would say that the detail.
I don't believe in
about-
objective morality.
luck,
You
The
obviously
detail-
do.
The detail about the morality itself is irrelevant. The fact is, humans have morality, whether it's objective,
Yes.
subjective, or anything, and
Yeah.
it does change. And in some cases, some people would say it goes down a fucking floor instead of up a floor. Just because we live in a current age where we go, our morality's fucking brilliant, we're at the top of the house. That's bullshit, as far as I'm concerned. We have morality. The question
Exactly.
is, do animals have morality? And how do we determine what type of fucking morality animals have? Because you're still arguing about the levels of fucking human morality and trying to apply that to animals.
Either animals or
the
humans. Always
analogy
see
of
the people
moving
at
up and
top
down
always get away
floors-
with murder, right? The ones at the hierarchy,
Exactly
the top
why
of the
the
hierarchy.
floors analogy doesn't
Oxytocin.
work.
And yes,
Whereas
apes,
if you say we, the resultant property with the complex morality are the result, we're the house, and all the parts to build the house are the animals that came before with their lower levels of morality. Not like we're just moving up floors of your morality is more superior than mine. No, it is the spectrum. The house is made of the bits of the house, not the house is made of floors. That doesn't.
well, you're
track.
you're just not tracking my analogy then by saying that.
I am. I'm just emphatically disagreeing.
No, you've already
What's the
agreed.
foundation?
You've already agreed, dude.
No, I haven't.
You've already said we're living in a different house to 10,000
No,
years
I
ago.
didn't.
Yeah, you
No,
did
I
actually
didn't.
say that.
I
yeah.
never once said yes. I said it's the same fucking house. And
Well,
you're
later
arguing,
you said that.
how
Yeah.
have we changed? How have we changed morality then?
How could it be the same house, though?
Someone needs a builder.
But
I don't
if a
know
chimp,
about you, Gio,
but wait a
but
minute,
I've
if
had
a
houses
chimp,
where I've done extensions, and I don't say this is a new house now.
wait a minute, if a chimp
I built
steals
it
from
up, or I built it out.
Sam's
If
on fire.
if a chimp steals
Yes.
from another
Oh.
chimp, and they think that that's wrong, how did that come to be?
Prove they thought it was wrong. This is what I'm
they
telling
punished
you about
the other one.
loose-ass
They
language,
punished the one who stole.
No,
that's
so
the
you're
proof.
going to say to me, you see a monkey take something out of a monkey's hand, and you see that monkey smack at one. Tell me what thought process went on in their head, Gio. You can't, my friend. All you can say is, I saw this behavior.
Well,
and
I'm
it tracks
showing
to what we do as humans.
Yeah, it demonstrates
That's all
the
you can
parallels
say.
in morality.
Demonstrate away.
It's demonstrated by the fact that if a chimp steals from one chimp and the group thinks it's wrong, they would admonish or punish the one who stole. Now, where does that come from?
Instinct. Just like a baby.
No, that's not
will
instinct.
Snatch. A baby will hit. It doesn't have concept of right and wrong.
No,
Gio.
but if
So
I
where's
steal
that
from a
coming
baby,
from?
does the baby
Where's
know
it
it's
come from?
If I steal from a baby, does the baby know I'm stealing from it?
The baby
No,
starts crying.
It doesn't have a concept of stealing, Gio.
That's right.
That's where you're struggling.
It has no morality against stealing.
That's right.
But it knows that you took something away from it that it wanted, so it starts crying.
No, but it has.
And
no
that's not
concept.
necessarily morality. That's the
right.
point.
No, it's exactly my
That's
point.
the point.
That is not
Right.
morality. And
No, but
that's why to say that a lion bites the lion implies consent, you can say those words, but that is an empty assumption.
But how does one chimp distinguish what's wrong in the chimp group?
Show me it does, Gio. You're assuming it has this concept of right and wrong like we do.
I'm not saying it's like we do. I'm saying it's a parallel.
Then I can't answer your question. Your question's nonsense. I can only answer it as a human and how humans view it from human
well, of course.
morality.
Well, that's
And
what
I
we
can
have
go,
to do.
Well, this monkey
that's what we have to do.
had something taken and it smacked that monkey back. So therefore, it's thinking about the betterment of its society. And
Sammy,
Sammy,
Gio is saying a different thing. Gio is saying one monkey steals from another monkey and the rest of the tribe of monkeys jump on the stealer.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure I've ever seen that. And
It
I'm
happens.
not sure. I'm
It
not
happens.
sure.
Yep.
I'm just saying I've never seen it that I can remember.
It's called
It might
mob
happen.
mentality. Yes, it's a thing that happens in nature. Carry
It
on.
might happen. It might not happen. I don't know.
It does
But
happen. I'll admit it happens.
I've
What's the point?
seen it. I'm just saying I've not seen it. And
The point is
I would like
tribal.
Sam. I would like
Monkeys are-
Gio. I would like Gio to evidence the claim of this rather than just put it out there. And I think that we don't need to put it out there. What we would know is one animal loses something that it was happily chomping on to maintain its well-being, and it lost it. So it's going to fight for it to have it back. Instinct and self-preservation.
Just a tiny bit
And
of
since
pushback
monkeys
there.
are tribal, if one
Yes,
is
yes.
if someone from the tribe gets something taken away from them from another tribe, their instinct would be to protect the one from their tribe.
Yeah.
Rip it to shreds.
The part I disagree with, right, Heretic, and just see if you can get your head around what I'm trying to say, because I'm as clear as mud, is that you just said the words, which it's eating for its well-being. Demonstrate to me that monkey has an understanding of well-being, that it's not just hungry in its belly and it puts food in it. Show me it has an understanding of well-being.
I wasn't meaning an understanding of well-being. I was merely meaning our
language is dishonest and betrays us.
And I was meaning the instinctual aspect of I'm hungry, I'm eating. If I don't eat, I'm going to be in pain and I might die. And that bastard just stole the thing I was eating, which will keep me going. I'm going to have a fight against it. That's what I meant by well-being.
Well,
in that
again, you
regard.
just went too far again, because you just implied that it had all these thoughts that I'm going to starve to death. Show me a monkey understands that concept.
I agree with you. But
this is why I can't get on board with the morality thing, unless you can demonstrate the difference between the instinctual reactions that have evolved through reacting to stimuli, including having your food taken out of your hand, and including a troop reacting to an action, all stimuli. Show me the difference between that and morality, and that's where
let's have a look at a different concept. Let's have a look at a different concept that may relate to the concept of well-being, and that is in a chimpanzee colony. A chimpanzee will call another one of the tribe over, and that one in the tribe will then sift through that chimp's hair to pick out the nits and the grubs and the nasty things that are causing it harm, and will eat those bits, and then the other one will reciprocate. It becomes a tribal way of helping each other out to keep each other clean and to prevent pain. And I don't know whether that is instinctual. I don't know whether it's learned. I don't know whether it's cultural. I don't know whether it's moralic, if that's a word. I don't know. That's why I like this conversation, because it's
and that's the only honest
superb.
position, Heretic. Because are they doing it to be nice and to benefit the society, or are they doing it because since they were born, other monkeys did it to them?
That's
or because
us.
it's an instinct to
That's
do
exactly us.
And there's the difference, see? So why can't we just specify
I
the
can-
difference?
I can tell you.
For the
That's not
sake
the
of
difference.
clarity,
Expectation of
transparency, and
reciprocity.
honesty.
That's not a difference.
It's parallel to you, Gio, but
It's parallel. You don't see it as
then
parallel.
why aren't
that's
you
us.
out living with the monkeys? Because they're obviously
We
on
are.
the level
We
that
are.
you want to be on. No,
We
I
are.
mean
We are
out
apes.
with the apes.
We
not
are
humans.
apes. We are
Yeah.
apes.
Not human apes, Simos.
We're
you
apes
pedantic
nonetheless.
prick who's arguing for the sake of it now.
I'm not
Why aren't you
arguing
out
for
in
the
the
sake of it.
forest living with our cousins?
I'm not. Firstly, I'm
Our
not
furry
arguing.
cousins. Is
Firstly,
that
I'm
better?
not arguing for the sake of it. Secondly, I've thought for a long time now that the origins of morality come through evolution, and therefore it's almost inherent in our brains that we react to chemicals which give us our morality. The fact we can think about it and introspect on it means they're far more advanced than even our closest relatives. But that doesn't mean they're any different from them, right? They're just
There you
more
go.
extensive.
So you've just described how they're different, but said they're not different.
No, they're more extensive.
Okay, if
The
you don't,
system
if you,
is
if you
exactly
just want to say
the
that
same.
they all deserve the same label, the same term, to be put in the same basket, that's fine. Stay there. We will never move forward if we do not.
Yeah, but we
become
have
clearer with our
quite the
fucking
opposite.
terms and language.
Quite the opposite, right? Because by my estimation, the way that I view morality is that this includes the group of animals for fair and moral treatment, right? Because they are the same as us. They have these empathetic feelings. The reason I don't beat my dog, right, is because they feel empathy, right? If they didn't feel anything, then there would be no point in having a dog at all, right? But they do. They have empathetic feelings, right? So it's immoral to beat your dog, right? That comes from the recognition that we have something in common, right? And what we have in common is this moral system, namely to say we feel we have oxytocins and a bonding chemical when we actually interact with each other. That's as simple as I can put it. That has developed into a very
you didn't
complex.
Need to. I've understood every word you've said. I just fundamentally disagree.
That's fine, but that has developed into a very complex system, right? Of morality and ethics, more importantly.
It's this simple. It's like saying
your system doesn't explain the change in morality in human societies. Mine does.
Why don't we call ourselves fish? Tell me.
We are fish.
No, why don't you call me a fish specifically?
Right, because more accurately,
you call me
a
human, correct? You call me a human? Would you call me a human or a fish?
Personally, I'll call you Sammy, but yes, I think you're a human ape, yes.
Thank you.
Homo sapiens sapien.
Right? A human ape, not just an ape. You're differentiating.
Yeah,
You're happy to
I am.
do
Of course
that
I'm
physically, but you
differentiating.
won't do it morality-wise. You want to say we have the same morality as a monkey or a lion.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Primus, you're violating predicate nominative.
I've said that many times that it's not the same. It's not the same. But to call it not a monkey, to call it not morality, I think is wrong.
The difference.
To call it not morality is wrong.
My point from the beginning, specify the difference.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I've done that several times.
How? How did you do that? By saying that it's the same?
Because we have introspection.
And so therefore monkeys have apes have introspection because we are apes.
Have it as well, yeah.
Is there anything else that we are?
Have a very, very, very basic level. What's the point? You've not differentiated. You've not said...
Between what? What do you want me to differentiate between? I think I've done it on many different levels.
The level of human morality, complex morality, and ours...
To what?
And the intrinsic connection of the level of self-awareness involved in that, as opposed to any other creature on the planet. There is a difference. It's that simple. You can say, no, there's no difference. Fine. That's where we just go,
I'm not saying there's no difference. I'm saying not to call
then
what they do.
Them the same thing.
So I'm saying what they say or what they do to call that not morality, I don't think is correct.
And then by that logic, we're not humans, we're fish. But you will happily differentiate and use a different fucking term.
I think
it
said right from the beginning.
It's the exact same thing.
I think I said right from the beginning.
Call it something different is my point.
Well, don't call it something different, and then we can include them in morality. That way we won't be factory farming. That way we won't be fucking...
So if I took a banana out of your hand, all the people around me are going to come over and beat me possibly to death. That's our morality, is it, Simos?
If you're stealing that banana, yeah.
See? No, I'm not going to get bashed by a whole group of people for stealing a banana.
Hypothetically, you could be, yeah, because it's stealing.
Could be. Immoral. See? So what? All coulds now are included in morality.
I don't know where you're going with this argument.
Yeah, of course not.
Of course.
I know you do. You're intelligent enough, Simos.
No, should. Should's a morality. Oughts, right?
You want to say it's the same and then admit how different it is.
I don't know where you're getting that from. I've said right from the beginning what my position is. You'll keep misunderstanding it. You keep misunderstanding the analogy that I give you for it. Right? You're making a distinction.
I gave you
between
the analogy
two levels.
And you wanted to come and change it. And I said, no.
Of course I do, because I think you're wrong.
I get it, and I think you're wrong.
Right? I think the morality that Homo sapiens had 200,000 years ago is different from the one we have today. To call them both morality is fine.
Absolutely.
Right?
And
but to say they're the same is wrong.
I would happily call them something different.
Well, there we go. That's my analogy. My analogy is one is called the first floor and one is called the third floor.
I won't call Simos a fish, and I won't call Simos his toe. I will call him a human, what he is. The result.
So you're saying they weren't human?
No, I'm saying they're the toe. Call them the toe.
They're not the toe. They're humans.
See?
They're Homo sapiens, the same as we are.
We're talking about the resultant complex reality as a whole.
Yeah,
that's the house, my friend. It's made of things. It's not. You don't just get a level of a house and plonk another level on top. That's not how you build a house. You build it out of stuff.
So I don't.
It's a terrible analogy, and that's why it doesn't.
I know.
Work.
That's why I'm disagreeing with you, because your analogy of saying
it's
a house
perfect analogy.
No, it's not.
It's the result. Where we are now, human morality is the house. It's the whole thing.
So what was it?
All moralities that came before.
So what was it 200,000 years ago?
But I don't call the brick.
So it's changed, though, hasn't it? It has changed in 200,000 years, right?
2,000 years ago, it was a brick.
Burning down the house.
There.
Right.
Now,
so
do you
it wasn't a
understand
house.
the analogy?
So it wasn't a
brick.
house, then.
That's
You agree
right.
with that?
Burn it down.
to make a house, to the beginnings of it, what become a house. Yep, absolutely.
Right. Okay, so that's the analogy, right? So, and I'm saying, right, that the brick that you're pointing to for 2,000 years or 200,000 years, the early part of Homo sapiens, right? Well, that's laying on something which is called mortar.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, it's a brick.
If the brick was
No,
morality,
but you've got to call the mortar brick.
So let me finish.
this
If the
logic,
brick was
it's all a
morality,
house.
then the mortar is morality.
Then Southampton joined and it became bricks.
House.
Yep.
I mean,
But
your analogy just
unlike
doesn't follow,
every
I'm
other
afraid.
example you can name, morality only has the one word for every stage. But in the building of a house, I can say mortar, foundation, bricks, frame, ceiling.
I don't know where you're going with that then. Has the
not.
immorality changed since we first became Homo sapiens?
No, it's grown, it's evolved. Like I've added bricks to the house.
And I'm saying to you that morality evolved into our species. It was already there before our species.
Yep, which is the house, which is still not finished. It'll never be finished house. We're always going to be.
I'm not sure there's evidence for that, Simon. I'm not convinced there's any evidence
I
for what
put
you
two
just
links
said.
in the side chat. Shut the fuck up.
All right, calm down. I'm just saying I'm not convinced by
Yeah,
your
of course
argument.
you're not. But then you're always wrong. So who fucking cares?
And there you go. It's all sign language
Look
and
in the
shouting
side
and insult.
chat.
I was like, I'm
seeing a lot of
talking.
poop flying.
Fuck.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot.
I'm not
flying.
sure about that.
You can chime in, heretic.
You know the claims that are made of this stuff that we call morality, which is about the way our minds work and decide whether an action of something else is good or bad, and different people have different things, and then to claim that, hey, it came from when we were apes or when we were fucking amoeba,
mammals.
It's like that starts sounding like it's a stretch. It starts sounding like it's a fictional story, which might be true or it might not be true. I don't know.
Well, I
and
know
it's
that.
like,
Yeah.
who
You haven't
cares?
even looked at the link in the side chat, have
Who
you?
cares about that? Oh, because it came from a science
Who
peer
cares
reviewed
about it?
science thing.
Did you just
That
say
it came
who
from the
cares
New
about
York
it?
Times.
I shared the link also.
Did you just say who cares about it?
Do
you not understand what morality is at all then?
No, I do understand what morality
Right,
is.
then you know why people
But-
care about it. And animals care about
No,
it.
I don't really care about where you think it might have come from in terms of over millennia of different bloody species through evolution. It's like, wow. That's a very strange thing to say. There are elements of, we have clearly applied elements of maintaining a societal structure within a tribal relationship. We have clearly then gone, right, doing that is good. Instead of bashing somebody over the head, which we think is bad, because we actually need all the people that we can to be able to fight those things that are going to fucking kill us. So no matter what that person does, don't bash him over the head. We need him on our side. Okay, so morality starts from fucking weird foundations. Fine. But that doesn't mean it came from fucking frogs or amoeba
So you
or
finished
grass.
straw manning or what?
Yeah, I'll finish with my straw man in now.
Okay,
Well,
great.
well,
So
if
what? Before you go, Gio. So
Go ahead.
Sammy, you just said to me, right, that it's the house. In which case, apes live in the house. Okay, and that's fine. I agree.
Smoke weed in 6
Go, Gio. Hurry up. Go.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I'm ready to hear what Brojo's got to say about it because you put something ages ago about morality, and I think you're right. But just go ahead anyway.
You think I'm right?
Yeah, I do. I kind of do. I do. I kind of do. Let's put it that way. I think there is a chemical basis for morality, for sure. I think it's objective on that basis as well. I don't think morality is subjective.
Cocaine?
Fuck, how long ago was this comment?
I've no idea. I think it was just responding to something that was said in jest.
Wait, you think morality is objective?
I do, yeah. I think it has a basis in evolution, yeah.
Yeah, and that's where we kept getting stuck. Because you're saying that the house is objective, and we're just moving up the levels.
That's right. Yeah.
It is so far removed from what I'm saying. And you're saying the chimps are in the house. The chimps are the fucking house.
If the house is objective, isn't there no adding on to it?
But Simos is
it's
saying
never finished. It's never a finished house, bro, Joe. We will always be adding bricks to it.
I would say that the mortar is objective, but that the house is subjective.
That might be a better way of saying it. I honestly think that there's a chemical system within the brain which leads us to have these empathetic and bonding feelings towards each other. And from that, we have derived rights for individual humans. And we've been ever expanding that basis of who we grant rights to as humans.
Wait, you're saying it's based on emotions then, that we came upon these conclusions by emotions and not by our own rationale and our thinking.
You got talked over, say again?
You go, Bridger.
Okay.
I'm saying, it sounds like you're saying then that we built a morality based on emotions. Now, though emotion's part of it, because here we feel pain, there's an emotion there, right?
No, not that emotion, no.
Okay.
No, the emotion is because we're mammals. And when we give birth, this is where I think personally the foundation comes from, all right? The total foundation, right? As mammals, when we give birth to the young, which are not fully mature, right? And they can't survive for themselves. So we have to have a mechanism which attaches the parents, the mother and father, to the child in order to look after it through the crucial period where it gets strong enough to look after itself. Now, humans have a very extended period for that to happen, right? It's 20 odd years, maybe not that long, right? But it's certainly a good number of years where after they're born, they take a lot of time to get to maturity, right? So we have by far the most complex system of morality and bonding as a result.
Is it nature or nurture?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
But go on. No, then that's a fucking key question. I mean, I think you're arguing, right? You're arguing it's both. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
Of course it's both.
Okay.
It's nature because we are natural, and it's nurture because it's a bonding. I mean, that's why it's a stupid fucking question, because I've just said both those things.
Well,
as usual, you're just catching up on the last sentence.
I'm really interested as to why you're so emotional about this argument.
Okay,
because
that's great.
I find
people keep saying fucking stupid things halfway through me saying something.
I find no reason why anybody would be so attached to any position on
any child
at the moment, because you are acting like a child. Yes, and I would suggest you grow up a bit.
Thank you so much for your kind words of wisdom.
No, but what Simos was saying is a demonstration of empathy, within the animal, because the animal was born helpless.
That's the emergent structure, yes, of this process by which we as parents bond to our children. That gets then extended, right? So we bond to friends, right? We bond to other tribe members. That gets extended when the tribe gets extended. And as we get to these bigger and bigger societies, we have to extend further and further. As we extend further and further, we grant these rights to more and more people.
Are there different nature elements of morality based on sex?
What do you mean, nature?
Well, the aspects of morality that are inherent within us, rather than we are taught them by our parents, society, schools, propaganda, media, governments, legal systems, whatever. The nature aspect is what is inherent in us from the evolutionary aspects that you were talking about? And is it different between men and women?
Is it different? It's almost certainly going to be different in the way we think about it, but the system itself is still a brain, so it's going to be largely the same.
Yeah,
there are going to be differences, yes, but there are going to be some differences.
Okay.
However, there's still we're both evolved as humans. The system of morality itself came into being a long time before Homo sapiens evolved.
Well, I'll give you an example of resolving morality. One is men, when they get together and they've determined that they've got a position where they can't determine who's right and who's wrong, they'll often have a fight, particularly younger men, teenage men, early 20s type of thing. They'll have a fight and they'll sort it out, and then they'll go, right, we've had that, we've got over that, blah, blah. There's a morality aspect there. Women, on the other hand, won't necessarily fight. They will talk it out, but they won't necessarily tell the truth. They won't necessarily tell the fucking truth. No, I mean, there are plenty of women that will fight, but they don't fight at the level that men do. It's this aspect of agreeableness. Where men are much more disagreeable.
Then what you just said makes no sense.
No, it's the differentiation of the different types of morality. If we've got an evolutionary morality, has it evolved?
He's not listening. He's just not listening.
Hang on, let him make his point.
And you're just jumping in
men seek dominance, women seek cooperation.
Stuff.
Well, I said as we've got into larger and larger societies, we've extended our morality to more and more people. This includes women. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Are you saying they didn't have morality before until we extended it to them? For fuck's sake, Simos, think about what you say before you
I'm saying they didn't have rights before.
Jesus Christ.
I'm saying they didn't have rights before.
If it's
that
so
doesn't
fundamental,
stop morality.
right?
Yes, it does.
If it's objective.
They're not included in the same system of morality that men were because they didn't have the rights.
Can you explain to me which parts are objective, Simos? Because if I go to, say, here in Australia, perfectly acceptable to put your parents in aged care, right? Individuals might have issues with that, but it's societally perfectly acceptable. You go to the Philippines, for example, or most places in Asia, it is immoral to do such a thing to your parents. So where's the objectiveness?
The objectiveness is in the chemicals. Right? It's the oxytocin system.
Even if they give us all different results?
It's just made up now. It's just made up.
Yeah, clearly, again, you are not looking at the stuff that I put inside you.
I'm not looking at your propaganda now.
It's the same reaction in the brain. Filipino people who find it immoral to not put their children their parents in homes. It's the same reaction in their brain.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
So I agree that we all have chemical reactions in our brain. Fine, let's start there. How the fuck does that same reaction come to such different results? How does that reaction result in you saying put your parents in a home, but results in me saying no, don't put your parents in a home?
Because it's better for the parents under our society to be put in homes where they get better care and get a better life. That's what we believe. They get a better life. And now in the Philippines, in the Philippines, they think otherwise.
So we're talking relative morality now.
Even then, that was absolute garbage.
Situational.
Because
that's not
it is not.
Have you seen some of these homes in the elderly are in?
Putting our elderly in a home is beneficial. We are in a society that we don't need to do that. We can afford not to. We're selfish and do that. Whereas these other cultures who can't afford to care for their parents, it's immoral to do such a thing. So they won't do it, and they will struggle. And it is worse for the parents because they're now not fed properly and not housed properly, and they're cold and there's no electricity. How is that?
You asked me So
what
you
you're
asked.
saying.
So the question you asked me was, how come it is considered moral for us to put elderly people in homes?
Yes.
Was that what the question you asked me, right?
No. How do we? How do we with the objective thing of morality? How do we come
Well, you
to
don't. I won't
different
answer
results?
it. I won't answer it. Then that's fine.
That's because you
He's
keep
trying to answer
talking
you.
over him,
Because
Simon.
you.
I'm trying
You're
to.
answering a question.
He was
to
answering
answer
you,
it.
Simos.
I
He was
just-
answering you.
Yeah, Simos, just
I
let
was
people
telling you
answer.
my
Who's answering
question.
me? I clarified the question.
And I said,
Simon,
no,
let
that's not
people
my
answer.
question.
Oh,
I
that's
said,
not your
no,
question.
that's not my question.
I beg your pardon. I thought you said that is the question.
Simos,
Go
allow
ahead.
people to talk. Please.
Because I'm not saying
already answered
how
it
is that immoral? How is that moral? How is that not immoral?
Oh, okay.
You're telling me that something is objective.
I told you which bits were objective.
Yeah,
You've got to listen
chemical
to what I'm
reactions in our
saying, then.
brain.
Thank
right?
you.
Which bit of a moot point, but okay, yes, we all have chemical reactions in our brain. Cool. How is that objective, and how does that result in subjective moralities?
Okay.
Sammy, is it worth having a 420 calming break for a couple of minutes to let Simos calm down a bit?
We can.
You can answer that if you want.
Do you have like
I
a minute
probably
or
won't
two?
be here when you get back. But anyway, that's besides the point. Look, the answer is, right, that the objective part of morality is the basis. The objective part, which I'm referring to, is the chemical system within the brain which gives oxytocin when we show certain behaviors. These certain behaviors are bonding behaviors. Okay, that's it. Okay,
but we don't all do
part.
them. And
now,
from
does
society to society, they're completely different. So where's the objective part?
Under objective, does everybody do that? Does everybody have
that
those?
has the oxytocin system within their brain does it, obviously.
So everybody has oxytocin and everybody has.
That's the only objective part is the oxytocin. What oxytocin is.
Yeah,
Is
what
that
it
the-
does.
But you have a different reaction.
If it does,
But
if
everything
it
is
has,
different levels of that.
If it has this bonding effect, right, then we consider that. I
But
consider that
everybody-
to be objective.
Okay.
Does everybody
So
have a
if-
different reaction of oxytocin to different morals, though?
Yeah. So if me and my mother bond over murdering people, like that's
Yeah.
moral?
Mr. and
Because
Mrs.
we
Smith.
have the oxytocin, it's objective, we bonded. This is what I mean. It is so
Yeah, exactly.
loose.
Serial killers coming together.
I don't know.
Prisoners and their pen
I don't know what
pals.
to say if you don't understand what is meant by
Oh,
a
I
bonding
understand.
chemical and the effect that has. It's not to do with behavior. It's not to do with any particular behavior. It's to do with a child and its mother and its parents, because the men have
Do you want
it
me to
as
help
well.
you out, Simos?
Yeah.
If you want. I'm
Simos
getting
is
very
talking about
tired,
chemical
obviously.
bonding, not social bonding.
Say again?
I said you're talking about chemical bonding rather than social bonding.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've been trying to say that for the last 20 fucking minutes. But
Yes,
these guys
we
can't
get it.
get it
How
through
the
their
fuck
head.
does that relate
That
to
there is in
morality,
fact a
Simos?
chemical system
Simos,
which bonds
how does it
children
relate
to their parents and parents to their children.
morality?
All right?
How does
And
that relate
that's
to
the
morality,
objective
my friend?
part. Okay?
How does
It's
that relate
very
to
fucking
morality?
simple.
How
does that relate to
Bonding
morality?
in two different
No, it's not that simple.
How does bonding relate to morality? Is that the question?
Yes, yes.
From
Okay,
a parent to a
because
child,
this
how does that relate to
bonding
morality?
chemical.
Yeah.
because
How
that
does
makes
it
us.
result in us all having different moralities? Go.
Oh, so you're changing the question again.
No. That's been the question
Ask
all
the question
along.
again,
My
please.
original question. How do we have this objective thing, chemical, whatever you want to say, that results in different moralities?
Good.
And
Thank
your
you
answer
so
was
much.
it's a bonding thing. I'm
No,
very
that wasn't my
confused.
answer. You've
That
only
was
just
your
asked
answer.
that question for the
Okay,
first
then-
time.
No, that's been the question all along.
Yes, there are multiple people here will attest to that. But
No, you were asking
it's
me.
even
what
the
do I
question
think
you tried to
object-
clarify, and I said that's not my question, and then I clarified that's the question. Objective chemicals resulting in different moralities.
Yes.
All you've said is the objective thing is we have brains. What the
No, the
fuck,
chemical.
Simos?
Chemicals in the brain. He's gone into
How does
even
that
more.
result in
He's He's gone into more detail.
You guys are being
Even
dumb as
more
fuck.
detail.
You really are.
And now
Okay,
we're done
so
with
what I
Scott.
actually
So
said a
insults.
long time
Love it.
ago, so
Keep
what I
going.
actually said a long time ago is humans, unlike these apes, this is the difference, have introspection, right? We can introspect over our moral choices, right? The apes can't. They just make moral choices because they only
But
have
we are
a
apes.
response to the fucking chemical bonding.
I'm sure he did say we were.
Stop
apes, didn't he?
interrupting when I fucking give you the
No.
explanation.
No, because you're just going
Yes,
into
'cause you're a
detailed
dick.
bollocks. You're going into detailed bollocks.
Then
Simon.
read the thing in the side chat for fuck's sake first.
What? That
before
you're
you say it's
violating
bollocks.
predicate nominative. All right. Simos is violating predicate nominative. It says that in the side chat and on the screen. I don't know what it means, but it sounds good.
Yeah, it's him
That's why
saying that
you're a
we
dick.
are apes, and
That's
then
why people
claiming
call you a
later we
dick.
aren't apes.
Yeah.
It's an
It's
article
saying
from the New York
oxytocin
Times.
is the primary bonding agent between parents and children.
The New York Times tells the truth all the time, and it's
The mind has
factual.
nothing to do with it, Simos?
Second,
Does the mind or reason?
oxytocin
Just the
is the
oxy-
bonding agent. Right? If you read the thing that Patricia Churchland, the study that she did, then you'll understand why some prairie voles have monogamous societies and some don't. And it's the difference is the level in oxytocin. The more oxytocin you get, the more chance there is of a better bonding. That goes between couples as well as children.
What's that
That's
got to
where
do
the
with morality?
basis of morality comes from.
Why?
Yeah. How
Empathy.
and why?
Fucking
'Cause you feel
empathy.
What is
It's
empathy?
empathy.
Okay, but if a person
Empathy
wants
of
out
what?
oxytocin, they can still bond.
What is the
beg your pardon?
empathy? What is the empathy that's involved in having a monogamous relationship with an individual that you happen to get on with, where you get to know them? You don't need empathy with that. Empathy is about looking at people who come from completely different societies and different ways of life and going, yeah, I can understand why that sort of thing is impacting you in that way, and I will change my ways for that. They're not doing that. That's not fucking empathy. It's individuals beating the shit out of each other over many years to work out actually none of that shit meant anything. We should have
I've
just
got
got
no
on with
idea
each
if
other.
there was an argument in there at all.
Well, I mean,
I
there
think
is
I
an
can
argument. in it.
stillman it maybe finally. So you're saying that objectively, we all mammals have this chemical connection to their mother or parents,
in their
which
brain,
is the
yeah.
basis for which we then grow empathy and then all following morals from, right?
Yeah, because
that's
we
basically it.
introspect them. Yeah.
Okay. The question again,
effectively.
the original question.
Oh fuck yeah! Why is it different? Why do some people have some morals and other people have other morals?
If you want to say that the chemical part is the only objective thing, then you can say the chemical reaction in our brain is objective.
That's
but
correct.
morality, in any way, shape, or form, once it emerges, is not objective. There is no objective morality in any way, shape, or form.
That's good. Okay,
and
so
we
now
all
listen.
different moralities.
So now listen, right? The oxytocin system I'm
You've
talking
been told,
about.
Sammy. Just listen. Listen to the boss speaking. Just listen.
Thank you for interrupting again, heretic.
That's all right. That's all right. I've learned from you, the master.
Right. So the system that I'm talking about is, of course, part of the brain, right? So we interpret these chemical reactions in our brains. That means that we come to different conclusions necessarily when we introspect. That's where subjective morality comes from.
I would like a
So the
clarifying
answer
question.
was yes. The only objective thing in all of this that you've been able to put forward is the chemicals in our brain, which I don't
That was
think
his only
any
claim
one
from the
of us
beginning.
from
I think
any
I
one
said
of us
that
from the
right at day
beginning
one. Yeah.
would deny the chemicals in our brain.
It's a shame
And
you
in
didn't
fact,
listen.
I've
to me,
even
isn't it?
argued this whole time that we are on a spectrum of morality, but that I do not agree.
No,
we
you
should be
didn't.
calling it the same
It's fucking black
thing.
and white. You said it was
See?
black and
No.
white. It's the house. The house is
Simos,
not the foundation.
think
Those were
what
your
you
words.
want, buddy. Exactly. And it still is.
Yeah, that's wrong though.
Oh God,
I'd like to
you
put
think
forth.
I'm dumb, but the chemicals in the brain you can call the foundation. Everything after that is bullshit.
Richard,
go for it.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'd like to put forth a clarifying question to Simos that I think would pontificate between these different. Oh, Simos, you know me better than that.
Yeah,
that might clarify between all of these different mindsets. Simos, would you agree with me that there can be different stimulus, environmental, that cause the same brain reaction, releasing oxytocin?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, holding a cup of coffee, for instance, will release small amounts of oxytocin.
Okay.
And endorphins.
So in that case, that person would be. Could we not hit 1,000 topics? Because there's actually a point to this. If different stimulus can cause the same brain reaction, then beyond the brain reaction,
not the same brain reaction, right? You got to. I'm just making that distinction here, right? They cause similar. The physical part is similar, but the actual result.
If I could finish the thought, it's going to get better. I promise.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. Yeah.
Then there could be different societies with different kinds of stimulus causing the same bonding reaction between persons in that society.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think so, because like the physical conditions are going to be the same drugs.
Stop making
the actual environment that causes those drugs to change could be different, and you could get the same drugs flowing through different environments.
What I'm saying is that some people in some societies may bond over things that some other society would not bond over.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so then if that made sense, Sammy, then you could have the same reaction to different stimulus.
Well, like Sammy asked that question earlier about a parent and a child bonding over mass murder.
Right. For instance, that could happen. So then we learn socially what's going to cause our brain to have that reaction. Mm-hmm. And then the brain acts appropriately to whatever stimulus is normal.
So, and if I'm correct in understanding, that means it's not objective.
And it's not necessarily moral either.
I don't know what you mean by objective anymore, Sammy.
It's objective in the chemical
all
reaction.
All you've said is objective, Simos. I'm sorry, mate.
No,
we have fucking chemical reactions in our brain. That is weak ass, my friend.
That's the basis of morality.
Of every fucking thing that's human. What the fuck is your claim? We have chemical reactions in our brain? Well done, sir. I tip my hat.
Well, that's what
I don't know why you're misconstruing what I've been saying, but you're doing it again.
I've just repeated your exact words. I don't know how.
No, you didn't repeat my exact words. That's for sure.
We have.
What is it? You asked me. What is the objective part?
The connection.
You asked me. What is
your argument perfectly? Steelmanned it.
Yeah, I'll expect you to say that because you know.
Well, he has. He has.
Okay, so you asked me what is the objective part of morality. I answered you. It's the chemical part. Does that mean all morality is objective? No, it doesn't. It means the part that is objective is the chemical part.
Which means the morality isn't objective because
morality
is a decision.
Which part of morality are you talking about?
Well, if you let me finish, morality is a decision undertaken within the brain of each individual human being about whether an action that has been undertaken by somebody else is good or bad. It's right or wrong. It is not a fucking chemical reaction in itself.
Thank you. You're saying the reaction is the fucking morality, and we're saying no. It's morality results from it. Sure. But the fact that everyone has a different result means there's no... to say we have chemical reactions in our brain is not related to the topic of morality because, yes, we all have fucking chemical reactions in our brain.
It's called a thinking
everything
process.
a human does.
So it is. So morality is a result of chemicals in the brain, right?
Everything a
is a
human
result
does
of
is.
thinking.
Okay, so
and
the basis.
and
So when I
conscience
say the
is
basis of morality
the chemicals in the
is
brain.
the endorphins and the oxytocin process, what don't you understand about that?
I get that from running.
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
that.
you're
from
describing
chocolate,
basic
sex. But
enforcement.
he's saying that from these things
You get
that we get from
endorphins from
sex
running.
and chocolate
You
and
no,
serotonin, you can get serotonin from lots of things.
Yes.
my
Did I
friend.
say it was serotonin? No. I said
what
it's
is
the
running?
attachment. It's the attachment hormone.
Yeah, but running has nothing to do with morality.
That's
It
right.
releases
But it creates
oxytocin.
chemical reactions.
Water.
in the brain.
Water is the basis of morality.
Gio.
Water.
Exactly, Gio.
You've got
Exactly.
it, Gio.
Boom, boom, boom. You've got it. Well done.
No, but you're not getting it. You're not getting it.
Go on, Gio. Explain it. Steelman, exactly what Simon said, because I don't think you can.
He's already done it with the ape example. We're just going round and
I
round.
said it earlier. You were listening, right? You said you were. Right? You said
During the
you
5
came
minutes
in and
before
you
he
said,
entered.
"Oh, I was listening and I only missed the last 5 minutes." Oh, well, I
Can
said
we do a
that.
poll for our audience?
I said that
How about
way
a poll?
before
Can we
you
do a
came
poll
in.
for our audience?
That was an hour and a half ago.
I steelmanned it way before you came in.
Steelman is bloody chemical argument. Go on.
I'm not going to repeat myself again. And Simos has already repeated himself numerous times.
Just Steelman it, Gio, so that you can prove to us that you know what the fucking
No,
argument is.
Simos has already done it.
Okay, you just don't know what
And
it
you
is. That's
just
fine.
will not
That's
understand.
Fine. That's fine.
I can't.
That's fine.
What? You're going to
You can't
understand.
Steelman it.
You're going to
You can't
understand
Steelman
me.
I
You
want
might put
to
it
Steelman
differently.
it. Yeah,
No.
you might-
I
you
already.
might put it differently.
Yeah, but I did it. And then Simos did it numerous times. Why do you
just
need
say-
me to do it again?
Just say it.
To me,
Just say exactly what he said.
Simons is just saying what the chemical. You're just saying what the chemical does and calling that
the basis.
your
yeah.
morality.
I'm saying the basis of morality is this chemical system. Yes.
Which you said is morality. Remember, the foundation is
It's
the
the
house.
foundation. Yes.
Yeah. So it's morality.
Well, what if you
and
have
we're
a chemical
saying we
imbalance in your
disagree.
Well,
brain?
if you think it's all morality, then I disagree.
I think it's evident that chemical imbalances in the brain can cause other than socially acceptable norms within the person.
But they think it's moral.
It is their idea of moral, right? Because they get oxytocin from it.
My point is, when every single aspect of a human being is the chemical and neural reactions in the brain, it is like saying the reason for morality is oxygen, because we all breathe oxygen. That's the objective part. That's bullshit. Morality is an emergent property.
Of what?
Oh, the oxygen.
Simons, you believe in free will?
The
You don't believe in
oxygen
free will, right?
meat
You're
that
determinist?
makes us.
Does that
Why
have anything to
stop
do
at the
with it?
chemical reaction?
Where's the emergent property coming from?
A whole number of things: social pressure, your own personal empirical knowledge. Sorry.
What about evolution?
Evolution plays a part.
Evolution. What about the bond between human beings because of their frailness when they're born?
Well,
it's a demonstration of empathy.
That is the morality. That is the resultant property.
Well, Simos has explained it how many times, Simos?
I don't know, man.
There you go.
He
There
hasn't
you go.
explained anything, Gio. He just said we have chemical reactions, and everyone goes, "Yep."
I'm providing
Great
you
point.
information that
Great
comes
point.
from.
I'm saying that's the basis.
This
of it,
comes
yeah.
from the Cleveland.
Like it's the
Health
basis
Clinic.
of everything. So what is the point?
No, it's not the basis of everything.
This comes from the Cleveland Health
You don't
Clinic.
understand evolution
It
if you
says,
think it's the basis of
what is
everything.
the function of oxytocin? The two main physical functions of oxytocin are to do with women. Constantly women, nothing to do with men whatsoever. It's labor, childbirth, and lactation after childbirth.
There's quite a few
It gives
recognition,
a chemical
trust,
messenger in your
romantic
brain.
attachment.
It gives a chemical messenger in your brain and has an important role in many human behaviors and social interactions. I said the two main.
That's a cherry picking. That's a cherry picking fallacy right there.
No, I've brought up the whole bloody lot. I've only given you the information from the first paragraph, and you started interrupting before I got to the rest of it, which is just like you, Simos.
I tried to look at yours, Simos, but you have to pay for them.
It also covers sexual arousal, recognition, trust, romantic attachment, and parent-infant bonding.
Yeah.
None of that really connects to morality.
I think it does. I think trust
really
is part of morality. I think romantic attachment shows empathy, and parent-infant bonding is the main is the main stimulus for social mammals in order to develop social codes.
Well, I mean, you could turn around and go, it's protection to do with parent-infant bonding. Romantic attachment could be connected to sexual arousal. Trust could be misplaced. Recognition could just be
what kind of fucking argument is that?
Well, it mostly is misplaced. Recognition is obviously just who's around you.
You don't trust your parents, do you?
Fucking definitely not. Not after what I know about them after my fucking few decades in life. They're the last people I would fucking trust. The last people.
Well, there we go then. Okay, you had a bad upbringing. I'm very sorry for you.
Doesn't mean he doesn't love them.
Well, why is it that you're alive then?
No, he does. That's my point.
Why is it that you're alive, heretic? If your parents didn't do you the right thing when you were born, I don't think you would have survived.
Who says they didn't do the right thing? I said I don't have trust in them.
Yeah,
now that I'm older and I understand the decisions that they took and the reasons for it, it's like, well, that was fucking load of bollocks, wasn't it? There's no trust that I can have with you. You did it for certain reasons that don't align with why.
What they did got you to where you are now.
Yeah, talking to you. Fucking hell.
Oh, that's another
not a good place to
But
be.
does that mean he has to trust them now?
And
I'm not saying that. No,
I had no option but
you trusted them then.
Trust is about trusting others, though.
It was fine back then.
What? Trust is about trusting others. Yes, you trusted them when you were a child.
Why are you totally focusing on parents?
Because it says there parent-infant bonding, which is what I've been talking about for 2.5 hours.
Oh, talk about cherry picking. That's one little bullet point in it. Cherry picker.
And
the big fucking stuff. The
big
big
stuff.
stuff.
Talking about. And
the big stuff is the two main physical functions. Oxytocin is produced in order to do this, that, and the other. And oxytocin is produced under certain circumstances for certain things, and of which you can go and go, well, why morality? Why have you chosen morality? Why have you chosen that you think this is to do with morality?
Okay, do you think those first two things
no sense?
Do you think those first two things are to do with mammals?
They're nothing to do with morality. They are.
Do you think they're to do with mammals? Was the question? Can you not answer the question, or you just?
Well, I'm assuming that they're to do with mammals, but they might be to do with other.
My very first statement
others might do it.
So my very first statement was morality is a function of social mammals, of which we are one.
Okay. Do you think it's
why is it just
any other type of species?
Why do you think I said that?
Why do you think it's any other species have morality then?
Yes, I do. I've already said that.
Then what the fuck's it got to do with mammals?
Because they are mammals
I want
too.
to show you your fallacy, Gio.
No, birds are not mammals.
That's what you just said. When he said his parents were shit, you're like, but you're alive, aren't you? That means your parents weren't bad parents. That's fallacious. I'm alive.
Are not
my dad
mammals.
beat me daily within an inch of my life.
All right.
I'm still alive.
Okay. You're right.
I think trust was the word used there, actually.
Mm-hmm.
You're right,
So
but
did you
I
trust-
used the
did-
word
No, I
even though
trust.
don't
they
trust
beat
my
you, did you
parents
trust them?
either.
I used the word trust.
I'm very
I did.
sorry for that. Like
I
with the
used the word
heretic, I'm very
trust.
sorry.
And he wouldn't trust his parents, so or his dad, whichever one. It doesn't have to be both of them. Whatever
Well, I
it
didn't
is.
trust my mum either because she let it
Regardless,
happen.
regardless
She let
of
it
your
happen,
treatment,
yeah.
regardless of your treatment as a child, you still trusted them.
No,
I had no
you're
option.
full of shit.
Well, I don't know how to.
I lived in
I don't know how to
fear.
react.
I don't know
Yeah,
where
okay.
much trust was
So-
involved.
So you had no
No.
choice. Agreed. It was
And the
still
morality
immoral.
was all fucked
It was
up.
still immoral, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So if a male lion forces itself on a female lion, it doesn't mean like they have no choice, right?
Doesn't mean there's a morality aspect.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm not saying it necessarily means that. I'm just saying it's likely, given the observation that they also have similar brain structures to our own. They
Well,
are mammals. They
I
also have
see plants
oxytocin,
move like a
parent-infant
snake.
bonding.
That means shit.
They also have
Means
parent-infant
nothing.
bonding.
Do bees have morality?
Plants have a behavior.
Are snakes social mammals?
No.
It doesn't matter.
means-
Well, they're not mammals.
So
They're not mammals.
your objection is
No,
shit.
you're saying you
bees
see a behavior, therefore I see a behavior, therefore.
Right. I see a similar chemical system in social mammals. That's why I believe
Is there
that
infant parent bonding in? Is there infant parent bonding?
That is in fact the basis.
Is there infant
that
parent
is in
bonding
fact the
with
basis
birds?
as to why we as mammals, social mammals, have developed the systems that we have
Is there
of
infant
morality.
parent bonding with birds?
I don't know.
Really?
I'm talking about social
Really?
mammals.
Well, exactly. This is the point. You've connected the whole thing to fucking mammals. But
And
we can
brain
talk
chemicals.
about the
I
same
did,
type
yes.
of things. We can talk about the same type of things with
Sure, plants
birds.
have serotonin.
We
Yeah,
can talk
they
about the
might
same
be.
type of thing with bees. They're not
Can we?
mammals. They're fucking insects.
Can we?
Yes, you fucking can.
Oh, okay. I didn't think
You
bees.
can certainly talk about morality with bees.
Okay,
and-
well, you can.
And
I'm
the
not.
instincts that are there. Exactly.
I'm not. I'm just connecting it to social mammals.
Exactly. Because
we
you've
are
read,
social
you've read
mammals.
some shit in the New York Times and you think you're fucking right as usual. Fucking well done.
Okay, atom. Yeah. Okay, that's a good argument.
How about the idea of sacrifice? It seems like humans are the only mammals that would sacrifice themselves for another.
No, bees do.
Depends on what you want
Bees
to
do.
call. Yeah.
But bees are not mammals.
Exactly. They're not mammals. But
Lemmings.
bees do it, which is absolutely
about mammals.
moral.
I'm talking about
Which is
mammals.
absolute
What about
morality.
lemmings?
Absolute morality.
Talk about mammals.
All they can do is straw man now. So I don't know. There's not much more to say. I don't disagree. Like what we first said, Sammy, right? Was I understand that you're excluding the processes by which we developed morality, and you're making a distinction between that and morality, right? And I tried to explain to you that I think the foundation is part of the house, right? And that's where
I'm
I
arguing.
See,
I'm
not-
arguing that your
that's not
foundation
it.
is a load of bullshit.
and that,
Maybe that's why we're
Wow.
arguing, because you've misunderstood.
no, I didn't misunderstand. I just don't think it's right to say
No,
that morality
but that's
is
not
just
what
the-
I'm saying.
that morality is just the house, right? That analogy, I
So-
think, is false. To only apply morality to humans, I think, is false.
Your house has no
See,
foundations.
straw man. You've not
okay.
listened at all. I don't know how I can say more times.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that it is a fucking scale that animals have what you want to call a level of morality. And again, my point from the start is that your loose use of language is misleading to say it is all the same without and to say, well, but if you push me, I'll say that we have introspection. That's not the point. The point is to say that if you want to say there's only one term for all of it at all stages, then it is all the same. We have the same morality as the cavemen 1,000 years ago.
Right. That's I never
You're
said that.
the one saying it's objective.
From the beginning, you said, can lions rape? I said, yes, because clearly there can be consent by the female. So in a sense of, that's the language we use, right? And that's what rape means, non-consensual sex. So by that
I
definition,
disagree.
it applies to that animal as well. Now,
I
does that
believe we can
mean
only
that we
use
are
that
going...
language to
Oh my
to
God,
humans,
that's not
Simos.
fucking listening to the end of the sentence again.
Because you're already straw manning. What's the point of finishing the sentence if you're straw manning me?
Right, because you said, but lions can't rape.
No, I said lions don't have morality. Rape is a human concept we apply to them. I don't believe they have a concept of rape or a concept of consent. And I would love to see a demonstration other than, but the female bites him. That implies non-consent. That's Jill's argument. You can hold that argument.
I don't care whose argument
It doesn't.
it is,
It doesn't
right?
stand. It doesn't stand. It's
That's
moot.
not important. That's
It's
another
a moot
fallacy.
point.
Right. So from the beginning, like I said, the basis of morality is in this chemical system. We share it with many, many mammals, if not all mammals, as far as I'm aware. And it happens in different degrees, like we're saying, like you've just agreed to, I've agreed to, right? And I'm just trying to wrap it up so we're not a million miles away from each other at the end of this conversation, because I don't think we are, right? And I call all of that morality, but there are different levels of morality. That's the only difference. You're saying, that's it, morality is a fixed thing. That's as far as I can hear. That's what you're saying. And therefore,
does
we
anyone else
only
hear
apply
me
it,
saying that?
Therefore, we only apply it to humans.
I mean, is he straw manning?
I don't
because
know.
I just clarified. You're the one claiming objective morality, not me. I'm the one claiming there is no objective morality. That I can go to a different country and fucking murder might be okay. But you're going to go, but we have the same chemicals, therefore objective. What? Yes, we have chemicals in our brain that make us do things. How the fuck is that objective morality? And you're calling the physical processes that happen in our brain that result in our ability to think and ponder and result in this thing we call morality is somehow the chemical reaction as well. Which that very chemical reaction, very chemical reaction could result in no connection to the parent. It might result in too much connection to the parent. It like the link to morality is
it
weak
results in
at
parent-infant
best.
bonding. That was my claim. Do you disagree with that?
What has that got to do with morality?
Thank you. Okay, that's the basis.
So no, nothing.
No, that's the basis for it. That's where we, as a species,
so is breathing,
as many
Simos.
Species, as I should say,
they're moot points.
As many species have developed morality.
Yes, many species have neurochemical reactions in their brain.
That's not what I just said, but okay. It's not what I said anyway.
So we don't. So it's not about the chemical reactions then and the bonding.
That's not what I said either, is it?
Yeah, that's
so you can't
exactly
be fucking steel manning my position or have understood it if that's what you take from what I just said.
So when I repeat your exact words, I'm not steel manning you. Interesting.
You're not repeating my exact words, are you?
Yes.
No.
Verbatim.
I don't think you are.
The basis for morality is this chemical reaction in our brain with the release of serotonin.
No, oxytocin.
It was serotonin originally. I went back and checked, but if you want to go to oxytocin now, we can. I don't give a shit which chemical you want to choose.
I said oxytocin from the beginning, but okay.
Okay.
If you misheard it, I can't help that.
Would you like the timestamp? Because as I said, I
yes,
went back and checked because I didn't know how all of a sudden we were talking about oxytocin when you began with serotonin.
Well, when did I paste this link here? Because this link says...
No idea, because I have to pay for it. and I ain't paying to read shit.
I said, when did I paste the link? Quite a while ago, right?
What does that have to do with the words that come out of your mouth?
Well, because it says oxytocin in this paper.
I don't care. That doesn't mean you didn't say serotonin.
Well, okay. It doesn't mean I didn't say. It doesn't mean I did say serotonin. It doesn't mean I didn't say serotonin. It doesn't say anything about what I actually said, right?
Exactly. So why mention them?
Oh my God! Because I was referring to that paper.
Because he just likes
I
to
get it.
fucking argue. That's all he likes doing, and shouting at people and insulting them.
Thank you, Sniper.
That's all right. This was a good discussion previously. You've got so invested in it.
Shame
that
you
you've
didn't
made it
listen to
shit.
it then.
You've made it shit, Simos.
Thank you. Mate.
Instead of having a good discussion with everybody, you've made it hateful and spiteful. Well done.
I mean, to try and get us somewhere more positive, I again have agreed this whole time that the part about shit happening in our brain happens to all of us. I get it. I get that they're in mammals, that there's meant to be this bonding that happens between male and animal. There are plenty of species that don't have that connection in the mammals as well.
Like what? Like which ones?
I'll look some up for you if you like.
Thank you.
But I'll accept that the chemical reactions in our brain are objective. How that relates to anything that then results in emergent morality, which is different from individual to individual, means morality is just a made-up thing. Nothing objective about it. Just this chemical reaction that we interpret as this thing called morality, and then apply to animals who have similar behaviors to us.
Yeah, I disagree with that, but I think that those animals had those behaviors before we were even a species. Namely chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas. All of them have been shown to have social systems, which can easily be described as morality. As Gio was pointing out, for instance, if one particular ape starts stealing, they'll ostracize them and exclude them from their... let me finish.
Yeah.
And exclude them from the territory. Then what happens if they try to come back? They get kicked out again, right? So they don't kill them straight away. If they find them near their territory after that, they will literally rip their testicles off.
So the term, because it exists, is called alloparental care, and it occurs in 3% of species of mammals.
Could you just give me the link?
Sure can.
Thank you.
That's from NIH.gov, whatever NIH stands for.
National Institute of
National Institute of Health.
Oh, there you go. Oh, fucking pay. What a... Everything got to be.
Yeah, I
paid
know
for.
everything's behind a fucking paywall now.
Bro, Joe, you can't link something to a law site and then claim that that is the definition. I put it with the dictionary.
I'm saying a rape, like murder, is a legal term, and so animals,
But it's
they
not.
don't kill, they don't commit murder. They
It's
just
a legal term, but it's not fundamentally a legal term. Rape, rapine, and rapture are all the same root. It just means to seize. Now, how we use the term rape to mean a sexual assault, that's because we're seizing that which does not belong to us. We're either seizing the virtue of the woman or we're seizing the property of the man. The rape is not sexual assault. That's why a lot of states have gotten away from the term rape, because it doesn't mean what we think it means.
Well, the link I gave you is from the Justice Department, and that's apparently their updated definition of rape.
Yeah, that's their updated legal definition. That's not what the word means. The dictionary.
Okay, but I
is what
think
the word
though,
means.
if we're in like a colloquial way, when we're speaking of rape, we're usually referring to forcible sex. No.
Well, that's why I put in what I put in. That there is a difference between rape and forcible sexual assault.
Okay, then can lions sexually assault? Can lions sexually assault?
No, lions cannot commit criminal sexual assault.
Okay, so we just mincing words.
Yeah, and actually, I put that long ago, like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to say that it's a literal thing. Someone said something about, well, why don't we arrest lions then? For that very reason. But that's not in context of the conversation we were having. I didn't mean it in some literal sense.
Fuck me, am I
Oh, well,
supposed
how
to?
about this? How about this? You know,
Free
male
body.
lions commit infanticide.
Sorry, Rex.
Oh, you're fine.
Say again.
If a male lion smells another male lion born into the pride, he will eat it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned that one as well. Well, at least I did. I don't know about anybody else.
But do we arrest them for infanticide?
Well, is that immoral? Would we call that
No,
immoral?
it's him protecting
or
his
only if
territory.
humans did it?
Well, it's the male lion protecting his pride and his territory.
Yeah, and this is my point. If we want to cherry pick, then it's bullshit. If we want to say, oh, a lion can rape a female, but it's not immoral, and it's not immoral if he eats the babies. The whole discussion is morality. And yes, I asked the question, can a lion rape? Because I want to know, can a lion be immoral? And apparently, according to Simos, yes, a lion can be immoral. But I don't agree. I only think from a human perspective, we post hoc put that quality on the lion.
Well, if Simons is done arguing, I'd like to take that on.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I think that
I've
lions
said
can
everything
be
I
moral.
can about morality as far as I can see it.
Yeah. I'd say that morality is based upon societies. It's just essentially rules that societies say that their members must abide by. And so lions can act morally or immorally, but that doesn't mean that every action is moral or immoral.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever heard two stray cats having sex?
Sure.
I'll ask again, Hillary. Immoral
Yeah.
according to who?
According to the lions, from their perspective.
Then, and that's, show me that, sir. Or are you inferring that because of the perceived behavior?
Yes, I'm using behaviorism to infer.
Okay.
But I'm not judging them based upon human morality. I'm judging them based upon exhibited lion morality.
But based on what?
What I
Human
just said.
morality.
Inferred from observation.
You have to infer that the female biting him means non-consent.
No, I'm inferring the opposite, that she really likes it.
Yeah, I've had chicks bite me before.
Yeah.
While we were having sex. So that doesn't mean that she doesn't like it.
Well, then you're just doing the opposite. You're trying to infer consent.
No, I'm not inferring consent either. Yeah, I'm going along with you.
Well, without consent or non-consent, then there's no rape, as it were.
Correct.
That or sexual assault or whatever term you want to use, it's not there. It's because consent wasn't given or not given.
Correct.
Oh, good. So you agree?
Yes.
I thought you were trying to help Simos's point.
No, that's why I wanted to make sure he was done arguing, because I see it very differently than he sees it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going by a definition and going, well, if the female lion doesn't want it, then by definition we would call it rape. But But that doesn't mean that we're going to prosecute it or anything of the sort, or that we don't expect it to happen or let it happen. Right? I'm just saying, by that definition that we put on, right? Then if we count them as moral beings, which I think we should, because they're animals and we don't have dominion over them, we shouldn't discriminately take advantage of these animals.
Well, I would say that
we should extend our
the
morality
motive
to
behind.
them. And in extending our morality to them, then it also means that we have to recognize.
Are you restating your position?
I don't know.
Then let me say something then.
Yeah, sure.
I infer that the purpose behind the female nipping the male has an evolutionary function. She doesn't want a passive male or one that can be easily driven off. So she wants to make sure that he's strong enough that he'll impart aggressive genes to her offspring. That's the purpose.
Yeah. That's a good argument.
That sounds like it's an intention, though.
To be dominated.
No, it's instinctual.
An instinctual reaction.
I'm just checking.
She's not making.
Chill out.
I don't know how you would demonstrate that behavior.
And I think instinctual behavior is exactly the basis for morality.
Yeah, but I don't know how you would demonstrate that behavior is exactly what you're talking about. You know what I mean?
Just like you wouldn't be able to demonstrate its morality. I agree.
No, but it's not that. It's the chemical.
If you listen to the words I used and then listen to what you said, you just repeated what I said. So are you agreeing? Are you agreeing with what I said? It sounds like you're agreeing with me. I just want to make sure.
I think so. I think we're all in agreement with that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I generally agree with that. I mean,
okay,
but that's hard to prove. I think it's an inference.
Yes, that's all we're doing is inferring. We're not seeking a proof.
So, yeah, proving it is.
We're not seeking a proof.
I can't prove it. I can only infer it. From Now I don't know.
I still haven't seen that link. If you wouldn't mind, Sammy, I'd love to see it.
Cool.
Well, okay.
I can send
Here's
you the
another
paid one if you want. I was trying to find you a non-paid one. Or are you happy to pay?
Well, I can read the abstract presumably, and that might be enough to give me what I need to know.
No worries.
Okay. Why? Well, here's another example for you. Why do human women sometimes murder their newborn children, but a chimpanzee? Let me fucking finish. A chimpanzee will carry its dead baby around on its back for a month. Who's more moral?
Do you see the fallacy in what you just asked?
I mean, it's a fact.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's a fact. It's still an obvious fallacy because we have some women that do this and we have some chimpanzees that do something else. So what? Don't the majority of human women mourn their infants that die? And can we find any circumstances?
Well, that's that's a fallacy ad populum.
No, it's not. Just listen to what I said. It has nothing to do with ad populum.
Because most women do it.
You're misunderstanding. Huh?
Because most women do it, that makes it right?
I didn't say anything about right. I said
No, Rex, you're making it sound like just because a few people do it, that all women do it.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's why
I didn't say all women murdered their babies. We wouldn't be here if all women murdered their babies.
Did you not listen to me?
I heard what you said. It didn't make a whole lot of sense, but okay.
Okay. Well, in addition to the other fallacies you've given, that's also a converse accident, because we see a few examples of women killing their kids. Therefore, we're going to make all these claims about it. No, the issue is just because you see a few women doing it, that doesn't mean that the majority of women do it. So if you're claiming that I'm giving that problem, that's
Majority of
absurd.
women. You're putting words in my fucking mouth. I didn't say a majority of women.
But you were equating it
Really?
to some animals that
Hold on.
know?
When I make a statement about myself, that's putting words in your mouth. Why are you eating my words?
Yeah, but I think he was looking for clarification on what he's talking about.
I was citing a counterfactual claim, and then he's trying to steal my claim and claim that it's somehow in his mouth. It was never in your mouth. Spit it out.
Yeah,
I know it was never in my mouth because I never said it.
But
So
I
then
think
quit
Clockwork
claiming
is
it. Quit
looking
claiming
for
to say it.
clarification. I think
I
Clockwork
said it.
is,
Quit claiming it.
yeah, but I think Clockwork is looking for clarification, not necessarily saying that this is the case.
Okay, well, he's wrong. His whole argument is horribly fallacious, and there are 3 fallacies that I've already enumerated.
Well, maybe he wants to know why this would occur. And I mean,
It happens with chimps too. That's my point. He just needs to get a larger sample size, and he'll see the same behavior.
all right, so it's a
Women
good
walk
question. It's
around
a
with their
valid
dead
question.
kids on their back.
It's a valid question. What Clockwork asked. It might
So
not be.
now he's saying all the time.
Well,
go ahead and
you have
restate.
I did not say all the time.
You just now said it. If we can go back 10 seconds.
I said, do all women who kill their children walk around with them on their back? Okay, yes, I did say all.
Okay, that's all that I heard. I didn't hear all the
I know
other
you're not half listening to what I said.
because Bill was talking. When you talk over somebody who's already talking, I'm not going to be able to understand your point. Anyway, it's nonsensical what you said, because I can show the exact opposite. There are female chimps that kill their infants. There are human women that mourn their dead infants. Therefore, what is your claim about morality? And that's a question, not an argument that I just gave before you try to make a false claim.
Yes, there are women who mourn their children. My mother mourned my 2 twin brothers when they were born and died.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't carry them around on her back for like 3 months, 2 months, however long, like a chimp will do when its child dies.
Okay, let me jump in before you make too many additional claims.
I'm not making a claim. I'm stating fucking facts.
That is a claim. What do you think a fact is? A fact is a claim of substance. You shouldn't enter into this discussion if you don't know the words that we're using. Yes, as a human woman, she's able to understand that they are dead. A chimp may not necessarily have the faculties to understand that baby might come back from the living. And so then she's going to carry it around so that if it's unconscious for some reason, and she just doesn't have the medical devices to tell that it's unconscious, she'll then still be able to protect it from any predators that would have eaten it during that time that it was unconscious. Does that answer your question?
Not really, but whatever.
But yes, a claim is a statement of fact. That fact can either be true or not true. There can be untrue facts.
If it's untrue, it's not a fact.
That just shows that you don't understand basic philosophy, because there are untrue facts. The moon is made of cheese.
Give me an example of an untrue fact. Give me an example.
I just did. I'll repeat it for you. The moon is made of cheese. That is an untrue fact.
Then it's not a fucking fact.
No, it is. It's an untrue fact. You just don't understand. You
no,
think that
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe your horse shit.
Well, then get a book on introductory philosophy and you'll understand. This is definitionally true. You don't have to
accept the moon is made of green cheese, and that's an untrue fact.
It is an untrue fact. That's correct.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you'll
I hope
never
I'm not
understand
talking to Richard
counterfactual
right
is
now.
if you don't
I
understand
really
that.
hope I'm not talking to Richard right now.
You'll never understand what a counterfactual is if you don't understand what that is. What I just
I
said.
know what contrafactual is. Do you?
Okay. No, I'm not talking about contra. I'm talking about counterfactual. Because I would
Same
agree
thing.
with you. I also no, they are different.
No,
Contra is not the same as counter.
Correct.
Contra means against, correct?
Counter means against.
We're gonna play this.
I really hope this isn't Richard. I'm talking
Explain
to right
it to him, because I think he genuinely doesn't see the difference.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
counter can mean the opposite of. The
Exactly.
opposite of a fact.
Not against.
Hey, Clockwork. Richard's voice sounds a lot like this today.
Huh?
And Hillary's and I are not the same person.
Oh, it's hit. Okay. Sorry. My bad.
It's okay. I just don't want you to have a misconception. I would be very pleased on a regular basis to be able to claim to be Hillary.
Fair enough.
So it seems like maybe you were arguing just because you thought I was Richard.
No, I like Richard. Me and Richard get along fine.
Okay.
We
I
believe
just
a
wanted
lot
to
of
make
different
sure.
stuff, but we get along fine. I love hearing him and Math Pick argue. That's funny shit right there. That is.
Social brain, the social part of the brain. That's
So social equals morality. Gotcha.
social. Yeah, definitely. Without without a society, morality would be useless. Yeah.
Sandy
So
wants
I
a
thought-
420.
Morality is the way we govern our societies.
Oh, yeah,
Happy
you're late,
420,
bro.
Sandy. Smoke weed every day.
Smoke weed every day.
I thought it was the
Take a
the
toke.
chemicals in our brain, personally, but
I beg your pardon?
I thought it was the chemical and the connection between the mother and the child.
Yeah, that's what develops. That's what spurns the development of the infant social brain. Yes, social.
It's the mechanism by which, if you don't clearly state that, they won't understand you, Simons.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, it says.
Well, I'm glad that I asked
stimulates
what
milk
is the
production, whereas
mechanism by which it results.
Okay. I think that's what basis means, but okay.
I never asked the basis of anything.
Okay.
Here we go again.
Well, you said what's the objective part of morality? I said it's the basis.
We'll end up back at the start again.
Sorry, dude.
I'm going to do something that I've never done before.
Well, fuck off.
Agree with Simons?
No, I'm going to agree with Clockwork.
Oh, wow.
Me too.
Contrafactual is only an adjective.
Counterfactual.
And no, contrafactual is
it's-
only an adjective. And it actually means counterfactual. Whereas as an adjective, and it's the same as counterfactual as an adjective, but counterfactual can be a noun as well, which is something different, but there isn't a contrafactual that goes with it. So if you are using contrafactual, you are by definition using it as an adjective, which actually means counterfactual, according to the stuff that I've looked at anyway.
What I was trying to do was use contra as a prefix and counter as a standalone word. But then when I went to look it up, I couldn't find that as a prefix. But yeah, there's contra-rotating propellers and there's counter-rotating propellers, and they're not the same thing. But we wouldn't have two words that mean the exact same thing. It wouldn't make any sense to have that redundancy in our language.
Yeah, the only places where I found contrafactual versus counterfactual is that the only difference is counterfactual can be a noun, whereas as an adjective, they both mean exactly the same thing, meaning contrary to the facts or untrue.
What I got out of the Stanford philosophy, the word fact is used in at least two different ways. In the locution matters of fact, facts are taken to be what is contingently the case, or that of which may have empirical or posteriori.
Posteriori. Yeah.
Okay, you got. Thank you. Knowledge.
And because I don't have a weed video, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, I will just play this belatedly for 420.
I do whatever the Bible tells me to, except for the parts that I choose to ignore because they're unrealistic and inconvenient, but the rest I live
What
by
was
for
that
sure.
bit at the beginning?
So let's not talk about how the good book bans shellfish, polyester, and divorce, and how it condones slavery and killing gays, because
You want to
those
see
parts
the
don't count,
good
of
bit,
course.
don't you?
But sure,
No.
therefore,
Righto.
fuck me in the ass, because I love Jesus. The good Lord would want it that way. Give me that sweet sensation of a throbbing rationalization. It's just between you and me. Because everyone knows it's the sex that God can't see. Oh, fuck me in the ass, because I love Jesus. The good Lord would want it that way.
I love that one. Oh, this
Happy
one.
420.
I thought you'd mixed up a couple of dirty videos there, but it was all from the same one.
Yeah.
It's not a sin if it's up the ass.
Yep. It also means it's not immoral.
It depends on what
God's
God you're.
loophole.
I'm
Born
sure
again
there's a.
virgin. Born again virgin.
Well, it's not a sin if you do anal. Where does it say that?
Well, it's because all the girls can go, hi, men. Hi, men.
I'm still a virgin.
That's
Yeah,
just one. That's just one God's take on it, though.
How fucked
Yes,
up is it
one
that
God
they
take.
used to take the girl to the priest and he'd examine her to make sure she was still a virgin?
Creepy.
Think
Yeah.
about it. The girl can use 2 out of the 3 of her holes and still be a virgin.
Yeah.
I really
I
sincerely
like
hope.
those odds.
I sincerely hope Ox is not being homophobic in the side chat.
No, he's
Ox,
probably just
you
being
really need to be very
anti-heretic.
careful.
He's
You need
just
to be
being
very careful.
anti-heretic. That's all.
I know. He's been sucking
Yeah.
your dick.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, has he? Is that what it was?
Yeah, well, it's clearly
Well, if
not
you
a-
disagreed
not a-
with heretic, he would have, for sure.
I always disagree with heretic. He's a twat.
Yeah. I thought we were having a really good conversation earlier, but whenever Simos is in here, it always degenerates into him insulting people. And,
No,
hey.
no, not people. Just you.
Oh no, you insulted plenty of others on here, Simos.
I don't think I did. No.
You certainly did.
Anybody else know that I insulted them?
I didn't feel insulted.
No, it's just you.
I'm insulted that
and
I
I've
wasn't.
got good reason to insult you because, let's face it, you're a twat.
Okay, Groomer.
Wait, I'm insulted
And
that
that's
I
why I
wasn't.
insult you.
Yeah, I know.
You can't stand being wrong.
Can you insult me? Just
okay, Groomer.
I'd like to be insulted.
I just did.
Huh?
He called you a groomer.
I just did.
No, I don't
Wasn't
know
it?
how to. I don't know how to cut hair.
Okay.
I'm looking at your beard right now. It is very well trimmed. You clearly spend a lot of time grooming.
You were
That's
clearly
due
a
to the
groomer.
apparatus I use. Has nothing to do with me being good at cutting hair.
So
See, that's like
ladies,
saying
you see,
that
Sam?
grooming is the device you use, like saying morality is the chemicals in your brain, Gio. You're doing it again.
You see,
Gotcha
Gio,
there.
the way that you acted to my so-called insult was the good
I'm not
way
even
to
going to
act.
rise to that one.
That was the good. That was the good
I'm
way
over
to act,
it.
Gio.
I'm over it.
Yeah, it's like it goes over your bald pate.
It's
you
all
know?
right.
And
I'm laughing. So.
it was a very good reaction to it. But
Actually,
some other people
you did actually
can't
make
do
me.
that.
Yeah, all right.
Some other people can't do that. They
twat.
feel that they've got to
Twat.
feel like a victim.
Don't blame me.
you know?
Blame the chemicals.
Blame the victim status, feminization, emotional damage. Hey ho.
Oh, you're just gay, heretic.
And
Wait,
I'm just gay.
Are you saying I put forth a fallacy?
Did you?
I don't know.
Yeah, you did
Putting
earlier.
forth a fallacy.
Oh, I know.
Jay?
I know. I did earlier, and I
I
thank you
think
for
most
pointing
of
it
us have made at least one or two fallacies this evening.
Oh shit, yeah.
I didn't suggest you made a fallacy then. I suggested that you reacted to an
doesn't know
alleged
what a
insult
fallacy
very,
is.
very well.
He
Very
really
well.
doesn't.
Well, I equate grooming with hair cutting.
Exactly, which is fine. I mean,
So-
but you realized you were actually saying a joke.
Perfectly reasonable. Perfectly reasonable.
Because you were taking the definition of what I was saying in a totally different way to what Simos took it. Which
Yeah, that's because
your
you
way of doing it, Gio,
decided
your
to
way
try.
of doing
That's
it, Gio,
because
your
you.
way of doing it, Gio, is a much, much higher level of intelligence
That's
than the
because
person
you
that's
tried
above
to
you. You see.
defend. That's because you tried to defend Smokey Saint
Okay, Groomer.
as not being a fucking
Okay,
pedo.
Groomer.
Smokey.
Okay, Groomer.
Oh man. How does it get a
Seriously, Heretic was defending him.
And there is the straw man. That is the straw man that Simos
you're
likes to
lying.
push.
Is that a straw man?
It was a
Brojo
straw
was
man.
there. Brojo
It
was
was
there.
a straw man. I was saying I had not seen any evidence of it, and the evidence that was provided was not good enough. It was then, an hour and a half later, that somebody produced some evidence, and I went,
Not true.
okay, fair
That's
enough.
not true at all. That's
No,
not true.
it
You're
is
lying
true.
again.
It's absolutely true.
The very first thing I said was the girl that he
Some bullshit.
the
yeah.
girl that he did
Some
was in
bullshit.
court and testified against him, and she said it was him. And you
And-
went, "Oh, that's not evidence."
You left out a load of particular
That's
details
the very first thing I
that
said.
allows people to go, right, proximity in terms of timing, in terms of exactly what happened. Bang, that's done it. Happy with that.
She said it. She was the victim.
You
She
never
said
did.
it was him.
Hey,
You
I
said
think
no.
you
That's
guys
not
disagreed
evidence.
just so you could disagree.
all you're doing is
Well, I
disagreeing
would
now,
say-
Simon. I agreed completely an hour and a half later. Once one specific bit of information was given, I went, oh, yeah, bang, done. Fine.
That's not true.
Absolutely.
That's not true.
Oh, Projo, is it true or not? Projo, was that true or not?
I think it's true because I needed some convincing too because I don't like people being accused of a crime with no evidence behind it. I think it's
Saint
really
Tommy came in.
Exactly.
He was the one that asked. I quoted Saint Tommy as coming in and saying, "Ask Saint Tommy, ask the relevant question."
Simon,
Right?
you're
And
arguing
in
a
fact,
load of shit.
he came in and said, "Yes, I did ask that question to the
Simos, you're
victim,
asking
and
a
the
load of
victim did confirm that that person who was in court was in fact Smokey Saint."
And clearly, you're not accepting that within an hour and a half of the start of that, when somebody had come in with a
It was
particular-
another
There you
stream
go.
when you
There
finally
you
said,
go.
"Yes, I think it was
As
Smokey
soon
Saint."
as somebody
You
said,
dick.
as
And that
soon
was
as-
after the fucking insults,
Here
which you
you go.
refused to apologize for.
Okay, Groomer. Yeah.
And there you go. You're still doing it.
Okay.
That's why
Groomer.
you're a fucking dick. Because you should
Okay,
just say,
Groomer.
"Yeah, I was wrong. I apologize."
I was finally given the evidence, and I went, bang, yeah, fine.
And then did you apologize for calling us
Why would I
all of
need
those
to
names?
apologize? Why would I
'Cause you
need to
ca- 'cause
apologize?
Because you
You'd
called us
spent the whole
names.
time insulting me, you
Oh,
dick.
fuck off.
The whole time. Because
No.
that's how you argue. You solely argue in that way.
I don't think that's true. It's only with people that start insulting me.
You threw out the ad homs, a heretic.
When? Today?
When?
Today?
Yeah, today. Just seconds ago.
What? Which one?
The very
Which ad
same
hom?
one that you used that day.
What you mean?
When
the
you were
insult?
supporting
The insult. It's not an ad hom. It's an insult. Get it right, okay? Get it right.
It's a character.
Don't have a fun. It's an insult. It's not an ad hom, right?
It's not an ad hom, Gio. If he'd have said, you're wrong because you're a groomer, that's an ad hom.
That's an ad
But
hom.
to simply
And
say
should ever...
you are a groomer is just an insult.
See,
and he should
this is
apologize
the
for his
difference.
insults.
I don't apologize for insulting you. You insult me all the time, Simos. Stop being so sensitive, you little prick.
Stop supporting pedos.
Stop being a groomer.
Wait, that's not fair now. So he changed his mind.
He shouldn't, and if he changed his mind, you should go, yeah. Those insults, those insults when you said you didn't have evidence, yes, you did have evidence, and I apologize for it.
The difference is that
I told him to do it. I
position
fucking told him
is-
to do it at the time. I gave him at
difference
least 3
is-
days to come back and
the
just say,
difference is-
yeah, I was
I
wrong
don't
about
need to
what I
apologize.
called you.
I was not wrong.
End of story.
I was not wrong about having a difference
Yes,
of
you
opinion
were wrong.
with you.
Those insults are false.
Okay, groomer. Yeah. So,
And that's
what
why
actually
you're never
happened,
gonna get on.
Brojo?
That's why
I do a little manscaping.
Brojo, this is where when the philosophy of Simos is if you're not with me, then you're against me. Whereas all I was doing was withholding my agreement to
And
the
insulting
opinion until I had the final bit. And the amount
gave
of
you the
insults
evidence.
that you get when you just do that, all of the insults keep coming along, and I give one, and he goes ballistic, and he can't accept it, and he's clearly worried that somebody has called him this, and maybe there's some truth to it. Simos, would you like to admit to anything in your past, possibly?
And that's why he's a twat.
Okay. There we go. All right.
And like I said at the time, you can call
What
me
the heck
cunt
was
as
that?
much as you like. You can insult me as much as you like. That's fine. Right? But when you go over a line, when we're talking about that subject and you start telling me that I'm that, that's going over the line. And you should just apologize for it. But
Okay,
since you're
Groomer.
not man enough to even do that, okay. That's
Okay,
fine.
Groomer.
No wonder
Okay.
you've been thrown out of so many games, right?
Okay, groomer.
Is that sexist?
No.
No,
Just being a
All
twat.
it's saying is, you aren't man enough might be
Just being a
sexist.
fucking twat. That's all.
Yeah.
Simos has
Goes-
got
goes,
some
I
emotional damage.
don't believe Smokey's a pedo because I haven't had the evidence. But he's quite happy to call people that based without any evidence.
And
It's
that
just
was
hypocrisy.
why it was a perfect
Hypocrisy of the
insult.
biggest fucking standard.
It was a perfect insult against you, Simos, because
Sure,
you've taken it so personally.
Of
There's
course,
clearly,
I asked you
there's
to
clearly
apologize for
something
it,
there.
and you refused to.
There's clearly something there in
Yeah,
your background.
clearly,
Yeah.
that's
Would
right.
an
That's how-
apology at this point
That's how
mean
logic
anything?
works, isn't it?
Would an
Yeah.
apology?
I
at
don't
this
think
point
it would.
mean
Yeah.
Like he's so bad at it. He's so bad at
Bon,
it.
not still. Again, it just
Yeah.
restarted.
Well, you know, it's over. Smokey has been convicted. So
Loud noises! I read somewhere that their periods attract bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
I like that.
yeah, but the facts remain about what Smokey did.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
I withheld my condemnation until I was convinced by the evidence that was provided, and the evidence
Yeah, that
was
didn't
provided.
mean you had to support him.
I did not support him. That's the point, Gio.
No, I don't know.
I never supported him. I said I'm not going to condemn somebody unless I know
Yeah,
it's
asking
true.
for evidence
Once
is not the
I
same as
knew it was
supporting
true-
something.
Well, I don't know.
He
This
asked
is the
for
point,
evidence.
Gio.
I provide the evidence, and then he goes, "No, you're
Simon.
wrong," and then
Simon.
argues with me for an hour and a fucking half about the
Gio.
evidence that I've provided.
Gio,
And then
I've
the next
told you
day
the
on a
exact
different
truth.
stream says, "Oh yeah, I know. I've been told about that. Yes, Smokey is a twat.
So what's the problem, heretic?
Fuck
Why don't
me.
you?
He's an
what's-
idiot."
What are you doing there?
Was it the level of evidence?
Well,
Maybe he needed more evidence. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that,
I was withholding
ask the
evidence.
victim this
Simos, I
question.
was asked a question.
I
was asked a
said,
question. If I can,
yeah, I
if
don't
I
give
can
a shit,
answer
mate.
it.
I don't fuck. I don't care.
All right.
Oh, yeah, but
this is
that's
what happens.
hearsay, though.
Tommy
Maybe he
asked
wants
the
more than
victim-
hearsay.
Tommy
what
asked
happens.
Maybe he
the
wanted more than
victim.
I
I
wanted
said
more
right
than
at the
hearsay.
beginning. Tommy
I
asked
got
the
more than
victim
hearsay eventually.
whether it was smoky, and
I got
she
more than
said
hearsay eventually.
she said it sounds like exactly the same guy.
I received more information than hearsay eventually.
That's not hearsay.
I
Fucking hell,
received
man.
more than just your hearsay eventually.
It's not hearsay if it comes from the victim.
It's first account.
That's the point.
It
That's
comes
the
from
point.
the victim.
That's
See
the
if I can
point.
steal
I
man
was
both
waiting
positions
for
here.
it, Gio.
Well,
Gio.
Yeah, but
Gio,
even the
you're-
woman,
you're
how many
excellent.
times did a woman
I
falsely
Gio,
accuse a
Gio,
man?
I want to answer
How
your
many times
question.
did a woman falsely
Well,
accuse
I
a
want to
man?
try and understand why you would defend.
She got a conviction.
Gio, this is me trying to answer, but Simos keeps fucking jumping in, and
She
now
got a
you're jumping
conviction,
in.
Brojo.
Here he goes again.
I'm answering Brojo. That's
Gio,
all.
it's very unlikely that I'm going to be able to get this out to you, but hopefully, if I'm lucky, I'm going to repeat. I never defended him. I withheld condemnation of him until I had the relevant evidence for me to go, yep, agree with it. There was
And
no...
that's fair, because it's a strong accusation, man.
Exactly.
Tommy asked the victim. This
I
is
am
what
not
I said straight
defending,
away.
Gio.
Tommy asked the victim.
This is your fallacy
Was it-
again.
Hang on,
This
let
is your
Gio
fallacy,
respond.
Gio. This is
But
your
you
fallacy,
argued,
Gio.
but you argued with Simos, and
Extraordinary
Simos
claims.
presented you some facts about the case.
Simos
You argued against
presented
it.
me.
You
Simos
argued against the
presented
facts.
Simos presented me hearsay. There was a very
No.
specific.
No.
You are
It
clearly
wasn't.
taken in. You are clearly taken in by hearsay. What
No.
there was a very specific bit of evidence that came
No.
the next time.
It's not
Gio, yes.
hearsay. It's not hearsay if
Gio.
it comes from the victim.
I got a quick question.
Jesus.
Just real quick, if you guys don't mind. Does anybody know what time zone Halcyonic Kaiju or Space Cadet is in?
I thought she was in yours.
Canada, I think.
I don't know.
5 hours, I think.
5 hours from you?
GMT, yeah.
5 hours from GMT.
That would be East Coast.
I think it's the same as Brojo, I think.
Pretty sure she's
Yeah, that's
East
East Coast.
Coast.
Yeah, I don't
Yes,
recall what
dude.
state she lives in.
Ask her in the happy chat. Someone type
She
in the
can
happy
go-
chat.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Ask her
Thanks.
what time zone she's in.
Yeah, I thought it was West as well. But I don't know for certain. Just hearsay that, Ponto.
So
Can't believe it.
back to the beginning of the argument. Would I be correct in still meaning you both in that
Actually,
Simos?
I can't do it either. Can't keep my list.
I'll message. I can message her.
Beck says it's Eastern.
Simos is saying, when you insulted me when we were arguing about it, the fact that you then realized you were wrong means that those insults should be apologized for. And Heretic's argument is, I shouldn't need to apologize for being in a wrong position. If I stayed there, yeah, maybe that's a dishonest position.
That's not it.
I'm not saying I agree. I'm
that's
asking,
not it. That's
well,
not
only
it.
Heretic can answer whether I've steelmanned him.
Oh, okay.
Simos.
Beg your pardon. I thought you were asking both of us.
I
Well,
thought
I might have
Simos
got
always
yours
answered
wrong.
for me. I thought he always answered for me, but
Well, you're fucking wrong, aren't you?
Was that the
Again.
point you made earlier, though, Heretic? You're like, yeah, I held a wrong position. Why should I have to apologize for that?
I withheld a position. I didn't hold a wrong position. I
Well, there you
withheld a
go.
position until I was given the right amount of evidence that went, right, bang, yeah, done. It's
No,
fine.
but you withheld a position by arguing with Simos against the facts. How does that work?
Because the facts weren't evidence at the time until the extra bit actually pinned it all together and went, yeah, that gives it that.
What the
that
fact
links
the
it
fact
together.
that the fact that the evidence came from the victim is the fact that the statement came from the victim is not evidence?
What are you on about? That's not what the argument actually was of where
Well,
my
I don't know why you
position
would.
was.
I don't know why you would argue that. Well, argue against that.
But you're straw manning the whole thing, Gio. That's the
Well,
point.
no, I'm asking why.
You are straw manning the whole fucking thing,
No, I'm
Gio.
asking why you would do that.
Because that's not what I did.
Here's an answer though. Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
There's an answer. Johnny Depp.
Heretic was trying to be objective, but you are automatically siding with words.
If we
from,
just
the
automatically
witness.
went with Johnny Depp's victim, he'd be in jail right now for something he possibly didn't do.
This is the point.
What? It's not like that at all. No,
It is exactly
right.
like that. It's exactly.
No, it's not.
That.
I said to you straight away.
It
that
doesn't.
The victim had been on a podcast and was asked by Tommy, right, whether Smokey Saint was the same person that was convicted of the offense, and she said yes. That's what you were told, right?
I think you're
said,
misunderstanding
that's not
everything.
evidence. That's
You're
not
misunderstanding
evidence.
everything. One, you're misunderstanding everything. Two, you're now mixing lots of stuff up because you're old and you're a groomer, and it's like
They were addressing Gio. What Gio was saying.
That's okay. That's okay. He could address it any way he wants. That's all right.
All that Gio does is he just sides with his mate type of stuff without actually listening to the facts of what other people are actually saying.
I'm listening to both of you, but the fact the victim have made a statement, right?
So Simos is saying the truth right now. Is that what you're saying? You're accepting Simos is absolutely telling absolutely the full truth, nothing but the truth right now.
If a
is that what you're saying? Are you saying you accept that Simos is telling the absolute truth of exactly what happened?
No, I'm not.
Are you saying that?
No.
Well, you seem to be.
No, I'm accepting
because I disagree with Simos's
I'm accepting
position.
the evidence brought forward, and I'm not arguing against it. I'm not.
The evidence of Simos, what he's saying now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Someone
So
says
you're
they
merely
were sexually
accepting
assaulted, doesn't
Simos's
mean they
word.
actually been sexually assaulted.
You are merely accepting Simos's words and rejecting my account of actually what happened. That's what you're doing.
Well,
right now. That's
Do
exactly what
you
you're
always believe the victim?
That's exactly what you're doing, Gio.
If it's in a court of law, yeah, I do.
No.
Gio.
Well,
Yes,
what
yes,
about
yes.
that time that Gio gang raped me?
Has he been prosecuted for it? No.
Well, we could falsely prosecute him
Had
for
the
it.
victim testified against Smokey? Had he
We
been
can
prosecuted?
okay,
Yes.
okay. Are
Have I
you in
been
the legal
prosecuted for
profession,
anything?
Simus?
Is it evidence? Yes, it is.
It is evidence. It is evidence.
Have I been
But
prosecuted
that
for
doesn't mean that
anything?
it's conclusive evidence. It doesn't even mean that it's possible, because if we can demonstrate that the person wasn't at the place they claim to have been at the time they claim to have been there, then it doesn't matter what their claim is. That evidence needs to be thrown out.
Hillary's, let me explain what the issue was. The issue was that there was limited evidence given as to whether the person who was named as such and such a name here with a shady photo was actually this person that they're talking about. And we're looking at this stuff and I'm going, it's not there yet. It's not there yet. I can't 100% say it, and therefore I am not going to accuse somebody or be on a stream. And
remember we were comparing all the photos too. I remember that.
Yeah. And I'm looking at it
later after he
and I'm
not
looking
to
at it.
accept the victim's word.
And
Yeah,
I'm,
but
I'm
why would
looking
you
at it,
claim
I'm going,
that's not? Why would you claim that the victim's statement is not evidence?
Because they could be lying.
No, but you
still
don't
evidence.
even know that.
No, it's evidence, but is it
Still
is it
evidence.
enough
Either
evidence?
way, it's still evidence.
the stuff about the victim. The problem with the victim stuff was there was no timings given. There was no timings about when the court case was. There was no timings about how long ago it was. The way that it was explained was the way it came across to me was that all of the things happened back in 2002, and then the court case happened now, 20 years later. And
Right.
this was the bit that I had. It's like, I don't know that the person from back in 2002 is actually Smokey Saint now. I can't see that. I can't tell it. And it was in the next section where somebody said, no, the person who was the victim back then has actually found him just a couple of weeks ago and said, that's him. And she identified him. That was the bit of evidence that went, right, bang, fine, I'm done. I'm with you 100%. That one bit of evidence around timing, rather than it being a 20-year-old thing with 20-year-old photos and the stuff. And I'm going, I can't tell that that's fucking Smokey Saint. There's got a name there. I don't even know if that name is Smokey Saint's name because he doesn't use his name. He uses Smokey Saint. I don't know these things. But the victim was said to have found him just a few weeks ago. And it's like, okay,
Again,
bang,
not true.
evidence. No, that's exactly what it was.
No.
That is exactly what it was. That was the one bit of evidence that I went, right, fine, I'll accept it.
Sure, that came out sometime later, and on another stream you said, "Oh yeah, I agree with it now." You never accepted it on that particular stream. And the very first thing I said, and the very first thing I said to you
None
was,
of that information was given.
Saint Tommy the other night asked the question of
none
the
of that
victim.
information was given.
Yeah, you
The whole,
you weren't listening. All right, you weren't fucking listening.
Case. Okay,
so you could still fucking apologize for the insults.
Okay, Groomer. I apologize, Groomer.
For what?
Calling you Groomer.
Okay.
You got a problem with me calling you Groomer?
I don't,
apology
twat.
does
I've got no
usually
fucking problem, twat, because you're a twat, and everybody knows that you're being a twat.
And twat is the perfect term for me. I've always said I was a twat and a cunt.
That's a fallacy.
Fine. Well, I mean, there is that. There is that.
Everybody knows. Fallacy.
Yeah. The problem is the lack of imprecise language when we say something is evidence. What he really means is it's not sufficient evidence. But then someone else will say, "Oh, but you said evidence," and that's where a lot of these whatever they are dumpster fires begin. Just miscommunication.
He was provided with a lot of evidence, and right to the bitter end, he was saying, "I don't believe that is evidence."
When you are left with doubt,
Saint Tommy came in. Saint Tommy came in and told him what was going on. Cerberus came in and told him what was going on. The other people were coming in and saying, "No, heretic, listen."
Right, they made a cumulative case.
No, he was like, no, that's not. I want to insult. I've insulted Simon. I can't back down now. I can't be seen to be wrong. That's exactly how it happened, man.
He's making a subjective claim, and we can't get into his mind and know exactly, what order everything happened. So if he didn't see something, I don't know. I don't really care. I'd rather move on to another topic.
Yeah, let's do that. I mean,
I agree.
Yeah. In the end, we were all right.
Yeah.
Except Heretic, who's always wrong.
Could we talk about how Irenic will ruin any stream you let him into?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I've said
he was not entertaining the other night.
Can you not yell? If any yelling starts or over talking, or there's one rule, people, too, in my room. I control the volume of your microphone. If you do not like it, you're not welcome. And I don't do it out of favoritism or bias. I do it according to the fucking volume of your volume. If you're too loud, I'll turn you down. That's it. It's not about trying to silence you. So please let me control the volumes.
Yeah,
to balance so that everyone can hear.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly.
A tag. I'm pretty sure I sent you the link. Let me check. StreamYard. Yeah, no. It's in the no, not the tag it's in a private one. I sent it DM to you.
We're gonna go to special pleading now.
Brojo,
Like,
did you
you
see that
guys
link
and the fucking fallacies.
put up about Trump's 34 counts? I put it in the group chat.
I think no, wait, it's not the song, right? Somebody dropped. Was it this?
No, I put on a link to a discussion that was going on last night. Well, actually, it was.
Oh yeah, but I saw it was like 2-hour podcast. I'm like, oh wait a minute, I'm gonna have to do this later.
Yeah.
Did you see his T-shirt? Did you see his T-shirt?
Trump's?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
It was wearing a T-shirt, and it's got 2024 on the top of it. It's got a picture of him behind the docket, and underneath it goes, "Not guilty."
Okay. Fucking kidding. Speaking of fallacies, you brought up a good question before. I think it might have been Simos, I think. I want to know everyone's opinion on this. The value of calling out fallacies or not calling them out. Because it seems, Simon, you were sort of saying, it's sometimes you have to resort to it, but generally it's a good idea to just try and understand their argument and reword your arguments.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was it's better to explain the fallacy through their argument rather than just say what the fallacy is.
I see. Yeah.
So like whatever, just because my argument is wrong doesn't mean your argument is right.
Yeah.
Now that fallacy has a name, but you're better off saying, well, okay, even if you disprove me wrong, like my position wrong, it doesn't mean your position's right. Or just because I say I don't know doesn't mean that what you say is the truth, for instance.
Well, and that's describing the fallacy, but I think, like you said, it's even more than that. You've got to use it through their argument, because even describing it's not enough often.
Yeah, quite often. Depends how lazy you want to be, or how much the person is being a dick, If they're being a dick, then just say, nah, argument from ignorance, shifting the burden, whatever.
Yeah.
And Gio, how do you approach when someone says, yeah, it might be illogical, but my God is outside of logic, for instance?
If someone
So
says,
it doesn't apply.
so
they special plead, yeah.
How would I approach
Do you
that?
just point out the special pleading, or?
Well, I would first mention that's a special pleading fallacy, and I would explain the special pleading fallacy. And if they disagreed, then I don't know where I'd go from there. That's a conversation stopper, actually.
Yeah.
Most fallacies are conversation stoppers, in my opinion. But if you could work through them, that's the main objective when pointing them out. But you see, I understand what it means to do that, and I'd rather have them point it out to me so I'm aware of what I'm doing.
Exactly. Yeah, if I was to point out a fallacy, it would be so the person could rework their argument to correct for that mistake.
Yeah.
The problem with that one example, though, in itself, is that a lot of them say that God made logic, don't they?
Well, that's
exactly
that's and it sort of becomes circular rather than anything else.
That's just an assertion.
Exactly. I completely agree. It's just an assertion. It introduces its own fallacies, but it allows them to get away from that fallacy claim against them.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
In some ways,
you can make
in their mind
where I'm going to miss it because everybody's where God can't exist without logic, and so then therefore God comes from logic.
Well, he's either bound by it or he's not.
But
exactly.
If God is outside of
If God is outside of logic, though, that about ends the discussion about God, doesn't it? From our point of view.
Yeah, that's what I was arguing with Kobe with. If you make an illogical claim about God, it doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means that we can't refute it, and so we have to accept it.
That's not an illogical claim.
We don't have to
the
accept
claim is if your claim is that God is above logic, or he's not
No, that
bound by
is
logic
illogic.
and reason.
Okay, let me explain what
I don't know
illogic
that that's
is.
an illogical claim.
No, there's no
Okay.
reason to accept that kind of claim.
Exactly, because it doesn't involve reason.
Yeah.
So if I say blue is fun, what can be falsified with that? Nothing, because it's a tautology. So it's just nothing. And so if we make a claim about God that is illogical, meaning we're not quantifying it, we're not falsifying it, then that is completely valid. There's no reason not to use illogic. Illogic
So
is
I'm
not
saying
bad.
my question is there something impossible or contradictory about supposing God would be above logic, let's say? Is that a contradiction, a logical
No.
contradiction? That's what I'm asking.
No,
Okay,
there's
then
nothing
why are you
illogical.
calling it Why are you calling it illogical?
Okay, you just explained why, and please open your mind, because you're gonna block it out. I have a feeling, just like the other guy did. Okay, what you're making is not a logical claim. There is no contradiction. So that's what makes it illogic. It doesn't mean against logic or anti-logic. It just means it's not bound by the rules of logic.
Let me give you an example.
Wrong.
Let me give you an
I'm just
example.
saying.
Hang on, Irenic. Let me give you an example in the Bible of a law of logic that, if I stretch it a little bit, it could break the law of identity. Yeah. If you look at the bit about talking in tongues. So the identity of the speech is the speech that is actually given by the person that is speaking. In that story, however that person spoke, everybody heard exactly what that person said, except they all heard it in their own language. So you could say the law of identity was the speech, and that speech might have been Aramaic, let's say, or Hebrew, whatever, but they actually heard it in Turkish, in Greek, in Italian, in
Persian,
whatever language. So you see, the identity of the speech actually changed. That suggests in the Bible, and that's where the stretch is. So I can accept the no, but I'm just saying the identity of that speech individually looks like it was changed in real time for the purposes of different people going, A does not equal A.
Oh, I was following Hillary. I
Fortunately,
didn't really follow it.
well, you usually refer to the proposition as being the content of the proposition, not the way it's stated.
In the case, the speech was the same, one identity, but then the perception, each person heard it in their own language.
The content
Well, it could
is the same.
Could it? Okay,
Yes.
but it could it not have been
Same
the same?
content.
That's
could it
normally
not
how
have
you
been
look
the
at
case?
propositions in arguments.
Yeah.
Could it have been the case that each person spoke in the language that wasn't their own?
Okay, what's your argument? You're adding unnecessary complexity. Even
No,
if
but
they all
that's
understood
exactly what it
one
says.
language, doesn't
That
mean
is
that's
what
the
it says.
being
That's what it
used.
says in the
Because
actual
they're
story.
speaking in unknown tongues.
What it says in the story, let me explain the story. There was, let's say there's 20 people there were listening to Paul. Was it Paul or was it Jesus? I think it was Paul.
Peter, I think it was.
Peter. There's 20 people there, and they all speak a different language. None of them speak the same language. They all speak their own. Peter, or whoever it was, spoke one sentence or one paragraph in one way, but each of them heard the words in their own language. And
Yes.
that is what the tongues parable is. They each heard the speech. There was
I'm
no
not
delay.
disputing
There was no interpreter. There was no nothing. They heard it, and they did not know the language that Peter spoke either. So something happened in terms of logic was bent. Something was bent. Something weird happened. Something weird happened. It might not have been logic. I'm just trying to give an example of something.
Yeah.
It might not be logic, but
laws of physics changed. Yeah.
Is it physics?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
But when you speak, you present sound waves. Those sound waves have frequencies. Each of the language have different frequencies. So in order to hear the same thing, right, and yet have a different interpretation, the laws of physics have to change. If you're going to hear your language from somebody else speaking a different language, then the waves must have changed in some way between their voice and your ears.
So the language that is spoken,
yes,
being a fact itself,
yes,
does not meet the law of identity focus of A equals A.
Right. So
is that what we're saying?
I don't know what you're saying now, because it's nothing to do with the law of identity.
If I speak English, the words that I'm saying, do they have an identity of their own? The words that I'm saying, do the words that I'm saying have an identity where somebody else that speaks English hears the words and they might interpret it differently, whatever, but they're hearing the same words. Whereas somebody Italian would hear my words, but they wouldn't understand it if they didn't speak English.
Correct.
And that's where the law of identity comes in. The
Not
identity
really, no.
is it's English speech.
Because when we say A equals A, we're not talking about the literal word itself. We're talking about the meaning of the word. So if they say tree in their language and you say tree in your language, you're both talking about the same thing. Now, if you want to put some kind of like the law of identity in terms of the form of the word, then fair enough. They're different because the form of the word is different. But the content.
Okay, I think they're arguing something different from what he did. What he's saying is if I say tree and the Spanish speaker hears the word for the number 3, whereas you think arbor, then tree is still A, but our perception of that A is different for each of us.
I don't see what point is being made. I think
you're just being contrarian, Simos.
Very clearly that when you say A equals A, right, very rarely are you just saying that two people speaking in different language aren't talking about the same thing. They're usually referring to the same thing if they mean A equals A.
Might I remind you, you're on an Australian stream, heretic.
There's a thing called the Leibniz law of identity, which is a bit closer to what you're saying. Right, which is two things are the same if and only if they hold the same properties.
Correct.
Well, if it's A over here, doesn't it have to be A over there? I mean, is that? A is
your question, but yes, A has to be A.
A
is always A,
form. It's not a
yes,
specific
but
form.
when I hear it, it can be A subset 1, and when Simon hears it, it can be A subset 2. But they both have to be A. Yes.
But there's a difference. There's a difference, Clockwork. So if I say A, Geo, what did you hear?
It's Hillary, not Clockwork. For the third time.
Sorry.
Well, I hear A, of course. I hear A.
Right. Okay. You heard A. But if you had actually heard X, because you speak a different language.
No,
and the word
that doesn't make A not A.
Okay, if I said apple,
it's a generalization.
If I said apple,
generalization.
Hang on, Simon. Geo, if I said apple, but you speak French, and it came into your ears as pomme, which is the word for apple. So it's the same thing. You would understand exactly.
That's not what the text is actually claiming, though.
No, that is what the text is claiming. That is the exact thing the text is saying.
In Koine Greek, that's what they say.
That is exactly what
the text
is saying.
No, it's their interpretation of the word.
It doesn't matter what the word is.
No,
doesn't
it
matter.
I know what
actually
you're
says.
saying.
It
Still an
actually
apple.
says. It actually says in the actual story, they heard what he said. Each of them heard what he said in their own language. How is that possible? They actually say.
So,
Greeks?
okay, I want Hillary to respond when you're finished, Heritage.
I'm finished.
Okay, respond. Hillary?
In the Koine Greek that it was written in, their definition of heard wasn't the same as the English definition, so you're violating what you seem to be claiming right now. Their understanding of heard was the interpretation of the sound waves, not the sound waves themselves. And I'm going to butcher the pronunciation. Akoio is the Greek word.
Just to check, are you talking about a Bible verse here?
Yes.
Right. It's where supernatural claims are almost de rigueur.
Right.
Okay, so there's no problem here, right? It's just claiming it's a supernatural incident.
Yeah. But he's claiming that it violates the law of identity because he wants to say that hear means the sound waves being felt as opposed to understood. And I'm saying that he's taking it one step too soon, that really it's the interpretation that is the hearing and not the sensing of the vibration.
Yeah. So like when I said it's the content, right, of the proposition that's being understood, that's what the A is referring to, not the actual proposition itself. Not the words used in the proposition, just the content of the proposition. You can say the same thing several different ways. Right? None of them have according to Leibniz, identical. Right? But the content of the proposition is identical. Now, it's really simple. I mean, it's just very fucking basic. And this is one of the problems, actually, with the Leibniz law of identity, right? Because he clearly means it in a mathematical way. Right? But even then, you can say something like 5 and 3 equals 4 and 1. Right? Now, those, according to Leibniz, have the same property of being 5. Right? But they're not the same. So it doesn't even matter. This kind of distinction of saying, right, everything must be exactly the same in order for it to be identical, even under the strictest law.
That's what I was saying before. It's still 5.
Well, actually, we've got two different statements. 4 plus 1 has one meaning. The summation of them being 5 is a separate meaning. So yes, in the sense that the summation is 5, it's the same on both sides of the equation. But just if we draw the numbers differently on one side than the other, then it's not precisely the same in precisely the same way. And that's what we do with language. When we use a word and it has multiple different understandings, well, which one's correct?
Yeah, and that's why philosophers in particular use it's the content of the proposition which is said to be true or false. That's what holds the truth or falsity.
You know what I'd like to explore? The concept of the excluded middle, the law of
law of excluded middle.
Yeah. Because I'm not exactly clear sometimes on what that means, and I think it means where you're trying to eliminate that middle ground argument.
Right. It oftentimes gives rise to the black or white fallacy, and some people don't understand that.
Oh, okay. So I think
you're right. See, like quite often, the easiest way to address it or explain to it, as far as I'm concerned, is when you say A, or not A. Right? And the reason that is applies, that's the law of excluded middle, is because there are no other options, right?
Right.
And that's it. So you've only have the two choices.
So it keeps you from adding unnecessary. It keeps you from adding unnecessary data.
Yeah, it's what not means, right?
Okay, I get it. Then I get it.
Like you've only got one set, right? You've got a set of A, and everything outside that set is not in the set A. right? Therefore, that is everything that could possibly be. But quite often, you don't have that situation. You have two sets. You have A and B, right? Which means there could be a crossover of things that are both A and B, right? And that gives you three results. It's either A and B, or B, right? So there is a middle there, which isn't excluded from either A or from B.
Right. I got it.
Yeah. It's pretty basic, really. And as Hillary says, like, it's quite often it leads to the black and white fallacy. So that fallacy we were talking about earlier with, empty tomb, therefore Jesus rises, right? Or these facts, right, about Jesus. It's either that he did rise or he didn't rise, right? Well, no, there's a third option, that there are supernatural explanations for those facts, right? So it's not either he rose or he didn't rise. It's either he didn't rise, right? And there's a naturalistic explanation, or he didn't rise and there's a supernatural explanation, or he did rise.
So the law of excluded middle is a way of keeping you from making black and white fallacies. I mean,
it's not a way of making it. It's just that it's when you put something in such definite terms, it's much easier to understand, isn't it?
I get it.
Either A or not A.
Can I quickly give the area of the Bible that has this stuff about tongues in it? It's Acts 2:5, and it's to do with the day of Pentecost. And it says, "As it was, there were dwelling in Jerusalem Jews, reverent men from every nation of those under heaven. So when this sound occurred, the multitude came together and were bewildered, because each one heard them speaking in his own language. Indeed, they were astonished and began to wonder and say, 'See here, all these who are speaking are Galileans, are they not? And yet, how is it we are hearing, each one of us, his own language in which we were born?'" That is in the Bible, where...
Right. So what's the question about that?
So the tongue seems like it's not in the speaking, but in the listening.
It's in the listening. So each of them heard different languages coming to them. They heard their own language.
What's the problem with it, though? What's the point you're making by saying that?
I don't understand why you find this difficult, Simos.
I just don't know what your point is.
Right. If you were Simos, if you were Italian, Gio, if you were Turkish, Clockwork Rex, if you were Greek, if I speak in English to you, you hear in Italian, you hear in Greek, you hear in Turkish.
I understand the situation. What's the point?
It's the point about the law of identity. The identity.
Right. No. Well, go on. Let him make his point. Let him make his point.
I've made the point.
Right. Okay. I think
I've made the point. No, I want Gio to say it, Simos. Gio's been going no. Gio, explain why it's no. Because I'm actually speaking it in English. You actually hear it in Turkish. How does it change? How is A not A? Because the A is I spoke it in English.
Still A. It's still A.
How?
It's English, right? You said it was English.
I said it in English.
Yeah, I heard it as another language. Simos heard it as another language. Somebody else heard it as another language. Is it still? Were you speaking English?
Well, in this case, Galilean.
Turkish.
Galilean.
That's not the point. The point is you were still speaking English, right?
Galilean.
You heard it. You heard it.
Is it not English that you were speaking?
Let me tell you this, right? Let's put a different context to it. I gave you a present.
What's the fucking point?
I gave you a present. The present I gave you was a rock. The present you received was a tree.
That couldn't be possible.
That's the fucking point about the fucking language. It's the same fucking example. It's exactly the same.
Well done. It's in the Bible. It's supernatural. What's the problem?
There's no problem with that, but that ends the
problem is
conversation.
the
I
law
can't
of
explore
logic.
that.
The
I
law
can't
of
explore
logic.
that.
Right.
Right. The law
Then
of
how
logic
did
applies. The law of logic applies to the content of the idea, not the language that it's spoken in.
Doesn't
What's the
matter.
problem?
It doesn't matter who. It's
Sammy,
still
ask the
it's still
question.
English, right? You're still speaking English, right?
I don't know.
I
what
gave you a
question
rock
he
and
asked.
you received a tree, Gio.
No, that couldn't be possible.
Exactly the same way that I gave you
not the
English
same,
and
though,
you
is it?
received Turkish. It's
No,
not
no,
fucking
no.
possible, Gio. It's the
No, it's
same
the same
thing.
message, though. It's just a
It's
different
the
language.
same fucking thing.
No,
It's
it's
the
not.
same message,
No,
though,
no,
different
no.
language.
You're still
Rock and
speaking
tree.
English. You're
It's a
still
bad-
speaking English to
I
three
think it's
different
a
people.
bad,
It's a bad
comparison.
analogy. Yeah,
Rock and
argument
tree.
from analogy. Right.
This is about Sammy's question. Sammy's question
Could
was
Sammy repeat the question?
about the law of logic, and Christians say that God can change the laws of logic and can bend it.
Oh, that
and
one,
I'm
yeah.
just saying there's actually an example of that in the Bible. In that very
It's not changing
parable.
logic, though, is he?
It's the laws of logic, the law of identity.
Right. The
has
law
been
of, in
changed.
logic, the law of identity is different to the Leibniz law of identity.
I'm not talking about the
Right?
Leibniz law of
Okay,
identity.
good.
I'm talking
So
about
when we
A
say
equals
so,
A.
so listen now. So when we say A, right,
Yes.
we're not referring to a literal A. We're referring to anything, the content of whatever we think A is.
Exactly.
Right.
And the
So it's the
content of what I'm saying
so
is
hang
English.
on. So the content of the English word tree is the same as the content of the French word whatever tree is. Right? Or apple, right? Apple in English, the content of the word apple is the apple, and in French, the content of the word pomme is the apple.
It's still a fucking
Right?
apple.
A still equals A, regardless of the language you're using. Because A is a symbol,
Not if you take the
not a
facts.
language.
Are
What
you
if
telling
take-
me in different languages logic doesn't work?
No, I'm not
Well,
saying
then
that
what are
at
you
all,
saying?
Gio. Are you really this
Look,
fucking
just
thick?
think about
Okay,
what
so
I
I
just
guess
said
is the real
first.
question here, if I may, is the real question then here when you go to the book of Acts in chapter 2, all right, is any laws, if any laws of logic broken in that quote unquote miracle?
Is that the question you really want to ask?
Which miracle are you talking
Yeah,
about?
because
No,
I think
no.
he
I'm asking Dick. Is that the question you want to ask?
that's a question. If not, that's a question I'm asking.
Okay, I'll answer your question, no problem. But I just want to know if that's the same question or same problem that Dick has.
Oh, I think that's the heart of the matter, right? Because he's saying that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any logical contradiction, no.
I think there is. I think there's a clear logical contradiction. The language and the words are just as concrete as an actual thing, as in a rock. A rock is a rock is a rock, always, yeah? It's grey and whatever.
Well, according
There
to
you
you,
go.
not.
Yeah, it's a tree.
According
What are
to
you
you,
talking
if it says it's in a different, if there's a different word for rock, it's not a rock anymore.
No, not at all.
Well, you
Where
told
does
me.
the Akuya take place?
I am saying...
Heretic, you were doing that when you said a tree and a rock. Were like the
No,
same.
no. I gave a different parable where I was giving a rock, but he received a tree. A did not equal A. It was the same. It was supposed to be the same thing, but it's like magic, right?
Then
Hang on, Gio. I'm giving you it. What I'm saying is words are real things. I gave them words in English. They received words in fucking Turkish because they didn't understand English. If I speak English to somebody who speaks Turkish that doesn't understand it, they just hear gobbledygook. They don't understand it. That's the fucking point. The words are actually real. I give it to you in English. You receive it in a totally different language, which is a different identity. It's the same message. You're getting the message, but
Right,
you're
it's the
getting
same
something else. You're getting something else. You're getting Turkish.
But it's
No,
no,
but the
it doesn't mean
message-
it's illogical.
Yeah, but
It's just
the
that you
message-
just can't
wait, but-
translate it. It doesn't
did
mean
the
the
message-
language is illogical. It doesn't mean that the language that was
Who
given,
translated
even though you don't understand it, doesn't mean it was illogical. Right?
No, the parameters still haven't
Didn't you hear
changed.
to what I said? Didn't you hear me actually tell you what the actual parable says?
No, but you didn't change anything. It's still the same thing.
You just described a miracle. If you're saying miracles are illogical, then okay, fair enough, whatever.
But that's
not,
the point.
Not interesting.
I was merely. It was Sammy's question. Sammy, your question wasn't interesting. I tried. I tried to highlight.
Your
I tried to
parable.
highlight.
Your parable is a bad example of what Sammy was talking about.
I don't think it is.
Saying.
I think it's actually a perfect example.
Well, there we go.
You just don't have the intellectual capacity, you two, of understanding that a word and the language of the words can actually be an identity. But if other people actually hear those words in a totally different language, that's a different identity.
No, it's not.
I think I've explained several times that when we refer to the law of identity, especially, right, when we refer to a proposition, it's the content of the proposition which holds the truth value. It is true that an apple is pomme in French. A still equals A, despite whichever word you want to use there. Apple equals pomme. There's no contradiction there. Right now, as for Sammy's question about I can't even remember what it was.
Can I give another example? Okay,
Yeah,
heretic.
sure.
In order for what you say to be accurate, Peter would have had to say, "Everybody, take up your bedrolls and go walk to the temple." But everyone heard, "Go plant some flowers on your mother's grave." Now, if that were the case, then yes, then A would not equal A. But if they heard in their language what Peter said in his language, then there would be no contradiction. A is still A.
Yeah, it's the same statement. It's the same statement.
Really?
If I was to say in Spanish exactly what you said
Mm-hmm.
to a bunch of people who actually speak English and don't speak Spanish, none of them would do the thing that you said, and none of them would do anything other than look at each other going, "What the fuck's he talking about? I don't understand."
That doesn't change. That doesn't change. That doesn't change the state of A.
It changes the state of receipt.
No.
If you or the Holy Spirit interpreted it, then they would do what you said, even though they don't speak English or Spanish or whatever.
But they heard in their own language. And
Yes.
therefore, that's a bit of logic being played about with in the Bible, by the story in the Bible. So it's a
where does the akuyo take place?
What's a kuyo?
Here.
What is that?
That's the word that you keep using. They heard it in their own language. In the Greek, which is this what I keep circling back to, the Greek word is akuyo. It's not here. So where does akuyo take place?
What are you on about?
Exactly. It's not their eardrum that hears. It's their brain that hears. It's their speech center in their brain that hears. So you're arguing something that's not actually in the text. You're arguing from a mistranslation of something.
I might well be arguing. I'm merely stating that the Bible that I'm reading actually says this. And
Yes.
people understand the Bible in their own languages, mainly on the basis of the translations and interpretations that they read, not
Correct.
the fucking Koine Greek. So I don't need to go back to the Koine Greek.
No.
I'm merely using.
Well, then you
what's
can't
in
say the
here.
Bible says. Then you can't say the Bible says. You can only say the version of the copy of the Bible that you have.
Yeah, perhaps you should.
It would be better if that had read each understood in their own language.
Yeah, okay, whatever. It doesn't make any difference anyway, right?
Yeah, but
once you grant the
heretic is
miracle,
violating his own rule.
once you grant the miracle, there's no contradiction. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, if it's a parable, there's no contradiction. Now, if it's a historic claim, which I think it actually is, then now we've got, at least the ability to have a contradiction, even though I don't see one.
Well, I mean, the contradiction is a
claim.
formal fallacy, right?
Yeah, if they occur in fact, as opposed to fiction.
And we would, if it was a different case, then that would be an informal fallacy, not a formal fallacy.
It's a claim that is within the Bible, of which If you then take it to the next bit, Christians accept it as true,
Okay,
which
well,
links directly to Sammy's fucking question about God being able to change logic, because that's what Christians say.
Some Christians.
Why don't you get this? Why is it that you're trying to go into it in such a level of detail to argue the actual argument rather than it's an example that's actually in the fucking Bible?
You're arguing against your own point at this point. You're saying that A is not A. You're saying the Bible says when the Bible does not say that. It's your copy of your version of the Bible that says that. If you make imprecise language to make really spurious claims, then you're going to get really messed up results.
God wasn't changing logic. God was being a Google translator.
Was about interpretation.
You're right, bro, Joe.
About
Siri, like a Siri, an ancient Siri.
Sammy's argument was about interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't about the truthness of. It wasn't about the truthness of the story that's in there. It was about how people interpret it.
Jesus Christ. It's not a contradiction. That's what we said. Do you understand why it's not a contradiction now?
I thought it was about people interpreting right there in the Bible, in the story, not our interpretation of the interpretation.
Right.
What I do find interesting, the way you read it, because most people say it's a miracle of speaking in tongues, when really by that reading, it's a miracle of listening with ears.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's the
point.
That's exactly the point, Brojo.
The very
That's
first
the point.
bit. The very first
Brojo,
bit.
you hit it. Brojo, you hit it.
At the very first point, it does say.
You hit it, Brojo.
It doesn't change what happened.
Brojo, you hit it. You hit it right on the nail. Brojo, you hit it right on the nail. They listened with ears and heard a different language. They were able to understand it. They can't speak Galilean, right? But the words that were spoken to them were Galilean.
Yeah,
but
the
words they heard, the words they heard were not
logic
Galilean.
of the language didn't change. It was just like God being a Google translator for them.
Regardless of what they heard, the message is still the same.
The law of identity.
It doesn't make it illogical, though.
A became not A. I didn't say it was illogical.
No,
I said
A
you
did not
changed
become not A, because A is not a specific thing, right? A is a generalized version, right? Anything, if A equals A, even if on both one side you've got apple and one side you've got pom, it's still A equals A. Why? Because you're not talking about the actual word, you're talking about the content, the meaning of the word.
Clarifying question, heretic.
You've converted the name of the word of an actual thing. Apple or pom.
Yeah, that's because A does not refer
Simos,
to
you're
the
not
way.
understanding. Simos, go back
Between
to
his
sleep.
mouth and their ears.
It's the content of the proposition. That's what A refers.
No, Simos. No, Simos.
Yes,
you're
heretic.
mixing up my next parable that I tried to give around the word actually came across as pom rather than apple. Right? If the word was apple, spoken by me to say apple,
yes, and I heard pom. Yes.
Yeah, how do you hear pom? How?
Because God translates it for me, and I hear pom.
So
what
A
do
is
I
no
think?
longer
I
A.
think, he said apple.
But
did you say apple? Yes, you did say apple.
Irrelevant.
The meaning
I
and the
think
content
it's
of the
more.
proposition is exactly the same. That's what the law of identity refers to in logic when it says A equals A. The only time that is different
I think you're
is with
restricting yourself.
Leibniz law of identity,
You're
which says
restricting yourself.
all of the properties, it must be the same if and
You're
only if
restricting
they are
yourself.
to be exact. If identity is to be held.
You're restricting yourself. Words are actually the identity.
No.
In the
that's wrong.
example,
In logic,
the
that's
word,
But the meaning
the
of those words are the same despite
but-
what language you're
that's why-
speaking
I
of.
get
we
the
use
meaning,
A.
Brojo. That's where you're getting
A is a
confused.
symbol. It doesn't refer to the
A is a
specific
symbol.
thing. It refers to the specific
A
object.
is the symbol. The specific object is the words, the apple. The words are the object, and the words are what is given. The apple, not le pomme, not whatever
That's
it
not
is in
what
German.
that's not what the
anything.
parable's about. The parable is about the meaning of the words.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Yes, because they heard the gospel.
Fuck me.
No,
It's rather than saying, I said apple and they heard pom, it's I said apple in English and they heard apple in French. Yeah.
That's a very good way of saying it, Sammy. Yeah.
Yes, so
Because-
they heard a different word. They heard pom.
Who says they heard words? A lot of people don't even have that internal monologue and think in impressions. Like, who's to say that the impressions wasn't?
Did you hear me read it? Did you hear me read it out?
I heard you read the English of
Acts
one
2:5.
version of one Bible.
Okay,
Yes.
go and read it yourself. Acts 2:5.
Read the screen, heretic.
I'd rather read the Greek, to be honest.
Could we just address
go and
your,
read it
your
then. Go and
original
read it.
question? Could we
I
address your
have. It
original
says
question?
koine. I'm a koine.
Can we address Sammy's original question because that is quite interesting?
Sammy's original question. Please go, Sammy, and tell me how this example in here does not provide
We're
an
not
example
interested
within
in
the
your
Bible.
fallacious reasoning. What we're trying to do
he
now.
asked me. Sammy asked me, how would I react if a Christian said that God creates the laws of logic? Isn't that, or can change the laws of logic? Was
Can
that the
change
question?
laws of logic. Yes, I think so.
It's outside of, but yeah.
Or was outside of law?
Inside.
Well, I said it
Outside
was
of
it was just special pleading. I can ignore that argument, and I would have to explain that.
Maybe.
Yeah,
no.
I'm saying there's an example of it in the Bible.
Most Christians don't do that, right? They say one of the limitations, it's not really a limitation, but it's part of God's nature, right? So he wouldn't do anything illogical, right? But some Christians do say God can make square circles, which is clearly a contradiction, right? So that's the question I think that's being posed. And I think that is quite an interesting question because it shows you their basic epistemology, right? Or at least ontology for God's nature. Right, and that is fairly interesting. So, can God do things which are illogical? Right, that's the question that's being asked. Is that right, Sammy?
Yes.
Okay.
And if not, is he then contingent on?
Right.
Yeah, is he bound? Is God bound by logic?
Okay, good question, Sammy. Right. So there's two answers to this. Firstly, those that say he is outside logic and can do illogical things. Right, God can make a stone so large he can't lift it. Right, I mean, whatever. Just okay, you're nuts. Okay, because I don't even know how to make sense of something like that. Because sense in the question and the way I'm using it is to do with reasoning. Reasoning is using the logic to find some conclusion. So that doesn't make any sense. Those that say he is not contingent. They wouldn't say contingent. What they say is they use the horn, as it were. They use a dilemma, which is either God is not subject to the laws of logic. It's that God's nature is the laws of logic, right? And they think that gets them out of having to answer this problem, right? It's similar to the problem of evil, right? God's nature is good. It's not that God is subject to the good, or God wills the good, in which case it's subjective, right? It's God's nature which is good. So God wouldn't do anything outside of his nature. Right now, I know that is a kind of a workaround.
It doesn't answer the question, really.
Not really. It just pushes it back a level, right? And when we do it with logic, right, what we're saying is, look, God wouldn't do anything which is illogical. Not that we know whether he could do something illogical, right? Because it's not in his nature, and God wouldn't do anything outside of his nature. Right? So does it mean he's subject to them? No, not really, because it's his nature, right? He made them up in that sense, but it's not arbitrary because he didn't make them up. It's just they've always been co-equal with God or synonymous with God. That's William Lane Craig's answer anyway. I mean, I don't know whether it's good or not.
Which, to me, I think, like Gia said, it's a conversation stopper because my only response would be, so yes, he's above or outside of logic somehow. Gotcha.
Well, are you above or outside of your nature? No, you're not. Can you jump to the moon? No, because your nature is not to be able to jump to the moon.
No, but can I can't change my nature either.
No, exactly. Neither can God. God's nature is eternal.
But see, I'm bound by mine. He's not.
Oh no, he's bound by his nature. Yeah.
Well, that's a limit. So
Well,
you're limiting
yeah,
God. Okay.
yeah. I mean, Darth
Interesting.
Dawkins says yes. That's fine though. That's not a limitation on God. That's a limitation on God's nature. And God's nature is all powerful, omnipresent, omniscient.
If you point out a limitation, they'll just say it's an advantageous feature.
Yeah, that's a feature, not a bug.
Feature, not a bug. Yeah.
So that's where the argument falls apart, right there.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can put it. I mean, you can put the same. I think we had this argument over the problem of evil with Irenic, didn't we? And Irenic said with the good, right? So he said, "Oh yeah, but the good, God's good because it's his nature." Right? And I said, well, you're just stopping will for nature then, aren't you? Right? Because does God will the good? Right? That's part of the argument. And he said, no, it's his nature. Well, does God will his nature then? I mean, that's all we're saying. It's a synonym, right? And then he said, well, no, it's that it's love. Good is love. So it's God's nature is love, right? Which is doing it both ways. Okay. So you can see how you can just keep going around. So I said, well, is God's nature dependent upon love, or does God's nature insist on love? Right. And we're back to square one again of just saying, hey, here we go.
Was it? I think it was Kelvy. I was asking, did God create us because I said, why were we created? And he said, because God loves us. And so I said, so he created us because he loved us, or he loved us once he created us?
Yeah.
And he couldn't answer. He was like, it's both.
Yeah, exactly. That's they want to have this, like William Lane Craig says, it's not a dilemma. The problem of evil is not a dilemma. It's a trilemma, and he chooses the third horn. Everybody else says it. No, it is a dilemma. God either wills the good, because God loves the good, in which case he's subject to the good, or God wills. I can't remember how it's said now. Let me look it up, because it's so clear when the way.
Yeah, but your good, Timos, is not the same as God's good.
Well,
that's a special good.
That's another thing as well.
Anybody would be welcome to argue with me that this is not a God, but it seems, at least in the Christian text, that there is no Yahweh until Adam. Everything before that is polytheistic Elohim. And the reason that there is no Yahweh until Adam is because Yahweh is predicated on Adam. Adam is not predicated on Yahweh.
Okay, so in the private chat is the Euthyphro as it was spelled out in Plato's time. So what, this is 400 BC or something. Do the gods love good action because it is good, or is good action good because it's loved by the gods?
So you're saying, Richard, that God was contingent on man, which I wholly agree with.
Yeah, it's the way it's always been.
So we could say the
same. Even as a kid, the idea, I used to try and picture God floating in nothing for eternity. And I was like, what was he doing all that time? I now get that.
Well, we are aware that he is sexually pleasing himself.
What the fuck?
Biblically, he was pleasing himself.
Oh, right. Okay. Jeez, what's that guy?
Yeah.
It was in Brojos that we. Yeah, it was in Brojos that we first found out that he was he'd masturbated to Jesus. Okay, Brojos hangouts, fucking rock.
I'm pretty sure he said Jesus did the masturbating.
Well,
He
I
said
asked
he's
him the
God's
question.
lover.
I
and
asked
he's
him the
God's
question directly. Have
favorite
you ever
lover.
masturbated to Jesus? And he said yes. And that's when we all went, "What
Who
the
wouldn't?
fuck?"
Who wouldn't though? He's a
He
sexy
said, "I've
guy.
got a very personal, I've got an intimate relationship with Jesus." And I was like, "Does that mean you've masturbated to Jesus?" I could have said
The
yes.
short black curly head Jesus, or the long brown head Jesus, or the blonde Jesus?
No. It
We're
was
talking about Rob.
I think it was the black Jesus because he was very impressed.
Yes to all the above.
Yes to all.
Yes
to all. As
Yeah,
many as possible.
But
The
he wasn't
Trinity of
quite able
Jesus.
to get
Just
ultimated
think, if he
to,
believed in Richard's doctrine, he could have had 24 of them.
yeah. And that would have been
Yeah.
better because Ultimated said that he wasn't quite able to orgasm. God wasn't able to do
Yeah.
that. So there was 24.
Twice.
Did you know what he said to me?
No, wait, that's a straw man. That's a straw man, Hillary's. He never said that God couldn't do it. He said that God hadn't done it, but got him very near to ejaculation in, I think he said something about 3 seconds.
Oh, wow. That's good.
I'm impressed.
I'm
Jesus.
afraid somebody different.
Yeah, his girlfriend must love him.
From nothing to 9 out of 10 in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
If that's not proof of the divine, I don't know what is.
Miracles do happen, yeah.
Can I make a public announcement?
Please do.
Okay, thank you. April
13 days.
20th, 420. I plan on doing a 12-hour marathon. This is totally off the cuff. I'm trying to get this together. But I am offering a platform for anyone who wants to bring their musical talent, poetry, spoken word, all right, karaoke, do that, as well as if you want to bring a topic of interest of yours or debate in a half an hour to an hour top segment, let me know. All right.
It's too short for me. Too short for
I
me.
know it's short time. I know, but 30 minutes goes fast.
I would like to read a poem though, if that's okay.
Okay. Yes.
Thank
you. If you could just let me know. Shoot me an email. A good time spot for you. I plan on going from 12 o'clock Eastern Standard to 12 midnight. So I think there's a good chance the first hour or two might be already taken, like the 12:30 to 1:30, 2 o'clock spot. That's still in the works.
Yo, Bro Joe, can I get me some like 4 o'clock time frame, because I want to recite something by Tyrone Green.
Oh sure, 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
How long you need?
Oh, it's going to take less than 1 minute.
Okay, sure.
I say.
You probably didn't even need to book that in, to be honest.
I know.
I'm just kidding.
You could do it at the 4:20 break.
I mean, yeah, there's loads. I'll just fill in anyway. I can do mine anytime, so whenever is necessary. I don't know.
Just throwing it out there, see what happens.
I mean, I'll sing a song as well. I'd like to do. I've got a version of I don't know whether I actually do this or not, but I've got a version of a Rumours. Who's the band that did the album Rumours? Fleetwood Mac. Yeah, I've got a version of Fleetwood Mac song which I call "Grow Your Own Way."
Oh, that's
nice.
Good, nice.
Yeah.
You can grow your own way.
Roger was saying earlier, there's going to be music, spoken word, as we said, games. So,
yes, forgot about the games. If you want to do like like you guys are doing, brought up Quiplash.
I'm organizing a masturbate for Jesus, to Jesus, session.
Or something we haven't done in a long time. Cards Against Humanity. Remember Cards Against Humanity?
Oh yeah, no, that would be great. Yeah.
Oh, I have a poem.
If we get Serb involved to do some of the cards.
Definitely, Serb he's the one who turned me on to that.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah.
Oh,
God, I've got that game. If you
shit he came up with back in the day. Oh, he's so dark.
He really is. It was too much for me. I had to leave from one of those sessions.
I have a poem I'd like to read for your 420 thing. It's something I wrote when I was really young, and I was wondering maybe you guys could help me critique it. And
Cool. Yeah. How young? Wasn't
I
like,
was in my. I think I was in my 20s.
I don't know what it means, but it's a fucking great poem.
No, it was actually a poem about talent.
Oh, okay, nice.
The idea of the poem was centered around the word talent and what that might mean. And I wrote it when I was younger, and
okay.
I just want to see what you guys think of it. So I'll present it on Burgos.
Yeah, talent for me is wearing a short skirt. That's fucking talent right there.
Well, you're right, because I couldn't pull that off.
Well, no, you could, Joe. I'd let you. You could do that.
You think?
I'd let you. Yeah, I'd let you put it off.
I'd have to. I doubt that I could pull that off. But
no, I'd
just
make
have
it
to
easy.
slide it down.
I'd untie the knot.
I have to try, I guess, right? I have to.
Yeah. No, I'd let you. No
well, I'm not the kind of guy. I don't go half measures. So
okay. You saying I've got to bend over?
So if I'm going skirt, I'm going full skirt. So
nice.
Gio hasn't caught on that you're talking about him removing your skirt.
No, I think he has really. Surely. Oh
no,
you're right, Richard.
No, I didn't catch that.
Gio was going with Gio wearing a skirt. That's what he was doing there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going with.
Okay.
That's not what you were going with?
That's talent. No, that's talent.
No, that's why I said all you have to do is slide it down.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Couldn't slide it.
I'll leave your email there, Berger, for a while.
Thank you, sir.
Why are you being mean to me?
I'm not being mean. Well, okay, maybe.
That's
I was
okay.
actually thought I was being flattering to you, saying that I would allow you to take and pull my skirt down or take it off or whatever.
Hey, I can take it, but I can dish it out too. So you better be able to take it just as well.
Man, I can take it. If it's you, I'll let you give it to me. I'll take it all, Gio.
All right, good to hear.
Yeah, as long as you got some good lube, though.
Oh, we're gonna have Bond in a Speedo doing a bodybuilding show. Bring it on over, Bond.
Nice.
We could do like a gong show thing, that'd be great. Whatever you could dig up.
That happened before once, didn't it? On one of Jello's streams. Do you remember that? Was it Jello's stream or was it your stream? Maybe it was your fancy dress, actually. Now I'm thinking about it.
Oh, wait. Was it for Halloween?
Yeah, I think it might have been.
Serving a Speedo?
Serving his American Speedo, yeah. Is that right? Am I forgetting?
I think we did it for Jello. It was as a gift for Jello.
It was for Jello.
Yes.
You guys are going to give me nightmares.
Oh my god. Oh, Jello, he used to be so funny.
Would you like a visual?
I don't think that's appropriate right now. Just saying. 11 and a half hours in, it's certainly buried, but...
Why wouldn't it be appropriate?
Well, Serb's not here, that's why.
Well, not for it. I don't need his permission. It was already publicly put out there.
You're breaking up for me. Is he breaking up for anybody else?
I'm hearing pausing, and then the audio's keeping up, trying to catch back up with.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's breaking up, man.
I'm not laughing.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not joking.
Now you're all in on it.
I'm not joking.
It's a conspiracy now.
Look, Heretic will agree, and then you know it's true, right? Because he would never agree with me if he had any choice.
So I'm going. It is nearly 2:00 in the morning. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, Grima, and
hold on.
Agreed.
Hold on, you keep saying we now agree. We always agreed.
We always agreed that the law of identity was violated in that translation. If we use the term sound waves
No.
rather than words,
No, you would have to show a contradiction.
sound waves were emanated and different sound waves were received, which is
Not necessarily.
That's a
change
breaking of the law of physics,
by
and
each
that
of them.
isn't necessarily a contradiction, given that.
Heretic's trying to get a mic drop here. He's trying to get a mic
There's the
drop.
mic drop.
Wrong
There's the
again.
mic drop. And thank you very much, everybody. Good night.
Heretic,
God
since
bless.
everyone
I'll tell you one thing.
understands things from
Heretic
within their
is a
brain, they could understand something despite what their eardrums might have received. It could be completely different.
Yeah, but the message doesn't change.
Right.
The
Yeah,
message
that's-
is still the same.
The sound waves changed, though.
Ah,
A
you're
is
using
still
imprecise
A.
language.
Didn't
Joe.
change.
refers
I
to the
just kicked the mic off the stage.
Oh, very nice.
You can't say the
420
message
April.
didn't change. You have to say the content didn't change, but the channel did.
The content of the message remains the
Surely
same.
that should be for 2023.
Huh?
Not April.
do.
there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Put 420 April.
Done April twice.
Somebody was probably high when they typed that.
It wouldn't
Yeah.
be. Yeah,
Fucking
it
high.
wouldn't be. It wouldn't be right if I wasn't high when I did it.
The 28th. The 20 April.
That's a fucking
The 20
contradiction.
April. Fallacy.
It's not a
There, is that better? Hang on, let's
Yeah,
put some.
that's it. Beautiful.
Let's put a little dash in there to separate.
Except
it.
the English don't like it. How they do in Australia? Do they do 24, 23?
No, we do it the English way.
Yeah, day,
We put the
month,
day,
year.
month, year.
Yeah, as opposed to
20th
month,
of
day,
April,
year.
23.
That makes sense.
Whereas because you say April 20, so you write it that way as well.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. I gotcha. That makes sense.
Where we say
That
the
way it
20th
makes
day
sense.
of April.
Although I don't actually. When I say my birthday, I always say the month first. That's weird.
Isn't that
you
funny?
go- so you
So
say
do I.
day-
May 3rd.
Yeah, yeah. It's weird.
So
I
you
just
say
thought about it.
day. So you go day, month.
Day, month. Yep, day, month, year.
Because that's the way. When I worked with Linda from Delicious Danish, she's Delicious Danish. She's from she's
She's
Danish.
Danish.
She's from Denmark, so she does the same thing.
Okay, yeah.
So
European
you're breaking the law of identity, man.
Yeah, man. What the fuck was that? Oh, jeez.
4, 20, 23, 24, 23. Not the same thing.
Did anybody not understand that it refers to the content of the proposition?
Hike.
Not the
You made
proposition.
it very
itself.
clear. You made it
Okay.
very clear.
I thought I was going mad for a little while. I thought we're going to go around another fucking. I've got to explain it fucking 20 times.
Yeah, but
I
don't
agree
think-
with you there, Simos. I disagree with you. I agree with him on the other prior argument, but
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I get what you're saying now. I mean, I got it at the time, but I just have a reason. I have a reason for wanting to look at it the way I look at it. Because it allows for things like animal rights. Not that you can't get animal rights from the other way of looking at it. It's just for me, there's a good evolutionary reason to have animal rights.
I'm going to be doing the warm-up act for Bond and Thomas's sister.
We do it for 2 hours. Give us
Yeah.
the late slot.
Yeah. So I'm going to do the warm-up act.
I mean, I thought I was the only one allowed to do the
Oh,
Thomas's
right.
sister jokes, but okay.
He's
Well,
a
what
good
was that
sport.
thing?
maybe
Heretic-
we'll make you the last act. You know, you could be the highlight.
Yeah, that would be.
Well, Heretic asked me if I have a stone, I give you a stone, and then somehow it turns into a tree.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck are you even talking about, man?
Yeah, that was a false analogy, yeah.
I had walked away to hear that, so I didn't hear what he was saying.
Oh, you missed a doozy.
But it sounds like it's just a metaphor of something turning into something else. Maybe it's a play on words in the original language.
Fucking hell. have no idea.
Well, I asked him if
it's getting
someone
worse and
uses
worse.
if I use logic, but I use a different language, does that mean it doesn't work if no one understands my language?
Yeah. No.
Is that what it means?
Heretic was using the wrong terms. That's why I wrote it all out in chat. Because he kept saying words, but they weren't words that he was using. He meant sound waves. Words are tokens.
And I said that straight away.
Yeah.
I said there is a contradiction in terms of physics. There's a breaking of the laws of nature, yeah, but that doesn't mean there's a break in the law of identity.
Anyway, I don't want to harp on it. I think we should change the subject.
Well, it's interesting that, I mean, for me, it's interesting because this gets confused quite a lot. There are other arguments where they say, like the Leibniz law of identity, right? And that's what they mean. Two things are the same, right? And not the law of logic, right? Of identity, which is A equals A. And clearly, I think those two things are different. And I don't think much of the Leibniz law of identity either, for the reason I said about that mathematical sum. But if all the properties are the same, a thing is identical. And I don't think we ever use that as a practical definition of things that are identical. We call two apples the same, even though they're a different shape. We call...
Yeah, they're functionally the same, but they're not precisely the same.
Yeah. Like, and the big argument against it, as far as I'm concerned, is something called Theseus's ship. Right? And does anybody know about Theseus's ship?
Yeah, every single plank that you change makes a new ship.
Yeah, but it's not.
Or does it?
It's still
No, it
Theseus's
does
ship.
conceptually.
At what point after you started replacing parts does it become something different? A different ship?
Okay, but under Leibniz,
After the last piece.
Under Leibniz, each plank that changes creates a new ship, and conceptually that does occur. It's just that in everyday usage we don't think that way.
Yeah, so it's not Theseus's ship, is what
Right.
Leibniz would conclude. And
Well,
yet,
if you just took a plank
it looks like Theseus's ship, it sails like Theseus's ship. To all intents and purposes, it is Theseus's ship.
We can do the same thing in stock in a corporation. If there's 1,000 stocks and one stock changes hand, by the end it's still the same corporation, even though the stock has completely changed hands.
Yeah. So, like the other, okay, let's give this another example then, since that one didn't go down so well. What about
I got that
Indian?
example.
Hang on a minute. What about the Indian proverb, which is "You never step into the same river twice"? Do we change the name of the river every time someone steps into it?
Nope.
We don't. Is it the same river?
It's not the same river at the same time in the same way, no, but it is functionally the same.
So, and this is why I don't think much of the Leibniz law of identity.
But I think it's wonderful for that very reason. It's precision.
Well, it's pedantic. I don't think it's precision, because precisely that's not how we use the language, is it?
Do you speak German?
No.
Okay. If you knew all the rules of grammar and how much precision is required, you would understand why he would come up with that.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm sorry, somebody's got some background noise.
Oh, sounds like it's you, Roger. Oh no, maybe not.
When I speak, I hear myself too.
Okay.
Somebody corrected it.
Somebody, I don't know who's muted right now, but whoever it is, it's
Right,
usually
test 1,
Irenic,
2.
isn't it?
Might have been Irenic.
Unfortunately, we've got the thing at the bottom, which means we can't really tell.
I'm trying out these i12 Apple Pie mic things or whatever.
It's
probably picking up a fan noise.
Yeah, could be.
No, I'm picking up echo.
No, yeah, maybe. I've often heard that German is a great scientific language for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think he's wrong when it comes to numbers. So, and that's surely where he got it from, I would have thought. But no, now you pointed it out, it could have been the German language. Yeah, I'd say that's possible. And again, it seems redundant as well. It seems very pedantic to say, I changed a nail on Theseus's ship, so it's Theseus's ship changed in one nail. To add that on the end of it seems redundant. Like the same way when you say things like, I believe X, right? You don't say, I believe X is true, right? But that's what you mean when you say, I believe X.
We're nearly at the 12-hour mark. Do we all want to? I actually had scheduled a week ago a discussion on is the statement Garfield is a cat, is that accurate or not? Do we want to jump over to my stream and have that discussion?
Yeah, put the link in the.
Okay. It's going to take me a few seconds.
I don't know why. Is that relevant to what I'm saying?
Yes, because it's a mistake that you keep making, which it's acceptable in philosophy, but you'll see by the time it ends up, I'm sure.
Well, can you just answer my question?
Cliffhanger.
Could you just answer my question first, which is, do you think you need to say is true on the end of a statement of belief?
No.
Yes.
No, I think it's inferred.
It's inferred, yeah.
But what if you believe something's not the case?
Well,
then you need to state that.
Is false, yeah. Otherwise, it's inferred that it's true. Because you're saying you don't believe it to be true. So you could say it that way, or you could say it is false. I believe something is false, or you could say I do not believe something is true. They mean the same thing. But again, you don't need to say the true part. And for my money, the reason that you don't need to do that is because you could just ask the same question again. Well, do you believe that what you're saying is true is true? And you could go on ad infinitum. You've got to keep saying true then, which I believe is a true statement, which I believe is the truth of the true statement, which I said is true. And you just keep going and going and going.
You believe that to be true?
I believe that the statement I made, which is true, on behalf of the statement I previously made, which was true, on behalf of the previously made statement is true. And you just carry on. So I think that's why the assumption is made, or it has to be made, in fact. You could mean no other thing. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And you're right, in philosophy, it's definitely said that way. I don't know about other places.
Where's the link key? It's not only his initials, it could be his pronoun.
Well, yeah. I put it in private chat. I'll put the StreamYard in public also. It'll show up as coming from the stream owners. And
okay, well, I'll check it out. If you could get to the point quite quickly.
It's going live right now.
Do you think Garfield is not a cat then? Is that what you're saying?
You'll have to tune in over there.
We'll get to the end on why.
Well, do you think that's a spoiler?
Everybody should be getting the notifications now. So if somebody wants to put the stream in, because I don't get a notice of my own stream.
See you over there.
You want us all to come
Looks like
over
you're
there?
going to have to listen in, Simus.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that. I'm gonna tear him a new one on this one, Irene.
Come on in, Simus. Come on.
No, I need to know. I mean, it depends. Again, this is an argument from rhetoric, if you ask me, or semantic argument. It's nothing more than that. But I may be wrong. Maybe you've got something else in mind.
That sounds kind of silly, though. Is Garfield a cat? I don't know.
Yeah, it depends what you mean, isn't it? It depends what you mean by cat.
Depends what you mean by Garfield.
And yeah, and is. Depends what you mean by is.
Yeah. Is.
What is.
Yeah, and finally, what do you mean by A?
All right. Are we heading over there? Everybody going? StreamYard link over there?
Yeah, we wait for this. Thank you so much, Sammy.
Thank you, everybody.
It's been up, it's been down, it's been lively, it's been boring, but that's life. That's life.
Yeah, and I want to make sure I say before we end that you're one of my favorite people, Simos, too.
Thank you.
I was playing a bit of the devil's advocate today, so
I kind of noticed.
Yeah.
Kind of noticed.
Awesome.
Yeah. I think,
all right, well, see you all over.
You were taking some of the stuff I said completely out of context. You know, after at first I didn't get it, and then after you did it like the third or fourth time, I was like, oh my god, he can't. Sammy's never been this fucking dumb. What the hell? And then you went, no, I do understand, and I went, thank fuck for that. So I appreciate that. And you made me think about the subject again, and you maybe I'm using some loose language. So
that was my my original point, and I got silly after that. But I think intelligent people should be trying to think about the language we're using before we use it, because lay people. Yeah. I'll just say it. The fucking Christians take it and run.
I know.
And we got to stop giving them the.
Yeah, no, that's why I say it the way I say it, though, because I want them to do that. Right? When they say, oh, but you're an atheist and it's just subjective, I'm like, the basis is not subjective, no, because I'm a naturalist, so it's implied that it's not subjective. Everything's natural, right? So it can't be. But what we decide in itself, yes, I completely understand that there's a subjective element, right? This is one of the arguments I've got against T-Jump, in fact. But of course, morality is about our behavior. Our behavior is influenced by our mind. It couldn't be anything other than subjective in that sense.
Yeah.
But like I've said before, with Sam Harris as well, once you agree a standard, right, then you can decide an objective basis. Right? So that's it. I have a standard. Right. So I think my morals are objective in that way, but only compared to that standard. And is that standard objective? No. It's not. But that's another point.
Now that
it'd be great if the panel would jump over so I don't have like 20 minutes of intro.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Shall do.
Okay. Thank you, Sammy, once again. Thank you, Richard. Peace and respect. Gio, you're the man. Thank you for all the support. Brojo, I'll see you on 420, buddy.
All right. But Simus, do you feel one with the universe?
I feel 420 with the universe half the time.
Later.
Excellent.